The mysterious world of adventurers unfolds before us, and Jinfrey Vanrud is our protagonist. What's remarkable is that from childhood to now, no matter what he faces, he always feels a strange sense of familiarity. It's as if he already knew everything about this world and had experienced all of this before. Today is no different as he comes to register as an adventurer. Although it was his first time seeing this scene, Jinfrey couldn't help but feel a hint of nostalgia until the receptionist's voice rang out, pulling him back to reality. "Mr. Jinfrey Vanrud, thank you for waiting. You're here to register as an adventurer, right?" "Oh, right," you reply. While the receptionist carefully fills out the information, Jinfrey also watches her closely. Even this woman is no exception. Although they are strangers, I still feel like I've met her somewhere before, and it won't take long to complete the process. At this moment, a window appeared in front of Jinfrey, displaying the registration to become an adventurer. The verification process will begin when you wave your right hand. At that moment, Jinfrey remembered everything. He understood that this feeling of déjà vu came from his past life memories. In that life, he had memories of playing in this world, a world within a game that he had played so much he became a top gamer. That world was called the Seven Great Continents, a place where players had to explore all 7 continents to protect and maintain peace. In a past life, Jinfrey was one of those players, and in this life, he has directly entered the game world. Verifying the registration is very simple, but he kept dazing off and never completed it, because suddenly, countless memories flooded Jinfrey's mind. The memories of the 7 great continents from his past life keep flooding into his mind, and accepting the truth that the world he is living in is just a game he played before makes Jinfrey tremble uncontrollably. This is just too crazy. But after accepting it, Jinfrey suddenly realized that this madness would make him unbeatable in this life. "Excuse me, sir, are you okay?" the receptionist asked anxiously as she saw Jinfrey trembling and sweating uncontrollably. "Oh, it's nothing. Just a moment of excitement for a warrior. I'm now calm enough to respond. Things are starting to get more interesting. I don't know why I've lived so many years in this world, but my past life memories chose to come back right when I registered to become an adventurer. But Jinfrey knows that those memories will now become an advantage for him to conquer the heights of life." The registration verification process also proceeded quickly. Personal information of Jinfrey Vanrud immediately appears on the status window. He is currently 19 years old, described as calm and adaptable, with no level or class yet, and HP and MP stats are still undefined. Jinfrey's 5 attributes, strength, defense, intelligence, speed, and luck, are still unknown. The status window gradually enlarges, transforming into a door. The receptionist girl didn't forget to wish you luck before Jinfrey disappeared behind the door. And was taken to the purification altar, and you really had to shout out loud. Even this purification altar looks exactly like in the game. Jinfrey looked around and noticed that a few new recruits like himself had also just appeared here. In the game guide for the 7 continents, 5 new adventurers are gathered together. Apart from Jinfrey, there are 4 others. Here it seems everything is unfolding just as the story predicted, but with one difference: the place has now become reality, which also means there's no longer any concept of continuing the game. Once you die, it's truly over. Everything will end. Although this situation is nerve-wracking enough to make your hair stand on end, Jinfrey remains confident because he can rely on his memories from his past life to keep pushing forward. As soon as he thought of that, Jinfrey and the other adventurers heard a notification that the cleansing ceremony would begin in 30 seconds. Choose your equipment. Even the notification is exactly like in the game. The others all seemed tense, but Jinfrey was very calm. Among the crowd, there was a reckless guy who was in a rush. As soon as the weapon appeared, he quickly ran ahead of the other adventurers and grabbed a spear. It is a level E+ weapon with 21 damage and 50 durability. This spear was also chosen by another adventurer, and so the first dispute began. While the dispute over the spear was still unresolved, the other 2 adventurers had already started fighting over the short sword. It is an E-grade weapon with 19 damage points and 60 durability. Jinfrey doesn't seem surprised by this scene. They are fighting over the mandatory class system words after all. Depending on how the adventurers perform in this purification ritual, your choice of class will also be limited. It has to be said this system is very unfair to newcomers. Jinfrey still remembers that in his previous life, he had to restart many times to get a good profession. After a struggle, the arrogant guy finally managed to take the guard's sword. With a smug look on his face, he turned around and started mocking Jinfrey because his hands were now empty, with not a single piece of equipment. "Look at this lazy guy." Jinfrey didn't even bother to show any interest, only silently thanking the other person for the compliment. His indifferent attitude made him extremely annoying. "What's with that weird attitude? Are you feeling too proud of yourself?" He muttered to himself. I'm not actually lazy. I just already have in mind which weapon I should choose. And that thing is something no one would bother to pick. Because it's just a normal sword, a low-tier weapon with an attack stat of only 1, but with a durability of 90. Seeing Jinfrey stop in front of that sword, the guy with the head injury couldn't help but speak up. Hey, that weapon only deals 1 point of damage, so don't complain when you pick the right class. Jinfrey still ignores the warning and reaches out to touch that sword. Of course, the norm in this world is that a hero's strength is determined by their class. But what if that norm is wrong? How can the knowledge of amateurs compare to that of a hardcore player? Here, Jinfrey is the only HC player, and everyone else is just a noob. And the first correct step here is to choose this regular sword. Once the weapon selection process is over, the cleansing ritual officially begins with a time limit of 5 minutes. The content of the purification ritual is very simple. It involves defeating as many creatures as possible. Specifically, the creatures that appear are winged centipedes, a monster species that only appears during the purification ritual. Its poison is enough to paralyze anyone. Jinfrey's face turned serious, while the fool next to him thought he was scared and provoked him. So don't let yourself get killed. Jinfrey sighed, not understanding what grudge he had with this bald guy that kept provoking him. But there was no choice but to ignore him. When the command was issued, the winged monsters became much more aggressive, ready to attack the adventurers. Jinfrey carefully observes and realizes that even the appearance and movements of these monsters are exactly the same as in the game. If so, then there is no reason for their weaknesses. And so, despite the deadly critical system being quite tough, Jinfrey skillfully used the knowledge from his past life to decisively cut through the first pair of winged centipede monsters in an instant with that very ordinary sword that everyone looked down on. You moved with such precision and speed that everyone else was left stunned. That strike was perfect, but that arrogant fool just thought Jinfrey was lucky and had nothing to boast about. Even though his attitude really was worth considering, Jinfrey didn't have time to care about someone like him. Every game has its barriers, and that's just normal. In this 7 continents game, there is a barrier that can only be used during this purification ritual. If you hit Z with Wing's weak spot using a normal sword, you can defeat it with 1 strike. Jinfrey has tested and confirmed that this method is completely applicable and practical. The important thing is that only he knows that. Meanwhile, the other adventurers are struggling immensely. Except for the reckless one who has grasped Wei Thuong, everyone else is fighting with all their might. And this only made him more arrogant. After defeating the first winged centipede, he threw back his head and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, see how good I am? If I keep this up, I'll become the strongest class, the swordsman. His tone really irritates Jinfrey. He knows this airport idiot is bragging to distract everyone. He's even worse than those who intentionally cheat in the game. But right now, Jinfrey isn't strong enough to care about others' problems. Because the winged monsters started attacking him again, he could easily dodge and escape their flight paths based on his extensive experience. The absolute feeling of realism while living in a game world like this makes me incredibly excited. Dodging forever isn't Jinfrey's style, and so you draw your regular sword again. Just like before, with a single strike, the monster is defeated. Jinfrey kept repeating that action until the cleansing ceremony ended and the class selection was based on the results of this event. A hero who defeats 7 winged scorpions can choose from 3 classes: Hunter, Craftsman, or Guardian. But he's not satisfied, only able to sigh, "Well, defeating 7 doesn't give me a good class, huh? I want to become an engineer summoner, but I probably can't." The girl next to me is just as disappointed, but the one with the worst result isn't even them. It's the adventurer who couldn't kill a single winged spider. Therefore, he didn't even have a chance to choose a profession. The arrogant guy who had killed 15 of them naturally thought he was the best and was very satisfied when the swordsman profession actually appeared among his options. But for someone with such a wicked nature, it's hard to live a peaceful life without provoking others a few times. And then he turned back to Jinfrey, who was hesitating in front of his status screen, and spoke loudly. "Jose, how lucky do you think you are?" Jinfrey hadn't even had a chance to reply when the information appeared on his status window, leaving him speechless. Because your kill count of 33 monsters is more than double his, 9 different professions are listed below that you can choose from. And of course, there is also the swordsman profession. Although he was extremely surprised, he still pretended it was no big deal. "Oh, you're lucky. I also have the swordsman class. Good for you," Jinfrey responded indifferently, but he knew that the lucky one here was actually this guy. The chance of getting a swordsman class after killing 15 monsters is less than 2%, but he still managed to get it. Usually people think that swordsmen and summoners are the strongest classes in the game, but Jinfrey took a different approach. What he chose was this crafting profession. Jinfrey made his decision with great decisiveness, leaving those around him even more stunned. Are you stupid? Crafting is the weakest profession there is. It's still that loudmouth who spoke first. Even though he's called stupid, Jin Frey isn't angry because he knows these ordinary people are completely out of his league. Whether a craftsman is strong or weak depends on the player's skill, not the class setup. So Jin Frey opened his item stash. In fact, what he really wanted from killing exactly 33 winged spiders were the items they dropped. At this moment, he had 5 winged spider tails, 9 winged spider wings, and 3 bottles of winged spider blood in his inventory. Jin Frey immediately set out on his first crafting mission by merging those 3 types of equipment with the seemingly useless ordinary sword, which is also the reason he chose this profession, because it can create extremely powerful gear capable of turning the game upside down, like what's appearing in front of you now. The fusion process is complete. The ordinary swordsmanship blade instantly transformed into a formidable weapon named Ngo Kong, unrated, with 66 damage points and a maximum durability of 1,500. It also has 3 active skills, the first of which is a focused eye that triples damage when attacking the weakest point. The other 2 skills are not unlocked yet because the necessary conditions haven't been met. This is one of the hidden items in the game and the first hidden equipment of Jin Frey in this world. Now, open your eyes and see how the former HCOS gamer like you is breaking the game's balance with hidden gear. The strength of every adventurer is determined by their level and class skills. Most equipment is just considered support items, things that boost damage or defense, nothing more, nothing less. However, besides Jin Frey, no one knows that hidden items capable of reversing the natural order exist in this world, things that can greatly boost offensive or defensive dominance. Hackers like you call them hidden gear. After the cleansing ceremony, Jin Frey was transported to the agile town of Rubijin. It's no wonder it's so crowded here, since it's a town in the center of the continent. Everything feels just like in the game, and Jin Frey is really enjoying the stroll through this town. You have obtained your first hidden equipment as expected, and currently Jin Frey doesn't know what to do next. In fact, the goal of this game is quite simple. All 7 continents each have an S-rank dungeon, and players must defeat all 7 boss monsters inside to clear the game. But right now, Jin Frey isn't capable of doing that. You need to become stronger, and the fastest way to do that is by grinding dungeons. Usually, adventurers clear dungeons in order, starting with the lower-ranked ones, but Jin Frey is not an ordinary adventurer, so you went straight to the teleportation gate to the C-ranked dungeon. The gate led you to a dungeon called the Guardian Spirit Forest. The passing conditions are very simple. Defeating the boss is required before players can leave. Jin Frey, at level 1, confidently enters the Forest of the Guardian with 122 hit points and a maximum mana pool of 30. Your current strength attribute is 21 points, defense 27 points, intelligence 30 points, speed 19 points, and luck 11 points. The recommended level before entering the dungeon is around 17 to 30. So a level 1 like you rushing in is like rushing headfirst into reincarnation. Even though Jin Frey has a hidden weapon, all his other gear is basic. Well, he has to go all in now, especially since the monsters in the dungeon won't give him any time to breathe. Just after entering, Jin Frey was attacked by a level 17 undead. As far as he knew, this monster isn't too hard to defeat, but a 16-level gap is still a breathtaking difference. If hit by one of its attacks, Jin Frey would be doomed. So besides attacking accurately, he also had to defend absolutely carefully. The wooden demon strikes first. Its speed is very fast, but Jin Frey is well aware of this attack pattern. After attacking, it reveals an opening, and that's when he must accelerate to counterattack. In this way, Jin Frey succeeded once again, just like when he defeated the winged centipede, using a single move to land a critical hit. The level 17 wood demon was defeated by him in a single strike. The experience gained from it instantly raised Jin Frey's level from 1 to 10. His health bar is now at 158, and his maximum MP has reached 57 points. In addition, Jin Frey received 45 free attribute points to distribute. Since his damage is already sufficient, Jin Frey allocated all 45 points into his defense stat. Seeing my level and stats increase so much, I was truly very happy. This achievement was of course mainly thanks to that hidden equipment. I have to say, Ngo Kong's Mind's Eye skill is quite useful. Even just its 66 damage alone can help you break into a B-rank dungeon on the first continent. But that's not the true power of this weapon. Overall, with it in hand, Jin Frey has become an unstoppable force. Everything is going according to plan, and now it's time for him to level up on the way to the boss. Soon after, Jin Frey was surrounded by monsters in the dungeon, and they weren't ordinary monsters but level 23 black snakes, a mini-boss of the dungeon. The chance of facing 3 at once is less than 1%, yet now Jin Frey has fallen into that very predicament. He tries his best to attack. This kind of monster is indeed even more ferocious than in the game, but right after that, Jinfrey was also ambushed by 2 black snakes and almost bitten. He tried to calm himself down. Although the black snakes are very dangerous and there are 3 of them, he knows their attack patterns and their weakness as well. Jinfrey reassures himself, slows down a bit, regains his rhythm, and then charges again. He knew the only place he could cut through was the neck of this kind of monster, so if he aimed correctly, he could take it down with 1 strike. But this time, something unexpected happened. As Jinfrey charged forward to cut across the neck of 1 black snake, the other suddenly lunged out to block in front of him, protecting its fellow creature. Jinfrey was extremely surprised, not expecting such high intelligence in a monster. And the price for being momentarily distracted for just a second was a deep bite on his left shoulder. The sharp fangs of the black snake sank deep into Jinfrey's flesh, causing him intense pain. He grit his teeth, swung and Gokong, and cut off the head of the black snake attacking him. After defeating it, Jinfrey jumped straight to level 23, but his remaining health was only 8 hit points, in critical condition and needing to escape or heal immediately. In reality, the pain now is real. Jinfrey is truly hurting to the point of death, but luckily everything is still under his control. Earlier, by increasing your defense stat from 27 to 72 points, you secured a second chance for yourself. With this, when your HP bar is full, you definitely won't die from a single hit in the dungeon. And with that, the conditions were met, and Jinfrey unlocked Ngokong's 2nd level skill. The speed attribute skill of Jinfrey skyrocketed from 19 to 190 points. That is the effect of skill 2, which increases the user's speed tenfold, and only activates when their equipment is pushed to the brink of death. Reaching 190 speed points was a breakthrough that allowed Jinfrey to completely outmatch those 2 monsters, and he quickly finished them off with a single strike. Although it was a bit tough and his shoulders still hurt, luckily everything was going in the right direction. Jinfrey, with the aura of the protagonist and also a hacker gamer, how could he possibly die uselessly in the first dungeon? After defeating the remaining 2 black snakes, he successfully reached level 17, which was enough to face the boss. Jinfrey also calmly sat down under a large tree to rest. In this situation, he should usually heal first, but if he recovers HP, the 10 times speed boost will disappear. Jinfrey hesitated for a long time, feeling that he shouldn't waste this 10 times speed effect. Although fighting the boss with only 8 health points is extremely dangerous, he believes that with his experience and knowledge he will succeed. But I have to admit, taking hits to get seriously injured is no easy task. After resting enough, Jinfrey continued his journey. Before facing the boss for real, he still farmed a few more monsters. After defeating as many as 3 black snakes, the monsters here have become much easier to handle. With this steady level-up progress, Jinfrey is quite confident in his strength when the boss appears. But first, he needs to craft an item. The ingredients this time are water, thorny grass, sour berries, caterpillars, calcified leaves, blood flowers, and finally, hyreer seeds. All of these just to make a D-rank item, and he hasn't gathered enough of them yet. This makes Jinfrey feel very annoyed, but sitting here complaining won't help anything. Jinfrey has to get up and continue gathering ingredients before facing the boss. Luckily, everything is going quite smoothly. Jinfrey had almost gathered all 7 types of necessary ingredients. When he found the sour berries, he suddenly heard a voice that sounded familiar. "Hey, isn't that Jinfrey?" Jinfrey turned around and saw a very familiar face, and it turned out to be someone from the same village. And he's also a disgusting guy, as a proof he started criticizing you as soon as they met. Well, look at you, trying to become an adventurer too. Jinfrey is useless. This guy with the blonde hair is Julius, a guy who has been registered as an adventurer for 2 or 3 years, but still hangs around in sea-level dungeons. If you ask who's more useless, the answer definitely isn't Jinfrey. Julius looked at you, then at the pile of items in your hand. What's going on with all that stuff? Are you a craftsman? Wow, that's really fake. You can't even afford new gear. Julius, is he your friend? At this moment, the person next to Julius suddenly asked, "No, we just grew up in the same village." He replied, still adding that Jinfrey is the poorest guy in the village. "Don't say he's my friend. It's embarrassing." Julius kept bragging about Jinfrey's miserable fate as if it were a joke, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. Jinfrey felt that the worst misfortune of his day was meeting this guy. His father had died when he was young, and even now his sister was still bedridden with a sick mother. That's why I worked hard to become an adventurer and make a lot of money. Hey, are you listening? I'm telling your hero story now. Julius kept provoking and seemed to notice that Jinfrey's eyes looked a bit different than usual, so he started to threaten. What are you glaring at? Want a beating like before? As he spoke, he roughly grabbed your collar. Frey didn't react with anything too serious. He was just thinking about what to do with this bastard. But before he could figure it out, both Frey and Julius were startled by a very fierce roar. The boss appeared a bit earlier than Frey's expectations. The level 31 one-eyed demon is now standing in front of them. Julius immediately set aside his personal grudge because the most important thing now was to run for his life as fast as possible. Frey quickly realized something was wrong when the one-eyed demon was targeting Julius's friend, but he hadn't even had a chance to act before the monster struck fiercely. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere, almost scaring Julius to pee his pants. He fell backward, trembling all over. Even Frey is starting to feel tense. The level gap between them is too big, and the demon's eye's defense stats are very high, making it hard for him to deal damage. Its weapon is a giant wooden mallet, and just one hit would turn it to pieces. The danger is that the monster is now targeting Frey directly. He can dodge a few hits, but not forever, and the opponent's deadly eye skill leaves Frey no choice but to fight. With no other choice, he had to bring out Ngokong to fight. In an instant, the demon's one-eye attack launched. Thanks to understanding the opponent's movements and the X10 speed effect, Frey was able to barely dodge the attack and try to counterattack, which left Julius still sitting nearby, utterly amazed. He never thought that someone he always called a useless guy like Frey could fight one-on-one with a level C dungeon boss like this. As for Frey, he still hasn't found a breakthrough point more than anyone else. Frey knows that running around like this won't solve anything. He has to get closer. And so, the next time the demon's eye wielding a club swung down, Frey used it to climb higher. Seeing this, the demon's eye tried to catch him with its other hand, but Frey seized the opportunity, using the back of its hand as a springboard to leap up. This impressive jump accidentally caused Frey to momentarily slip out of the one-eyed demon's sight, and while it looked around to search for him, a gap was exposed at its neck. As he was falling, Frey aimed carefully and prepared to strike, but he only managed to make a tiny cut on its neck. Frey anticipated this. The level gap is too great for him to deal significant damage to the opponent. Moreover, fighting on the ground is not easy. When the one-eyed demon realizes he's been ambushed, he immediately goes berserk. The club in its hand swung wildly, forcing Frey to jump to the ground. He still fought hard, using his speed and agility in hopes of gradually draining the boss's health. Meanwhile, Julius could only hide and sneak around, feeling scared and constantly watching Frey's actions, wondering how he had changed so much in such a short time. Frey was still trying to keep up the fight, but his MP wasn't unlimited, and he was starting to tire. If this keeps up, even without landing a critical hit, you'll soon be exhausted. I have to quickly create that thing. Frey silently thought that he already had thorny grass, highly acidic berries, and fresh cornflowers. Now I need to find the remaining ingredients. Frey is pretty sure he can find them nearby. Right now, though, because of the constant attacks, he doesn't have much free time. Still, he keeps trying to observe. And finally, Frey discovered that the remaining ingredients were right next to where Julius was hiding. Without thinking any further, Frey sprinted straight toward it. Of course, the one-eyed demon would also come after him. Seeing that scene, Julius's heart nearly leapt out of his throat in fear. He still thinks Frey ran back here hoping to ask for help, but he hasn't even secured his own safety yet, so how could he save you? Of course, Frey didn't expect anything from this useless bastard. All he needed was a single ingredient right next to him. And finally, the last ingredient is water. Luckily, there is a pond nearby. Frey immediately rushed down there. Now that the 7 ingredients are complete, he quickly proceeded to fuse them together. What you created is an E-rank poison that causes poisoning and reduces health points each second. Are you stupid or what? The demon eye demon is completely immune to toxins, so even if you make it drink that, it won't keep its effect for long. Julius shouted, "This guy is truly useless and just talks a lot." Frey is a hacker, so how could he not know the basics Julius just mentioned? Because this poison vial isn't the final point. What you want to do is use black snake cerebrospinal fluid to fuse with this toxin. From there, Frey created a deadly potion with a D rarity level that causes severe poisoning and rapidly reduces health each second. What is this, an item that has been fused twice? Julius is surprised. He thought Frey was desperate and going crazy, but seeing how confident he looks, it seems everything is going according to plan. Now the only remaining step is to fuse this deadly potion with Ngokong, which surprises Julius even more. Because he originally thought Frey intended to use poison to assassinate the demon eye, but unexpectedly, he used it to enhance his weapon's attributes. When the entire process was finished, Frey couldn't hide his satisfied and contented expression. This is the true form of Ngokong. Holding this sword in hand, he's quite confident about the outcome of the fight. Just then, the poison eye demon arrived as well. Its roar nearly scared Julius into wetting his pants during the second round. "I've kept you waiting for a long time, the bulky fool. Now let's continue with the second match." Jin Frey confidently taunts his opponent. The movement of the poison eye demon remains clumsy and unrefined as always, only you are different. Or more precisely, the weapon in his hand is different. Wielding Ngo Kong with added poison attribute, Jin Frey's fighting spirit has also increased significantly. You rely on your speeded boost effect, constantly jumping around the poison eye demon to dazzle it. And like that, Jin Frey successfully approached from behind. This time, Ngo Kong's strike had a completely different effect from before. Jin Frey successfully inflicted a serious poison on it. The monster's HP will decrease with each step. Although the deadly poison was quickly neutralized by the demon eye, Jin Frey remains patient. If you want, you can keep attacking like this as many times as you want. It just keeps nullifying your attacks, and you keep attacking again. Then, it's just a repeated cycle of those two actions. Jin attacks. The one-eyed demon disables the deadly poison, then he attacks again, and it disables once more. In this cycle, its body still suffers from the toxin, even if only a little, but persistent rain wears down the stone. After a long time, the poison eye demon finally collapsed from the deadly toxin in Ngo Kong, and now you can finish it off with a final move. Jin Frey strikes precisely, stabbing directly into the enemy's single eye. The poison eye demon roars in pain. The decisive blow has been dealt, and it's clear who the winner is. Jin Frey lands softly. Even though that whole process exhausted you, luckily it was successful. Are you serious? Julius, still hiding in a corner, muttered to himself after witnessing everything that just happened. He couldn't believe that the person in front of him was still the Jin Frey he knew. Suddenly, Jin Frey turned around, startling Julius as he looked in his direction. Julius spun around and ran away, his thoughts racing. "Damn! Run fast or you'll fade away!" Jin Frey looks toward Julius, fleeing. He sighed in disappointment. Jin Frey raises his hand. The sword in his hand gradually disappears. Jin Frey sighs softly. "I don't know why, but it seems to be okay now." Switching states. An immediate status window appears showing Jin Frey's information and stats. Jin Frey looked at the status window and excitedly exclaimed, "My level has increased a bit." Jin Frey waved one hand and the surrounding information panels gradually disappeared. He shouted, "Forget about those support items for now." The equipment screen with gold coins appears, along with a system notification summarizing the rewards Jin Frey earned. Jin Frey smiles, clenching his fist, as a mental image of a great reward from conquering this area emerges. "I'll send this gold back to my mother." Jin Frey moves his finger across the status window. He mutters that one of the perks of playing alone is getting to keep all the rewards. Now it's time for the reward materials. An eye appears along with a list of items. Jin Frey's voice echoes. Here it is. Jin Frey forced a smile and closed the status window, whispering to himself, "Just ignore its appearance." Close. Jin Frey looks into the distance, his thoughts appearing on his face. With this, I have obtained one of the materials needed for the next hidden equipment. The scene shifts, and the environment changes to towering mountains surrounding a vast prairie. We're here. This area brings back so many memories. Jin Frey looks into the distance, his mind analyzing that the final goal of this game is to defeat the evil gods across all 7 continents, so the player must start with the first one on this continent. The image of a goddess statue appears in Jin Frey's mind. He thinks that to succeed, he needs to find the second hidden item there. Jin Frey looked at Ngo Kong in his hand, muttering to himself about overcoming the challenge at the fallen goddess statue. "I need the Eye of the Cyclops as another ingredient. That's why I came here." Suddenly, a pack of wolf-like monsters appeared nearby, all of them looking directly at Jin Frey. Jin Frey fights the monsters, his thoughts appearing. "I also need to sharpen my skills." After defeating all the enemies, Jin Frey steps forward. He silently thought that defeating all the evil gods and creating a peaceful place where no monsters exist anymore, the image of Jin Frey's family appeared in his mind. Then he thought about earning a lot of money and giving his family a better life. Jin Frey glances down subtly, thinking, "I also need to punish those villagers for looking down on me. I just need to become stronger." A sound announces Jin Frey leveling up as he wipes the bloodstain off his face. He smiles, thinking that with just this, he will have everything. Switching to a city scene, a voice announces, "Here are today's latest news from the Adventurers Guild." Yesterday, a new adventurer defeated 33 monsters at the baptism ceremony. This unprecedented achievement is now a hot topic of interest for the guild. The voice adds that, according to detailed information, the new adventurer's name is Jin Frey Vonner. Doi frowned and said, "Really?" Ma Fi ran his finger over the status window and exclaimed in amazement, 33 monsters. The villagers listen attentively to the voice, hearing that he is a young man with black hair and emerald eyes heading towards the town of beginnings. The announcement continues, now reporting on the excessive hunting of the phoenix bird species in the forest. The scene shifts back to the vast highlands, with scattered clouds drifting lazily across the sky. Suddenly, a sound echoes. Jean Frey appears, with a monster he just defeated on the ground. Carrying a cornstaff on his shoulder, he looks around and says, "That's strange. I've been searching for it all this time, but haven't seen a single one." In Jean Frey's mind, the feathers of the forest pheasant appear. His voice echoes, "I've collected many materials, but I still need the feathers of the forest pheasant." Jean Frey flicks his eyes to one side and says, even though the forest phoenix isn't exactly a rare species. The call of the forest phoenix suddenly echoes in Jean Frey's mind as a map appears before him. He thought that each continent had a total of 7 regions, 6 of which were ranked from F to A, and the 7th was where the S-rank evil god resided. The image of the forest kingfisher appeared in Jean Frey's mind, and his thoughts wavered. The highest occurrence rate of the forest sprite bird should be in the D-level area of the first continent. But Jin Frey looks up at the sky as Ngo Kong disappears from his hand. Jin Frey's voice sounds a bit helpless. "Well, there's no other choice. I guess I have to go back to the town first and gather some more information about it." The scene shifts, and time moves to midday, with warm sunlight shining down on a small town nestled in the forest. "I'm pretty sure there's a convenience store around here." Jean Frey approaches, placing his hand on the door handle when suddenly a scream comes from inside the house. "Hey, wait!" Inside, Sap appears with a bag on his shoulder. He laughs loudly. "Let's get out of here, guys." Sap and his gang step outside. Henry pushes Jean Frey aside. He angrily shouted, "Move aside, kid." Sap's group walked away, and he shouted excitedly, "We've got another big haul." Jean Frey watches Sap's group and wonders nervously, are they thieves or what? The scene shifts to Sap's group carrying the bags of stolen goods, running and laughing together. Far away, Sophia and Maria are taking a walk, and Sophia turns around in surprise when Sap shouts, "Come on, get out of the way!" The cowardly rats are about to strike, and he pushes Maria aside. The girl let out a cry and staggered back. Maria's whole body swayed. The girl fell down. Maria screamed in terror. Like a flash, Jean Frey suddenly rushed over and caught Maria before she fell. Jin Frey supports Maria with one hand, his eyes shifting towards Sap's group. His mind flashes with the thought that those guys are rushing forward quickly. He remained silent, his eyes fixed on Jin Frey. Sophia held Maria in her arms, gratefully saying to Jean Frey, "Thank you so much." Jin Frey turns to look at Maria and softly replies, "It's nothing." Sap's group gradually disappears into the distance. Sophia tries to comfort Maria, saying, "It's okay, my dear, you must be very scared." "Where did that person come from?" He angrily exclaimed, "Those damn mountain dogs." Jean Frey turned to look at Len. Jean Frey wondered. Lozen Mountain Dogs explained, "Yeah, they come from the Mountain Dog Guild, a group of thieves and poachers. This area has recently become their territory. My shop has been completely looted by them." Jin Frey looked at Lewin and exclaimed, "So these kinds of groups really exist?" He looked into the distance and continued, "It seems the recent bird hunting in the forest was also carried out by them." Jin Frey froze, his voice ringing out as a mysterious voice echoed, processing the information and feeling shocked at the same time. Jin Frey looked at the group that had just run away, and suddenly realized it was because of those guys. As he took off his head covering, he sighed softly. Whether they were ordinary people, women, or children, they didn't care at all. "It's really the worst of all. I guess I'll have to close the shop for a while." "Mountain Dog Guild, huh? It's really troublesome. An ordinary guild would gather adventurers with the same ideals." The image of Lukon and Sophia appears in Jean Frey's mind. He thinks to himself that although he doesn't want to get involved with a group like that, causing trouble for others is only 10% of his anger, while overdoing the forest bird hunting is 90%. Jin Frey is completely furious, mainly because of personal revenge. A fleeting thought crosses Jean Frey's mind, and suddenly he feels anger towards what the group is about to do. Jean Frey runs straight ahead, deciding to chase after them. The scene shifts to a narrow alley filled with old, piled-up belongings. Jean Frey appears, hiding behind a wall and watching into the alley, where members of the Mountain Dog Guild are chatting animatedly. Everything around is filled with the stolen goods. Sap holding a bottle of liquor, he laughs and says, "Looks like we've cleaned out almost everything from this shop." Henry stands facing Sap and replies, "Yes, the boss also said we should move out." Jean Frey silently observes the rival group, secretly thinking they are carrying a bunch of stolen goods. Now, where are the feathers of the forest kingfisher? Jean Frey looked around, but Sap's group still hadn't noticed his presence. Jean Frey suddenly stops and looks at a shelf with blue jars containing something inside. And inside, those jars are many feathers of the forest phoenix. Jean Frey's mind exclaimed over there. Jean Frey frowned. He realized that it was actually them who hunted this bird to the brink of extinction. Nearby, he was holding a bottle of alcohol and chatting with his teammate. By the way, have you seen the news about the new adventurer? The tall guy next to him replied loudly. What does the number 33 mean? That's hard to believe at all. Sap just heard it and shouted, Idiot, those guys are lying. It's all fake news. Someone's voice from Sap's group said, It must be right. Jean Frey hides behind the wall, wondering what to do as he hears nothing. They are too many. What should I do now? Suddenly, a voice speaks from behind Jean Frey. Hey, what are you doing here? Adrian appears behind Jean Frey, thinking to himself, Damn, this must be the thieves' disguise skill. I didn't even realize he was nearby. Jean Frey quickly raised both hands and explained, Oh, it's nothing, brother. I'm not a suspect. Adrian pointed his weapon at Jean Frey and interrupted, You're not suspicious, just lost. That's right, we just eliminated a spy from another guild and said a few similar things earlier, you know? Hearing what the enemy said, Jean Frey could only stay silent, his eyes shifting away as if to avoid answering. Adrian suddenly swung his weapon forward and started attacking Jean Frey. Jean Frey stepped back a few paces, successfully dodging the enemy's strike, his mind racing as he realized his attacks were too sudden. Jean Frey opens his palm and Ngo Kong appears. Jean Frey softly says, There's no other way. Adrian thrust his weapon forward. Jean Frey quickly dodged to the side. Jean Frey forcefully kicks Adrian's ankle, causing him to fall forward as he is pushed by Jean Frey. Jean Frey quickly strikes the back of Adrian's neck with the hilt of his sword. A loud noise echoes, drawing the attention of S and his gang. He wondered what that sound was as someone in S's group shouted upon seeing Jean Frey. Hey, is anyone there? Jean Frey was startled, thinking to himself, Oh no. Sap looks at Jean Frey and asks, What is this, another spy from a different guild? Jean Frey raises his hand and speaks to clarify. I didn't mean to cause trouble with you guys. I just need a few feathers from the forest phoenix bird. Jean Frey suddenly stopped, his eyes shifting to Ngo Kong in his hand. Looking towards S's group, he helplessly thought, no matter how I look at it, they'll think I caused this. He's really stupid. Henry looked down at the motionless Adrian and wondered, Is he dead? Sap stood next to Adrian for a while before suddenly shouting, Hey! This guy knocked out my men! Kill him! Jean Frey froze in place, worriedly thinking, Damn, this is so troublesome. Jean Frey suddenly spoke, telling Sap's group, If negotiation fails, I won't kill him, so I have to resort to force. Jean Frey clenched Ngo Kong and faced Sap's group, who were pointing weapons at him. Henry raises his sword and charges straight at Jean Frey. He shouts out, but Jean Frey calmly stands still, gently sidesteps and pushes Henry aside. Jean Frey swung Ngo Kong's handle forcefully at Henry's face, causing him to cry out in pain. Jean Frey moved backward, raising Ngo Kong above his head. Henry bowed his head, clutching his mouth to stop the blood from flowing out. Henry screamed in pain, and he cut my nose. Hey, buddy. I was just hitting with the handle of the knife. Why are you overreacting? You scared those guys. Nearby, members of the Mountain Dog Guild became somewhat cautious. They stepped back a few paces. Jean Frey rubbed his face and muttered to himself, Facing a guild like this means I have to deal with multiple enemies at once. What a hassle. From behind, Nathan suddenly charged forward, raising his weapon and shouting, Die, you bastard! Nathan swung his weapon toward Jean Frey, but he quickly ducked and narrowly avoided the attack. Jean Frey immediately stood up, then kicked Nathan hard in the stomach, causing him to stumble backward. Nathan tried to regain his footing, raised his spear, and charged toward Jean Frey. Jean Frey raises one hand, firmly gripping Nathan's spear, then turns around, switches hands, and delivers a powerful punch to Nathan's stomach. A notification appears, causing Jean Frey to startle slightly. You have just delivered a fatal blow, and the Mind's Eye skill has been activated. Nathan, clutching his stomach, rolling on the ground in pain. Jean Frey raised a hand and softly said, Sorry, it must hurt a lot. The god of Y raised his axe high and charged at Jean Frey. He shouted, This damn bastard! Egad swung his weapon forward. Jean Frey immediately sat down, successfully dodging the attack. Jean Frey spun Ngo Kong around and drove its tip into Jan's chin. Jean Frey's strike stunned Eaton, who let out a pained cry. Jean Frey slings Ngo Kong onto his shoulder and whispers, Don't misunderstand. I don't want to fight with you guys. The members of the Mountain Dog Guild are completely defeated. Jean Frey lifts Ngo Kong and continues, saying, You reap what you sow. Suddenly, Sap appears behind Jean Frey, his voice softly echoing. Now, Realizing Lam Vu might have noticed the enemy's presence, Jin Frey widened his eyes and froze for a moment. Jin Frey immediately turned around, and their strikes clashed, the sound of metal hitting metal ringing out. Jin Frey uses No Kong to block Sap's sword, a mischievous smile spreading across his face. Sap chuckles softly, his voice full of sarcasm. The rear guard is too careless. Little Jin Frey looks at Sap in front of him, his thoughts appearing. Then he uses Hidden Spirit. The image of Sap stealing from Lucan flashes in Jin Frey's mind. Suddenly, he realizes this guy is the same one from before. Jin Frey and Sap step back from each other, taking a few paces away while keeping their eyes fixed on each other. Sap raises his sword and smiles as he introduces himself. "I'm the vice leader of this guild, Samawo. You've at least heard this name before, right?" Jin Frey calmly replied. "I've only heard it for the first time. Your mind is full of confusion. Does that guy not feel embarrassed to introduce himself with that name?" Sap becomes angry and shouts, There are some things you shouldn't just blurt out like that." Sap clenched his sword and charged at Jin Frey. He shouted, "I remember now. You're the one who bumped into us in the city, right? We should have taken you out right away." Jin Frey caught Sap's blows and asked, "Your weapon's a bit weak, huh? Aren't you a thief?" Sap chuckled softly and replied, "Keep blabbering all you want, kid. Even you look like you know how to fight." Sap continues to attack Jin Frey repeatedly, he guesses, but probably only got that weapon by luck. Sap keeps attacking Jin Frey, his voice ringing out. Maybe sometimes that's true. We're all professional adventurers with proper jobs, right? Sap chuckled softly, concluding that tools are just for show. What really needs polishing are your skills, you know? Really? All right then. As soon as he finished speaking, Sap struck his sword down forcefully, but Jin Frey quickly stepped back to dodge the attack. SSS strike shattered the ground into pieces. He continued, "You're just a rookie. Just by looking at your weapon, I can tell you're new." Sap points at Jin Frey and deduces, "You got that armor from the tutorial when choosing the craftsman, didn't you?" Jin Frey remains silent. "You listen to everything S says, but the weapons in your hands clearly look like rare items." Jin Frey frowns, showing his displeasure, and S's voice echoes, "It's because of that you dare to swagger and be so arrogant." Sap raises his hand forward, summoning many weapons, arrogantly saying, "Looks like this is your first time fighting a warrior." Sap summons sharp swords, pointing them at Jin Frey. Sap gently flicked his hand. Dozens of swords sped towards Jin Frey. Jin Frey stood calmly, waving his hand to dispel all the incoming blades. When adventurers fight each other, if you reveal your profession to your opponent, you'll be at a disadvantage right away. Sap smiled and continued, as if he had caught Jin Frey off guard. "You're a craftsman, right? Your only skill is crafting, so I just need to pay attention to your sword movements. But what about you? Since you don't know anything about my profession, you can't guess what kind of skills I will use." Jin Frey looked at S and calmly replied, "You're a thief, right? The only profession that can wield the power of theft is a thief," he almost shouted in anger. "What?" Sap clenched his sword and explained, "What are you talking about? I'm a summoner," Jin Frey exclaimed. "Oh, I feel a bit sorry for him now." The image of Ingo Kong being robbed of his power flashes through Jin Frey's mind. He ponders, "But I need to see if he has truly learned the skill of theft. If he uses his power to steal Ingo Kong away, it would be a big problem. Jin Frey, Ingo Kong, make your move," and his mind is already making a firm decision. "Let's handle this quickly." Without saying a word, Jin Frey grabs Ingo Kong and charges straight toward S. Jin Frey keeps his eyes fixed on the opponent, raising Ingo Kong in preparation to attack. Suddenly, from behind Jin Frey, where did Mar suddenly appear? Jin Frey turned around quickly, startled and unable to anticipate what was happening. "What is this?" Len and Ma both grab their weapons and charge at Jin Frey simultaneously. His mind realizes they are also using stealth. Len swings his sword fiercely at Jin Frey, who spins into the air, one hand pressing against the ground to keep balance. Jin Frey dodged the attack, crouched down, and retreated backward, still holding onto the ground. Suddenly, Jin Frey rushes towards Sap, spinning Gokong's blade to attack him. Gokong's hilt plunges straight into Sap's lower abdomen. A sound rings out, striking straight. A notification appears announcing that Jin Frey has just delivered a fatal blow to Sap, who stands silently. His whole body seemed completely immobile. Sap screamed in pain, his shout so loud that the windows of the surrounding houses shattered into pieces. About to lose consciousness completely, he approaches and calls the vice captain. M nearby also anxiously shouts, "Vice Captain, please wake up!" M told Len that he was unconscious now. Len looked down at S, who was shouting for the submaster. Jin Frey raised his hand to apologize, apologizing for the second time and even landing a critical hit. Jeffrey gently lowered his head, sighed, and then spoke. Now Jine Frey steps behind Un and Mar, speaking with a determined tone, as if the outcome is already sealed, about to be completely knocked out on the ground. Jine Frey's voice echoes, warning those who don't want to face the same fate. Jine Frey raises no Kong, his sharp eyes glaring at N and M, warning them as he demands Vu from me, holding his sword in one hand and pointing it at the two terrified men sitting on the floor. If you don't want to end up like that, the boy hesitates before looking directly at the two of them and firmly says, "Then quickly give me Lam Vu." The two of them were extremely panicked when they heard Lam Vu. "Huh, did you just say Lam Vu?" Then one of them promised, "Of course, we will bring him here." Meanwhile, far away, Adrian and Henry were approaching, and that was him. Henry's voice still echoed. "He's the one who hit our people. He must be on the enemy's side." Meanwhile, those two are secretly thinking, "Thank God he brought more people." Seeing the two in the distance, Jin Frey frowns and laments, "Oh my God, they keep bringing more and more like ants." The four of them quickly surrounded you, trapping you in the middle of the circle. Adrian clenched his weapon and said, "You dare to threaten the Mountain Dog Gang, kid." Henry frowned and asked again, "Are you guys just calling us here to fight this one guy?" Suddenly, Henry shouted loudly, as if he had just realized something, when he saw the vice president lying there. Everyone turned their attention to where the vice president was sprawled on the floor amidst Henry's loud cry. "Vice President, what's going on?" There was no response from Sap, and he remained there motionless. Seeing that, Henry confidently said, "He's unconscious." Seeing this unexpected scene, Adrian asked in amazement, "Did that kid really beat the vice president?" Henry looked incredulous. He kept denying, "No way, this is the vice president, maybe he just drank a little too much." Adrian replied, "So he beat the vice president while drunk? What a coward." Hearing their noisy discussion, I secretly thought of his arrogance. "I am the vice president, Masuo." Jin Frey sighs. "Actually, he's not really drunk, but that guy is definitely delusional about his own strength." Suddenly a voice rang out, "What's all the noise about?" That statement made everyone turn around to look. The figures of the three men gradually became clear, led by a burly man. They were slowly approaching Jinfrey. The tall, muscular man is Du Masuo, the leader of the Mountain Dog Guild. He glanced at Jinfrey briefly, saw Du and the Mountain Dog Guild crowd rushing over, shouting greetings. "Leader! Guildmaster!" The gang members quickly approached him, pointing at Jine Frey and whispering. Jinfrey calmly slung the No Kong sword onto his shoulder, contemplating the crowd, realizing he was the leader of this gang. Probably this guy is Duaso. On Du's side, he suspiciously asked, "Did someone come and cause trouble for our gang?" The quick-witted subordinate replied, "Yes, sir, that's correct." The subordinate gestured towards the fallen figure in front of Jine Frey and said, "Look, even the vice president has been defeated." Du's eyes gradually darkened, his lips pressed tightly together as he narrowed his eyes and stared directly at Jine Frey, deep in thought. You also didn't back down, standing there silently, when suddenly Du put his hands in his pockets and laughed loudly. "That must be a member of our gang. Hey, kid, which gang are you from?" "I work alone. I'm not part of any gang." Surprised by the response, he eagerly asked again, as if he couldn't believe it. "Did you really do all this alone?" Jin Frey calmly replied, "Yes." And after hearing that, he just laughed, one hand on his forehead, constantly saying he understood. Du's eyes sparkled. Teen Don suggested, "I like you. I'll let you join my gang." Unbelieving of what he just heard, you stand there dazed, with a blank face and utter, "Huh?" as if a flock of birds just flew by. The underlings, like Jin Frey, didn't expect this situation and quickly surrounded Du to stop him. The leader, but he still insisted, "Usually I would beat him up for messing with our gang." At this point, he chuckled, excitedly saying, "But he defeated the vice president. He's pretty skilled, so I'll let you join the gang." Seeing you still standing still, he happily put his arm around your shoulder and asked, "What's wrong, buddy? Aren't you so happy you can't even speak? Come on, why don't we go have a few drinks?" Jinfrey now stands still, his face stiff, and quietly says, "I refuse." In front of Du's astonished surprise, he brushed off the arm resting on his shoulder and said seriously, "I only need Lam Vu. Deep down, I also want to get revenge for the grocery store owner and that girl. And I add, who would want to join your damn gang?" Under Jine Frey's insistence, "Quickly bring me Lam Vu." The faces of the gang members darkened. "Are you kidding me? Did you just say that? Aren't you scared yet?" I reply softly. "That's right. Your guild is just trash that only bullies the weak. Truly a den of scum." His words seem to infuriate Du, who suddenly jumps up, raises his axe high, aiming at you. The axe swiftly comes down with a loud explosion, and the floor cracks into pieces. Fortunately, that attack missed Jin Frey, and he quickly dodged to the side. He lifted his axe away from the pit of debris he had just created on the floor. Du's eyes widened, veins bulging, and with a half-smile he said, "All right, I've reconsidered." He pointed in front of Jine Frey and asserted, "This is the first time I've met someone so weak. I will beat you up and turn you into a slave, kid." Jine Frey pretended not to hear. He sank into his own thoughts. The strength of these attacks suggests he's not just a thief. Taking advantage of Jine Frey's unpreparedness, he quickly strikes him down. Luckily, you dodged the attack quickly. Not stopping there, Du swiftly launched the next strike, charging straight at Jine Frey. You also didn't sit still and take the hits. Jine Frey quickly jumped away, avoiding all of his attacks. He looked up at Du, silently considering that it would be really troublesome if he used his skills. I should defeat him before that happens. Thinking this, Jine Frey clenched his Nyokong sword and charged at Du like a missile. You only see him crouching down, narrowly avoiding the sharp attack that just whizzed past his head. Kuchi gently dodges the strike, causing Du to gape in shock and amazement. Not giving him time to react, Jine Frey immediately launches a swift, deadly sword strike, slicing past Du's body and aiming at his side as he grits his teeth and thinks, "Is it attacking with the flat side of its weapon? The arrogant bastard." But Du also remembered that its attacks are really strong, so I should avoid direct assaults from it. Jine Frey turned his head to look behind him where he was standing and thought to himself, "This guy is tough." Du's face darkened at this moment. He thought for a moment, then spoke. Sheathing his weapon. The weapon in his hand gradually faded and disappeared before Jine Frey's eyes. You think it's really confusing, then wonder to yourself, did he really put away his weapon? After a long pause, Jine Frey seems to realize, oh, I see, it turns out his profession is duel fighting. Du's body suddenly bulged with muscles. The system panel appeared, showing a duel skill, hidden ability, and doubled stamina for 3 minutes after sheathed weapon. The henchman cheered excitedly, shouting, "This is it! The leader's duel skill." Seeing Du's physique and skill, Jine Frey realizes he is a vice warrior. Without wasting time, he clenches his fist and punches directly at Jine Frey. The fist shot forward like an arrow, only a few centimeters away from Jine Frey's calm and handsome face. A loud bang echoed as he quickly tilted his body to the side, forcing Du to punch into the wall. A drop of sweat rolled down Jine Frey's cheek as he silently marveled that a fist fighter like him would explode if hit by one of Du's punches. Du then spun around and threw a punch from above, aiming straight at him. He clenched his fists tightly, rushing forward fiercely and shouting loudly, "Die, you bastard!" Jine Frey's face remains calm and serious, sword clenched tightly as he prepares to counter. Du rushes forward like an arrow, mouth wide open, shouting in anger, "Go to hell, brat." Suddenly, his voice fell silent as the notification appeared under Jine Frey's sword. You delivered the a fatal blow. Du could do nothing but widen his eyes and open his mouth in pain. Ugh! The notification appeared. The three-eyed skill was activated. The henchmen stared in disbelief, mouths agape, filled with questions. Looking at Du lying face down motionless on the floor, the crowd shouted in excitement and fear. The leader, the gang members were both terrified and discussing. He has defeated our leader. Hey, now that I think about it, isn't he the adventurer the news was talking about? Watching Jine Frey stretch and sigh in the distance, those guys kept talking. That's right, a man with black hair and blue eyes. Looking closely at Jine Frey's face, matching the rumors. Black hair, blue eyes. Their hearts are filled with panic as they realize the truth and secretly shout, "He's the one, it can't be wrong, he's Jine Frey with blue eyes." You stand there with your hands on your hips, watching the crowd discuss you, without knowing what to say. Cutting through the noise of their chatter, Jine Frey speaks up. Before you could finish your sentence, your followers all scrambled to run away, leaving Jine Frey stunned. "Hey," you muttered suspiciously. "How do they know my name, and why do they always ignore their leader?" Turning around and walking in the opposite direction, Jine Frey stroked his head and thought, whatever, just go find Lam Vu and return the treasure in the warehouse to the shop. In a place where the sound of flowing water echoes, the system notes the B-level dungeon, and Jine Frey walks toward the cave entrance, silently comparing the recent boss fight to the one with the one-eyed demon, noting the differences. The system sounds, confirming that you have defeated the beast. You have defeated the level 35 boss, earning experience points. Jine Frey put his hands in his pockets and walked step by step toward the high-standing angel goddess statue. He stopped in front of the statue, silently gazing to the side. The goddess statue has one eye broken, and her hands are clasped as if praying. Jine Frey quietly expresses himself. "I remember you." The fallen goddess. He looked up, thinking to himself that if he could figure out the mechanism of this goddess statue, he would unlock the second hidden gear. All he saw was Jin Frey raising his hand, quickly revealing a feather and an eye. "It's time for our reunion," Jin Frey whispers, gazing intently at the statue. A person with keen intuition can tell that the key lies in the eyes of this statue. He clenched the eye in his hand, placing it into the left eye socket of the statue, and thought to himself that only a few people noticed that the one-eyed demon's eye could fit into the left socket. Then Jin Frey took out the feather and held it up to the wings. "I am contemplating, but as far as I know, no one is aware of the gap between the wings behind her back that is only the size of a feather. The feather seems to have a spirit, suddenly shining brightly in the clear sky." The notification sound rings out, fulfilling the wish of the fallen goddess statue. Then a beam of light emanates from behind the statue, illuminating the entire sky. Tears quietly fell from one eye of the goddess statue into the golden cup, and the system announced that the fallen goddess was shedding tears of joy. Suddenly, a golden circle appeared floating above the cup, and the sound reappeared, revealing the hidden equipment. Next, a notification board filled with text appeared. "So, this is the information for the equipment called Lucifer's Radiance." Holding the gold ring in his hand, Jin Frey casually said, "No wonder it's so hard to obtain with such a function." Then he looked up, calmly gazing at the goddess statue for a long time. A smug expression appeared on Jin Frey's face. Jin Frey pursed his lips and smiled. "I will make good use of the Lucifer aura, goddess." The goddess statue above still clasped her hands in prayer, standing silently there. A voice calls out, "Quickly equip it now." Immediately, the ring floats up and hovers over Jin Frey's head. He turned and walked away, muttering to himself, "I look like some kind of soul or spirit with this. Oh man, I don't want to stand out too much." Anyway, I don't think anyone would mistake this for a broken device just by looking at its shape. Jin Frey rolled his eyes, clenched his fist, and smiled confidently. "Now I have obtained Lucifer's aura. S-rank dungeon. I am coming." The cool blue sky shifts to a shot of a grand building. Jin Frey furrows his brows, sweat dripping down his face, cursing that monkey. In the S-rank dungeon, the fiery mountain, towering volcanoes erupt with furious lava, which is why there are important precautions. Because of its dangerous nature, only groups of 7 or more are allowed to enter the dungeon. The junior is confused, scratching his head and thinking as there are no current recruitment notices. The display shows the important points to note. When you defeat the boss hidden in the S-rank dungeon, the entire dungeon will disappear. But after some time, it will randomly reappear in a different location within the same continent. When you defeat the #1 demon god, you will receive a title that allows you to go to the second continent. Seeing that, Jin Frey quietly bowed his head, secretly wishing to reach the next continent as soon as possible. Suddenly, 2 people from another group started making noise. "Hey, look, that's Freena's team. Oh, I've never seen them this close before." That noise quickly caught Jin Frey's attention. He subtly glanced with his blue eyes and saw a blonde-haired girl sitting upright. Among the men, he quietly asked himself in his mind, "Fire mage, right?" The girl with blonde hair is Freena Asbury, 23 years old, level 45, and a mage. Yit, is he level masla. Lucifer's gold ring on Jin Frey's head spun around and beeped to remind him. He stood there listening. The system recorded. The one red thought skill was activated. And looking at Freya, thanks to the ring he knew, he sensed Freya's desire to fight the S-rank dungeon as soon as possible. However, the problem she's facing is a lack of members. Knowing her thoughts, Jin Frey chuckled softly, secretly thinking that Lucifer's brilliance is useful right away. Over with Freya, she and her group are discussing. "Fire mage, are you sure about that?" One of them replied, "Yeah, let's disband for today." A pair of black shoes appear from afar near Freya and interrupt the conversation. "Sorry." Jin Frey, the kind of person who steps forward, points to himself and confidently says, "I want to join everyone else. It seems like they could use some help." Everyone fell silent, focusing on the ring above his head and forgetting to respond. Jin Frey had never been so desperate. He closed his eyes in helplessness and thought, "Damn it, I don't even need to use my skills to know what they just thought of me." The crowd asked again, "What did you say?" After discussing, we agreed to give up for today. If you need teammates, go ask someone else. Looking at him, Jin Frey, through the Lucifer ring, realizes you have felt compassion. He is worried about his injured teammate who is currently in the hospital. You purse your lips and realize, so that's it. One of them got injured, so they don't have enough people. Then Jin Frey quietly looked at Freena and said, "I want to hear the captain's opinion." Jin Frey continued speaking, appearing a bit worried. "Do you know? Do you have urgent business to attend to in the S-rank dungeon?" She lowered her head and sighed. The notification sounded, revealing her concern that Freyna was worried about her father. A rogue has not returned from the S-rank dungeon for over a month. He silently thought, I see. So she's worried about her father. Freya's lips pressed tightly together as she looked at Damchu with a fixed, unfocused gaze. Another notification appeared, making Jin Frey wonder if he sensed another worry. Without waiting for the alert to sound, he quickly kicked it away. Amidst the surprise and questions from many, he closed his eyes, cleared his throat softly, and said, I'm sorry for not introducing myself. My name is Jin Frey, and I want to enter the S-rank dungeon as soon as possible. Hearing Jin Frey introduce himself, Freya wondered to herself, I've heard that name somewhere before. And Atho behind was shocked. If that really was Jin Frey, then the others must also be panicking and talking. Isn't he the person mentioned in the news report? The murmurs continued non-stop. The one who defeated 33 monsters at Thantei Altar. This frail-looking guy is him? No way. I must be mistaken. Standing aside and listening to all that, Jin Frey closed his eyes, feeling embarrassed. Oh, I just got the news? That's amazing. That system really reveals everything, especially private details. But there's something strange about him, like he can read my mind. But I'm not easily influenced by news or anything, and the truth is, he has a charisma that no recent adventurer possesses. She looked at you and continued to think that it was as if you had gone through a lot. I have that feeling. The notification sound rang out. You felt the amazement. Freyna's strange amazement at your presence fills him with joy. Oh, I think I'm about to succeed. After a moment of thought, Fren said, I understand. I allow you to join our team. A red cloak fluttered in the air with a swishing sound. She stood up and led the way, reminding him softly, but if you're useless, we'll leave you behind. His blue eyes sparkled as he looked back, thinking to himself, everything is going so well. Thanks to Lucifer's aura, I finally made it into the S-rank dungeon. Jinfrey's group gradually entered the S-rank dungeon area, with Mount Ni leading the way. He wondered if he really was the vanguard, the most dangerous spot in an emergency. That captain is really ruthless, but also defends herself, though it's not a big deal. Freyna's team behind is discussing whether that guy and the team are really okay. I'm not sure I can trust him, Freyna replied indifferently. It's okay, as long as he's useful if needed, he can be my bait. After saying that, she looked up at Jinfrey's back, leading the way. Confidently. Moving forward. Up there, Atho approached him and asked, Are you really the person from that news report? Hearing that, Jinfrey hesitated and answered awkwardly. Yeah, probably so. Even though I'm wondering inside, I've never heard that news report before. You sense unease. Atho's distrust makes Jinfrey marvel and sigh from the bottom of his heart. He's suspicious. Sidric suddenly shouted at Atho from behind. He must be lying. Looking at him, doesn't he seem strong? He even has a halo ring of an angel on his head. Jane Fraser's mind is really unstable. I want to cry, blood inside. Please don't poke at the sore spot anymore. Even though it looks like that, it actually helps. Suddenly, Than issued a warning. Skill 2, magic perception has been activated. An unknown source of magic energy has been detected moving. Upon receiving the alert, Jin Frey deduces that the monsters near the summit are rushing down here at the same time. Could it be that he turns back and shouts loudly to everyone to use defensive skills to protect everyone? Hearing your shout, Kree stood there dazed and confused, only able to watch as you called out, Huh? Despite Jin Frey's urging, hurry up, the volcano is about to erupt. He furrowed his brows in frustration at Jin Frey's words. Listen up, you. Before Crick could finish speaking, the volcano in the distance erupted violently, rocks and debris flying everywhere. Amidst that chaos, he was still hesitating and questioning, making Jin Frey impatiently remind him to be careful and take cover. Hundreds of volcanic rocks are falling straight down where their group is standing, and Sidric raises both hands, clenches his teeth, and huffs as he braces himself, secretly thinking that an invisible net seems to be woven to shield everyone from the volcano's attack. Freya's face darkened, suddenly raising her voice to command. Everyone, wait here. Then she lowered her weapon to the ground, serious as she pondered. After a moment, Frenna raises her weapon, places her other hand on it, and mutters the Fire Sky Stone technique. A quick formation appears beneath her feet, forming a giant fireball above her head. Freyna raises her weapon high, closes her eyes, and points it straight at the sky. As she moves her weapon, the giant fireball shoots up rapidly, tearing through the wind. The scorching heat of the fireball quickly burned the rocks falling from the volcano. Jin Frey, standing behind her, watched the entire scene unfold. His mischievous face appears clearly, whispering in his mind, Fire Mage. She uses fire magic to vaporize the rocks. Suddenly, cracks appear one after another under their feet. A large crack is spreading toward them, causing panic and confusion. Is the ground splitting apart? At Atho, something suddenly happened, and he shouted loudly. Everyone looked over and saw his body falling into a deep abyss created by the crack, causing everyone to panic and scream his name. Atho doesn't let him fall. A slender hand reaches out and grabs his wrist. Jane Frey is the one saving him. He is holding onto her wrist to keep her body suspended over the edge of the crack, while his other hand on the ground is also cracking loudly. Stone! Seeing that, you grit your teeth, roll your eyes, and mutter, "Damn it!" Then the two of them fell into the deep abyss. As everyone watched in amazement, they plummeted at a rapid speed, and Jane Frey only felt that it was over for him, too deep to feel pain as he had expected. They both fell onto something white, round, and bouncy. It turned out they had landed on the back of a level 38 fluffy beast. Jin Frey leans back on his hands, sighs, and says, "I got lucky with the cotton fall, probably thanks to my luck plus 100 from the aura." Hearing a strange noise, the cottonfall growls sharply, squints with signs of anger, and turns to glare. You seem to sense it, muttering to yourself and telling Atho, "Hey, let's jump down." As soon as you land, the two of you face Roybong head-on. It is very angry right now. Staring at Roybong, Jin Frey reminds him, this monster absorbs contact force and uses that force to counterattack. The impact from my fall earlier will probably be amplified several times. Be careful. Atho replies with a short knife in hand. No need to tell me. The ground and rocks seem to shake as a powerful energy rushes toward us. You shout that it's an attack. In front, a flower falls and flaps its wings, opening its mouth with two pairs of fangs, shouting loudly at the two people. Someone's footsteps stomp heavily on the ground, sparks flying from their feet as they dash away in another direction. Jin Frey rushes to Atho, wrapping one arm around his waist and pushing him away from the attack. He falls flat on the ground, grimacing in pain and lying there exhausted. Jin Frey, holding a sword in front of him, calls out behind, "I told you to be careful. If you don't want to die, stay still." Atho no longer tries to get up, sitting silently on the ground, while Jane Frey faces the falling flower in front of him. Sitting there, Atho looked up at the dents on the cliff face, secretly amazed. He felt lucky that he wasn't pushed away at that moment, or he might have been shattered like that cliff. Watching the cotton-falling monster, Atho pondered. A normal monster with such destructive power. So this is an S-rank battlefield? Over at Jane Frey, he swung his sword lightly but decisively at the falling cotton. That scene happened in a flash, and seeing the monster lying motionless made Atho feel confused. What just happened? Then he looked up at Jane Frey, thinking he defeated it with a single strike. Returning to Freyna's group, the sensing array was being activated, and she was standing at the edge of the crack, raising her hand to focus on controlling the formation. Sidric behind her anxiously asked, "Do you see anything?" Freyna, holding the jade-adorned string, with a face as cold as ice, spoke first. Atho is still alive. Remembering the dangerous scene back then, she couldn't help but admire Jane Frey for risking his life to save Atho. Moreover, Freyna also remembered that he sensed the explosion earlier than everyone else. The others, hearing this, rejoiced and suggested that we should also go down. Freyna said no to stop her. Under everyone's watchful eyes, she continued to explain that searching for Atho would only waste her energy before fighting the demon god. My goal is to defeat the demon god and bring peace to the continent, even if only temporarily, and we are all heading towards that peak. Freyna said these words calmly with a composed gaze. Just keep going, and we will meet them again. She didn't forget to remind. Don't worry, Atho is my younger brother. I personally teach him. As she moved forward, Freyna silently hoped to reach the top of the mountain safely. Atho also wished for her father's safety. Go back to Jin Frey's place. So that captain is your sister? You think he's also looking for his father? After thinking it through, Jin Frey said, "Are you calm now? Let's keep going." Atho was stunned, raising her hand to point upward. "Where are you going?" "The demon god is on the mountaintop." Hearing him mention the demon god, Jin Frey advised, "You think you can fight the demon god at your level? You won't survive." Hearing those words, Atho couldn't help feeling conflicted. He clenched his lips and thought, what did Jin Frey say? I'll go hunting down there for a bit. He's feeling really uneasy inside right now. The analysis system shows that Atho is feeling conflicted. Atho also wants to become stronger. Knowing what he's thinking, I advise him, if you want to get stronger, come with me. Atho's face suddenly turned strange, his eyes almost glued together, forcing an awkward smile. After a while, standing among a flock of blazing firebirds, he silently wondered if this was just a little hunt of his. Atho and Jane Frey are surrounded by burning firebirds. The system keeps notifying that the fire phoenixes are leveling up continuously. Atho looks around, thinking that our level dropped a bit earlier. If it were a VS1, we might still have a chance. But fighting against a crowd like this, Atho hadn't even finished thinking of a way to deal with it when he suddenly saw Jinfrey draw his weapon. Jinfrey swings his sword at the firebirds, defeating them instantly without giving them a chance to counterattack. He continues to strike repeatedly. Thuatang rushes forward, cutting down countless firebirds in just a few strikes. Atho watches Jinfrey showcase his power, surprised and thinking he's too strong. Before he could finish thinking, Atho heard a loud noise beside him and turned to see a firebird rushing toward him, spewing fire in his direction. He quickly dodged. Relying on his agility, Atho successfully evaded the attack and immediately drew his weapon from the air. The giant firebird is still soaring above Atho's head, who is holding his dagger and ready to defend himself. Suddenly, the firebird charges rapidly towards Atho, attacking him with great ferocity. Atho realizes the seriousness of the situation and immediately pulls out his bow and arrow, thinking he can't let it get any closer. Atho aims at the firebird, ready to shoot. He thinks he will shoot it as it approaches him. Then with a thud, Atho's arrow hit the Huadu's head precisely, causing it to fall straight to the ground. Luckily, he managed to shoot them before they got close. Atho wipes the sweat from his brow. He looked at the result and said, "Don't underestimate me. I won't lose a 1-versus-1 fight." Only then did Atho realize who her companion was. He was stunned. That's right. And what about him? Then Atho saw Jinfrey sitting among the charred bird corpses and couldn't help but be surprised. Wait a minute. Oh, Jinfrey is eating a chicken leg. He turned to look at Atho and asked, "Are you done?" Atho stared blankly at Jinfrey, wondering if he was eating the items that had fallen. Jinfrey still thoughtfully looked at Atho as if asking if he wanted to try one. The system notification says the fire core bird meat is of rare quality. It tastes like fried chicken. You can just eat it as is, but reheating it will make it tastier. Meanwhile, Atho looked at Jinfrey with a contemptuous gaze, as if asking what he was doing. Jinfrey was stared at intently, panicking and thinking, "Damn it, I ate too quickly, but I need to eat 50 of them to get the popcorn." The system suddenly announced that a large amount of mana was approaching this way. Jinfrey, feeling a bit helpless, was eating chicken drumsticks and thinking to himself about having chosen the wrong timing, when suddenly a huge pair of legs stepped in between them, cutting off their conversation. It is a level 45 fire beast. It is enormous and surrounded by flames. Its tongue is flicking out, its long tail with sharp, incredibly tough scales. The giant fire beast is roaring. It aggressively swung its tail toward Atho, and Atho, unable to react in time, was hit and pushed back to the cliff. Jinfrey panicked. He asked Atho, "Are you okay?" Atho frowns. He feels a bit overwhelmed in front of Jinfrey. Atho quickly replied, "I'm fine." Jinfrey paid no attention. "I will handle this. Go hide somewhere safe." It clenched its teeth, drool flowing out, looking like it was desperately craving the prey in front of it. Jinfrey smiled and said, "So you're mocking me? Are you also having a stomach ache? You're moving pretty slowly. Did you just finish eating?" The fire beast trembled all over. It seems Jinfrey guessed the situation correctly. He thought, "Oh, it's about to vomit." As soon as Jinfrey finished thinking, the fire beast suddenly vomited everything from its stomach. In the vomit of the fire beast, there was a whole white skeleton hidden among it. Seeing the bones, Jinfrey was not panicked. He silently thought, "A pile of human bones just as I imagined." At this moment, Atho has regained consciousness. He stood up and looked towards Jinfrey and the fire spirit. But Atho's face looked strange, his eyes wide open, appearing terrified at what he saw in front of him. Jinfrey frowns and dismissively says, "Let's quickly finish everything before we both vomit again." The fire spirit, provoked by Jinfrey's words, becomes furious and flames burst from its head. But at this moment, Atho, standing behind, looked at what was left and sorrowfully said, "Dad, that sword and those clothes." The system notification indicates that you feel a heart full of hatred. Atho intends to kill the fire spirit. Jinfrey is surprised. What is he thinking? Atho, filled with rage, his face dark with deadly intent, growled angrily, "You're definitely going to die." Atho, holding a knife in both hands, is filled with hatred inside. He rushes quickly toward the fire spirit. He shouted, "Revenge for my father!" The fire beast was drawn by Atho's scream and immediately turned back towards him from Jinfrey. Jinfrey on this side watched Atho risking his life and shouted in panic to stop him. "Hey, wait! Stop right now!" The demon fire only needed to attack with its tail to make Atho drop his weapon. Atho is no match for the fire demon. He was knocked far away without being able to fight back. But despite getting hit like that, he's still got a lot of bravado. He said he would tear you to pieces. The fire beast heard it and seemed even more agitated. The fire beast rushes quickly toward Atho. Jinfrey immediately rushes from this side to push Atho down to the ground. You control Atho. Jinfrey is furious and shouts out in anger. Are you kidding? I already told you to stop. Blinded by hatred, Atho angrily falls silent and says, "Let me out now." Jinfrey refuses to back down. If you scold Atho, you'll really die. Kihua isn't something you can fight alone. Atho couldn't hear what Jinfrey was saying and shouted, "So what? Let go of me now." Jinfrey is angry. He wants to wake Atho up. "Can't you calm down a little? What will happen to the rest of your family if you end your life here?" Atho was startled upon hearing these words, as if he had regained consciousness. Jinfrey tries to remind Atho, "You know, right? That thing is not something you can defeat on your own." Atho understands that. But he is still very stubborn. "Of course I know that. But what do I have to do to get it right?" Atho tears up. He is utterly helpless and in pain because he lost his father, that monster. "My father." The system immediately reminded Jinfrey. You can feel the anger. Atho feels furious about her own weakness. Atho's hand clenched tightly, and upon seeing his pain, Jinfrey gently let go. Jinfrey stands up, turns around, and gently says to Atho, "I'm sorry for shouting like that." Jinfrey pauses for a moment. Atho seems to have regained his composure. He immediately heard Jinfrey call his name. Atho. Jinfrey turned around and asked, "Atho, so your profession is a hunter, right? Then you can use battle cry, 'What do you currently have in your inventory?'" Atho, after hearing that, wondered a bit in his mind, still not fully understanding Jinfrey's intention. He then calmly said to Jinfrey, "Do some herbs for bow and feather recovery drop." "Why do I have this in my item stash?" Jinfrey praised upon hearing that. "That comes from the hunter's hidden ability. It seems you have some good items here." Atho asked unexpectedly, "Hidden ability?" Jinfrey immediately shared his plan. "We'll talk about that later. Listen carefully, I have a plan." Jinfrey seems very confident. "You tell Atho if everything goes well, we will beat it." Jinfrey says seriously, quietly to Atho, "Remember to follow my instructions." Atho doesn't reply, but he secretly thinks about the plan to defeat the fire demon. An opponent as strong as the fire demon and a plan to beat it carried out by just the two of them. Atho frowns, feeling extremely worried because he still doesn't believe in his own abilities. On the other side, the demon fire beast is still staring intently at the two of them. It still hasn't moved at all. Jinfrey, with a calm expression, confidently says, "Charge for me." Atho also trusted and followed suit. "Okay." Atho immediately opened his mouth and took a breath, gathering his strength to start powering up Jinfrey. Atho raises her hand, lifts her face, and recites the spell. "Oh, spirits dwelling in my sword, rise up with all your strength and lead this young man to victory." Then Atho pushes his power into Jinfrey's body to activate his skills. Atho shouts the battle cry. Immediately, Jinfrey is surrounded by lightning bolts. System notification, you have received the class skill battle cry. Jinfrey will be full of vitality for the next 5 minutes. Their strength and speed will increase by 30%. The fire spirit watched this scene, puzzled because it still didn't know what Jinfrey and Atho were planning to do. Atho immediately takes out his item as Jinfrey requested. He hands it to Jinfrey and says, "Here, the cotton-like feather you asked for." Jinfrey took it and said, "Thanks. The battle ritual has really helped my stomach feel much better. Now, let's follow the plan." Then Jinfrey swiftly moved forward like lightning. A confident look of someone sure of victory appears on his face. The fire beast roars, flames blazing, and charges into battle. Jinfrey, small before the massive and fierce fire beast, but he remains undeterred. He raises his sword, silently assessing and analyzing that this monster has an enormous amount of HP, so attacking it usually requires many players working together to wear it down. Jinfrey keeps slashing repeatedly at the creature, which is unable to fight back under the relentless assault. After Jinfrey's attacks, the fire beast appears to be seriously wounded. The system reports that the mutated fire beast has been heavily poisoned. Jinfrey saw the result he hoped for. He let out a faint breath, knowing he had used Nyo Kong's poison on it. Suddenly, a sharp arrow sped straight toward the fire beast. Jinfrey thought to himself, and the arrow hit its target. It pierced straight into the head of the fire beast, causing it to scream in pain. Jinfrey looked back. Atho is drawing his bow in our direction. Jinfrey smiles with satisfaction. "You were right. Its weakness is right between its eyebrows." After shooting that arrow, he stood there in disbelief, unable to believe he had done it. Atho draws his bow, secretly thinking that close combat would be very difficult against them, so it's fortunate that he's here. After that, Atho fires another arrow, seizing the opportunity to charge forward. On this side, Jin Frey quickly lured the fire Keelan to attack him. It opened its mouth wide as if to bite Jin Frey. The fire beast went berserk, roaring non-stop, its massive tail whipping repeatedly at various spots, as countless arrows struck its head, causing it to cry out in pain. Jin Frey frowned and subtly glanced back. A Tho is still attacking the fire beast. Jin Frey confidently says, "Here it comes." It was hit with a series of consecutive blows. The fire spirit roared with all its might, in pain and fury. System notification of berserk state. All stats of the mutated fire beast have increased by 30%. A Tho had to pause her attack because the fury of the fire beast had stirred up strong winds. A Tho gently wiped her face. Does he think this is its berserk state? Even from here, I can still clearly feel each wave of heat. Jin Frey didn't hesitate, rushing straight towards the fire spirit without fear, silently assessing as he charged in. All of the stats of the fire beast in its berserk state will be increased. Jin Frey grabs the feathered fur that A Tho gave him. It seems this is exactly your plan. Jin Frey is taking everything as expected. He silently thought and decided to turn this into an advantage for himself. The fire demon still has a lot of strength left. It opens its huge mouth to reveal sharp iron teeth and a long tongue, using its tail to block the front as Jin Frey attacks with lightning. Jin Frey grabs the falling feather and cotton ball. He smiles triumphantly, ready to finish. Jin Frey continues to attack, secretly analyzing that in a frenzy, its weaknesses also change. First at the forehead, now A Tho raises his bow higher, aiming to continue the attack. After shooting, A Tho releases his grip, and the arrow soars through the air. As he fires, he thinks about the front leg. As expected, A Tho's arrow hit the front leg of the fire beast. Jin Frey immediately took the opportunity to slash directly at its front leg. The system announces that the mind's eye has been activated, and at that moment, the fire beast roars in pain. Jin Frey moves swiftly, repeatedly slashing all over the fire beast's body. He silently thought that just a little more. The leg of the fire beast seemed to be injured, and the flames on its leg were also gradually weakening. A Tho seemed to have realized something, so he suddenly stopped and pondered for a moment. A Tho and Jin Frey both look towards the fire demon, whose body seems to be losing strength. Jin Frey bravely stands right in front of it. The eyes of the fire beast gently closed as Jin Frey observed and silently evaluated it. He thought the flames surrounding its body were gradually weakening. Jin Frey knew this was a sign that it was entering a state of weakness, but it could still recover HP by using the buttons to control the surrounding flames. As expected, after just a few minutes, the fire spirit recovered, and the system announced its recovery status. The mutated fire spirit is restoring its HP. Tho was very surprised the first time he saw this scene. He immediately thought, healing itself? It's indeed a monster. Tho immediately began drawing his bow. He secretly judged that if he couldn't defeat it within 5 minutes, the battle effect would disappear. He had to kill it quickly before the recovery process was complete. Tho draws the bow and quickly tries to take it down. Tho shouts, "Jin Frey, I am ready!" The fire spirit stands tall before Jin Frey, but he remains completely fearless. Hearing Tho's certainty, Jin Frey feels a surge of strength. Jin Frey confidently replied, "All right," and then said to the fiery beast, "Let's end this, you divine creature." The lizard also understood Jin Frey's challenge and didn't hesitate to rush towards him. After being revived, the fire dragon was even more aggressive than before. Jin Frey risked everything to taunt the fire beast, forcing it to open its mouth by striking its throat and provoking it repeatedly. Your plan is about to succeed. The fire beast is dazed and dizzy, hit in the throat, forcing it to open its mouth. Jin Frey immediately took out the tuft of fur. Seeing that it had opened its mouth, Jin Frey knew. "It's right now." Jin Frey didn't hesitate and threw the tuft of fur into the air, shouting loudly as he did, "Don't miss your shot, Tho." The tuft of fur thrown into the air is close to the mouth of the fire beast. Tho draws his bow, aiming directly at the tuft of fur and the beast's mouth. Tho, with a sharp gaze, confidently responds to Jin Frey. Not at all. As soon as he finished speaking, Tho's arrow was shot out, swiftly flying forward directly toward the tuft of wool that Jin Frey had just thrown into the air. Then it pierced through the fluffy wool bundle at lightning speed, and Tho's arrow, carrying the wool, rushed straight into the fire spirit's mouth. It growled loudly and stopped attacking the two of them, seeming like the arrow and the tuft of wool were starting to work. Tho hesitated, noticing that the fire beast showed no reaction, so he was a bit suspicious. Huh? Did it fail? But Jin Frey reacts differently from Tho. He ignored Tho's question and started counting. 3. Then Jin Frey looked at the fire creature in front of him and continued counting. And finally, Jane Frey are extremely confident. It seems they are sure of the success of this plan. Jane Frey counts to 1. Just as he finishes, the entire body of the fire beast swells up, and it begins to react inside its mouth. Boom! The giant head of the fire beast shattered into pieces. The cotton-like feathers now act like a bomb, small but highly destructive. Jinfei understands that these feathers can absorb an attack and retaliate with 3 times the original strength. At this moment, the system displays the content again, and the effects of the battle's impact have also disappeared. You have escaped the stomach ache caused by the intense activity after 5 minutes of movement. Jane Frey breathes a sigh of relief, thinking he was right at the right moment. The giant fiery creature's legs begin to lift off the ground. A loud crash as the giant fire beast collapsed to the ground, its heavy body hitting the surface. System notification. You have defeated the mutated wyvern. You have received FB. Jane Frey sighs in relief and softly says, "Objective completed." Jane Frey and Otho stand high above. Both of them fell into silence after defeating the fire demon. Ao quietly looked ahead. Jane Frey also understood his mood at this moment and said nothing. Suddenly, Jane Frey remembered something. The Lucifer glow was still on his head and decided to tell the system to remove it. Suddenly, a group of people approached from behind, and the girl at the front called out to Otho. Otho recognized the people coming and couldn't hide his joy as he called out to her. "Everyone from Freena's wizard team and their allies arrived," she asked with concern. "Are you okay?" But then she saw the sword in Otho's hand. Freya asked, "Otho, that sword." Otho trembled slightly, feeling heartbroken as he softly told Freya, "It's my father's." Otho trembles, his whole body radiating pain. "I found it inside Kaihua's stomach, along with his clothes." Freyna hugs little Otho in her arms, comforting and soothing him with her embrace. Freyna gently told Otho, "You're safe now." "Otho, you've done everything you could." Otho tears up in her arms and bitterly says it wasn't him, it was Jane Frey. Freyna was a bit surprised to hear Otho say that. She looked at Jane Frey with some suspicion, and Wasum asked again. The whole group of Freyna and Otho looked towards Jane Frey but saw him sitting on the ground picking something up. Everyone saw Jane Frey trying to pick up the stones on the ground, but no one understood what was happening. Watching this scene, they silently realized the issue and whispered to each other, "Is that guy?" Jane Frey bowed his head, his face filled with sadness as he mourned the loss of Atho's father. Maxwell and everyone else also knelt down to pick up the stones. He said, "I will help." Freyna was moved to tears. The 2 sisters looked in that direction together. She said it was a grave. Seeing the stone monument standing in front along with the familiar sword, Freyna silently wishes her rest in peace. "Father." Then the 2 sisters kneel in front of the newly erected tombstone. Frey and Atho silently pray. Jane Frey stands afar, watching the group kneeling before the grave. He said nothing. Jane Frey remained silent. You also mourn this loss and empathize with Frey and her sister. Watching Atho and Frey kneeling before their father's grave, Jane Frey suddenly recalls his own situation. The familiar call of my mother from the past echoes in my mind as I remember the moment when the 2 brothers, Jane Frey, were playing inside the house, and suddenly she called out loudly. Your mother rushes into the house from outside and loudly calls out to your father. Then Khan and his brother hurriedly ask their mother. Your mother is crying uncontrollably while holding her face, suddenly interrupted by a sudden thought. Someone is calling your name, Jane Frey. Frey and everyone else go over to him. She gently said, I want to express my gratitude for Atho and my father. Thank you. Jane Frey humbly said, I didn't do much either. Atho's survival is thanks to his abilities. He never avoids reality. He patted his chest and said, I am not a fool who doesn't understand my own abilities. From defeating that fire demon to still being alive, it's all thanks to you. Jin Frey Atho recalls Jane Frey's fight just now, saying those rumors have diminished his strength, but in reality, he's much stronger. So it turns out it really is him. Jane Frey turns around, not wanting to hear any more comforting words. He says, I've had enough now, and I want everyone to know that the culprit behind this is up on that peak. Looking at that volcano, Jane Frey said, the Demon King can control the monsters on this continent. Freyna Hamber's face darkened, and she said with a hateful tone, I will make it turn to dust. The group then climbed to the top of the mountain, with Freyna leading with authority. On the way, countless monsters rushed out to attack. Sidric drew his sword to fight them. Freya gently uses her flames to burn the monsters rushing toward her, while Jin Frey casually eats a chicken drumstick and fights off the creatures. After all the hardships along the way, everyone finally reached the summit of Mount An. Everyone was alert and looking around. One of them asked, Where is it? Suddenly, a loud noise startled Otto and Sidric. The volcano erupted unexpectedly, and everyone stepped back, extremely alert. Everyone looked in the direction. Cedric, panicked, startled, asked, "Is that a giant three-headed monster emerging from the recently erupted volcano?" This is the Hamber Rose 50 trait, a scorching heat wave. The Hamber Rose roars loudly, with its three heads howling simultaneously, tripling the noise. Everyone was deafened and even stunned by this terrible roar. Cedric covered his ears, unable to believe such a roar could exist. Freya also covered her ears, feeling this roar was just too unbearable. But Freya only thought the pressure was too much. The Hamber Rose roared and then looked at everyone, asking, "Are you here to die? Humans?" Jinfrey calmly told everyone, "Fall back. Its first attack will be the breast attack." "What are you so panicked about?" Freya quietly observes the angry, growling Hamber Rose and assesses the situation. After assessing the situation, Freya immediately ordered everyone to retreat from this area. Upon receiving the command, everyone obeyed without hesitation and withdrew all at once. But when Freya looked again, she still saw Jinfrey standing still. Freya shouted, "What are you still doing there? Move out!" But Jinfrey only turned his head to look, as if immune to the roar of the monster in front of him. The Hamber Rose suddenly moved, one of its three heads spewing a blazing fire directly at Jinfrey. Cedric quickly created a shield to protect everyone from the intense heat. He struggled to speak, even though the waves still crashed around him. Atho suddenly realized that his companion was standing in front of him. He shouted, "Jinfrey! The Hamber Rose has stopped spitting fire, and the thick smoke is gradually clearing." The Hamber Roses take turns speaking sarcastically. Since they can't escape, they want to face us head-on. With this heat, even its treasure might be gone. You foolish human. Everything suddenly fell silent as the smoke cleared and everyone could see more clearly. Everyone felt worried. Marcel couldn't hold back and cursed, "Damn it, he really is." Hamber Rose was feeling proud, but suddenly one of the three heads sensed something unusual. The smoke dispersed, revealing a familiar figure. Jinfrey stands still there, while Hamber Rose looks bewildered. It was extremely panicked to see Jinfrey still alive. It wondered, how is this possible? Jinfrey's face is a bit dirty, but he's very confident, only about the size of a heater. The fire resistance effect from the fire core bird's flesh has been activated. Hamber Rose now masked its surprise with an amused expression. It looked at Jinfrey and said, "Interesting." Jinfrey smiles and says, "You are not afraid." Jinfrey further challenges, "Your proof is not enough to make me sweat a single drop." Everyone was surprised. No one expected Jinfrey to have such great strength. Atho happily called out to Jinfrey. Freya opened her eyes wide, surprised and thinking to herself how. Unless he has fire resistance, that last hit would have melted him instantly. Jinfrey is recalling the earlier scene, the meat and that stomach pain, truly deserved. After absorbing 50 pieces of fire spirit meat, I can resist fire for 5 minutes. Then I thought again, but it can't completely nullify damage, so my HP still decreases. At this moment, the system alert shows a critical condition. Jinfrey quickly makes a decision. Now he can activate his speed boost. Jin quickly took a familiar weapon from his inventory. H-Bear Rose happily watched as his opponent showed great resilience. It said, "At least this human seems tough. Looks like we can have some fun this time." H-Bear Rose said, then started launching an attack. Jinfrey's surroundings are changing as H-Bear Rose raises both of its clawed hands and roars even louder. The loud sound waves are heading towards Jinfrey. The system alerts that the Demon King H-Bear Rose has activated the intense heat wave. Everyone was caught off guard and ambushed. The heat wave is attacking head-on. Atho covers his face with his hand, feeling the intense heat all around him. Atho asks, "What is this?" Notification system. Due to the intense heat wave effect, you are in a burning, disadvantageous state. The burning effect will cause you to lose HP every second. Jinfrey is surprised. Burning. Freya quickly reacts and shouts, "Get behind the big rocks, everyone. This heat wave will destroy everyone's equipment." After everyone has taken cover, Freya quietly calculates that even though their gear is specialized for the volcano dungeon, it can be taken out with just one skill. That monster made everything useless. Freya finished her calculations, but she still couldn't understand. But even Atho, who has seen Jinfrey's strength, still can't believe it. How can he still withstand this? Jinfrey smirks and taunts, and then the fight begins. "You useless dog, the fire resistance attribute system has nullified the burn effect." H-Bear Rose ignores Jinfrey's provocation. It says, "It seems you're very different from those humans, but don't be too proud because you can withstand this heat." H-Bear Rose immediately burst into flames. It says, "I will show you that your arrogance is useless." Amber Rose disappeared instantly, sinking into the blazing flames of the volcano's magma. Everyone stepped away from the hiding rock. Maxwell wondered as it sank into the lava. What is going on? Jin Frey did not respond. He just lightly held out his Ngokong sword, ready to fight. Jin Frey takes a fighting stance, completely confident and fearless. He looks at the boiling lava and quietly thinks that based on what he remembers about its attack pattern, this time it might be sudden. At this moment, Amber Rose suddenly rushes up from below, its massive, sharp claw pointed straight at Jin Frey's face. Jin Frey realizes it now. Seeing the claws and the immense power of Amber Rose, he knows this is its ultimate move. Everyone hiding behind the rock is also affected by this attack. The ground trembled. Frey frowned. She was a bit surprised by Amber Rose's power. Frey silently marvels. Too fast. Amber Rose watches Jin Frey block her ultimate move using only Ngokong. It's a bit impressive. You can actually block it. Interesting. Amber Rose evaluates Jin Frey. You have to admit it, human. You've piqued my interest. Amber Rose then leaps out of the volcano's mouth. It charged at Jin Frey, looking incredibly fierce. Amber Rose looked at Jin Frey and said with a very arrogant tone, "You should feel honored. Now I will play with you." Then from the blazing lava below, Amber Rose moved swiftly, soaring up into the air. Amber Rose was unseen, but its voice could still be heard. "Humans, can you withstand this time?" Frina said in surprise. "Does its trap come from underground?" Atho anxiously calls out, "Hey, Jin Frey, what are you doing?" Jin Frey, even hearing these words, remains standing like a statue, showing no reaction. Atho looks closer and is surprised. He doesn't understand. Is he closing his eyes? Suddenly, the Amber Rose unexpectedly burrows up from the ground behind everyone and leaps into the air. Amber Rose suddenly appeared behind Jin Frey, raising its large clawed hand to grab him. Iora and Freyna on this side are extremely panicked. Both of them are caught off guard by this surprise. But Jin Frey at this moment dodged the attack perfectly. He said, "Magic sensing." Everyone was surprised. They couldn't believe how Jin Frey managed to dodge Amber Rose. Even Amber Rose itself couldn't believe it, because it was confident it would catch Jin Frey easily. At this moment, the Lucifer aura above Jin Frey's head is shining brighter. System notification. Lucifer aura enhances the two sensing magic skills of explorers and monsters within a 5-kilometer radius. Amber Rose was very surprised and had to admit that your intuition is really good. No intuition, I just know your movements as clearly as the back of my hand. Amber Rose sensed Jin Frey's smugness and said, "Don't be arrogant just because of luck," then sank into the flowing lava and disappeared. Amber Rose called out, "Don't think luck is always on your side. You got away this time, but next time might be different. How much longer do we have to keep playing this endless game of cat and mouse?" Jin Frey begins to feel angry. "How much longer do we have to keep playing this cat and mouse game?" he scolded Amber Rose, then shut his mouth and stood up. Jin Frey begins to calculate, using magic sensing to find it, then plans to take advantage of the rapid effect to counterattack. "You need to focus. Remember, I've done this a million times before." Suddenly, from behind you, the ground rises up again. Is Amber Rose continuing with the same old trick? Atho is hiding over here, panicking and shouting. Behind Amber Rose, the ground bulges up again, and it tries to claw at Jin Frey. But it has to be surprised again. Amber Rose looked ahead in panic. It searches for Jin Frey, but it has disappeared. From above, Jin Frey leaps down onto Amber Rose's head. Amber Rose looked up at the sky in panic. Jin Frey raised Ngokong high and suddenly jumped down without any warning. Jin Frey strikes a clean blow straight into Amber Rose's body. It didn't have time to react, and by the time it realized what was happening, it was caught off guard. Amber Rose could only manage to gasp, "What?" Jin Frey waves his hand and asks Amber Rose, "Now answer me, little pup." Jin Frey stands tall, looking down on Amber Rose with contempt, thinking, "I can't be beaten, right?" Amber Rose was ambushed. It roared in fury, showing its outrage. Everyone on this side was amazed by Jin Frey's performance. Wow! Amber Rose is unharmed, and it's even more provocative. Just one hit and it's already talking nonstop, huh? Humans are so stupid. We won't let you stop us from completing our mission. Jin Frey wondered silently after hearing that. The mission? I don't think I've ever heard of this one before. Saying that, Amber Rose continued to dive down into the molten lava. Jin Frey is angry, once again losing his temper. He quickly dismisses his wandering thoughts. He calmed down, but thinking now was useless. Instead, he should focus on this battle. Then the Amber Rose rose back up. It roars loudly as it gets closer to Jin Frey, but Jin Frey doesn't wait for it to strike. He slashes directly at Amber Rose. Jin Frey has driven it crazy. The attack just now worked. The system notifies you have successfully dealt a critical hit. The Mind's Eye skill has been activated successfully. Amber Rose was surprised. Does this human really have the ability to see our attacks? As for Giant Frey, he smiled contentedly. Perfect, not only causing critical damage. The system reminds Amber Rose that it has been poisoned. Its HP will decrease with each step. Amber Rose only just managed to react now. Poison? I didn't expect you to cheat like that, it said angrily. Why do you care about that? Anyone who wants to defeat you knows you can't resist poison. Giant Frey smiled and targeted the enemy's weakness. So what if she did? Isn't that the point of a battle? Everyone on this side was amazed, and Sidric couldn't help but comment. Too strong. Freyna was just as surprised. She thought many teams had been defeated by this monster, but he was able to fight it alone. After successfully provoking it, Jin Frey then called it a stupid dog. Amber Rose, what are you so angry about? Jin Frey calmly replies, keep inhaling my dust. With the poison's effect, you'll be dead in about 5 minutes. As he finished speaking, the surroundings trembled. Because Amber Rose had successfully been provoked, it roared fiercely and said, I will tear you into pieces. The heat wave caused by Amber Rose affected everyone around. Atho realizes the problem and says, we can't get any closer now. At this moment, her sister shouts, hurry up and retreat. This heat wave is growing stronger. Freyna quickly makes a decision. Everyone move further away. Atho wipes his face and mutters, damn it, I can't even face it. Jin Frey stands calmly in front of Amber Rose, unharmed by its heat wave. Amber Rose, feeling humiliated, spits fire at Jin Frey's body. A fire-breathing head and the other 2 heads of Amber Rose are searching for something. But after that intense flame, Giant Frey remains unharmed. Stay safe and don't worry. Giant Frey doesn't quite understand. Aren't you thinking that's its first attack move? When playing games, there's nothing like this. Amber Rose immediately retorted, you're an inferior human. You must have done something to predict my attack. So what? You're about to lose, so you're just trying to find a way to save yourself? Amber Rose, hearing this, becomes even angrier and starts unleashing another attack. Even if you know my attack in advance, can you really withstand it? And the other head of Amber Rose taunts, can it be attacked by all 3 of us? Jin Frey, upon hearing that, seemed to realize Amber Rose's intention. They planned to split into 3, and everyone watched the battle from afar. Though seems a bit suspicious, huh? From a 3-headed Amber Rose, now it has become 3. How are they dividing? Jin Frey is surprised, silently cursing in the game, there's no such thing, just, let me go. Amber Rose jumps up again. What are they trying to do? This was beyond Jin Frey's expectations. The 3 Amber Roses jumped back into the lava again. Giant Frey thought again, really, that's great. I secretly calculate that they've figured out my weakness. Even though I knew where they would attack from, I can't fight all 3 at once. In the flowing lava, Amber Rose said, you will be the first to die. Humanity. A Amber Rose suddenly appears behind Giant Frey. Giant Frey is contemplating while looking at the system display showing his health. He thinks his HP is too low right now. Luckily, he's still fast. I can't risk getting hit. Giant Frey narrowly dodges Amber Rose's attack, but his body is in danger. Amber Rose charges again. Jin Frey thought to himself that even in this situation, with low health and facing 3 Amber Roses, he still remained confident. That's what truly made it exciting. Amber Rose said again, I was very happy, humanity. But don't worry, I will make sure those burdens will go down to hell with you so you won't feel lonely. Jin Frey starts to breathe heavily. He is considering his current situation. Amber Rose suddenly shot up from the ground and shouted, this is the end. Amber Rose opens its mouth wide, trying to bite Giant Frey's entire body. You are completely surprised. Suddenly, a streak of ice shoots across. A voice echoes, Han Bing. A pair of legs appears. Even fighting 3 seems a bit unfair, doesn't it? Demon King. Freyna saved Giant Frey's life. She said, I also don't like being called a burden. Amber Rose was fiercely aggressive. It looked at Freyna and cursed her as a nuisance. Amber Rose growled. It shifted its target to Freyna, then you die first. But Jin Frey used Ngo Gong to cut off Hero Rose's head as he charged at Frey. His head was sliced away by Giant Frey, and his tongue hadn't even had time to retract. Amber Rose's head fell to the ground near Group AO's hiding spot, causing everyone to panic. Giant Frey looked exhausted, as if he had run out of strength. He told Freya, now let's wipe the blood from the corner of your mouth. He said, let's finish quickly, only 2 left. The system announces the activation of the active skill, Mind's Eye. You have defeated the Demon King Aberos the right head. Thoroughly delighted, she looked at you and softly said, all right. After the fierce battle, Jin Frey gasped heavily, exhausted. Freya was tense behind him. A sudden thought flashes through your mind, only 2 left. The monster roars in furious rage. "How dare you kill my brother!" It charged straight at him with murderous intent and savage power. "I will tear you apart." At that moment, Frey and she simultaneously cast powerful magic to fight against it. You're surprised and ask, "Can you use ice magic?" Frina honestly responds, "Well, I'm better at fire magic. My ice magic is just okay for now." "And what about its electric shocks? Can she handle being so close like this?" She seriously explains, "I used BF to remove the burning effect, but it didn't last long either." He clenched his fists and said determinedly, "Just a little more." He poured all his strength into holding back as Frey struggled to fend off the monster's attack. He shouted to activate his skill, unleashing a fierce burst of power immediately. The flash didn't miss the chance, and Frey quickly counterattacked it with a powerful strike. He gathered all his strength and pushed off the ground, then charged from behind to support her at the crucial moment. Freya was stunned and exclaimed, "What?" The system continues to announce the activation of the active skill, Mind's Eye. A robotic voice confirms your victory. You have defeated the Demon King Hbaros. Left head. Looking at the result, Frey silently thought that thanks to the poison, she was able to defeat it quite easily. Your gaze is fixed ahead, calculating, so there's only one left. Frey turned to her and said, "It should be fine now. Hide yourself." She nodded and replied, "All right." Freya looked at him and continued, "But let me do what I can." She raised her hand to activate her magic, Sunfire. The system immediately displays the effect. Buff, Solar Fire has been activated. Your attack power will increase for 3 minutes. Your fire resistance will also increase, stacking with other effects. You wonder in surprise, is my fire resistance stat continuing to rise? Yes, Freyna explained, and according to the conditions of this spell, if the buff is still active, I also won't be able to use magic. She smiled softly and turned to walk away. For now, this is all I can do. Good luck. Hearing that, Frey also responded with a polite smile. Thank you, fire mage lady. Deep in the darkness. Inside, Hamber Rose is sitting slumped beneath the stone mountain. It screams in hatred. Damn it, I never thought we would end up like this because of a lowly human. You annoying bastards! Wait for me to recover, and I will tear you to pieces. You coldly mock. How much longer do you plan to stay down there, lazy dog? Have you gotten bored of playing hide-and-seek with me? Frey swoops down from the sky with overwhelming momentum, a mocking smile clearly on his face as he looks at it. The monster screamed in panic. What the? I'm inside the volcano right now. It continues to growl angrily. How can someone as insignificant as you? Frey subtly signaled, adopting a commanding stance. Stop talking, you dog. The truth is so obvious that it leaves him completely stunned. No way. You swing your sword, eyes coldly staring fiercely at the deadly monster. In the final moment, it thought that even a demon king like me would die at the hands of a human. The ground trembled violently as the volcano suddenly erupted with lava. Sidric looked ahead and shouted in panic, "Is it erupting?" Freya suddenly realized something important, causing her eyes to change immediately. No, that's Atho frantically calling out for Frey. Amidst the scorching lava, Frey struggles to climb up from the volcano. Everyone quickly rushed over, anxiously asking, Frey, are you okay? Sidric hesitated before confirming. Is it over? Marcel shouted loudly. Someone bring the medicine quickly, hurry up. He exhaled softly and said, Yes, it's all over. Tho still can't believe it. So you really killed the Demon King? Frey nodded in confirmation. That's right. He choked back tears and spoke. Her sister smiled softly and replied, Freya gazed into the distance and spoke. Now our father can rest in peace. The system announced. You have defeated the level 50 Demon King Hbaros. You have received your reward, and if you can't hide your joy? That's wonderful. Frey quickly calculates in his mind 800,000 gold is amazing. I'm sure my mother will be very happy to receive this amount of money. The system records the rewards. The reward includes 800,000 gold, the Hambos Claw with rarity S, and the Hbaros Fang with rarity A. Next page. A loot notification board appears in front of me. Frey silently thought that although the claw and fang were valuable and rare items, what he truly wanted was what Frina suddenly said with emotion. Frey, I don't know how to thank you anymore. Though sincerely added, if it weren't for you, we wouldn't have survived. Maybe we won't even reach the top of the mountain. He bows his head on behalf of everyone and says sincerely, I thank you all. You quickly waved your hand and replied, Why all of a sudden so formal? From the beginning, wasn't all of this just my effort? She laughed and said we were clearly just following you, but somehow it counts as a joint battle. I even received materials dropped by the Demon King. Jinfrey honestly said, I would say you deserve that reward. He smiled and added, that bump is really great, thank you. Freya thought to herself that maybe he would still win, even without the corn, but she hesitated and said, I want to give you a few more items to show my gratitude. But the highest quality item I received, Freya shyly continued, it's just a B-grade fire crystal. Jinfrey thought in amazement, a fire crystal? He was secretly amazed when he heard her say that, then exclaimed in shock, it's it. That statement stunned Frina. Then Jinfrey quickly suggested, do you want to trade that fire crystal for my claw? Frina surprisingly repeated the exchange. Cedric froze in surprise and turned around. Did he just say claws? Atho stared in shock. An S-rank item? Frina nodded slightly and replied, all right. The system announced the new location of the central town of the first continent, Rubajin. She said goodbye seriously. We will return to our town to handle my father's funeral. See you again sometime. Next time we meet, I will definitely be stronger than you. And thank you so much for everything. Jinfrey looked at him for a long time before softly smiling and replying, I'm really looking forward to it. In his heart, he felt relieved thinking that he finally obtained the Firestone, the material he needed from the first continent mostly, thanks to his past life memories, but I am also very grateful to the people I have met. Jinfrey continued planning, I've sent money home so I should move on to the next destination. As the system continues to confirm the journey from the first continent to the second, a passerby whispers, is that guy the one who defeated the Demon King? Someone else immediately objected, there's no way they could see his equipment. That's beginner gear for craftsmen. He nodded and replied, I suppose so. The system confirms the title. Confirm the title of the first Demon King Slayer. Do you want to go to the second continent? Yes, no. Without hesitation, he immediately stepped into the teleportation circle in front of him. Passers-by gasped in surprise. Damn it, he just teleported away, and someone waved their hand and said, no, it's just an illusion. You saw it wrong. The system announced a new area, the central city of the second continent, the Prison of Desire. Jinfrey took a deep breath and whispered, all right, we're here. The system immediately reminded him, you have a missed call from Amelia. Jinfrey was surprised, wondering what was going on. What's wrong with her? Amelia's voice echoes through the device. Hello, brother. I immediately asked, what's going on? Amelia responded sharply, what do you want to ask? Do you realize how much money you've sent home? Where are you now and what are you doing? She asked anxiously. You're not involved with those scam gangs, are you? Jinfrey replied briefly. No, I quickly thought to myself, that's right. I kept the fake exploration secret from both my mom and her. I don't want to make them worry. Amelia anxiously called again. Hey, are you listening? Jinfrey smiled reassuringly, and his second mother said, don't worry, I haven't done anything illegal. She hesitated and replied, if you say so. Amelia's voice grew deeper. I know. Lately my mother's condition has worsened. He was stunned and asked again, what do you mean? After ending the call with her, Jinfrey sat idly on a public bench. His heart heavy with worry, he knew he needed more money for treatment as soon as possible. A familiar image suddenly appeared in his mind, causing Jinfrey to whisper one word, Mom. Nearby, M whispered excitedly to his friend. Look at the Rach Zach auction, Ben asked curiously. Is this a rare item? He pointed at the display. Look at this. High-level fairy tears. The familiar name makes Jinfrey's heart race. Tears of a high-level spirit. He immediately understood its value as it is a necessary ingredient for making a divine medicine. Usually, this item wouldn't appear on the second continent. I can use it to cure my mother. Right in front of Jinfrey, the shining potion appears. But his rational mind quickly analyzed the situation. This is an auction house where the wealthy of this place gather. Its value could be in the hundreds of millions of coins, so it won't be easy. But I have to get it at all costs. I must find a way to earn money. The scene shifts to another location, with the system displaying the target area of the second continent, level E dungeon, Eternal Snowfield. Jinfrey considers his money-making strategy. If his main goal is to earn money, he should go to high-level dungeons to hunt monsters. But this dungeon has its own monster. Suddenly, he stopped in shock. Jinfrey is surprised as the system quickly alerts him that a spirit beast has appeared. Chain level 66 has appeared. His eyes sparkled with excitement. Jinfrey quietly muttered to himself that he had found it. He quickly plans to use the items he picked up on the way here. When he sees the item in front of him, his eyes immediately sparkle with delight. Jinfrey softly coaxes, Come here, little cat. Come here and receive your gift. Keep introducing the present. Look, this is a soft bed made from warm grass. You like it a lot, right? Seeing how happy you are, Jinfrey gently added, of course you can take it. In response to the kindness, Ketsit happily hands him a gold coin. The system immediately displays the information. Your gold coin is rare and shiny, a luck-increasing item that can double the money you earn when you keep it with you. Thanks a lot. Joy fills your heart. Great, now I have the gold coin from Ketshit. Feeling satisfied, Ketshit happily received the item Jinfrey handed over. He quickly assessed the benefit. This is a hidden item that can only be obtained from Ketsit. With this, I can double the amount of gold I earn. It's really convenient. Looks like I need to start hunting monsters right away. Without hesitation, Jinfrey continued his monster hunting journey. The battle raged on as he fought fiercely to claim the reward. Jinfrey looked at the board and said, I can't ignore the boss. This should be enough. Your money keeps doubling. The system begins updating your balance. The current amount is 12.64 million gold. He decides on his next move. All right, now let's head back to town and earn some more. Jinfrey approaches a familiar place and enters a small-scale casino. The mechanical voice of the system echoes, confirming the underground casino location. He silently thinks that this place is full of money-hungry maniacs who believe money is everything, a dark zone without ranks or status. And in places like this, I don't need to hold back at all. Jinfrey glanced around casually before confidently turning to NT with a big, boastful smile. I'm so bored, I won again. I didn't think I would lose today. He continued smugly, saying, the goddess of luck must be on my side. The system immediately detected the cheating. You sensed the deception. NT earned 10.22 million G by cheating. You quickly analyze and realize there's a cheater here. He has won a lot, so he probably has a lot of money. Just focus on him. Now what should I do? When Jinfrey arrives, NT glances at him and says, another newcomer? With a confident, provocative smile. Hey, big brother. Are you planning to mess with me? Remember not to run away when you lose. Today luck is on my side. I warned you beforehand. You pretend to be cautious and reply, remember to go easy on me. Jinfrey continued to act innocent. This is my first time playing. Are you okay with that? I'll be learning the rules while playing. Diller and Enta smiled to themselves, thinking perfect target. He waved his hand generously and said, it's nothing, just a spin. If you want, I'll let you have it. Just place your bet and I'll follow your lead. I've already won too much today. The system immediately detects something unusual. You sense the deception. Dealer, the croupier, is about to cheat in this game. You quickly piece together the events. So he has teamed up with Der, I see. Jinfrey subtly smirked to himself, a cold smile flickering across his face. This place is still as intriguing as ever. The game I'm about to play is called Roulette, also known as the Queen of Casinos. Its rules are that the dealer throws in 2 balls, and each player chooses 2 numbers they like. And depending on where the ball lands, if you guess one correctly, you'll receive half of the bet. And if both are correct, your bet will be doubled. If no one guesses right, the game continues until someone wins, and players cannot choose the same number twice. NT tilts his head and urges, all right, now tell me your number and your maximum bet. Jinfrey replied confidently without hesitation. Then red 36 and black 8. You keep talking calmly, I will bet 10 million. He was stunned. What? The dealer was stunned inside. 10 million. Jinfrey rests his chin on his hand, pretending to be innocent as he asks again, should I say it again? Then you calmly repeated each word clearly. 36 red and 8 black. I will bet 10 million. Jinfrey gently presses the opponent. What's wrong? If you don't speak quickly, the ball will stop there, you know? If you can't choose a number before the ball stops, you'll lose, right? NT grits his teeth inwardly. This guy coldly urges him on. Come on, choose a number. Jinfrey keeps calculating in his head, but he's sure he can't come up with any strategy to win this game. At this moment, at the betting table, you repeat that you will bet 10 million on red 36 and black 8. DOA is startled and looks at the person sitting opposite. How is this possible? He predicted the exact spot where the ball would land. Jinfrey rests his chin on his hand and smiles calmly. Come on, the ball will stop spinning any moment now. On this side, T looked up at him and asked, what's wrong? Quick, tell me the number. The wheel kept spinning steadily without a clear stop, but thanks to the angelic ring, he was able to read them. The dealer's profession is that of a hunter. In the end, the ball stopped at red 36, and with his sharp-eyed skill that allows him to hit targets with up to 100% accuracy, a new spin began, and the number you chose appeared, the black circle with the number 8. Seeing the result, everyone looked at Jinfrey in awe, amazed that the red 36 and black 8 really appeared. I smile. It looks like tonight I am also lucky. I know he will use that skill, lock in the number, and then throw the ball into the roulette. The final step is to inform your accomplices of those numbers. Once you understand their trick, it becomes easier, so you took advantage of that. Things got complicated. He slammed the table in anger. Nonsense. Clearly cheating. Then looked back. "Excuse me, manager." In just a few seconds, a man stepped forward. "Is something going on here?" Diller Hyen straightly points his finger at Join Frey. "This kid is cheating. We've all seen it." Hector and the girls behind him are here, smiling, friendly. "I see. You bet 10 million grams and quickly doubled it in just one round. Truly blessed by heaven, this could really happen. So, I don't know if you could come inside and talk with us for a bit." His way of speaking made you suspicious. It didn't seem like an ordinary conversation. Maybe the manager is also involved in this. Sure enough, after sweet words, Hector immediately resorted to violence to seize him. With a flexible body, Jin Frey leapt up, kicking the table in front of him, but unexpectedly another guy struck from behind. "Stay down." However, with just a light strike, Jin Frey rendered the aggressive one unconscious. At this moment, a group of his henchmen surrounded Jin Frey, leaving no escape. Dealer even uses a bow and arrow. Duong Cao aims precisely at your direction. Meanwhile, NT held a dagger to his chest, contemptuous of Jin Frey, the damn traitor. Carrying a weapon, he rushed toward you but was swiftly dodged by Jin Frey. "You're the one who cheated." The boy kicked Enta's leg, leaving him stunned. So Enta and Dare just failed, lying there watching Jin Frey. Who's next to ask? The situation in front of him leaves Hor stunned. "Makip, this kid is more trouble than I thought." A close associate suddenly recognized the manager, and it seemed this hesitant remark was what piqued Hector's curiosity. "What?" Without any hesitation, he got straight to the point. His appearance was identical to the person mentioned in yesterday's news report as the rookie who broke the cleansing record. The news he heard sounded right by his ear. Could it really be true? A crowd outside also started whispering. If he has already come to the second continent, does that mean he has defeated the Demon King Oberos? The whispers are going on smoothly. "Hey, what are you guys still doing?" "If you want to throw me out, do it quickly," he muttered to himself. This feeling is so familiar. As soon as I finished speaking, Hor rushed from behind, face down on the ground begging. "We are truly sorry for thinking you were cheating. We sincerely apologize. It's hard to believe." However, behind that pleading voice is his scheming face. If the news is true, we won't have a chance to defeat him. But we can find a way to reconcile and minimize the losses. Look at the situation in front of us and smile with excitement. "Oh dear." His voice echoes continuously. "We sincerely apologize. If anything happens, I, the manager, will make it up to you." After a moment of consideration, Jin Frey decisively spoke. "Oh, of course there is." You lean close to his ear and say your wish. "Give me all the money from this casino." Hearing the number, Hector's face turned pale. "No money left?" Jin Frey asks for more after finding the account number. "There's also an auction invitation, right? Give it to me now." He is stunned. The entire auction invitation. Jin Frey exposes it. "I know all your tricks now, so just accept the consequences of your actions. Understand? Here is my account number." After a moment, you leave with a threat. "If I refuse, I will send a report to the officials or those who can keep me here by fighting." Just one sentence makes him helpless. All right, let me take everything." That morning, in a large area at the Second Life auction house, a hand gently pointed to the signboard as it muttered, "I thought it would be more. But this should be enough. If you miss this chance, you won't know when a high-level spirit's tears will appear again." Jin Frey entered safely thanks to the manager's invitation, so now he just needs to successfully bid on the item he needs. The Seconds Club temporarily closes and Hector falls into deep thought. "Damn it, that bastard just took everything." Some bastard is Jin Frey. He smirks mischievously. "I will take this auction invitation." Just when I was at my worst, Hector saw someone approaching. He marveled and exclaimed. The branch manager changes the scene. "Welcome to the auction. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. The auction will now officially begin. Today we have many rare items for you. You can view the 11 items being auctioned today in your information window. The first item is a snail sword. Although this is a collectible item and not for use, it is an A-grade item that collectors worldwide desire. Starting bid, 2 million gold. Jin Frey silently thought to himself. He needed 3 ingredients to craft the miracle potion to cure his mother, Jin Frey. The first item is Fairy Tears, which can be found in a secret dungeon in Area 6. The second and third items are Ice Demon Heart and Ancient Red Earth, which can be obtained by defeating the Demon Lords in Areas 2 and 3. And since all the items are here today, everything will be much easier if I can get those items right now. Jin Frey won't have to spend time fighting the Demon Lords to get them. That will save Jinfrey quite a bit of work. Dragon fruit wine. If I get this, Jinfrey will have a hidden equipment for the shortest time. The announcement continues to ring out. Keep going. The 5th auction item today is the Love Ice Crystal. It is a rare monster material found only in S-grade dungeons in Zone 2. The starting bid is 500,000 gold. Jinfrey bids 1 million. The announcer announces, I see someone bid 1 million. Oh, there's another bidder. The distinguished guest over there has bid 10 million gold. Jinfrey was stunned and quickly turned around to see who it was. Someone is willing to spend 10 million gold just to buy a love ice? Who is that? The name on the 10 million gold bid is a familiar face. Jinfrey quickly recognized that it was him, laughing mockingly.
How does it feel, you bastard? You won't get away easily.
Do you think I will sit idly by and do nothing? Jinfrey remembered how he wiped out his entire family. Could it be that he has a hidden fund? The fairy tears are probably the final auction item. Jinfrey must get it at all costs. He has to save money if he wants to win the auction. The announcement rings out, leaving Jinfrey helpless as Hanbang Yo Nya is sold to the Serpent Wind Society for 10 million gold. Everyone at the auction started to talk, and I saw that the Serpent Society was participating in today's auction. They are a major guild famous worldwide with branches on all continents. If they want what you're eyeing, there's no choice but to give up. Jinfrey listens to these rumors and ponders. He already knew he was a member of the Poison Serpent Society when he read his thoughts. But I never expected that the guild was that big. Hector told the monk everything about his humiliations. Is it him? He replied. Yes, he's the bastard who destroyed the club and stole all my money. He even took the invitation to join this auction. I can't just let him get away with that. The monk understood and replied, all right, teach him a lesson so he knows that daring to challenge the underground world authority will be met with consequences, as the announcement echoed. Next is the 7th auction item, the Ancient Red Land. This is a mysterious item that can be obtained from the S-rank dungeon in Area 3. The starting bid is 7 million gold. Jinfrey bids 50 million. Oh, someone else bids 50 million, but he's even more surprised when, once again, the Poison Fang Society bid 200 million gold. Jinfrey looks stunned. He knows this is an auction, but 200 million is a bit too much. Do they really have that much money? The notification sounds again. Jinfrey continues to lose. The Ancient Red Land now belongs to the Snake faction, with a dominating bid of 200 million gold. Hector laughed arrogantly, smugly looking at Jinfrey. Even the system notifications you're receiving are pretty malicious. He is planning to take revenge by competing for all the items you bid on. Jinfrey grits his teeth in frustration. This will be a problem if I can't get the fairy tears. He started thinking of other tricks. Jinfrey's current opponent is a major guild. Trying to compete with them using money is foolish. Wait a minute. Could it be that these people? Jinfrey bid 40 million. The announcement rings out once again. The 8th item. The mermaid scale was theirs for 40 million gold. Then Jinfrey bid 15 million. The Wind Guild. Item 9. The Blood Slaughter Sword belongs to them for 20 million gold. Jinfrey continues to bid 200 million gold, now 300 million. Item 10. The Wonderful Azure Dragon has been claimed by the auction house. It seems to be a one-on-one competition, as they only bid on items worn by the man with the aura ring. Here laughed in Jinfrey's face. Ha 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 ha, one person alone can never beat a big organization. I will buy everything you want. Jinfrey smiled slyly. Ha ha ha, you're the real fool here. Jinfrey's plan is to let them win the auction. Inside the room, the auction begins as Michael steps forward to introduce the item. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to the final item of today's auction. The item, both sacred and mysterious, known as the most beautiful tear in the world, has stolen the hearts and eyes of many. I present to you item number 11, the high-level fairy's tear. After describing the item in detail, he looked down at the stage and announced that the starting bid for this precious item would be 50 million gold. Without hesitation, Jinfrey raised his hand and bid 500 million. The figure he announced caused many guests to be outraged, first time bidding and already reaching 500 million. Ma Keep, it seems there's no other choice but to give up. Jinfrey smirks as he sees the valuable item about to be in his hands. Finally, I got it this time. I won't let it slip away. A war is coming soon. But if they can sit in the other auction seats to observe, Hector wants to see who will win. Now you're serious about who you're competing for, acting like everything will change, will also double our bet. Suddenly, an arm raised with a statement that left him stunned. Here we go. This time the Wind Serpent Guild is bidding with double the amount, a total of 1 billion G. Excuse me for a moment. We've already placed a ban. In the end, Michael's words emphasized that the representative of the Wind Serpent Guild could not participate in bidding for this item. Hector wanted to go crazy hearing that. What did you say? The news makes Jin Frey happy, covering his mouth as he laughs with joy. Serves him right. As an auction staff member, he looked at him to comfort him and said, "We are very sorry to inform you, but you've already reached the limit of successful bids." Standing upstairs in the room, Hector clenched his fist and said loudly, "What do you mean by the auction limit? Stay calm." Michael begins to spread his hands, analyzing that it is a matter of honor. According to the rules of this auction house, each guest can only successfully bid on 5 items. The Serpent Guild has reached the limit, so you are banned from bidding on items afterward. This is the rule here to prevent anyone from monopolizing. But it seems he still doesn't want to care about such rules. Hector Van's argumentative voice from the auction room. "I'm a regular here, but this is the first time I've heard of this rule." I cross my arms in disappointment, thinking this isn't the auction house my master usually comes to. The symbol of the guild suddenly appeared in Jinefrey's mind. This is a place specially protected by the Adventurers Guild, and it's an unspoken clause not to be disclosed to anyone. As I thought, I looked over at the 2 people still arguing, so it's obvious that this rule was made to prevent someone from taking all the rare items. The more Jane Frey thought about it, the more confusing he found himself, quickly scratching his face. He really should have realized something when he saw the terrifying list of auction items from this place. It seems he still doesn't realize this is a special auction house. How foolish. After explaining everything clearly, Michael finally asked, "Do you understand now?" Making Hor uncomfortable with helplessness, you dared to stand behind him all this time as the monk. He remained silent in a very strange way. After everything was settled, Michael raised his hand to signal, "Congratulations on your angelic circle. You have won the high-level fairy tiers for 500 million. Under the admiration of the surrounding guests, Jinfrey still feels a bit uncomfortable. Could you please not call me that?" Hector shouted, "You knew this rule from the beginning, didn't you, kid? How dare you?" You stand there calmly, arms crossed, gazing at him intently for a long time. Upstairs, Hector raises his hand with a glowing energy sphere. "Enough. I forgave you at the casino, but this time consider it free." Suddenly, Jinfrey stood up, leaving him utterly confused by this guy. You lift your head high and look towards Hector preparing to attack. Then make your proposal. Go outside first and then talk. We're not the only ones here. Why do you have to involve innocent people? Go outside. I won't run away. Seeing that he still made no move, Jin Frey immediately warned him. "If you understand, then stop right now, old man." He looked at your fearless face and had to think. That kid, damn it. His hand is still raised with the orb about to end Jin Frey's life. "If I shoot this, I can easily kill it." A voice from someone echoes. "Enough! So you're a monk." He intervened to stop him. "Branch leader, that kid is right, and if we act, the guild will come to talk about it." However, Hector still stubbornly shows himself, "But this kid is provoking us. How can I let it disrespect our guild like that?" The monk interrupted him, wasting time. He didn't want to say much, so he turned to look at Hector and said with a commanding tone, "Don't make me repeat myself. Once everything is settled, Sean will give the signal. Let's go." Hector obediently follows the command. At this moment, Jin Frey is sitting outside the waiting room evaluating. Despite the unexpected events, at least I managed to obtain the tears of a high-level spirit. That guild has taken the remaining 2 items, but I will recover them soon, so it's no big deal, I just need to act faster. Yeah, this will do. Remembering the item I haven't been able to get my hands on, I sighed in disappointment. Missing out on that Azure Dragon wine really is a shame. The image of the hidden Long Dragon wine bottle kept flashing in Jin Frey's mind. I could still get it on the 5th continent, but first I need to finish some troublesome quests. If only I had been able to get that bottle of wine, I could have crafted the hidden gear earlier. Then suddenly I was startled and looked ahead. I guess I'll have to follow those people and see what they're up to. A voice suddenly echoed from somewhere. "That person thinks you're very special, you know?" Mira stepped closer, giving you a puzzled look. "The angel ring above your head, I've never seen anything like it before." Jane Frey is a bit cautious. "Who is this girl?" Luckily, she could read my thoughts and quickly reassured me. "Sorry to ask this suddenly, but what is your relationship with the Wind Release Guild? Have you met the branch leader before?" Jin Frey begins to describe him in detail. Your voice echoes throughout the room. The branch leader with long hair stands beside the manager. He is the leader of the Serpent Wind branch of the guild on the 2nd continent. Immediately, the image of the monk appeared in both of their minds. After a moment, he refused to say more. "No, I don't know him, but I do have some issues with the guild. Let's leave that aside for now. Who are you?" Hearing the question, Mira, with her hands on her hips, had to tell the truth. "I am an explorer." Her eyes slightly looked down, with a hint of sadness. And now I am following them. Mira has been assigned by the Adventurers Guild to investigate the Wind Release Guild. Her position surprised him so much that his eyes widened. It's a mission from the guild. So she is one of the 8 guardians? A symbol that appeared in Jine Frey's mind along with the 8 guards. The 8 Guardians is the official name for the 8 S-rank explorers recognized by the Adventurers Guild. Those who hold this title can accept missions from the guild and receive special rewards. In other words, she is an explorer with everything: strength, honor, and wealth. Hearing this, he slightly smirked. The 8 Guardians are truly nostalgic. When I used to play games, after completing all the quests, I would occasionally take on a few missions from the Adventurers Guild. Jin Frey looked at Mira. If that's the case, then they've already left. Aren't you going to chase after them? Hearing your answer, she nodded. I was planning to do the same, but before that I want to ask you something. Mira, with her hand on her hip, looked at the circle above your head and got straight to the point. Where did that thing floating above your head come from? The question made Jine Frey think. Does she not know about the existence of hidden equipment? Honestly, these are items that even the Adventurers Guild hasn't recorded yet. If they rise up and take them, it would cause a lot of trouble. I'm a little worried. How should I explain this now? Then he scratched his head and answered casually. Oh, you mean this? Then suddenly a notification appeared. You felt intrigued. Your strange equipment has piqued Mira's interest. The updated news surprised Jine Frey greatly. Interested? With its superior features, the system updates Mira's lines in the most complete way. That angelic ring is so cute, I want it. That's what Mira secretly thought. Seeing your hesitant attitude, she puffs out her hips in annoyance. Huh? Is something wrong with you? Jin Frey's face started to flush as he shook his head repeatedly. No, it's a long story, so we might have to talk for a while face to face, with a tense atmosphere surrounding us and an awkward feeling between the two of us. Seeing that she couldn't get any information from him, Mira shook her head to signal, no need to tell me. I'll go find out myself. She then took step after step away from the stairs, moving forward. Thank you. Leaving Jin Frey standing there stunned, caught off guard, never expected the 8 guards to be interested in the... It seems like I've been targeted, doesn't it? He pondered. After talking with her, he felt that she might be one of the leaders of the 8 guards. After just a few steps, Mira turned back to look behind her, puzzled. That equipment, even though I've been to the 7th continent, I've never seen anything like it. She keeps thinking about Jine Frey's background. Who exactly is he? Not far away, he turns around silently, caught in an event that couldn't happen in the game. The scene shifts to the level A dungeon in the 2nd continent. The moonlit desert, where a powerful tremor shakes the ground. The monsters have all been defeated by Jine Frey alone. A notification appears: you have defeated the level 80 giant goblin boss. The loot item was also immediately recovered by him. Here it is, Goblins Stealing Gloves. Goblins Stealing Gloves. Rare item. When facing a too strong enemy, you can take an item from their inventory and make it yours. With the item in hand, Jin Frey smiled smugly. My level is also rising very quickly. He shielded his hand over his brow and looked into the distance. My original plan was to go to the S-level Lucky Fortress dungeon on the 2nd continent to get the Chimera Bang's Fang, but I decided to get the hidden gear first, so I had to steal a few things from them. Not far away, the monk and Hector are present, all because the dragon fruit wine is a necessary item for crafting the next hidden gear. Sensing this keenly, Jin Frey turned his eyes to the back, and I used my magic sensing to locate them, and am now stalking and waiting for the right moment to strike. You also realize that the girl hiding behind the tree is Mira. She's here too. She was on this mission before me, so she looked at the people in front of her. Hey, look who's here. Is he also following the Serpent Wind Guild? Suddenly, he gasped and widened his eyes, staring straight ahead as if something was happening. Discovering Hector and the monk entering a secret tunnel, he was extremely surprised. They went into a hidden passage within the wall. Beyond the dark passage is a vast open space, the Fangzha Guild's territory. Seeing the monk carefully tending the flowers below, Ho spoke up. What do you think about this year's harvest? Sir Leader, he's secretly afraid that if this still doesn't make him feel better, we're doomed, maybe even won't see the sun tomorrow. Without hesitation, he jumped straight into the issue. It seems we can sell them for a higher price. The answer made Hor happy. That's right, so we can also boost our finances with them. He gently suggested to Seon, I will find someone to help produce the finished product immediately. Suddenly, a familiar voice interrupted. Your hobby is related to growing flowers? Jine Frey, holding a flower in one hand and waving it here with the other, teases them playfully. Their presence makes both of them feel awkward and extremely confused. With anger boiling inside, he shouted loudly, How did you do it? Hector was now extremely furious. You bastard, are you following us? Holding the flower in his hand, he began analyzing it. This flower is called moonlight azalea, and depending on how it's used, it can also serve as an ingredient for magic stimulant drugs. He emphasized each word. Don't pretend to be naive anymore. Magic stimulant drugs are very dangerous, and their side effects can include hallucinations, hearing loss, and worse, death. This type of drug has long been banned by the guild, so what exactly are you trying to do? Facing us, Hecker was in a state of helplessness, stammering as he denied. We only approached the monk, he began to speak. So you are a spy for the association? Jin Frey nervously waved his hands. It's not me. A request made by himself made him smile smugly. If you give me the green dragon wine, I won't pursue this matter. Jin Frey stands proudly with arms crossed, smiling as he looks ahead. What is your intention? Listening to your unreasonable proposal, he was furious. You idiot! Who do you think you're talking to? Just as the Hor energy sphere was completed, Jin Frey launched a surprise attack from behind him. Meanwhile, elsewhere, hiding behind Mira's bushes, I observed, fighting? Standing here, I can't hear anything at all. You didn't attack here, you just gently pat his shoulder. Don't get me wrong, I'm not threatening you, I'm just trying to make a deal. That's an obvious price. Hector forced a strained smile upon hearing it. So, your main goal in participating in the auction was the Azure Dragon wine? If that's the case, we definitely won't give it to you. Blame yourself for that. However, below his arm, he had already summoned a sharp blade. Seeing the deal fall through, Jin Frey had no choice but to announce. All right then. I guess I have no choice. I don't like it either, but I suppose I have to report this flower field to the guild. At that moment, Hector grabbed a knife and charged at him. Then die. Jin Frey was neither surprised nor afraid. He calmly dodged his attack with ease. Then he summoned his weapon firmly in hand and began to deal with it. It was your request after all. A single slash from above was stabbed into Hector's neck by Jinfi, killing him instantly as he collapsed to the ground in front of the monk. As a supporting character, Mira sat outside the flower field, also feeling stunned. Just in one strike, really? I've never seen that sword before. Watching someone close to him get killed, he was furious beyond measure. You're really a troublesome fly. You dare to attack our people. The monk raises his hand, summoning his weapon with a joyful expression. So, you already know what's going to happen next, right? Kid, I've tolerated this for too long. Monk Bradbury is the leader of the Second Continental Branch of the Poison Snake Guild, a level 97 warrior. You know what? Me too. I've wasted too much time. Let's finish this quickly. Over here, under the Mira flowers, I keep my eyes open and observe everything. I want to see how that weapon is used. I should have stepped in to stop them, but waiting a moment won't hurt. Both of them look so proud, holding their weapons ready to start the fight. Saman was the first to draw his weapon, raising his sword high behind him, while I also followed suit, lifting my sword in preparation for battle. Both of them charged at each other simultaneously, weapons clashing with a deafening sound. Seeing the opponent's strength, he was a bit surprised and a little worried, as this guy's level was higher than his. Because of the overwhelming pressure from both sides, their weapons were knocked away, followed by a flurry of continuous strikes from each of them. Jinfrey, overwhelmed by the monk's powerful attack, hesitated slightly. Mira sat on the field, watching everything unfold. I just recently heard about Jinfrey from the guild as a new explorer, someone who broke all records in the purification ritual and seems to be a very skilled fighter. But if we only consider raw strength, the monk is completely dominant. The situation has now tilted in favor of the monk. He completely dominates, launching continuous attacks, a deadly strike that causes Jinfrey to lose his footing and stumble backward. Seeing your miserable state right now, the monk is very pleased. For a novice, this isn't bad, but you still haven't beaten me. You two see yourselves as heroes, thinking that enduring pain is enough to win. Clenching his teeth and holding back the pain, Jinfrey staggered to stand upright, and then spoke. I don't care about being a hero or dying, old man. I want to achieve my goal, so I won't stop. At least for now. Your fighting spirit makes him look down on you. Charging forward with your weapon, so weak yet so loud, keep bragging as you like. A series of slashes from the monk are heading straight for Jinfrey's body. He takes a deep breath, stepping back and planting his foot firmly on the ground, then grips his weapon tightly to counter his opponent's blade. It seems your power has been unleashed. Jinfrey pushed the monk's weapon away with a flick of his hand, accompanied by a triumphant smile. Finally, the ring on Jinfrey's head began to activate its function. The third skill of the angel ring was unlocked. That brilliant light attracted Mira from outside. It was emitted from the angelic ring on his head. So the condition to unlock the third skill of the angel ring is to max out the skill you get from this equipment. The magic resonance reaching level 252 can be increased by dodging enemy attacks during battle. and the experience points for this skill will be calculated based on the FB you received. After this battle and the fight against the Demon King on the first continent, Frey successfully upgraded this skill to the maximum level. With the strength I have now, Frey slightly smirked with satisfaction. It should have taken longer, but thanks to how strong this guy is, I was able to level up much earlier than expected. Truly lucky. Suddenly, he widened his eyes in confusion, as if something was happening to himself. It turned out that Seon had ambushed Frey from behind, delivering a straight slash across his body. Seeing Frey fall, he looked contemptuous. Foolish guy, I didn't expect you to lower your guard in battle. Your defeat is because you didn't know your limits. The current situation makes him extremely delighted, laughing out loud. The world is vast, there are higher mountains. Have you learned your lesson now? However, behind the monk, a pair of feet slowly approached, making him cautious. It's none other than Frey. He's still alive? Enough talk, old man. Now who is the stronger? Frey's return makes the monk wonder why he's still alive. With a body untouched by injury, Frey smirked with the most triumphant expression possible. As for the monk, he was stunned, turning his head to look behind. How is this brat still alive? The more the monk thought about it, the more confused he became, biting his lip. What just happened? Could it be its special skill? Maybe it's a special skill. His current appearance makes you laugh so much. Look at that uncle. So arrogant and pretentious all along. Aren't you ashamed? Mira sweat nervously as she watched from the corner. There's something very strange about him. As for the monk, he glanced back at Jeffrey's body from earlier. Its body has also disappeared, but I am sure the feeling of stabbing through it was real. Suddenly, the monk's eyes widened as blood gushed out from his chest unexpectedly. He clenched his teeth, staring in shock at the attacker. Huh? Since when? The monk looked at you, who was still grim-faced, and you hadn't moved at all. What on earth is going on? To save himself, the monk charged forward but was struck down by a sword weapon piercing through him. He, with a bloodied mouth, screams in despair. What did this brat do to me? Every motion of the monk is carefully watched by her from a corner. She mutters, and suddenly Seon starts to scream. Seeing him clutching his head in despair, she felt confused. What is happening? Behind Simone, there was none other than Frey with his weapon, standing silently. He subtly smiled with a look of satisfaction. This is the third skill of the Angel Ring, the Dark Playground. Uncle said that this world is very vast. The notification appeared. Lucifer's Angel Ring equipment name. Third skill, the Dark Player creates illusions for those who look into the user's eyes. The cooldown time is 72 hours, so he's now no different from a plant standing still. You're mocking, acting like I don't notice that. After observing this situation for a while, Mira stepped forward to face Frey. Seeing her somewhat shy demeanor, he wasn't particularly surprised. Is that you? She slightly turns her head back. Frey emphasizes the word one with Mira. Are you happy to be spying on us? So you knew. Mira's excuse echoed through the flower forest. I wasn't watching you either. The one I need to keep an eye on is him. You asked, right? You're here for the guild's mission, aren't you? Saying she discovered them, probably Do Quien An Trang's men, is enough. Ignoring Mira's explanation, he quietly waves goodbye and limps away. Good luck. I'll leave these guys to you. I have nothing to do with this. Looking at the palm of her hand, Jinfrey suddenly remembered an important thing to do. That's right, I almost forgot the most important thing. Quickly, Jinfrey repeatedly pressed the blue panel on the keyboard to search for Mira's confusion. After a moment, the Goblin's Theft Gloves were summoned. Goblin's Thief Glove. Rare Grade A. When your enemy cannot fight, you can take an item from their inventory and turn it into your own. With the gloves already in hand, Frey gently touches Hector's icy body. Sorry, but I must do this. In just a few seconds, he obtained what he desired, the Azure Dragon Wine. Finally, I have the rare S-tier Longtang wine. Holding the rare Longtang wine card in my hand, Frey takes a satisfied breath. With this, the battle against the second Demon King will be easier. Mother, please wait a little longer for me. Frey's expression confused Mira, so she quickly moved closer to examine him carefully, and at her probing, he startled and shrank back. What's wrong? Is there a problem with you? I used the item legally. Mira closed her eyes, no longer investigating. Well, I have no objections. Frey quickly leaves to escape her control. All right, I'm leaving now. However, Mira's eyes still followed every move of the person in front of her. Then she looked at the monk standing still like a statue. There was no evidence in the battle that he used any items or class skills. Then Mira remembered the ring on Frey's head. If so, the most reasonable conclusion is the power of the equipment. The more she thought about it, the more helpless she felt as she quickly touched her chin. If he had used equipment on the banned list of the guild, everything would be different. but your equipment is not among them. Frey is definitely not an ordinary explorer. That afternoon, after a tough battle, he finally made it back to the second continent, Toba's workshop, where he arrived at last. Frey, holding a chopping board in one hand and a Longjing wine in the other, smiles. Now it's time to craft the next hidden equipment with Longjing wine. I've already prepared the materials. What happened to him inside the house?
That damn idiot! Just forget about that legendary lamp maker title. Watching them leave in frustration, I secretly thought, I know that feeling, bro.
If you don't bring the right fruit, he won't listen to you. Frey took a deep breath and stepped in, smiling brightly. Excuse me? A bunch of tools were thrown aside, but with my experience, I reacted quickly and used a chopping board to block them all. The legendary blacksmith, Tuba, then spoke. Oh, great. Another fool. Don't bother me while I'm working. He angrily approaches and yells at Frey, "Get out of here now. I will never forge anything for you." He helplessly threw the wooden board aside, dodging the hammer strikes, thinking to himself, he's always been like this. Tuba continued angrily, saying, "Hey, you can't just barge into my house like it's unguarded." Frey was kicked out of Tobea's house, and he tried to speak gently to win him over. Tuba, please listen to me. He keeps pushing Frey out. Don't call my name. Get out of here. Leave now. He immediately played his last card. Too bad, I brought a bottle of premium wine. Tuba looked at it with bright eyes, staring intently. How could someone like you have such a rare and hard-to-find Dragonwell wine? Hand over the wine and then leave. It's hard to lure Tuba, it's not easy to make him go. What nonsense is he talking about? Tuba also isn't someone to be pushed around. Jeffrey kept stomping his foot. He shouted, "Wait, it hurts!" Tuba frantically jumped up to grab the precious wine bottle. Put your hand down. I told you to give me that bottle of wine. Hey, that really hurts, you know. In the game, if you follow the instructions and give him the dragon fruit wine, the legendary blacksmith will drink until he's drunk. In his emotional state, he will craft an S-rank equipment. But if you also give him this item, the fire crystal. Rank B. Frey opens the system menu to show him the item. Firestone. I obtained this from Freyna after defeating the demon lord. Tuba was amazed and exclaimed. Seeing that the situation seemed negotiable, Tuba invited Frey to sit down and talk. Frey pours the wine into his glass. Tuba, overwhelmed with emotion, raises his glass in a toast. Sigh. Hoo, my late wife also loved this wine. She also really enjoyed warming her wine with firestones. Frey cheerfully replied, Oh, really? He silently thought to himself that he had heard this story many times before. Then Frey continued pouring wine for Tuba, inviting him to drink more. Thanks to that, the hidden event will definitely be triggered. Gaining an S-rank item by giving him the dragon fruit wine is a pretty good outcome, but Frey knows something no one else does. If you combine S-rank green dragon wine and B-rank firestone like this, you can obtain a hidden item. Suddenly, Tuba shouted loudly in his drunkenness. I was so stupid. If I had been more sober, my wife wouldn't have been lost. Frey quietly handed him a tissue to wipe away his tears. Is he still telling that story? If you stay up all night listening to Tuba's love story while dozing off the next morning. Tuba is in a better mood than he was yesterday after a dirty trick. I do this to repay you for the good wine you gave me. That is your equipment, Frey, just as he wanted. Thank you. Now I understand why they call you the legendary blacksmith. The third hidden equipment has been completed. A scandal chainmail with unknown spiritual harmony. Durability, 5,000 over 5,000. Passive skill of free movement, allowing teleportation anywhere within a 100-foot radius, usable 5 times a day. Skill 3. Unlock conditions unknown until met. Frey thought excitedly. All right, it's time to go. He will conquer it as quickly as possible. The S-rank dungeon in Zone 2, Grey Castle. After a while inside the house, an upgraded item is beneath Frey's feet. With this addition, the preparations are complete. The equipment is called Eitel's Leg. From afar, a bottle is thrown towards you. It is made of exquisite crystal, given as a gift to that person. Take it, hold the item. Frey begins to examine it carefully. Non-alcoholic sake, an A-grade legendary flavor, crafted by the legendary blacksmith who brewed long tang wine for a long time. Drinking it will make you feel extremely warm. Tuba pointed at him and spoke. You're planning to go there, right? The S-rank dungeon doesn't want to waste time. Frey smiled gratefully. Thank you very much. After a while of talking, he stepped out the door, waving farewell to you. You're very strong, but be careful. The Ice King is not easy to defeat. In another area, where the snowy mountains surround the S-rank dungeon of the second continent, the peaceful fortress gate. In front of the city gate, the people shiver despite wearing warm clothes. After a long journey, Jinfrey finally arrived. Because I didn't wear enough warm clothes, my body is trembling non-stop. It's so cold here. Even though I guessed it, I was right. The item I received from Taba. I quickly reached into my pocket and took out the non-alcoholic sake Taba gave me earlier. Then Jinfrey uncapped and drank in one gulp, attracting many glances, and his body immediately warmed up significantly. He scratched an itch and a notification appeared. Jinfrey Vanred, in an extremely warm state, this feeling will last for 100 minutes. With his body returning to its original state, Jinfrey lightly touches himself with a proud expression. Thanks to this, I didn't have to bother dressing warmly like that, and some people have been gossiping about everything you've done so far. Look at those clothes. Is he mocking us? That guy's underestimating this mountain too much. Look, there's something strange floating above his head. He must be a new adventurer. At least he should have bought a coat before coming here. Don't look at that angel ring. It's probably some idiot. The notification board is very considerate. Updating Jinfrey on the news. The people around are judging you, making him visibly angry. Shut up. I don't need to know about that. Then the remaining time also appears. The time limit is 1 hour, 59 minutes, and 45 seconds. Watching the countdown, Jinfrey begins to plan. I have to hurry. The system menu is also starting to introduce the rules of this icy zone. In the S-rank dungeon on the second continent, there is a time limit. You can only stay here for 2 hours. If you exceed the time limit, you will not only be banned from teleporting to the city, but also face penalties, including losing half of your inventory and money when you fail. Back in reality, he put his hand in his pocket and laughed helplessly, remembering how he used to struggle as a newbie trying to figure out this game. Every failure made him grit his teeth and start grinding for gear and money to try again. This stupid game system is so annoying. To avoid wasting my useless time, Jinfrey starts running quickly forward. Inside the castle, magical flows have already appeared. There are many others blocking the entrance to the castle in front of you. Jinfrey carefully observes the situation, noticing that there are quite a few people standing in front of him. I need to reach the Demon King's corridor before them to get the Chimera Bang Fang, the material I need. Also in that area, at another spot, 2 young men are struggling against the snowstorm. A pair of snake-like legs stomped hard on the ground, struggling to find the best path through the snowstorm. No one from behind sighed heavily, saying that just moving forward was already too difficult. Even Felix completely agrees with that view. If things keep going like this, time will run out pretty quickly. They haven't gone far when the 2 of them encounter an obstacle. A giant monster with an open mouth and sharp teeth, claws raised high. It is a level 82 Kunakuris. Feeling both scared and angry, Felix raised his sharp spear towards it. Damn it, it's coming again. We're still busy trying to make it on time. If you keep like that, you'll never reach the Demon Lord's castle. Seeing no one standing still, he shouted angrily, "What are you doing? Hurry and help me out." It turns out that on top of both of their heads is Jinfrey using flight magic. He gently glides past the 2 of them, accompanied by a monster staring intently without blinking, all thanks to the ring on his head that makes him extremely excited. Wow, this is real. Walking in the sky feels like a dream. A passive skill that allows for smooth movement, regardless of terrain. Jinfrey's eyes widened in shock before he could even relax for a few seconds. In front of you is a horde of level 82 Kunakuros monsters charging forward to attack. Jinfrey calmly draws his sword and slices through their bodies. Sorry, I'm in a hurry. One by one, the monster's body parts fall to the ground, blood soaking into the snow. Felix froze completely. That equipment was the fool at the gate earlier, right? Next to Noel, he looked confused. Exactly. Did he just walk in heaven? Wait. The angel ring above his head. Could it be that all 3 faces, lifeless and trembling, are thinking of one answer? A restless ghost? The 3 no longer care about the battle, bowing their heads together and praying for peace. Monsters and players set aside their grudges and pray together. Everything was heard by the system. After listening to it all, I was teased and felt utterly helpless. If you say anything more, watch out. After a while, the scene shifts to the next location, the Demon King's castle. After some time of traveling, Jinfrey happily smiles, finally arriving at the destination. He sneers, proud of the time he spent there. 5 minutes in total, not bad. Once again, an unexpected situation occurs that leaves Jinfrey unable to hold back his surprise and gape. Huh? So beneath the white snow now, it's Mira's figure moving forward, deep into the Demon King's castle. Are you confused about that guard again? I keep feeling like she's also interested in the hidden gear. I really don't want to get involved with her anymore. Unable to hide his curiosity, he lightly touched his chin and pondered. But if not, what are the 8 guards members doing here? Shouldn't she have been tired of this dungeon by now? Mira below reached out to touch the alphabet carved on the stone across from her. Her mind was flooded with thoughts. Intelligence reports said he was hiding here, but this was the Demon King's sanctuary, and the adventurers could only stay here for 2 hours. But if it's that guy, I don't want to waste time. Mira pushed her hand forward with quite a bit of force. An explosion occurred, dust billowing everywhere, forcing Jinfrey above to quickly cover his face. When he regained his senses, he looked down at the collapsing wall below. Really? The notification appeared, indicating you have entered the Demon King on Mew's castle. Jinfrey kept praising Mira's back, truly deserving of being one of the 8 guardians. After she walks a certain distance, his legs start to move and land gradually. Jinfrey hovers lightly in the air, gazing into the castle. She just forcefully broke the door open like that. Who in a game would do something like this? If I want to open it normally, it'll take some time. Looks like I've met Mai this time. As if he had a third eye, he quickly turned his gaze and looked back. Once again, the level 82 Kunakuris and level 83 Kunakuris monsters appeared, targeting him. You guys are as clingy as leeches. With a mighty army, they show no fear and charge forward to attack. Seizing the opportunity, Jinfrey began using the device Toba crafted, Teleportation. Skill 2, Teleportation. Active, allows movement within a 100-meter radius, limited to 5 times a day. In a flash, he completely disappeared from the surrounding fierce monsters. A few seconds later, Jinfrey landed on a fairly high floor of the castle. A notification appeared. You have entered the Demon King on Mew's castle, the 9th floor of the main building, the corridor leading to the extreme cold room. He quickly got up, excited about his own skill. Great, I made it in here thanks to my teleportation ability. Jinfrey, hands on hips, looks at the door opposite and clicks his tongue. The condition to enter the Demon King's room is to defeat the boss here. He turned the lock and started to step inside. And this is also the first time I fought using Yatin's legs. Jinfrey smirked cunningly as the door slowly closed. Looks like this time I'll set a new record. At the Demon King and in Mew's castle, in the 7th floor of the auxiliary building, the ice chamber, screams echoing through the space, a group of people trembling, huddling close to the wall. Guild leader, why have we come this far already? Garuda, with a sharp sword in hand, has limited the time to 1 hour, 26 minutes, and 7 seconds. You ask why? He frowned, criticizing the group before him. It's because you all are too slow. He is Garuda Gastame, a swordsman and the leader of the Wind Sword Guild. Garuda hesitated briefly before swinging his sword fiercely forward. Do you dare make me wait? In an instant, an innocent person was gone, under his cold blade, as the timer kept rewinding non-stop. Garuda had a limit of 2 hours, 42 minutes, 36 seconds, which meant he was extremely angry. These useless fools, how do you plan to take responsibility if my treasure and items are halved? He said, pointing his sword at someone else begging for mercy. I'm sorry, I don't want to say much. He looked at everyone all at once. Listen, being alive and useless like this is a sin. If you're so useless, then just die to atone for your sins. Maybe you will become something more valuable. Talk is cheap. With a cunning look on his face, Garuda raised his sword high behind him. A single slash ended it all. Blood splattered everywhere as Garuda's 4-hour, 21-minute, 58-second time limit approached. Even his loyal servant could only close his eyes and look away from the horrifying scene. Garuda's sharp sword continues to point at a person sobbing loudly. Please, wait a moment. No, I don't want to die. President, please stop. But it was too late. That guy was doomed, blood pouring out everywhere. Garuda, time limit 8 hours, 7 minutes, 13 seconds. Watching the time limit gradually increase, he smiled eerily. Your lives are only worth a few hours. It seems Garuda isn't satisfied yet, so he quickly looks at the servant. Is this all the guests for today? At this rate, it will never be enough. He can only bow his head and apologize. I'm sorry. As the sword gets closer, the servant swallows hard. We are still working hard to recruit new members, but it will take some more time for them to arrive. He menaces. So should I use you to replace them and escape danger? The servant rushes out. We will deliver the goods as soon as possible. He is sweating profusely as he moves. He steals others' time by killing them. At the foot of the servant are bodies lying in disarray. It seems he said earlier that he would stay here for a few more months. How many more people does he want to kill, after all? Watching his figure fade further away, Garuda clenched his teeth in frustration. He hesitated, placing his hand on his chin as he pondered. That damn monk has already been captured by the woman from the 8 guards. When the guild truly starts to want to wipe out a guild, they will begin targeting high-ranking members. Their way of working hasn't changed at all. Then Garuda slowly moved forward, gazing through the window, but being here gives me the advantage of a time limit. His laughter echoed throughout the castle, truly fitting its name, the Castle of Good Fortune. Upstairs, Jinfrey was joking around with monsters. The Demon King. On Mu's castle, on the 9th floor of the main building, the corridor leading to the extreme cold room. He decisively swung his blades, taking the lives of each one.
Because their numbers are quite large, they keep attacking him relentlessly, and the feeling of fighting right now makes Jinfrey feel exhilarated beyond words.
Fighting like this really is quite enjoyable. As expected, this gear is amazing. Suddenly he fell silent and looked ahead. But what is that enormous magic flow I've been sensing all along? Something like a giant castle appeared in Jeffrey's mind. What I sense on the 10th floor of the castle is the power of the 2nd Demon King. But there's another source of magic, stronger than the Demon King. That's really impressive. But I still have to prioritize killing the Demon King first. After taking down the last monster, he gathered his strength and leapt forward. Jinfrey pursed his lips and grinned mischievously as he looked back. Perfect. Now it's the boss's turn. The door to the 9th floor room begins to move. Someone is entering. No one else. The person entering is none other than Mira, the girl. With endless cunning, he skillfully clung to the castle's ceiling. That's right, I completely forgot about her. Could she be the source of that magic? I almost got caught. So she has already been here. After a moment of scouting around, she seemed a bit surprised. There are no monsters around here? That's strange. As soon as she finished speaking, 2 strangely shaped monsters resembling tightly packed ice blocks appeared behind Mira. They are level 92 snow golems. Without a hint of fear, she propped her hands and observed the situation. Something must have happened. Why did the boss suddenly appear like this? Mira exhaled a stream of green smoke and shouted as she summoned. An element immediately appears at her command. Jinfrey, floating in the air, analyzes the summoned element. Even as in Summoner, you need a high-level profession skill to use your summoning ability. To avoid wasting time, Mira raises her palm filled with energy forward. Sorry, but I can't waste any more time. A stream of blue spiritual energy immediately surrounds the monsters in front of us. All those streams of energy follow her guidance, one after another. When everything is ready, Mira slowly clenches her palm. Immediately, the 2 ice-shaped monsters with moderate strength were defeated and no longer resisted. Jinfrey himself was surprised by this turn of events. Unbelievable. She defeated 2 mid-level bosses at once with just one move. After finishing, she dismissively brushed her hand, showing she's on a completely different level. Mira's gaze was entirely fixed on the door above the stairs, but Jinfrey's hovering figure was not immediately noticed by her. The door only appears after the common boss is defeated, leading to the Demon Lord's chamber. Suddenly, Mira makes a sharp turn, heading in a different direction. She just passed by without noticing you, observing every move you make. It seems I need to check more carefully. I'll go to the annex building to take a look. Jinfrey quietly watched her figure disappear into the distance. So, she's looking for someone. I guess I should consider myself lucky that she's not planning to do anything to the Demon King. After walking a bit, Mira suddenly stops as she senses something, looking up at the ceiling to search for any suspicious figure. Even though she doesn't see anyone, Mira remains alert, feeling like she's being followed. Am I just imagining things? To avoid wasting time, O quickly heads ahead. Let's focus on the mission now. Now on the next floor of the castle, Jinfrey has arrived. The Demon King's castle is vast. The 10th floor of the main building's corridor leads to the Demon King's chamber. He opens the door by slamming his palm against the opposite door to unlock it. Jinfrey advances alone, flanked by bodies pierced by ice along the path, as he looks ahead with a friendly smile. It's been a long time, hasn't it? The 2nd Demon King en route. The Demon King sitting on the throne now rests his chin on his hand. The 2nd Demon King, en route, is level 100. The deadly bone-chilling ability reduces the stats of all duelists entering the Demon Lord's chamber to below 20%. Onmut grins with sharp teeth, laughing savagely, another prey bringing its own corpse. You will soon join us, human. On the left side of the scene, a corpse is pierced through by ice, while on the right side, 2 other bodies have long since been destroyed. After observing for a while, he realizes one thing. There is no trace of mana. Perhaps they suddenly sensed a surge of magic that Jinfrey recognized, causing him to frown deeply. No. Jinfrey looked up at the body pierced by the tallest ice chunk, while another person was still alive. Though barely able to move, Richard, with his kindness, advised him to run. To avoid losing the fat prey, he used a skill where a series of ice blocks charged forward. Small but sharp ice chunks aimed straight at the motionless Jinfrey. You just need to glance and spot the problem. Its first move is exactly like in the game, but just like with H-Bear Rose, who knows when it will act beyond what we expect. Not far away, Anmut spread his hand with sharp claws and sneered. You humans are all useless, but at least you look tasty. Along with that, he also bared his sharp teeth and smiled in a terrifying way. There are too many guests today, you're the 10th. Anmut sticks out his long tongue, licking his bloodthirsty lips gently. Looks like tonight I will have a feast. The image of him was seen by the surviving Richard, but he could only remain silent, frowning deeply in self-blame. At that moment, we thought we could defeat it, which was a truly foolish decision. Jinfrey stood still and emotionless, letting everything unfold quickly, as Anmut spread his palm and rushed forward. It's time to hunt, so he activates his skill to catch the juicy prey with a quick teleport, but he was easily detected by you and slipped away effortlessly. The two teleportation skills are active, allowing movement within a 100-meter radius, limited to 5 times per day. You can only use this skill 3 more times today. Along with that, Jinfrey delivered a slash to his face, blood pouring like a fountain. The rare scene left the young man stunned and slightly trembling. Only the mucus reaction is quite bubbly, with a distorted expression, struggling in despair. Even though badly injured, the guy still eagerly watches every second. What just happened? Twisting his ear, he asked you to stop shouting, "You're not even hurt." As expected, he caught on and smiled appreciatively. So you knew all along? You're quite clever. Anmut eyes Jinfrey as he tightly grips his weapon. Whatever works, practicing bone conditioning before eating is fine. Above your head, sharp icebergs were towering. Everyone follows his order and drops from the ceiling, targeting you. In an instant, the fallen ice blocks merge together to form a larger ice mass. Standing outside, Anmut grins, unable to hold back his laughter. He purses his lips in satisfaction. Having defeated Jinfrey easily, he couldn't escape that move. He must be dead for sure. However, an unexpected attack came, and you still safely held high your weapon, piercing through Anmut's chest. Because of his carelessness, he was seriously wounded, blood flowing from his mouth, using the reckless skill 1 with the mind's eye active, tripling the damage of the critical hit. Then Anmut fainted lightly, his legs gradually buckling to the ground, blood pouring out. His eyes glowed, accompanied by a hazy state. What is happening? I can't see clearly. Anmut kneels in the room and speaks to himself, feeling as if he teleported here in an instant. After a moment of contact with him, Jinfrey sighs with boredom. With 3 hidden items on him, Anmut isn't a monster to worry about. This guy's really stupid. A thought suddenly crossed my mind. I want to end this as quickly as possible, but I still need him to summon Chimeraba, so I can't let him die yet. He says it and does it. With his weapon in hand, Jinfrey speeds up and runs forward. On this side, Anmut, still confused, clenched his teeth and endured silently. Before he could attack, a bloodied corpse was pressed close to him. Jinfrey was startled, weapon in hand, quickly stepping back to defend himself as the other side held up a bloody corpse, taunting him. What's wrong? Why did you stop? You know he's already dead. This is just a meat shield. Seeing Anmut pose like that, Jinfrey had no choice but to give up helplessly. This bastard wasn't stopping. He even confidently challenged him to a duel. Hey, what was that power you used earlier? One hand holding a corpse as a shield, the other raised by Anmut doing something. Then he loudly shouted out his own skill to control the puppet, and immediately the corpses on the ice began to move, leaving the ice block. Not only a few people, but the edge of his right hand was also controlled by the mutt. In the blink of an eye, a puppet shield made from the corpses of the dead appeared before him. Because he hasn't been destroyed, the young man was pierced by ice, watching the scene of the massacre and the pile of corpses. The zombies below looked just like living people, only being controlled. He spread his palm and ordered them decisively to kill him. Obeying his master's command, the zombie horde surrounded Jinfrey, leaving him no way to survive. The scene reminded Jinfrey of the battle from years ago. This is the first time I've seen this move. It's like when I faced Chparos. I don't know why, but the Demon King has acted very differently from the game. On this side, Anmut has discovered that the guy is still alive. Is he still alive? Richard frowned, slightly panicked after being discovered by him. It has been discovered. Just as Anmut was about to end his life with a strike, his arm was cut off. He grits his teeth in extreme anger. Over there, Richard stands stunned and bewildered, trying not to get involved, pointing at himself and asking, "What are you looking at?" "I am the one fighting you right now." Suddenly attacked, Anmut seems furious enough to grind his teeth. "How dare you!" Suddenly his face changed, turning from green to purple like poison. The Demon King. Mut has been poisoned with deadly venom and will lose 10 hit points every second. Not wanting to suffer a humiliating defeat, he screams at the top of his lungs, "Summon Ice Chimera." The 3 chimeras immediately appeared. Each one is incredibly aggressive. Level 99 Ice Chimeras. Confirming their presence, Jane Frey furrows his brow as they finally appear, then rushes forward at a speed too fast to see with the naked eye. "I thought Jane Frey would be defeated." He chuckled and said, "So what? What are you planning to do?" But the gentle smile disappeared instantly when I saw the scene before me. The level 99 Chimera had been defeated. After defeating them, he integrated into the system menu and finally obtained Chimera's Fang. Jinfrey's weapon was also greatly upgraded, and Ngo Kong's durability finally dropped below 500. Durability: 493 over 1,500. Suddenly, an idea popped into his head, and he pressed his lips into a sly smile. Jane Frey looked over at him, regretful. "Demon King, the time for play is over. Your expression looks like you're licking someone's face." "What?" The upgraded weapon has been held up by Jinfrey. The condition to unlock Ngo Kong's third skill has been met. He returned to the room filled with the desperate screams of those Garuda had just killed, another blood-stained man trembling and begging him nonstop. Garuda's leader didn't care. He casually scratched his ear and shouted, "Shut up, this is definitely your hiding spot." He didn't want any trouble, so he raised his sword high, but lately there have been too many complications. The person below can only hold their head in their hands, waiting for their predetermined fate, when suddenly a strong gust of wind rushes into the room, knocking the sword in Garuda's hand far away and onto the ground, as a condemning voice echoes throughout the room. "Found it. The leader of the Garuda Wind Serpent Guild Gastami. A pair of legs stepping in along with the list of Garuda's crimes: murder, human trafficking, illegal gambling, manufacturing forbidden items, with sharp eyes and gaze directed at him. But I've only scratched the surface so far, haven't I? No one else? It's Detective Mira with the element behind her. Are you now killing your own guild member to extend the time limit? Just like her name suggests, she summons spirits to increase her power, now calling forth a new element, the water spirit Andin. The second element is the fire spirit Eat, with a considerable heat, and the wind spirit Sinfit, which Mira used earlier to attack Garuda. The 3 spirits, each representing a different element, surround her to protect her from this dangerous enemy. Watching Mira's every move, Garuda feels a slight worry. Among summoners, summoning spirits is the most difficult task, yet she managed to summon all 3 at once without breaking a sweat. Putting aside your tension, he asked her, "Miss, where are your manners? Who are you? Did you come with the guild or something?" she asked Bay. "Hideout." Plainly. Mira introduces herself as Mira Golden. With a blank face, she gets straight to the point. "In the name of the 8 guards, I will capture you and bring you back to the Adventurers Guild. Return to the 10th floor where the newly updated weapons are. The conditions have been met, and the 3 skills have been unlocked." Jin Frey, holding his weapon, lightly smiles. This is exactly what he was waiting for. His expression has pushed Mut to the limit, and he erupts. "Don't mess with me and this rebellious power." Mut crouched down, pointing directly at Jin Frey. "Fine. I won't eat you. Instead, I will crush your bones piece by piece." With that, he tensed his body, ready to unleash his final strength. Something icy appeared on Mut's shoulders, slowly extending, covering both sides. A pair of wings summoned by him soared high with a smug attitude, while Mut flapped his wings and kept mocking you as he flew. "That's right, you should just stay still. You only have that much? It really is fun to look down from up here." You open your eyes wide, cover your face with your hand to hide your mocking tone, especially when you look down at me. Mut jerked back suddenly, quickly spreading his wings to retreat, eyes fixed on Jin Frey without stopping. Despite the sweat on his face, he tried to reassure himself. "How long do you think you can stay calm?" Then Mut spread his palm, summoning a blue orb, along with the appearance of a weapon. Looking somewhat like the Despia trident, Mut confidently wields his weapon, attacking with wings. He will kill anyone who dares to block our mission. But Jin Frey effortlessly dodges skillfully, beginning to strike while muttering something for a long time. The newly updated 3-weapon skill of Jin Frey is starting to showcase its new ability: melting. Melting the blade turns into a liquid state and can freely change shape. That 48-hour cooldown period is a unique state. When the blade is in a liquid state, I can freely transform it into any shape I see fit. That means the only thing that can limit this skill is your imagination. Thinking Jin Frey gives up, Mut smiles in satisfaction, but dodging won't lead to any result. But unexpectedly, his smile vanished after just a few seconds.
From above, he grabbed his transforming weapon and charged down with Onmut's spear blocking the attack, his mouth wide open in extreme worry, and a light strike splitting his weapon into two pieces.
Dak Tianmon looked at the scene before him. Jin Frey was extremely proud. This would mark his second achievement and a new personal record. After a brief moment, Onmut's mouth spewed black blood, looking extremely terrifying. After finishing, Jin Frey hovered in the air, observing below. The second demon king Onmut had been defeated.
Now on the ground, his body lies sprawled and lifeless. The system update message reads, "Congratulations on successfully defeating the boss." At 1 hour, 21 minutes, and 35 seconds, hearing the time, Jin Frey feels quite satisfied. All right, a new record. On the opposite side, Richard watched his savior. "I've been saved."
I can't believe the demon king was defeated by just one person. Suddenly, the system panel notified you of an issue. Richard's time limit is 0 minutes, 0 seconds. When Jin Frey turns his head, he has already disappeared from that terrifying sharp ice block. He smiled faintly, thinking to himself, "It seems he has been teleported back to the city.
Even though I got hit pretty hard, at least I'm still alive."
Next, Jin Frey focuses on the item he just obtained.
I have safely obtained the necessary ingredient. The S rarity, Chimera Bang Fang, indicates that the Chimera Bang's fang can be used as a crafting material.
Looking at the statistics chart, he lightly touches his chin and analyzes. All right, the only thing missing now is ancient red soil. Jin Frey's mood is gradually improving. Once he has it, he will be able to craft the divine potion. So then, my mother's illness will also be cured. Thinking of the joy, the ground suddenly shook, startling me. Why is the ground suddenly shaking? Outside the castle, the snow has piled up in many layers. In Garuda's room earlier, he was facing Mira emotionlessly. With the wind element attacking, Garuda was completely unharmed. Well, you're taking this too seriously. Seeing that, she throws her new card, which is a new element to replace. The blazing fire roared, a fierce red light, accompanied by searing heat and billowing smoke. All the fire elements surrounded him, forming an uncomfortable vortex. However, Garuda remained calm, lightly slashing his sword a few times as a warning, causing the fire element to vanish instantly and restore the normal atmosphere around him. The current situation made her slightly anxious, her eyes wide open, unwilling to stay still. Mira raised her hand to summon the new wave element. The water element appeared gracefully, yet full of destructive power. But before he could move forward, the water element was cut off and severed from the person. It was none other than the attacker from Garuda's position. The water disturbed like rain. The scene before him was hidden behind a wall corner as Jin Frey watched and understood the cause of the earlier tremor. So it turns out the ground was shaking because those two were fighting. He lightly leans on the doorframe. Jin Frey is quite worried about her. That guy over there is really incredibly strong. He must be a high-level swordsman. Could he be the guild leader Mira is after? Since he just eliminated 2 elements, he's clearly pleased, saying, "You're only warming up." "Do you feel ashamed for calling yourself one of the 8 guardians?" Garuda said contemptuously as he raised his sword. "Let me show you." Immediately, a beam of light surrounds his sharp sword, determining how to strike accurately. After a moment, the smoke clears and she lowers her hand, observing the surroundings. But then, Garuda steps back, plants one foot firmly, and charges forward with his sword raised to end Mira's life. A swift slash cuts through her still body, blood spraying everywhere as her body is torn apart, parts flying in all directions, her mouth spewing blood, creating a scene more terrifying than a horror movie. Hiding behind the wall, Jin Frey feels a bit sad that Mira is gone. Unlike him, Garuda's expression is surprisingly happy. "Is it over? I thought you were stronger, but your fighting spirit isn't impressive at all." However, a familiar voice rang out. "Have you ever heard of those so stupid they can't recognize the difference in strength between themselves and their opponent?" That voice made him freeze, unable to believe his eyes. So Mira didn't die. She sat cross-legged on the balcony, looking at Garuda, the former member of Garuda Gaston's 8 guardians. He was now frantic, trembling as he looked back over his shoulder. "What?" Garuda said, confused, looking down at the ground, then up at Mira. "Is that a leftover image?" "No, it's just an illusion." Knowing he still didn't believe, she pursed her lips and suggested, "Allow me to teach you a lesson. Oh, you who have been expelled from the organization and foolishly walk the wrong path." Mira raised her hand high, aiming straight ahead. "This is the precise way to attack." A gust of lightning element suddenly appeared behind him. Wait, this wind. A spirit she summoned steps forward proudly. Summons spirit. The thunder spirit, Keen Garuda's face darkened with confusion. The 4th spirit? He holds his sword and steps back, saying, "This is bad, very bad."
Seizing the opportunity, Garuda turns his head, trying to escape the danger ahead. Wait a moment. At that exact time, Mira appeared, pressed close to him while Garuda was being interrogated by his father. Have you ever stopped when someone told you to wait? Thienloi blinked. The spirit shot a lightning bolt that jolted his entire body, leaving no part untouched. Within seconds, Garuda's body was billowing smoke, showing no signs of life. Hiding behind the wall and watching, Jine Frey was sweating with fear. Damn, if I make her angry, it will be really troublesome. As if she had a third eye, she quickly turned her head to look behind the wall where you had been hiding. Seeing Jinfrey's figure gradually disappear, Mira hurriedly called out his name. Are you there? Jine Frey Vanred tried to keep calm. Jin Frey walks over, bowing her head. She's realized it now. He scratches his head and explains to Mira, I'm not some kind of snake spy or anything. On this side, she also reassures Jine Frey, it's okay, you didn't interfere with my mission either, so let's call it even. Just like last time, Garuda's body is now being escorted by Mira's elemental spirits. But as for you, Jine Frey still has questions about that answer. So, it turns out he is really the guild leader of the Wind Sand Guild. Hearing that, Mira interjected with new information. I can't sense the presence of the Demon King anymore. Did you defeat him? I'm not hiding anything, just tell the truth. That's right, the problem is the morning glow. You should go ahead. Oh, really? Congratulations! I'm in a hurry, so I'll be going ahead. After taking a few steps, Mira paused and added, maybe we'll meet again somewhere. Her figure and the group of spirits gradually disappeared from Jeffrey's sight. The next morning, in a bright, sunny area, the Adventurers Guild headquarters, Garuda was captured, stripped, and confined in a separate room. Thanks to her, we managed to catch that bastard. Well done. Mira stands facing him. She nodded gratefully. Thank you, sir. Vice President Nye added that the Poison Fang Guild will also be disbanded. He kept telling Mira about the incident. This event will serve as a warning to other criminal guilds and will also help us prevent similar crimes. Hearing that, she felt a little sad and looked down. Yes, I hope so. Mira's mood has been noticed by him. Are you worried about something? Just probing a little? Regaining her composure, she held her head high and denied it. No, it's not about the mission. There's a rogue adventurer involved. I'm very curious. Mira's sudden change made him freeze up for a few seconds. On this side, after the book, Jine Frey has arrived. All right, we've reached the third continent. He lightly covers his chin with his hand, gazing into the distance. If I can defeat the Demon King here, I will have all the materials needed for the divine potion. Something's wrong with Jine Frey's weapon, but there's an issue. Ngokong's weapon name attacks with 66 durability, 299 over 1,500. Holding Ngokong in hand, he takes a deep breath. With this durability after fighting the third Demon King, Ngokong will completely disappear. Looks like it's time to find a new weapon. Jinfrey's mind recalls an image of strength and renewed determination. The fourth hidden equipment. The third continent, the central district of the third warrior city, where the densely packed houses are bustling. At a small roadside house where Jine Frey will stay, the Garden Inn of the Soaring Dragon. Opening the door, Pow's staff holding a stack of white cloths, speaking fluently. Hello. Looking at you standing outside the door, he asks, will you be staying overnight? Gene Fraser raised his finger to signal to Pow. One person but 2 rooms. I will take the third room in the north and the fourth in the west. Then their eyes looked at each other as if they understood each other without words. A few seconds later, he smiled and said his final words to you. Understood. I hope you have a pleasant time. After organizing everything, a basement is opened and Jean Frey stands in front of it. He slowly stepped down deeper, with the previous conversation only appearing after completing the hidden event on the 5th continent. As he walked, Jean Frey kept thinking to himself. Luckily, he still remembered it. In a flash, he was standing next to the door, moving deeper into the boxing room. Far away, on the fighting ring, there is a heavily muscular man. Third continent, an unknown level dungeon, underground boxing room. It seems he likes to show off, performing the same move over and over without any change. The chosen fighter? Step into the ring and show your strength. The strongest boxer of the era. Mike Weather, in out. Carefully observe the person in front of you. Jin Frey sighs in frustration, still putting on a show as always. At first glance, he looks like a harmless NPC, but this guy is not what he seems. Getting a hidden item from him won't be easy. But I have no other choice left. Then I put on the competition outfit and faced off on the mat. Now let's begin today's main event. The battle between champion Mike Weatherin and challenger Jinefrey Vanred. He wears fiery red gloves in the red corner, weighing 160 pounds or 80 kilograms, standing 1.9 meters tall with a winning streak of 108 matches. Every 10 matches, our undefeated champion will also face the legendary Mike Weatherin. Over here, Jine Frey, with his proud blue gloves, stands on the blue side, weighing 67 kilograms and 1.7 meters tall. He has black hair and bright blue eyes. A new face, Jine Frey Vanred. When both are ready, they gaze at each other for a long time, and no personal items are allowed during the fight. Each round lasts 3 minutes, and points are scored by successfully hitting the opponent's body. The referee looked at him and announced that after the round, the person with the most points or the one who reaches 10 points first would be declared the winner, and then explained some lighter rules to him. However, if you get knocked out even once, you will lose immediately without making everyone wait any longer. Get ready to start. Finally, the bell signaling the start of the match rings out, and the crowd erupts in excitement. With his strong body, he charged like an arrow straight at Jinfrey. He made no resistance, only bowing his head slightly to defend with his hands, looking quite cowardly. Actually, Jinfrey is analyzing the situation. Compared to that giant size, he's quite agile. Outside, the announcer kept praising him. Our champion has successfully dodged the counterattacks. A quick and agile combo from the champion. Ino's attacks keep getting pushed back as he defends. However, it's not surprising that Inaut targeted the high points from the start of the match. With that speed, I can still tell where he's aiming. Another punch was thrown, but Jinfrey anticipated it and dodged smoothly. More and more. Yonu keeps fighting back as the announcer shouts loudly. The challenger is no pushover either. He successfully dodged the champion's consecutive punches. It's time for him to counterattack. Jinfrey pulls his hand back, now punching straight to the right. You decisively strike, aiming straight at him. In an instant, Jinfrey's fist is so close to Ino's face that there's not even a fraction of an inch between them. The match time is getting shorter, and both of them are looking at each other with 2 minutes and 27 seconds remaining. Jinfrey has 1 point, Ino has none, and the challenger is leading. Even though his punch was blocked, he still managed to score a point. Seeing his emotionless face, he gave a gentle warning. Hey kid, don't think you're ahead, but Jinfrey remains calm and starts to adopt a defensive stance. Of course not, you deliberately let me score points, right? Stop pretending and fight seriously. The champion. Your appearance excites Ino quite a bit. He slightly smiles. The kid is interesting. Ino tenses up, his back muscles bulging out. Then it's my turn. With a powerful punch, he aims straight at Jinfrey. However, with just a slight tilt of his head, he dodged the incoming punch effortlessly. Slightly surprised, he reassured himself. Even though his eyes are very sharp, his stamina will run out soon. This kid won't last long. Even so, Ino's next punches were all dodged easily, no matter how fierce they were. Covering his face, Jinfrey kept thinking, I can't get knocked out. Even if he scores points, I must defend at all costs. You look at Inaut, but the secret here is that this arena is a guaranteed loss. With each point scored, In's strength and speed increase. He's still quite proud. Where did your confidence go just now? Your caution is slipping away. To avoid the punches, he is getting closer and closer to the edge of the ring. 1 minute, 38 seconds remaining. Jinfrey has 1 point, Inaut has 49 points. The announcer keeps cheering loudly. Our champion has unleashed his ultimate move, and the challenger has quickly been cornered. Take it easy, Ino taunts. It looks like you have no energy left to fight back. A deadly punch is thrown, getting closer and closer to Jinfrey's face. Still, you remain calm and look ahead, but the key point in this event is that you cannot win. Winning this battle is impossible, but I will win in a different way. The condition to unlock the 4th hidden gear is to survive on the arena for 3 minutes. But when the opportunity came, he crouched down and swiftly escaped Ino's fist like lightning before Jinfrey delivered a punch in response, close to his surprised face. In A, clutching his face and looking at you, this kid still manages to lift his hand after being battered like that. With 57 seconds left, Jinfrey has 9 points. In has 51 points, sweating all over. He clenches his fist and charges forward like lightning. Jinfrey's fighting spirit has really fired him up. He's taken it more seriously now. How long has it been since I last felt this joy from fighting like this? Even so, he still threw a straight punch to Jinfrey's face. But I am the one who controls everything. There are 41 seconds left. Jinfrey has 13 points. Inaut has 68 points, and the punch was hurriedly thrown from below, aiming for the chin. He could only stand helplessly, enduring the opponent's deadly strikes. The champion had to refine his technique to succeed, while the challenger had fallen. With his remaining weak strength, Jinfrey struggled to hold the opponent back, avoiding a fall due to loss of balance. His face was covered in sweat from exhaustion and pain. Jinfrey gently wipes the sweat from his face, surprising everyone. He still hasn't fallen, and the challenger remains standing firm. He is enduring, with very little time left. Who will be blessed by the god of victory this time?
Giant Frey's demeanor commands great respect from Ino. He's very skilled, but it's time to end this. He doesn't want to settle for a draw, so he rushes forward at full speed, while Ino raises his hand, ready for the decisive punch. This is the final punch. Suddenly, Giant Frey's fist pressed close to Ino's face, making him startle. What? So not only you, but he also got hit by the opponent's punch. The challenger unexpectedly counterattacked. This is truly a passionate fight. Ino, without a hint of anger, smiled as he looked at Giant Frey. You're pretty strong. Indeed, a fascinating kid. You confidently declare to him that you're not backing down anymore. The match is over. The announcer loudly reads out the final results. We will now tally the scores. The champion with 97 points, the challenger with 13 points, and the winner is Mike Weather and Out. A timer display appears. The final result, 0 seconds remaining. Jinfrey has 13 points, In-Out has 97 points, and the host keeps praising. A rare and spectacular match. I look forward to the next challenger daring to face our champion as the winner. In-Oo begins by thanking Jinfrey. You are the first warrior to fight me for 3 minutes without falling. Boxing is a battle between souls. Fists handle fists, and I have felt the true power in your punch. He's summoning something from his hand. Now, take it. This is my gift. Stand next to the arena floor. Jinfrey happily raises his hand to accept the gift. Thank you. I will accept this gift with gratitude. It is a pair of black gloves. Ino's gift for you. You have received the 4th hidden equipment, an unknown legendary weapon with a total attack power of 150 and durability of 5,000 over 5,000. The first passive skill, Fire Fist, surrounds your fist with flames, doubling your attack power. HP will decrease every second while the skill is active. The passive counterattack skill Yi. X remembers the received hits and strikes back with 3 times the force. Skill 3 unlocks after meeting certain conditions. Then fight the 3rd Demon King with the new hidden equipment. Jinfrey looks into the distance, hand shielding his eyes from the bright sun. Now that he has the hidden gear, he shouldn't waste any more time. In front of him now is a space that looks just like a desert, an S-rank dungeon of the 3rd continent, the ruins of Renon. To the left are the remnants of destroyed pillars. On the right side as well, the ruins lie scattered across the surface of the sand. Jinfrey, hands in his pockets, walking forward at a slow pace. In this dungeon, apart from the Demon King, there are no other creatures, so defeating the Demon King is enough to clear the dungeon. You gaze at the shining sun. However, the 3rd Demon King, Jack, is very hard to find. The chance of encountering him is only about 12%. I have to be very patient in searching for it. A picture of a map along with explorers floods Giant Frey's mind. Many adventurers have wasted time in this endless desert without ever encountering the Demon King, and naturally they gradually grew exhausted, both physically and mentally. Thinking of this, you clenched your fists and softly smiled to reassure yourself, I definitely won't follow in their footsteps. That damn dungeon is the start of a time-saving mission. Jinfrey quickly turns around and leaves. If it refuses to appear, I'll drag it out to sea. It must be nearby. After searching for a while longer, what he wanted to meet had already been found. It's this coffin. Jinfrey quickly runs over, grabbing the edge of the coffin and moving it aside. Not bad. You still respectfully clasp your hands together, bow your head before the coffin, and apologize for disturbing the ancestors' sleep, but now I'm in a hurry, so please help me. The coffin lid briefly opens to reveal a 1,000-year-old mummified body inside. A few seconds pass, and the lid is fully lifted. The mummified corpse appears before Jinfrey's eyes, rising from within a blazing golden sphere of light, releasing the sleeping soul here. The beam of light stands still for a long moment, gazing at you, then suddenly soars into the blue sky without looking back. The circle above Jinfrey's head also begins to move. The passive dual vision skill detects magic, a powerful magical source approaching. The ground where you stand suddenly shakes violently without any clear reason, but Jinfrey remains calm, slightly smirking with a confident expression. It's coming now. Not far ahead, the ground begins to crack as something rises up. A Demon King rises from beneath the earth, gazing directly at you. The 3rd Demon King. Jack has appeared. Jinfrey still looks quite normal as he raises his head to look up. The 3rd continent S-level dungeon relic Renon is also known as the Cemetery of Souls. Many of the dead souls have been buried in these ruins. Jack, exuding his own authority, begins to question you. Do you dare insult the dead? The 3rd Demon King Jack, level 150 with a special attribute, bites down on judgment, a fierce aura emanating from his body. The 3rd Demon King Jack appears as a protector of the dead souls, and if you disrespect the dead, they will face each other. Joe continued to speak, and the punishment is very terrifying. I will take your life to atone for this sin. To carry out the judgment, it must appear. He opened his mouth to reveal sharp fangs and declared, "I am the Demon King. My name is Joe, the protector of lost souls. I will judge those who dare to insult them." Not wanting to waste time, he raised his hand to summon something. With a divine weapon attack power of 150 and durability of 5,000 over 5,000. Jack also summoned the item he carried. The judgment scale has been activated. At that moment, a golden sphere suddenly shot out from inside you. Jinfrei's soul is placed on the scale alongside the opposing sphere. Your soul will be placed on the scale. After observing the result for a moment, he declares, "Your corrupt soul, I will purify it and guide it to heaven." Your soul on the scale suddenly shifts unexpectedly. The balance begins to shake violently as if something is about to happen. As expected, the scale has shifted. Jinfrei's soul is heavier than the previous sphere. The judgment scale has made its decision. After the verdict, the sphere returns to your body. Because of your sins, all your stats will be reduced by 30%. Zoe, no smile. Say your final words to Jinfrei. The punishment for those who dare disrespect the souls of the departed. Use your entire life to atone. You are different, completely fearless, with a mysterious smile. I knew it would turn out like this. You start analyzing everything about the balance. The judgment scale is a special attribute aimed at explorers, saving time in the search for the Demon King. But for me, this is the right kind of exchange. Facing him directly, Jinfrei silently decided that now I just need to defeat him before anything else happens. Jack is not impressive at this moment. Black arrow. A series of dark arrows shot out at him, aiming directly at him as the target. But with a body full of agility, Jinfrei quickly twisted his body to dodge smoothly. Hovering in the air above, Jack looked down at him. The Wheel of Heaven, illusion skills have no effect on monsters. Jinfrei listened and understood the problem. So this battle is a contest of pure strength, with no tricks allowed. You quickly put on the gloves In-Out gave you and start punching forward with momentum. However, he used teleportation magic to quickly get behind Black Arrow and launched a series of rapid attacks with the dark Black Arrow aimed directly at Jinfrei. He quickly dodged and then leapt into the air. The moment was right. Jinfrei gathered his energy and punched forward with all his might. Zoe flinched suddenly, only able to use his weapon to block the attack from you. He then revealed a hidden secret weapon he had been concealing, the Black Demon Magic Shield. The small shield was enough to make Jinfrei stagger and be thrown quite far away. Luckily, you stayed calm, kept your feet on the ground, and avoided falling. Jinfrei wiped the sweat from his face. I can't act according to my will. The shock effect really has affected me a lot. At this moment, a system panel suddenly appeared behind you. Looking closely at the screen, there was an incoming call from Jinfrei's mother. A call from Amelia. Amelia. You stare in shock, eyes wide open. Did something happen to Mom? Seizing the opportunity, Jack ambushes and blocks the next attack. A series of dark arrows are shot out by him, attacking once again. The boy tries to stay calm, twisting his body to dodge neatly. Jinfrei lunges forward, flipping onto the ground head over chest. I don't have time to answer now, so I quickly land and run forward as fast as I can. We must finish this quickly and not let Jinfrei escape easily. Jack uses his new Dark Vortex skill. A dark circle appears. They surround you completely, leaving no time to hesitate. There isn't much time left. Jinfrei clenched his fist, flames blazing, activating the spirit's skill. His recent action left him stunned. What? His fist is on fire. With his fist engulfed in red flames, Jinfrei reared back and stepped back, doubling his attack power. HP will decrease every second. Fire punch. A punch infused with flames thrown by Jinfrei, aiming straight at Jack to settle the score all over again. The punch hits Jack's face, making him look quite pained. Then, Jack was thrown far away by the force of the attack, using a fire punch where fire surrounds your fist, doubling the attack power, and HP decreases every second. Luckily, he managed to stay upright and quickly landed safely on the ground. What are you talking about? It's just a flame surrounding the punch. Truly ridiculous. Hanging in the air, Jinfrei scoffs. Looks like you're just talking big. That remark touched his pride. Humans really don't know when to stay silent. Zoe begins summoning something with a cursed circle. I will make sure you can't say that again. Jinfrei was momentarily stunned, disbelief in his eyes, in his. That move, within a vast black hole circle, a giant fist appears. Supreme, dark, heavenly fist. That fist, like an arrow, shot straight toward you, still hovering in the air. Then it struck with such force that it sent Jinfrei flying far away, crashing into the rocks behind him. Standing and watching the situation unfold, he was extremely pleased. What do you think? The power of that undefeated punch. Beneath the fallen stones, a movement and a revival of life emerge.
No one else. You're still alive. You wipe your face with your hand. Just as I expected. That's a move I've never seen before.
Jinfrey, confused, looks at Jack in front of him. What's wrong with the Demon King in this world? Why are only they different from in the game? The system panel here, your mother's calls keep ringing non-stop. The call from Amelia arrives, and Jinfrey clenches his teeth in anger. Again, I don't have time to answer the call. You have to decline it. Stop! Seeing Jinfrey's appearance, Jack praised him. What if I increase the attack power? Looks like you're pretty good too. That comment made you shiver with anger, so don't praise me for such trivial things. He didn't bother to beat around the bush, casually pointing his hand toward the black hole. Just a boast? To have a chance to counterattack, you decide to use your fist again. Although the fire punch deals high damage, your HP will decrease every second while using it. I have to finish this quickly, or I'm doomed. Suddenly, Jinfrey widened his eyes, and something bad was about to happen to him. Another call from Amelia. Seizing the opportunity, Jacko strikes with a punch aimed at Jinfrey. What's going on? You're pretty quick, stepping back and lightly crouching on your toes to land safely. I have a bad feeling about this. Jinfrey looked at him. There's no other choice now. You silently open your palm and gently point it toward the ground to do something. Next, the move you unleash is almost impossible to block. In just a few seconds of teleportation, Jinfrey completely disappears from Jackal's sight. He stared in shock, looking around to find you. Where did he go? After a while, thanks to the teleportation, he arrived at another desert. Jinfrey quickly opened the system menu and pressed the accept call button. What's going on, Amelia? Why are you calling me so many times? Jinfrey's sister asked hoarsely, Where are you now? And fearing enemies nearby, he glanced around before answering calmly. What's going on? I'm a bit busy right now. Amelia hesitated, tears welling up in her eyes as her mother's condition suddenly worsened. The healer told my mother she doesn't have much time left. A simple statement, but it left Jinfrey speechless. His eyes gradually narrowed, an invisible pain surging forward. Amelia turned her head and urged Jinfrey to go home early. Suddenly, Ja caught up. Are you planning to play this game? Looking at him from behind, you are utterly stunned. Damn it, I've been caught? Wearing a worried, sweaty face, Jinfrey urged his sister. All right, I'll be back right away. Jack begins to confront him, accusing him of dishonoring the soul of the deceased and asking if he's still daring to run now. You truly are unforgivable. Shame on you, humanity. He continued using his previous move to counter Jinfrey, the supreme dark primordial, but was caught off guard and teleported behind Jack for a surprise attack. He clenched his fist tightly, flames billowing up fiercely. Just as I was about to throw the punch, Jinfrey apologized. Sorry, but I have urgent business now. This ends here. Suddenly, he caught your fiery punch with his bare hands. Jack asked Jinfrey again with a blank expression. This still isn't enough to deal with me. I'm not backing down now. I'm boldly declaring that I've given it my all, and the damage from the fire punch has already accumulated enough. Now it's Jacko's turn to counterattack, and a black hole appears again. The heavenly overlord fist, a giant fist, emerges once more from the previous black hole. This time, Jinfrey stands there dodging the attack and clenches his fist. The fire punch can double the attack power. He didn't hesitate to throw a punch forward, and had another skill. Jinfrey dodged his giant punch earlier, activating the second skill to triple the damage and counterattack. Then he slammed his fist into Jacko's arrogant face, knocking him back with a slight deformity, and as he helplessly rolled a few times in pain, he finally hit the ground, his back smashing hard into the unyielding white wall. My attack power is twice as strong, and the dark heavenly right is 3 times as powerful. I told you to finish quickly. The update notification sounds. Defeating GI level 150 grants, experience points, and rewards, with generous prizes including 3 million souls of Jack and S-rank ancient red earth rare. With funds in hand, he hurried back home. This is the ingredient he needs. He must get home quickly. At this moment, in the house near the small forest on the first continent, Jinfrey's home, in Jinfrey's mother's sick room filled with people standing and watching, a familiar voice suddenly sounded, making Amelia turn her head to look. Amelia outside the door, he sighed tiredly, muttering to himself continuously. How is Mom doing? Seeing her brother return, she ran out happily. Roland sighed and explained the situation to him. Your mother is currently severely affected by the final stage symptoms of mana depletion disease. Black spots have appeared on her skin. Mom, he also mentioned more about her illness. Loss of mana caused your mother's blood pressure to drop sharply, and her heart and lung functions to deteriorate significantly. Even advanced primary treatments are powerless. Unfortunately, it might be your mother. The news only deepens little Jinfrey's pain. Seeing her sister like that, Jinfrey felt compassion and gently supported her shoulder. It's okay, Amelia. I won't let Mother die. Don't cry. You calmly and confidently declare that you will heal your mother now. Even Roland is surprised to hear this. What? Emilia asked again. You will heal Mother? That night, he leveled up and invested 90 points into proficiency. Jinfrey used internal energy, closed his eyes, and increased proficiency from 145 to 250, reaching the maximum, and his crafting skill leveled up. Then the items he conquered were pulled out. Ancient Earth Chain, a Nanchimera Ice, and tears of a high-level S-Elf. Everything was ready. Jinfrey shouted to signal the crafting, and after a few moments of refinement, a rare potion was produced. The SS grade Miracle Elixir effectively heals abnormal states and illnesses with just one sip. A rare herbal potion was quickly completed. It's done. Hold it in your hand. Jinfrey laughs joyfully. The divine medicine. Even Roland was amazed by what he saw. I've never seen that kind of medicine before. Could that be the legendary elixir? Emilia is still stunned, unable to believe her eyes. How did you manage to hold the precious potion bottle, you said to her? Sorry, we'll talk later. Emilia then Jinfrey moved to where Isabella was lying and started treating her. Isabella's face now is covered with large black spots that are spreading to nearby areas. He quickly helps her sit up, knowing that as a master alchemist increases proficiency, they will be able to craft higher-level items. I managed to gather the ingredients and skills just in time. Jinfrey started pouring the medicine to save her mother. The precious herbal drops slowly entered Isabella's mouth as everyone hoped. Please wake up, Mother. A few seconds pass, and both of them silently observe the situation with tense stillness. Suddenly, something appears. The dark spots on her face gradually faded over time. Isabella has regained consciousness. She opened her eyes wide and looked around. The first images that came into view were her son Jinfrey and her daughter Emilia. However, Isabella became frantic, clutching her chest. Who am I? Unable to contain her emotions, she burst into tears and ran over to tightly embrace Isabella. Emilia, what happened? She looked stunned as she glanced at you and then smiled, standing next to Jeffrey. Seeing that my mother was healthy, I was overjoyed. Suddenly, an unexpected question from my mother rang out. How is your mother's health? Is she okay now? Make her stammer a little. Her health? Isabella tried to recall her memory to tell Emilia, then she remembered to mention her mother. You've never been in bed this long before. Is something wrong? She looks expressive, complaining to her. Our mother was very worried. Emilia's next words made Isabella even more startled. If he hadn't been able to treat her in time, maybe now, she asked again. Jinfrey, is your mother sick? What does that mean? Roland immediately jumped in and told everything. Yes, ma'am, your son's divine power has been effective. Amazing. The symptoms have completely disappeared. With her hand on her shoulder, she looked at you. The miracle cure? That's not an ordinary medicine that can be easily obtained. Jinfrey, you're not going to become an explorer, right? Jinfrey calmly turns his head and walks away. Don't mind it. What's more important is that I'm glad you're okay. But after being scolded loudly by Isabella, it seems she is quite angry. My mother's expression made the two siblings shiver and stand frozen. Suddenly, Isabella, lying on the hospital bed, sat up abruptly. Mom, are you able to stand up now? Then she pointed directly at this stubborn son, Jinfrey. Isabella suddenly burst out with a series of words, ran away from home, and left her mother and Emilia alone. So, you decided on your own to become an old explorer? No, you're completely helpless. I didn't abandon either of you. No matter what, Jinfrey will lose and admit her mistakes. Don't even try to defend her. Yes, she shouted loudly. Since I was young, I have looked just like my father. Seeing the tense situation, Roland tipped his hat and saluted. Then I'll take my leave first. Everyone stay safe. Emilia politely sees him off. Thank you, sir. Then she went back inside to try to comfort her mother. Come on, Mom. He did it to help you after all. Seeing how worried Lahong was, Jinfrey burst into tears. His divine power is incredible. With her hand on her chest, Isabella looked sad. Mom knows, but what if your brother encounters something dangerous? Seeing her like that, you also felt sad for your mother. But after just a few seconds, Isabella's emotions changed again. All right, it's okay now, at least you're safe. She just signaled for Jinfrey to go defeat the Demon King quickly. Jinfrey, what do you mean by the offer that made you freeze? Emilia looked confused. Why did you suddenly change your mind? And Jinfrey is stunned. Shouldn't you be saying now that it's been a long time and our family should sit down to eat together? You're mistaken, Mom. Suddenly, Isabella spoke up again. How long do you think I've been a mother? She gently stroked his cheek with a tender touch and said, Now you look just like your father. You want to achieve something by becoming an explorer, right? Jinfrey nodded in agreement. Yes. Looking at her son, Isabella added, Then just do it, now that I'm healthy again. Look into her eyes as she makes her request. But you have to promise 3 things. First, call every day so I know you're still alive. Yes. Continuing Isabella's wishes. Monday, you are not allowed to die. Yes, I promise. In the end, she gently touched your face and finally embraced Jean Frey, whispering a few words. Thank you. Jean Frey. Isabella, her voice trembling, said the final words to you before parting ways. Take care. A while later, the two important women in Jean Frey's life saw you off for a short distance. I will come back. Emilia helps Isabella look towards Jean Frey, whose figure gradually disappears from their sight. A while later, in the vast forest, my mother's illness is caused by a monster that can drain magic power. Fortunately, this time I can use a divine medicine to cure it, but there are countless others suffering from the same. Jean Frey lifts his head high and looks up at the sky. If we can defeat all the demon kings and create a peaceful world without monsters, maybe this disease will disappear. A question echoed in his mind, but in the game, even if he defeated all 7 demon kings, the monsters wouldn't disappear, probably due to some reason. Jean Frey, hands on hips, takes a deep breath. Before moving on, the existence of the 8 gods he hasn't fully understood from his past life is the key to everything. That morning, in a distant place, at the arena of the 3rd continent, the 3rd warrior and the strongest fighters gathered here for the Olympia battle. After traveling 3 long distances, Jean Frey finally arrived. You blend into the crowded crowd. A voice announcement echoes, drawing your attention. Now we will begin the first intercontinental tournament to determine the strongest explorer in the Olympia battle. Cheers echo across the stands throughout the entire area. Jean Frey, helpless, covers his ears tightly. As usual, this event is truly astonishing. The organizers began to introduce the details of the competition, stating that explorers from all continents, from the unified continent to the 7th continent, could participate. However, your level will be adjusted to 155, and your stats will automatically be set to level 150. But your skills, class, and equipment are not restricted. He stood silently, hands in his pockets, thinking. But even if he wanted to defeat the gods early, he needed to get stronger first. The prize for this competition was 1 billion G. But as if drawn by something, Jean Frey glanced to the side. On his left, a group of people is moving, and what everyone desires is not the money, but the accompanying prize. Something only obtainable here. Even on his right, it's just as crowded beyond description. Something more enticing, a VIP-grade book with pages is brought out, a scroll of class change to SS. Which type of circle appears in front of the contestants first? In the preliminary round, we will measure your magic power and strength. Jean Frey looked at the circle with a smirk. The total score will be calculated and ranked. The top 8 will advance to the main competition. You follow the instructions. Place your hand in the center of the circle. Now, please place your hands on the magic circle in front of you, so we can measure your magic. After a while, when the sun is high, the measurement results will be ready. Everyone looks up at the floating news board. This is the ranking. First place, 1,190 points. Second, 1,033 points. Third, 1,022 points. Seeing Jean Frey's rank, I was stunned. Jean Frey Vonner is ranked 2,189 with 72 points. Starting out and already at the bottom, you grit your teeth with a sad face, but I can guess it too. As an engineer, my magic power is low. I might not even have reached level 150. The next test will begin now. Let's start by measuring your attack power. A punching machine is placed in front of Jean Frey. Use all your strength to punch the machine in front of you. Look at the machine carefully. Analyze it. There's no need to panic. Even if your magic points are at the bottom of society, you can still use your strength to make up for it. Jean Frey took a deep breath, then clenched his fist as tightly as possible, wearing the gloves given by Out to participate. Fire Punch, a fire punch skill. Surround your fist with flames, doubling your attack power, and HP will decrease every second. Jean Frey's fist is engulfed in blazing red fire, first doubling, then counterattacking to triple it. The second skill, Counterattack X, actively responds to the enemy's move, tripling damage and launching a counterattack. Jean Frey pulls back his hand, then launches a decisive punch with 6 times the power of the Sky Shadow Fist. The bell rings out, signaling the end of the match as the packed stands await the results. Everyone on the stands is wide-eyed, stunned, watching intently ahead. The people below were just as stunned, only able to gape open-mouthed, suddenly exclaiming, "Huh?" The people below the arena watch intently at Jean Frey's position, discussing animatedly. Was that him making that sound? What did he do? Over the crowded stands, the announcer's voice echoed through the speakers. Thank you all for waiting. The attack power test results are now in, and we will announce them immediately. The results board also quickly appeared, showing the attack power rankings. Jean Frey Vanred took a deep breath as he looked at the results board. I was a bit worried when I was ranked last in the magic ranking, but it seems like I'm okay now. The announcer's voice continues. Based on the current results, these are the 8 warriors who secured main positions in the tournament. Rin Misto, Rami, Alias, Ramir Kis, Jinfrey, Vonar, Sibo Frey, Rudafactor, Oisun Sas. Hearing this, he smiled proudly. Nearby, a few others were grinding their teeth for not making it onto the list. Suddenly, a voice spoke beside Jine Frey's ear, drawing his attention to the sound. "Hey, that voice belongs to Mira." She slowly walks over, resting one hand on her hip, and says reproachfully, "Jin Frey, are you a stalker or what?" Seeing who it was, Jine Frey jumped up and shouted, "It's you again?" I should be the one saying that. "It smells like gunpowder in the air." The two of them start questioning each other. She said, "Why do I keep seeing you everywhere I go? You're not willing to fall behind either." "Then I'll return that remark to you." Mira scowled in anger. Deep down, she wondered why he used such a strange equipment again during the punch in the training yard, recalling Jin Frey's stance before throwing the punch, and she found herself quite curious. Thanks to Lucifer's halo ring, he can hear everything. Jin Frey closes his eyes and sighs. "You came here because of that transfer paper, right?" Mira was quite surprised. She looked up at him when she heard him ask these questions willingly, not avoiding. Mira quickly replied, "That's right. If you want to get stronger, you can't avoid changing your class, right?" Seeing Mira standing there alone, Jine Frey pondered, as those 8 guards are extremely famous among all adventurers, so she must be using a fake name to avoid unnecessary attention. Now let's get started with the main event. The screen displays the names of the top 8 contestants. The main event this time will be an elimination match among the top 8 competitors. The winner will receive 1 million grams and a professional certification scroll. Looking up, Jine Frey smiles excitedly at this game rule. "If I win this match, I'll have to keep fighting." That sounds a bit interesting. The program's sound continues to play. Now, we will start with the first match of the finals. Jin Frey Vonner and Grenj Mist, please step forward. Mira then turns around, raises her hand and says, "Good luck." She tilts her head to watch Mira's figure gradually disappear, thinking to herself, she's not bad either. Jin Frey stands coldly in the middle of the arena, waiting for his opponent to enter, ignoring the noisy spectators. What is that skinny guy doing? With that equipment, is he a craftsman? But what was the result in the elimination round? The 2 other men in the stands are arguing wildly. Probably the judges made a mistake. What's that thing on his head? The rowdy audience's heated debate drew Jine Frey's attention, causing him to turn and look up. In front of him was Green Mist, dressed in an elaborate crafting outfit. The screen displays his information. Green Mist, craftsman, leader of the Silver Demon Guild. The crowd was noisy when they saw him. Green Mist is the leader of the Silver Ghost Guild on the 5th continent, right? I hear it's because of the custom-made armor that he goes around showing off how high his defense is. Now that it's betting time, who are you betting on this round? This idiot doesn't need to bet this time. Everyone clearly bets on Green. The atmosphere has become lively with the audience's cheers. The program's announcement sounds. Both contestants are ready. Let the match begin. Under the arena, Jine Frey was stunned and thought, I can't believe my opponent is a craftsman with such a ridiculous appearance. And Green then arrogantly spoke up. It seems I am truly lucky, but this fight has lost its excitement. As soon as he finished speaking, he was surprised to see that Jine Frey's figure was nowhere in sight. You didn't disappear, you just quickly clenched your fist and threw a fiery punch. Rinj was careless and couldn't dodge Jine Frey's punch, resulting in a blow from below that dazed him. Looking around for Jine Frey, even though he was right in front of him, he quickly seized the opportunity and repeatedly punched his body, making him scream in pain. Finally, Jine Frey sternly and decisively launched a move right at Grinj's chest, causing him to grimace and whimper. After that punch, his body soared into the air and then slammed deep into the wall beside him. Green's battered and injured body quickly fell down. He sat on the floor, panting heavily. The spectators in the stands were stunned and terrified, mouths agape in amazement. The cheers erupt, mixed with comments from the crowd. What's wrong with that guy? What's going on? Seeing the scene on the field, the program continued to comment. What just happened? Reen has been defeated. Jinfrey gently pats her head, lost in thought. Did I go too far just now? At the same time, the program announced the winner as Jinfrey Vanrid. Sitting nearby, Mira rested her chin in her hand, contemplating whether her equipment had fire attribute. I didn't expect the competition to continue. Next is the second match of the first round. Ujun Sasvarami, also known as, heard her name called and quickly stepped onto the arena. The audience above reacted fiercely upon seeing Mira below. Oh dear, another cute girl. The arena is a battlefield for men after all. A girl has no chance here. Hearing all that, Mira could only stay silent and refuse to argue. Meanwhile, Jin Frey leaned against the wall with his arms crossed, eyes closed, thinking that teasing might also be a form of entertainment for the spectators, especially since the security here is quite poor. Mira's opponent is an old man holding a staff who approaches to announce and remind. The match begins, and he speaks first. Ha ha ha, she really is a beautiful girl. Mira's face remains cold and emotionless as she listens to his words. She glared at him with half-lidded eyes, but he refused to give up, grinning mischievously, raising his hands and scratching, whispering, "If you let me touch you, maybe I'll go easier," ignoring him and not giving him a chance to spout nonsense. Mira quickly summoned her spirit. 2 spirits, one red and one blue, quickly appeared. The red one is the fire spirit Ifrit, and the blue one is the water spirit Shin. Only a burst of red flame erupts, rushing straight at the terrified old man Oho under the Hong Shadow technique. The spectators watching the match from the stands were treated to a spectacular display and were stunned, unable to believe their eyes. Leaving the defeated old man behind, Mira gently turns and walks away. With the announcement of the match's end, the battle is over and the winner of the second match is Rami Alias. Under the enthusiastic cheers of the spectators in the stands, that girl is amazing. Jinfi could only marvel at how fast she was. Inside the large arena, the sound kept ringing out continuously. The matches went smoothly, and after the 4th match, the final round was officially completed. Next is the quarter-final match. The first match will be Jin Frey Vanred versus Ramius. The remaining 2 will compete as well. In the second match, Ryuta Factor and Genis Jimyeon. At this moment, Jin Frey stands from afar, watching intently as Genis stands ahead, his eyes subtly circling before looking down, silent as if deep in thought. Reflecting on what he has experienced and felt, he quietly assesses that Janes is much stronger than other adventurers. Thinking that way, Jin Frey quietly compared, maybe even on par with Mira, or even better, leaving no room for much thought. The match immediately began. Now let's begin with the first quarter-final match. Jin Frey with the Lucifer Halo ring on his head. Dashing, Jin Frey Vanner and Rami, also known as, step onto the arena. Rami also steps forward with a cold expression. Both contestants, please come to the front. Now both of you are standing on the field, surrounded by cheers and applause from the audience. Confident in her abilities, Mira smiled confidently and said, "If you want to run away, this is your chance." Jin Frey responded with a slight smile, not to be outdone. "This really is a good opportunity. Let's settle this once and for all to see who the real tale is." The program announcer continuously reports the first semi-final match between Jin Frey Vanner and Rami Alias. Both have entered the arena and are ready for their match. The crowded stands are filled with spectators as the bell rings, signaling the start of the fight. Kicking off the match, with a cold expression, Mira speaks first and summons a spirit. Under her pointing hand to the sky, a red-haired spirit appears behind her. It is the fire spirit. Without using any skills, Jin Frey clenched his fists, stood in a defensive stance, and silently sighed. The audience watched excitedly. That girl is summoning another spirit. It's only the first match, and it's already so intense. Jin Frey looked at the red-haired spirit and pondered. One spirit is already troublesome enough, but Mira keeps summoning more spirits non-stop. The water spirit and the thunder spirit appeared one after another, and all 3 enormous spirits suddenly appeared before Jin Frey, making him gasp, beads of sweat forming on his face as he thought to himself, summoning 3 spirits at once? The feeling of facing these opponents is truly overwhelming. Mira pursed her lips and smiled, standing tall before the 3 spirits. The audience's expectations were not disappointed. Kovu was very enthusiastic. "I've never seen 3 spirits summoned at once before. Keep going, girl." She raised her hand and pointed upward, saying frankly, "I know your strength, so I won't raise my hand first." Jin Frey smiled softly, teasingly, while still in a defensive stance. "Wow, that's terrifying." Suddenly, a long, blue-haired spirit appears in front of him, unleashing the water dragon roar. Then this technique transformed into a fierce water dragon head with sharp teeth, charging straight at Jin Frey. He remained silent without counterattacking, swiftly dodging to the side as a blue light burst forth from the spell and struck the ground. Luckily, he dodged just in time, leaving no room for hesitation. Mira boldly raised her hand and unleashed her Thunder Dragon technique, a grayish-blue dragon rushing forward surrounded by blue light and lightning. With Mira's rapid succession of attacks, Jin Frey was stunned and thought to himself, "So fast." The audience in the stands was all dazzled and stunned with horror. Below the arena, Jin Frey sat beside a deep crack, probably just narrowly avoiding a disaster. Sitting by the edge of the hole, he gasped and spoke, almost narrowly avoiding a strike that could have been devastating. Not willing to sit still and take it, Jin Frey decided to attack with a fire spell, clenched his fist tightly, and a red flame flickered, his face serious and determined. He rushed forward quickly, his legs wide apart, and threw a fiery punch. Mira stood to the side, watching coldly. She remained silent, as if contemplating something. Her teeth are clenched tightly, the corner of her mouth twitching, her face darkening as if sinking into darkness. The smoke rising from Jine Frey's fists. He clenched his teeth and whispered, "Is she trying to beat me?" Then he thought to himself, she's indeed a strange girl, but her skills are undeniable. If I lower my guard even just a little, I'll definitely be doomed. Mira stood there mockingly. "You look more pathetic than I thought. Looks like I overestimated you." Even in a verbal duel, Jin Frey wouldn't back down and responded accordingly. "You're only confident because you summoned the spirit and attacked me? I also underestimated your skills." Mira pursed her lips and smiled softly as she accepted the challenge. "But luckily for me, your target is terrifying." The atmosphere heats up as everyone cheers passionately. "Enough, go and take down that guy already, girl." In the audience, the men are arguing over who to bet on. That's right, I forgot to place my bet again. "All right, everyone, who are you planning to bet on?" Surely the crowd here will place their bets on that girl, right? Those taunts are nothing. Get off the stage, you cheater. How much did they pay you to throw this match? Come on, girl. Don't embarrass the arena with that pathetic outfit, kid. This isn't a playground for children, so get a grip and think. This is so annoying. Who would cheat, huh? Mira muttered to herself, feeling sorry for him, thinking this arena is known for its rough spectators. But I really feel sorry for him. Thinking that, her eyes sparkled, and she smiled cunningly as if she had a clever plan. Jine Frey also squinted suspiciously, wary as he looked at Mira, wondering what these people were up to. Mira stands before the Grey Dragon, confidently speaking to Jin Frey. "Let's finish this quickly." Kin, the giant water spirit, jumps onto the top of the Horned One's head, shining with lightning. Jine Frey, the thunder god, appears to be struck by a deadly gaze, his hands clenched tightly as he silently watches everything unfold before him. The lightning god technique was unleashed immediately, charging straight at Jinfrey's position. But he managed to dodge just in time. Chased closely by the water spirit Tin Thin Loi Karin, he hurriedly ran forward. Oh no, in front of him now is the water spirit It raises its hands to form a water sphere. Everything happens so quickly that he silently thinks handling 3 spirits at once is more difficult than he imagined. Seeing the spirits in the distance, he broke out in a sweat, almost no chance to counterattack. 2 spirits took turns chasing Jin Frey from both sides, preventing him from escaping, making him curse inwardly. This is really troublesome. But there is no doubt that Mira is very strong. After running for a while, he looked up and saw Mira leaning casually with her hands on her hips with a spirit behind her. Her expression now is very proud and confident, and Eat standing behind with arms crossed makes her look even more dominant. Now Jin Frey realizes that she must have figured out her fire punch could pierce through fire, which is why she kept the Ifrit beside her. Everyone else seems to think so too. Because his fire punch can counterattack fire, she will keep the Ifrit aside. Realizing Mira's intention, he didn't hesitate anymore and silently made up his mind. In that case, just charge straight at her first. As soon as she thought that, Jin Frey seemed to vanish into the air, no longer standing in front of Mira. Her heart was pounding, her body stiffening as she silently guessed that he had disappeared. Jinfrey truly was gone. He has now moved beside Mira, catching her off guard. His hand clenched tightly, unleashing a blazing fist at lightning speed with a swirling fire vortex emanating from his grip. The fire fist coming into her line of sight made Mira widen her eyes and whisper in surprise. Got it. Her cold and indifferent expression leaves Jinfrey stunned. The system also sounds an alarm, revealing the plan has been uncovered. Mira successfully tricked you into the trap. She only saw Mira raise her finger to the sky with a confident and proud face shouting out the hurricane drill. As soon as he finished speaking, a wind spirit appeared behind Jin Frey, forming a gust sphere in its hand and rushing straight at him. Seeing the spirit clearly, his eyes widened as he silently called out wind spirit in his mind, while also suspecting that Mira had sacrificed herself to summon the 4th spirit. The entire packed arena stood up simultaneously. After a loud crash on the arena floor, everyone's faces turned pale with fear and sweat. Down below, Mira still stood there, lost in thought. Just as I thought, he couldn't get up. Suddenly, a sound rang in her ear, catching her attention and forcing her to glance over. The sound turned out to come from Jin Frey, who was coughing lightly due to the dust in the air, thinking he had been hit by Jinfit's spirit attack, but unexpectedly he appeared intact right in front of Mira and the Ifrit spirit. He covers his mouth and coughs softly, muttering to himself, "That was really dangerous. If I hadn't used wind shift in time, I would have taken that hit and the game would be over."
At this moment, a system message appears on the screen, indicating that the active wind shift skill can be used 5 times a day, with 3 uses remaining. Seeing Jinfrey still unharmed, Mira frowned and angrily scolded. But when did that happen? Taking advantage of her being emotional, he threw a fist of fire forward, still not finished. Under Mira's watchful gaze, Jinfrey charged straight at her. The flames in his hand still blazed fiercely, making Mira hesitate, as using a powerful skill like teleportation repeatedly would be very difficult. Can he really use it without limitations? Then she quickly ordered the spirit. Ifrit quickly charged forward to attack. Even though he knew there was a disadvantage in using fire against this spirit, Jinfrey still used it. It seems you're considering some kind of plan. You purse your lips tightly and stare directly at the Ifrit spirit. The spirit also rushes forward seriously, their fists of fire clashing in midair, sparks flying out fiercely, but soon the sparks extinguished, leaving only smoke drifting upward. Watching them fight like this, Mira sighed from the side and said, "That's bad, your fire punch won't work." But he didn't seem disappointed at all, still smiling brightly, and replied, "I know." Then he charged again at the spirit, continuously attacking even though it was useless. After a long while, Mira spoke up to explain. No matter how many times you try, it will be useless. Techniques with the same element will cancel each other out. Do you understand? Ignoring her words, Jinfrey clenched his fiery fist and charged forward. As he leapt, his fist suddenly transformed in an unusual way after he softly whispered to cancel it. Seeing this strange thing, Mira couldn't help but be surprised and furrowed her brow in suspicion. What is it? So as not to let her doubt for too long, a sword of No Kong gradually appears in Jinfrey's hand. He confidently says, "This is an elemental weapon. It won't be destroyed." He clenched both hands around the sword and ran forward fiercely, shouting, "Melt," as the sword gradually turned into wisps of smoke floating into the middle. The system quickly notes the 3 skills. Melting, where the blade turns into liquid, allowing it to change shape freely. With a 48-hour cooldown, the melting streams rapidly coalesce into long tendrils with roots, resembling a serpent coiling around Mira, leaving her bewildered. What is this? A notification sound rang out. No Kong's durability was 299 over 1,500. Ngogong quickly rushes toward the target. In Jinfrey's mind, one more hit should be enough to break its durability. It quickly wrapped itself tightly around Mira, passing over her face and covering the lower half, making her eyes widen in shock. After securing her, it slowly lifted her into the air. This is the 100 Arms of Avalokite's Vara technique. With No Kong's crushing grip, Mira can't move and can only scream inwardly. What kind of outpower is this? I can't even command the spirits anymore. Mira was squeezed so tightly that tears welled up in her eyes. She struggled to break free but couldn't escape. Her legs are dangling in the air, swaying without touching the ground. The system now warns that Ngo Kong's durability is at 9 out of 1,500, startling him. "I almost made it in the end." The host finally spoke. Mira alias could no longer continue the match. The winner is Jinfrey Vanred. When announced as the winner, Jinfrey couldn't hide his triumphant smile. He chuckled softly and looked up at everyone. "The result is out. You don't need to make things difficult for Mira anymore." Quietly canceled to retract the technique. No longer suspended in the air by Neo Kong, Mira quickly fell down and was luckily caught by Jinfrey below. She was speechless now, exhausted and disheveled, leaning on him as she took deep breaths. The audience in the stands was stunned, standing up to get a better look, and Mira also calmly spoke up. "It's a pity, but it seems I have lost." Jinfrey crossed his arms and asked, "Why are you suddenly so gentle?" She calmly replied, "I'm not foolish enough to deny the strength of a formidable opponent." Seeing her so straightforward, Jinfrey took out a small bottle of blue liquid. To Mira's surprised gaze, he explained, "Here, drink this, a special remedy I prepared." Holding the potion bottle in her hand, she watched the boy's back as he left, and could only remain silent. Mira was left alone, clutching the bottle as she looked at Jinfrey, lost in thought. With skills like this, he's definitely not someone I can underestimate. But a message from Lucifer's aura made Jinfrey break out in a cold sweat. Realizing her curiosity about the item, Mira is intrigued by your equipment. Her mind is lost in her own thoughts, including illusions, teleportation, fire fists, and the skill from earlier. I've never seen a weapon that can change shape like that. Realizing I was getting too excited, I clenched my fists and closed my eyes to control myself. This is bad. I can't control my excitement anymore. The atmosphere of the match continues to heat up. Now we move on to the second semi-final match. Ryuta Factor and Genesian. Both warriors, please step forward. As announced, they quickly walked down to the arena. Rai Factor was the first to speak, smirking as he said to Jins, "I will end this battle quickly." James's face remained unchanged, calmly replying, "I understand, this will be interesting." Suddenly, Jin Frey, drinking water on the side, watched the match unfold, but then his eyes widened in astonishment. Both he and Mira fell silent, instinctively looking in the same direction. Now below the arena, Jin still stands silently with his hands behind his back. At his feet, Rudafactor lies sprawled on the floor. A powerful explosion ended the match. The winner is Janice Marion. The short duration of the match left Jinfrey standing there in a daze, lost in thought, while continuing to use the artifact to analyze genes. He analyzes that the swordmaster profession, after switching from the swordsman class, stands down there. Janice raises his eyebrows slightly, tightens his lips, turns his head, and sees Jinfrey with both hands clenched tightly, hanging loosely by his sides, slowly approaching him. In Jinfrey's mind, he thought that in the final match he would have to fight against him. As expected, he's not an ordinary warrior. The arena echoes with the announcer's voice. After the semifinals, the two finalists for the championship have been decided. Jinfrey Vanner, the creator, has brought us many surprises. Jeans closes his eyes to focus and listen. And Janez Shimarian, the one with overwhelming power, can defeat any opponent instantly. The tournament is nearing its end. Let's start the final match. Jinfrey Vanrid Jeans Marion, please step forward. Seeing you about to enter the finals, Mira stood to the side with her arms crossed and teasingly said, "Do your best, but try not to get yourself killed." Jinfrey clenched his teeth and scowled, replying, "It's none of your business." Inside, he wondered, "Why are you suddenly looking down on me?" You walk towards Janus, standing with his eyes closed, your hands by your sides instinctively clenched tighter, offering no greeting, only looking straight at your opponent in silence. Jeans opens his eyes and also looks at you silently, waiting for the announcement of the match. Then Jens raised both hands into the air, turning around as if shining after the signal. "Are both of you ready?" Then the match begins. James's hair whips in the wind as his expressionless face speaks, "I will bury you in an instant." Jinfrey also won't be outdone, sneering. He looks cold, but it turns out he's quite a passionate person. Mira watched them from the side, secretly thinking their strengths were pretty evenly matched. Then this battle will be quite slow-paced. Jinfei's face unconsciously shows a faint smile as he raises his hand and says, "Three-strike skill. This is the three-name battle skill. For 3 minutes and 3 rounds, all your stats will be doubled in each round. If you don't win within 3 rounds, the item will disappear. Round 1 begins. All stats have been doubled. 3 minutes remaining. The skill has been activated." Jinfrey feels extremely confident. The activation condition for the skill is simply using Skill 1 and Skill 2. Even though the stats increase dramatically, and if I fail, it's like a total loss on this investment. In the first round, your stats double, in the second round they triple, and in the third round they quadruple. If you don't defeat your opponent within 3 rounds, the item will disappear. He clenched his fists tightly, staring at Jeans standing opposite him with a sword in hand. Seeing him hesitate without launching an attack, Jeniz couldn't wait any longer. He frowned and said there's no need to waste more time. The fire is out. Jinfrey was stunned and wide-eyed as Jeniz charged at him, only a few centimeters away. He swung his sword toward Jinfrey, but luckily he dodged just in time. He stepped back, kneeled down on one leg, supporting himself with one hand on the ground, and looked seriously ahead. Janes didn't waste time and swung his sword multiple times toward Jinfrey. With such powerful and continuous attacks, Jinfrey clenched his teeth, thinking about this skill. Seeing Janes still cold and calm as he approached, he realized that he had changed his class once, then changed his class once again. Changing jobs allows duelists to upgrade their current profession to a higher level, granting them stronger skills and significantly boosting their attributes. Both of them rush at each other. Jinfrey grits his teeth, his brows furrowed, and charges forward. Janus, calm and steady, grips his sword tightly as he stares intensely at Jinfrey and charges forward like a storm. He runs to Jinfrey, swings his sword horizontally at his waist, but Jinfrey quickly reacts and dodges successfully. He jumps into the air and lands forcefully at a corner on his right. Then he took a long stride, stepping onto the platform, running swiftly toward Jens. His hand clenched tightly, flames blazing brightly, and he charged forward with determination. "Is that all you've got?" Half of his face hidden by hair, he calmly said, "Your movements are like a fly landing." Jinfrey, on the other hand, adopts a serious stance and contemplates. This is a skill of a master swordsman. It doesn't seem easy. The first half ends, entering the second half, all stats are tripled. This information makes Jinfrey panic and repeat it in his mind. The first half is over. Jinfrey quickly looked up, cold and calm, searching for the source of the sound. Without wasting time, he rushed forward, thinking to himself that with the stats now tripled,
He would be faster than Jean's, and he was confident that Jean's wouldn't be able to keep up. Even with some progress, to Gina's it still looks very ordinary. He chuckles and says, then suddenly his speed increases, but it's still too slow. Jean's faces Jane Frey, only an arm's length apart. He mutters a counterattack softly, then charges forward to press his face against Jane Frey's, mockingly taunting, making Jinfrey grit his teeth in anger. Too slow, a loud explosion echoes across the arena, sending debris flying everywhere. Jane Frey pushed himself back with force. The explosion threw him quite a distance away. The loud explosion made even Mira, who was silent, open her eyes in amazement. Jin Frey, after being thrown back, sat down on the ground covering his mouth to cough, taking a few moments to think. His power is stronger than I thought. Cutting through your thoughts, a blue beam of light rushes towards you, illuminating your face. Hidden behind that light is Jean. He points his sword toward Jane Frey standing there. His face remains cold and expressionless amid the blinding light, as his sword unleashes a beam of blue energy directly toward Jinfrey. As expected, this attack is very powerful. It pierces through space, crashes into the wall corner, explodes loudly, and sends debris flying everywhere. Up above, everyone watched Jane Frey closely. He managed to fly up just in time. Before the tip of the sword touched him, the audience looked up and shouted fiercely. From the sky, he slowly descended, his foot stepping into the air, then quickly touching the ground, landing steadily within Jean's sight. He secretly marveled that this guy, though only a swordsman master, had already learned the most difficult skill, the radiant sword technique. Jane Frey clenched his teeth, sweat dripping down his face, and whispered, "This is bad. Things are getting worse." The men in the audience were discussing one after another. That Jean's guy is insanely strong, huh? That craft craftsman isn't to be underestimated either. He's really strong, Genes Gemarian on the other side. Mira crossed her arms in silence. There's no doubt that Janissarian's strength can compare to that of the 8 Guardians. So now, how are you going to defeat him? Standing in the middle of the arena, Jin Frey watches intently as Genis holds his sword, standing straight and motionless. The system announces that the second half has ended, and as they move into the third, all 4-fold increased stats make Jin Frey think this is the final round. Unexpectedly, at this point, your face seems to sink into darkness as you sigh. Whoosh. Jinfei clenched both fists of fire and actively used the fire skill to surround her fists. The attack power doubles, and HP will increase every second. If you don't defeat your opponent in this round, the item will disappear. Facing Jinfei with both hands full of fire, Jeans remains calm. Stay steady like that and see what happens. In his mind, he was pondering that the atmosphere had already changed. So, after observing the fight so far, Mira silently deduced that the next move would decide the outcome of this battle. Their feet, originally on the ground, suddenly lift off as they rush forward, with Jens also slowly stepping onto the floor and swiftly moving upward. He jumps high, swings his sword upward, aiming straight at Jinfei in front of him, shouting loudly. But in an instant, Jinfei's figure disappears and reappears behind Jane's, causing him to break his cold expression and stare in shock. Taking advantage on his advantage, he soared into the air and used a fiery fist to attack at lightning speed. Jeans, not willing to fall behind, quickly tilted his body backward to dodge Jinfei's punch. Successfully avoiding your attack, Jeans tightly grips his sword, raising it above his head before swinging it down. Suddenly, an image of the Ngo Kong sword appears in Jinfei's hand, gradually becoming clearer. That's quite interesting, catching Jine's attention and making him turn his head to look, thinking to himself. He's changing weapons? Jinfei uses the same technique as before when fighting Mira, transforming the state of the sword as he shouts to melt it down. Small purple shards quickly appeared around Jane's, floating in the air and surrounding him. Seeing these purple stones, he couldn't help but think this is poison. Suddenly, Jeans hears the sound of wind, as if something is tearing through the air heading straight for him, forcing him to turn and look. It turns out to be Jinfei's attack. You only pretend to melt away, aiming to distract him and catch him off guard with the fiery punch. Jeans was caught off guard by the attack, hit square in the stomach, coughing and stunned, is gaining the upper hand. Jinfei smiles happily and opens his mouth to speak. It's over. At this moment, Jeans can no longer maintain the calm he had at the beginning. He swung his sword and shouted, then left. No one responded, and Jinfei disappeared into the air once again, leaving Jeans stunned and searching in confusion. He disappeared again. Where did he end up this time? As he was searching around, Jinfei's figure reappeared above him. Your face looks so satisfied as you look down at your feet. I didn't expect unlocking this would be so easy. The conditions for explorers to change their class have been met. The third skill, Lightning Speed Kick, has been unlocked. The third skill of the lightning sprint, Thunder Dragon God, 1000 Blades / Heaven. Cooldown 96 hours. In the sky above, the boots you wear are surrounded by a dazzling blue light as you shout Loi Long Thun. That luminous power also affects Jin's below. He looked up in amazement to see Jin Frey standing on the body of a red-eyed blue dragon. It is opening its mouth full of sharp fangs towards Jin's, suddenly lunging forward with a growl. Jin's can only quickly retreat backward to avoid the open mouth, which is about to swallow him. With its powerful speed, overwhelming strength, it forced Gim's body deep into the wall. At this moment, he only wonders what this move is. In the stands, many spectators rush out to look down and see how he is doing. A crack in the ground opens up, and his body is pinned tightly against the wall in a seated slump, while Jin Frey still hovers above. Listening to the announcement, Jin as Himarian could no longer continue fighting. The battle is over. A tense match with a spectacular victory is claimed by Jin Frey Vanred, who is announced as the winner. He happily raises his body, smiles brightly, raises his hand in celebration while secretly thinking to himself, "Luckily I made it just in time. Almost lost that item forever." Mira stood to the side, watching him cheer from above, silently, then quietly turned her back and looked at Jin Frey floating in the air. Step by step, I walk away, silently telling myself I need to become stronger, too. The announcer's voice echoes in the blue sky. The third winner of the arena is Jin Frey Vanred. He will receive a reward of 10 billion gamim on the job transfer paper at another scene in the third-level dungeon of Rena Shrine. The notification screen appears with an image of a book. I finally got the job transfer paper. Seeing that, Jin Frey secretly decided to use it. Well then, let's use it right away. The screen prompts you, do you want to use the transfer certificate or not? His mind is quietly saying that choosing yes to transfer the profession is too ordinary, because there's another way. Seeing the notification with options in front of him, he hesitated before placing his finger on the screen, uncertain if he should press a button or consider another choice. When his finger finally reached out and touched the notification, he chose not to press yes. The next prompt appears asking if you're sure you don't want to transfer your profession. Select yes or no, and if you choose yes, the transfer paper will be used. Then your finger gently touches yes or no to change your profession, and the screen shows a new reminder. Do you want to equip the transfer certificate now, yes or no? At this point, a faint smile appeared on your face as you looked at the notification and thought to yourself, it's finally here. You simply raised your finger, gently touched the notification screen, and a flash of yellow light flickered, while the initial book also appeared at the same time. This is the hidden piece that only appears in the Ruvena Electric Ruins. If you choose not to transfer your class, you will be able to equip the transfer scroll. Of course, the notification screen now shows that the new choice has been made. The transfer certificate has been equipped. The screen also shows that the transfer scroll has become a Memoria necklace. The rank is unclear. Wise 200, durability 7,000, over 7,000. The Chronicle skill of War History allows you to freely switch to any profession you have defeated before. Gently flick the Memoria pendant. So that means I now have the 5th hidden class. Jin Frey recalled that I can switch to any of the professions of the explorers I've defeated, change classes during battles to adjust stats, and also use their unique skills. This is very useful. Holding the small notebook on the necklace, he brought it close to his mouth and spoke. I've got the necklace. The 3rd Demon King is defeated. Now it's time. He turned around, hands in his pockets, and slowly walked away, silently saying to himself, I'm heading to the 4th continent now. He approaches a circle of light. The screen displays a portal to the 4th continent. He steps forward, moving deeper into the shifting light ring. His face darkened as he sweat, thinking that the 4th continent is completely different from all the places he has been before. This is the continent with the highest rate of explorers giving up. Jin Frey's foot lifts, slowly stepping onto the glowing teleportation circle. A flash of light appears, and then he disappears. He only had time to think that he needed to stay alert. On a clear blue beach, the dazzling sunlight shone overhead. This is the 4th continent, Resort Force Main Road. On the beach, men are cheering happily as they surf on the sea. And on the shore, beautiful girls are playing around while the guys are lying out in the sun. Some are laughing and chatting happily. This place is just perfect. It really feels so good. Standing aside and listening to the whole story, Jin Frey kept his hands in his pockets and silently added that it's still very dangerous. Watching the young tourists running around outside, he thought that a continent for entertainment and relaxation has nothing to do with fighting at a true resort. The explorers have passed through countless hunting grounds and battles and can finally rest here. A paradise of relaxation. So once you're drawn in, it's over. They won't want to return to the dungeon. So this paradise can easily make people give up.
Unexpectedly, someone asks about Frey. Are you here alone? He pursed his lips, surprised that someone was talking to him.
Who is this?
In front of Frey stands a girl with gray hair, small hands, and a tight-lipped smile revealing 2 sharp fangs. The boy is stunned, eyes wide open, thinking to himself, truly rare. An explorer from the Seawolf tribe? The girl introduced herself. My name is Kukuru. I am a guide for Resort Force. The little girl promised she would take him everywhere, not knowing that her true identity was already clear to Frey. A super thief profession, upgraded from a petty thief of the Seawolf race. Note that this race is very skilled at swimming. Not hearing you respond, Kukuru asked again, What's your name? He softly replied, I'm Frey. But I didn't come here to have fun, so I don't need a guide. The girl enthusiastically put her arm around him. I know now, Frey, so I'll start by showing you the most famous spots. He thought she had misunderstood, struggled to speak out. No, I'm fine. I didn't come here to play. Hearing that, Kukuru immediately stopped smiling, pursed her lips coldly. Whatever. Then the girl raised her hand to push Frey away, indicating she no longer wanted to be involved with him. Kukuru giggled, waved goodbye, and slowly turned to leave. Then see you again. Frey stood still, watching her hurriedly run away. He didn't understand what just happened, scratching his head in confusion and said, What just happened? Never mind, it's not important. I should keep going. First, I need to hide the little bit of saved by. To be safe, I should check the durability too. I have to get to the Demon King quickly. The notification screen flashed something that made Frey's eyes widen in shock and exclaim, Huh? I don't know what result it showed, only that my mind was screaming wildly. What? My Yuling is gone. Holding the notice board in his hand, Frey shouted, I told you not to hold on to the window. Why? As if suddenly realizing something, he paused for a few seconds, his face darkening as he pondered. Huh? Remembering Kukuru's sudden change in attitude at this moment, he mutters to himself, Could it be that kid? Cut to another scene, a pair of long legs striding confidently, a cheerful smile on her face. It's Kukuru. She jumps around happily and whispers, Such a naive explorer, but her weapon is really good. Kukuru now holds the lost spirit of Frey in her hand and proudly says, This will fetch a high price. Frey stands still, his eyes vacant as if he can't accept the truth. His spirit has disappeared. Thinking about Kukuru clutching her own hand made him wonder if it was because of her earlier, as he ran across the blue beach, secretly feeling happy that he had succeeded. Kukuru mischievously thought to herself, I wonder how much I should sell this for. Running too fast, she suddenly bumped into someone. Kukuru nervously stammers, Sorry to the person in front of me. Sorry. Did the woman speak? Mira, holding a glass of water, hesitated for a moment before softly speaking. It's my fault. Are you okay, little one? In the noisy crowd, a clear voice rang out, making the two turn to look. Found it! Frey's face gradually darkened, her eyes revealing clear signs of discomfort and irritation. He immediately ran quickly towards them, a feeling of unease rising in her heart. Since when did he? Mira's eyes widened in shock, her voice revealing clear surprise. Frey Vanrid, her face contorted with distress, silent unspoken thoughts flashed through her mind, a bad feeling creeping in. Mira couldn't hide her annoyance and spoke with a frustrated tone. Frey, what are you doing now? But you run past her quickly, shouting as you go, yet don't even think about escaping now, kid. Your hand tightly grips hers, as if afraid that if you let go, Kukuru will disappear. Frey holds the girl tightly, his voice lowering as he questions urgently, Hurry up and give her back to me. Wait, what are you doing? What do you want from me? Let go, now. Suddenly he shouted angrily, Don't pretend to be innocent, you thief! At that moment, a glass of cold water was unexpectedly poured right over his head. Frey's voice suddenly raised, It's freezing! Come on, Frey, what are you doing with a girl like that? He turned around to look at her, a look of bewilderment clearly on his face. The suddenness of the situation made Frey shout out, What? Is it you again? She said calmly with a steady voice. I'm just like you too. Let the girl go. The girl doesn't like that at all, he shouted in frustration. This has nothing to do with you and you didn't even stand up for her. I'm going to arrest you for threatening that girl. Kukuru wondered to herself. Do they know each other? Look, you misunderstood. This girl stole from me. Suddenly, a scream of panic echoes through the space, causing them to turn their heads in alarm. In the chaos, a chain whip strikes violently, freezing the atmosphere. Kukuru panicked as the chain suddenly wrapped tightly around her body. She couldn't hold back her fear and shouted loudly with a face full of panic.
What is this? A group of giants all shout out in joy, their voices echoing throughout the space.
All right, Eric and the cold one forced the little girl trapped inside with a large bag.
We got him. Their malicious whispers made him and her freeze in place.
See? A rare member of the sea wolf tribe. Lucky us. Let's go back to the guild and report to the guildmaster.
Hold on, I still have something to deal with that little girl. Bruno narrowed his eyes slightly, a sinister smile forming as he began to speak in a calculating tone. We've been discovered. I've been secretly following you since you passed through the arena to the new continent. He stood there for a moment, puzzled. Then he said, Don't try to twist things here. This beast girl is just a bonus prize. Beastmen are quite valuable after all. At that very moment, he suddenly realized that everything was not as simple as he had thought. He continued, Our real target is you, Jinfrey Vanred. He wondered, how did they know his name? Then she spoke up to explain, I understand now you are explorer hunters, right? She put her hand to her lips. Mira looked at everyone with a deep gaze and began to say the ones who live by looting on the fourth continent. The name of the guild is the Crooked Guild. Jinfrey sighed, his bored gaze sweeping over everyone before slowly speaking. So you've been following me since the arena, right? You're probably after that 1 billion G prize money, huh? Then he silently thought to himself, I've met people like this before in the game. He slowly spoke up to mediate.
If you understand, then do something simpler. We are professionals, don't even think about escaping.
With a smug smile, Bruno confidently ordered everyone to go, capture him, and strip his headgear off. Amid the chaotic shouts of the crowd, he remained motionless as if turned to stone. Round shouted, targeting Jinfei Iron Spear. In the chaos, he charged forward and swung a wire at him, his face darkening.
Damn it, too fast, where's that guy? Then aim for that girl over there. She's a quarter-finalist in Rami Alias, so she probably has valuable items on her. You seem quite famous too.
Mira reluctantly speaks, maintaining a calm expression during her rare holiday, her deep gaze silently contemplating. But since this is the bad gathering marked by the guild, this must also be the perfect moment. Her calmness vanished as she took a fighting stance under everyone's gaze. Suddenly, If burst into a hearty laugh and said, Let's go first. Kukuru desperately pleads for help. Please save me. Jinfrey also panicked and shouted loudly,
Wait, you guys!
Round smirked maliciously before suddenly rushing forward and shouting loudly, Not so fast. He grits his teeth and says, Don't stand in my way. Heavy thoughts quietly surge within him. Even though these people are just thugs, they are also explorers from the fourth continent. I can't handle them empty-handed. Mira stands with arms crossed, looking at you with a calm gaze before speaking slowly. What are you still doing? Why don't you deal with them? You asked in surprise. So quick? Then Jinfrey scratched his head, stammering as he nervously spoke a few words.
I really want to, but the beast earlier already took my weapon, so I don't have it now.
Raun, overwhelmed with anger, shouted loudly, Do you dare to pick a fight with my friend? Die. So that's how it is. So that's why you wanted to chase after him? He asked while dodging his blows. Do you have any weapons? She frowned slightly, looking puzzled as she slowly spoke. So is it a weapon like a potion-making device or a bottle or something? Have you ever seen anyone use those things to fight? He shouted loudly, All right, show me what you have. She looked surprised and asked curiously, Why did you suddenly shout? All right, let me show you then. Here, I just sent the item to your window. You watch in awe, but suddenly Jinfrey's face darkens and her expression becomes noticeably heavier. He didn't say it out loud, but he was still thinking to himself, That's right, she's a collector of strange items. He stood still focused on his thoughts. She only had weird weapons. Looking at those items, Jinfrey sighed in wonder, even noticing weapons she could no longer use. Truly a strange girl. Raun gasped for breath, his voice trembling with exhaustion. You're wasting time looking elsewhere. After a moment of thought, he quietly realized the truth and spoke softly. This can be used. Just borrow it for now. After a moment of hesitation, Jeffrey's finger gently touched the screen as if making a decision. Realizing something was wrong, Mira shouted in panic, This is a thief's weapon! You're a craftsman, so how can you use this? Don't worry, it's fine. The system displays a notification about the Memoria necklace item. Skill 1, Chronicle War, allows the user to freely change the profession of a defeated opponent using the skill. Immediately after, another notification appeared saying, Job change from craftsman to thief. Mira was stunned. Changing jobs is impossible. Is he using a job change scroll? No, thief is a completely different class from a craftsman. Then Jinfrey raised his hand, gently pressed his fingertip against the screen in front of him, and muttered, Stealing. Mira shouted. Wait, I swear I will return it. I promise. She was amazed. You can also use the pickpocket skill within the sync window. Jinfrey excitedly asked, I didn't expect you to have a weapon like this. As soon as he finished speaking, a blue cloth appeared right in front of both of them. Mira hesitated for a moment, confusion clearly visible on the large cloth face of the wine demon. She looked at Jinfrey, fiddling with the cloth. I don't mind lending it to you, but this weapon isn't for fighting. What are you trying to do? He turned his head, a confident smile curling on his lips. From that reaction, she probably doesn't know how to use it properly. As soon as I finished speaking, Jinfrey quickly withdrew his hand into the cloth. This is how you use it. In an instant, the Demon Knight's giant golden staff was drawn by him. Mira was stunned to see that scene. No way. I didn't even know it could be used like that. Jinfrey's lips curled up as the weapon in his hand sliced through the air toward him. Seeing Jinfrey rush forward, Raon quickly swung his chain to try to block the attack. Then he immediately charged forward, punching him square in the mouth, causing him to spit blood. Jinfrey brushed past Raon, his eyes cold and emotionless. All done, he sighed. I've wasted too much time. Where did those guys go? As he finished speaking, Jinfrey's gaze quietly shifted toward the distance, where sunlight was shining on the other side. I'm borrowing this weapon for a bit, Mira. Suddenly she shouted out loud, It's gone! Mira is trembling all over, and in her panic she screams loudly, My muscle support is gone. Why? Jinfrey awkwardly smiled, just like he did with Hashi earlier. Deja Vuje, nervously suggesting a hypothesis. Maybe it was stolen by that beast girl, not me. Jinfrey finally sighed quietly. Let me help you find it. Suddenly Mira turned around and headed somewhere. He immediately called out, Where are you going? She shouted back, What do you think? Of course I'm going to get it back. This collection is even more important than my life. Jinfrey looked on helplessly with her hands on her hips. She's really serious. The scene shifts to the Kongu headquarters building, a vast space immersed in a solemn and quiet atmosphere. If and Eric pull Kukuro out, both exclaiming, Look, Chairman, we've captured a member of a rare beastman tribe. The girl spun around angrily and shouted, Let me out now! Ong spoke. He is from the Seawolf tribe. Suddenly Io raised her hand, her 5 fingers gently curling and stretching with each count. This girl will fetch a high price. Boss? Angio nodded slowly after hearing him speak, a faint smile on his lips. That's right, little brother. Both Agio and Angio, as the leader and deputy leader of the Kongu Guild, are high-level mages. Angio suddenly asked, Not be me. Am I me out? So what about the target? Yes, we have found Jinfi van Redling as planned. He didn't hesitate and continued confidently, We will deal with him quickly and return. Just as Eric finished speaking, a loud noise suddenly sounded. Everyone was startled and turned around. What's going on? Right at the large door, a figure flickers in the dim light. Mira rests her hand on her hip, her sharp eyes as she points across. Found it. Give back my collection items, Jinfrey asked helplessly. Can't she open the door normally? He thought to himself, just like at the Castle of Blessings. She calmly replied, I won't allow anything to stand in my way, even if it's a door. He was speechless, truly beyond understanding. Kukuru's eyes widened, unable to take her gaze off the 2 people standing in front of her. As soon as she saw Mira, Eric, and Y, they all shouted loudly, What? Why are you here? What happened to our commander? She ignores their words and casually flicks her hair. Commander, that trash is probably swimming with the gods now, so bring the girl here. The atmosphere suddenly grew tense as Mira's voice turned cold, Or I'll send you to the afterlife. Then suddenly, her eyes widened and her gaze sharpened as if she had just realized a threat was approaching. A giant tentacle suddenly attacked Mira, but luckily she dodged to the side. As Mira turned around, she saw Agio raising his hand toward her, softly calling out, Hey, miss, while he huffed in annoyance. She broke into our door without even a greeting? That's really rude. Then Angio and Agio cast curious and interested looks at Mira. Looks like we've lost our target. Maybe so, but we'll be chasing after her instead. Jinfrey sighed, seeing both of them, and said, Isn't this getting a bit complicated? I don't want any trouble. Mira looked straight at the 2 brothers and firmly spoke. Are the Bazura brothers from the Crooked Guild? What you've done has already been reported to the association. Are you with the guild? They must have received quite a few reports about us already, right? Io added, And by the way, that girl has a scent of gold on her, just like that target. Before he could finish speaking, he immediately ordered the attack. Let's end this, Whipvine. The vine whip shot from afar like an arrow, targeting Jinfrey and Mira on Agio's command.
Without hesitation, he immediately leapt into the air, spinning lightly in midair to dodge the incoming attack. Jinfrey reluctantly realizes, looks like we still have to fight, huh? Damn it. Mira immediately charged forward, taking the initiative. After all, this guild needs to be destroyed. She shouted to summon the spirit Shin. As Mira called out, a faint wave of energy vibrated in the air. The spirit immediately responds and is summoned. Aang remains with arms crossed, unshaken as the water spirit's attack heads straight for him. Aang quickly summons a spell to block the Earth Fortress attack. Mira watched in shock. She realized that the Earth element magic was a wind spirit, so she couldn't confront this. Seeing that, Agio couldn't hide his excitement and spoke up. Such a move isn't enough to break through his fortress of defenses. Just as Aang was about to turn around, Jinfrey was already gripping his weapon tightly, charging straight at him with fierce determination. He emphasized each word, "I have no grudge against you, but if you keep blocking the way, we will have to talk about it." Jinfrey lunged forward, skimming close to the ground, quickly closing the distance. However, Angio refused to be overwhelmed and summoned his tentacle vines to counterattack fiercely. Muvu quickly met them head-on, but he couldn't defend himself and was thrown far by the overwhelming force. Io and Angio saw and burst into laughter. "You're nothing special. The winner of the arena is just a false fame." After the recent attack, Jinfrey and Mira gasped for breath, struggling to get up. The group holding Kukuru all turned their attention to Jinfrey and Mira, their eyes fixed on them. The girl couldn't hide her worry. The Bazura brothers are notorious for human trafficking and even murder. They're in real danger now. This is bad. Jinfrey angrily looked at Mira. It's truly a troublesome combination because she rushed in there. Now support me from there. She gets scolded and points back. "What are you talking about? Your move is weak. Just stay there and support me." The two of them stare at each other, the tense atmosphere like a stretched string. She glanced over. "Huh? You're not willing to give up either. Something wrong with you?" A sudden explosion erupts, shattering the peaceful silence around this area. Right where they stood, the thick smoke gradually dispersed. Eric, Kukuru, and Y stared ahead in disbelief. Io looked at the scene before him and smiled. "They're dead." Aang crossed his arms, showing disdain. "They're truly fools." Eric surveyed the scene, then issued a brief order to check and take only the money. Kukuru trembles, panicking in her mind. "What should I do now?" "They're all dead. It's my fault." Eric realizes something's wrong and shouts, "Wait, there's no bodies here. Where did they go?" A familiar voice from somewhere else echoes, "I told you so." Jinfrey continued speaking, "We need to recover the stolen item first." Mira frowned and reacted immediately. "Don't order me around." He shrugged. She's probably tired of dealing with those fools, too. She sighed and replied, "That's right." But Mira said firmly, "I can't just ignore them as a member of the guild. I can't let the reputation of the 8-star clans fall because of them." Jinfrey nodded and slowly said, "I understand, so let me tell you my plan. Listen up." She no longer hesitated and ordered, "Let's go." Anin hurriedly interrupted, "Listen to me." Mira raised her hand high and cast a spell that enveloped the entire space, Water Dragon Roar. She continued to summon a defensive barrier that made the ground shake, a fortress of earth. Mira hesitated for a moment, thinking that summoning was a bad idea, so she didn't do it. "It seems there's no need to hesitate now," she decisively shouted. "Summon Jinfrey immediately to block." "Wait a moment." Mira was stunned as he placed the cold sea jelly on her head and she shouted in panic, "What is this?" "Quickly explain. I picked it up from the sea earlier, no need to summon it like that. Give me the smelly cypress stick and toad oil from your wardrobe," Jinfrey added immediately after. "Just lend me the useless fire again. Are you planning to use my collection again?" He smiled and replied, "I would be grateful if you lent me it." She repeated, "Thank you." Jinfrey nodded confidently, saying, "Yes, I will craft a special equipment for you." Mira thought for a moment, silently repeating the word special equipment. She coldly warns, "If you lie, you'll die with me." The system immediately lists the items: a pungent cedar stick, E toad oil, and B's fire signal. After summoning them, Mira quickly throws all the items at Jinfrey. He smiled happily upon receiving them, a calculating glint in his eyes. Jinfrey calmly stood among everyone and declared immediately, changing his class. You continued without hesitation, switching to the alchemist class. The system displayed information about the Memoria necklace and a skill that allows you to freely change the profession of someone you've defeated in battle. The system confirmed the use of skill 1, changing from thief to alchemist. She stood beside him, feeling bewildered inside, thinking so. Now he's switched to alchemist? What kind of system is this anyway? Jinfrey smiles softly.
activating a high-level alchemy spell combined. Suddenly, a shimmering metallic light appears in the air, and a long wooden stick materializes. The system immediately displays information about the newly created item. A wooden stick covered in oil, grade A, with a total attack power, and an occupation that can equip a great swordsman. The charred wooden stick covered in a foul-smelling oil immediately showed a look of disbelief on Mira's face. She shouted angrily, "What's so special about this? You lied to me. Give back my collectible item." Calm down, calm down. Jinfrey quickly activates, changes combat mode, and switches class. He clearly states his new class as Great Swordsman. The system confirms the change, and he uses Skill 1 to switch from Fake Kim to Great Swordsman. The system displays the completed weapon, the Ifrit sword, S-rank attack, equipped as a Great Swordsman, with the blade engulfed in flames. Releasing flames that can burn everything, Mira was completely stunned in place when she saw the wooden stick transform into a sword. Jinfrey calmly explains the weapon is equipped by the Great Swordsman. With a wooden stick covered in oil created by ancient magic, Eric, Ifrit, and Kukuru stand stunned. No one could believe what just happened. Kukuru thought in horror, "Amazing, what is this? Even his armor has changed. What is going on?" Who shouted in panic, "Big brother." Aang gritted his teeth and said, "I suddenly got hypnotized by it." He roared confidently, "No matter what weapon you use, it will be useless. Our combined skills are unbeatable." Angio stomps the ground fiercely, his whole body trembling as he roars. The sudden mudslide erupted violently, completely blocking his view ahead. Angio continued to shout amidst the chaos of battle, his screams echoing everywhere, a raging dragon roar. He suddenly realized something was wrong. Wait, a wave of fear flashed through Aang's mind. Damn it, he's just bait. Then he got caught in the whirlpool of water created by Angio himself. She coldly mocks her opponent. That fortress of defense can't stop the fury of the water dragon. Now where is your arrogance? Io stumbles forward in shock, shouting out the only word, "Brother!" He screams in despair, "I will tear you to pieces." The furious Jinfrey calmly raises his sword high before unleashing the fiery strike of the flame sword. He then charges forward to deliver the final blow called Fire Dragon Fury. Io grit his teeth as he watched Jinfrey's attack rush straight at him. Then he was engulfed in fierce flames. Agio shouted in despair. Kukuru stood frozen in panic amid the chaos, only thinking two words. "Those two kids. I can't believe their strength. They easily defeated the Bazura brothers." She warned sternly, "Kukuru, what did you say earlier? I will forgive you this time." But Mira just pointed and emphasized, "Don't steal around the hunting grounds anymore. Got it?" Kokoro bowed his head and replied, "I will remember carefully. I'm sorry." The girl choked back tears and softly said, "Thank you for saving me." He muttered to himself, "I wonder if this kid really remembers." Then he suddenly remembered something. "That's right, Jinfrey. Thank you for the Ifrit sword. I will definitely repay you properly." She hesitated in front of Jinfrey, pursed her lips slightly, then uttered two words. He waved his hand, smiled softly to reassure her, and then left. And, "Don't worry about that. Goodbye." Jinfrey slowly approached and stood right in front of the glowing teleportation gate. He quietly thought, "Mira really has everything. I secretly switched back to the thief profession and successfully stole it." The system shows the stolen item as a B-rank sharkhead, SHM. It allows the user to breathe underwater. It has a microphone that works underwater. The equipment can only be used once. 30 minutes later, Jinfrey chuckled softly and said, "Now it's time to dive. This looks a bit funny, but you clench your fist with determination. Next is the fourth Demon King. This time I will deal with it immediately." Jinfrey observed and said the S-level dungeon of the fourth continent will appear on the sea as soon as we enter. Honestly, I prefer items with better appearances, but I can't complain. At that moment, Kukuru suddenly called out from behind, and the girl turned around in confusion, her eyes showing clear surprise. Jinfrey, slightly startled, instinctively responding, "What, master?" "Master, thank you very much." The little girl continued, her voice trembling with emotion, "Because you saved my life and got me out of there." He wondered if it was because he took off the angel ring. Jinfrey quickly regained his composure and asked, "Is the problem solved now?" "Then why are you still here?" Kukuru looked up seriously and said, "I love your strength more than anything." The system suddenly triggered a new notification, activating the demon's respect. The next message appears clearly. "Kukuru expressed deep respect for your power." He was stunned and exclaimed, "What is that?" The girl took a deep breath and spoke firmly. "No, Jinfrey, please accept me as your disciple." You stood there frozen for a moment, didn't you? Kukuru happily took your hand and said loudly with a cheerful smile, "Let's go, master." The little girl excitedly said, "Let's go defeat the Demon King." Wait a minute, how did things turn out like this? He crossed his arms and refused outright. If the kid wants to go, let her go alone. Kukuru looked confused and asked again why the girl immediately jumped to conclusions. I understand. To become your disciple, I have to prove my strength, right? Jin Frey angrily shouted, "Why did the kid decide everything on her own like that?" Then, when he wasn't paying attention, Kukuru suddenly jumped straight into the blue sea. Jin Frey stood silently, watching, a complex feeling rising in his heart. He muttered to himself, "Should I leave now?" As a voice calling for the master echoed up from beneath the water. When she looked back, she saw Kukuru had caught many large sea creatures. The girl looked up eagerly and asked, "What do you think? Is your skill level okay?" Jinfrei was slightly surprised. That was quick. Jinfrei nodded in agreement. "That's excellent," as expected from a member of the Sea Wolf tribe. The system immediately provides the information. The Sea Wolf tribe, a beast folk clan, specializes in underwater movement. On land, they are no different from ordinary people. But underwater, they can move 10 times faster. Their time underwater is limited to 30 minutes. He turns his back, speaking casually. "I have nothing to teach you. Now you've officially become a disciple. Congratulations. Goodbye?" Kukuru immediately objected. "No, I haven't officially become a disciple yet. You're too indifferent." "Hey, I'm begging you. I really want to become stronger." Jin Frey turned his head to look behind him, his expression calm, as if deep in thought. Kukuru's eyes shone with fierce determination, unwavering even for a moment. His mind quickly concluded, with someone like her, words are useless. The girl hurriedly said, "Let me be your disciple. I will definitely repay you." Jin Frey sighed and finally made his decision. There's no other choice now, but only in this dungeon. Kukuru happily asked again, "Do you agree to take me as your disciple?" He explains, "I don't want to waste any more time here, and I also don't want to become a victim of your revenge, so stop stealing my stuff." And Jin Frey added seriously that he would only take her as a student for this period. The kid exclaimed happily, overwhelmed with joy. "This is so fun." Kukuru continued, "Thank you, master," and immediately frowned in warning. "Don't call me that again, or I'll kick you out right away." The girl stood straight and replied firmly, "Understood. Master Jin Frey, I will turn around and head to the teleportation gate. Now let's go." The system announces entry into the new area, the 4th continent S-rank dungeon beneath the ocean floor at Pablo Palace. He lands on the sea surface. Gentle waves ripple as Jin Frey's body touches down. He quickly calculates his strategy. "All right, now I can breathe properly, and it's time to execute the plan." Jin Frey's transformation chain suddenly glows brightly, emitting a strange energy. The system continues to display information, using the skill from the ancient memory ring to change class from fake Kim to summoner. The boy furrows his brow in thought and switches his class. "What is this equipment?" Jin Frey whispered, truly surprised. He quickly realized this was a special ability of the marine wolf tribe that communicates through echolocation, like dolphins communicating with each other. Jin Frey raised his hand forward, focused all his strength, and softly uttered the word, "Summon." The summon confirmation system appears. The summoned creature is Demon level 1. Summon rank E. Low-level summoned creatures can paralyze opponents with electricity. Kukuru's mind buzzed with excitement. What could it be? So cute. You assess the situation realistically. My professional skills are still low, so I can't summon spirits yet. But this is still a pretty good summoning pet. Jin Frey turned and said, "Kukuru, call over the suitable creature." The system quickly explained that the shark's head was equipped with a waterproof microphone. "Immediately after your command," the girl responded. "Understood." Jin Frey observed and then commented, "That kid swims so fast he's really useful. He keeps calculating. Now the process of leveling up Dendon will proceed more quickly." Kukuru quickly reports back, speaking excitedly. "Jin Frey, I'm back," Jin Frey said in surprise. "Already so fast." Seeing the number, I was shocked. This is more than I expected. Jin Frey lowers his voice and commands firmly, saying decisively, "Stop with the electric shock." The school of sharks rushes forward aggressively, their eyes fierce as they move violently through the water. Dendon unleashes a blinding bolt of electricity, the energy spreading rapidly through the surrounding water. The attack aimed directly at the rushing monsters without hesitation. Then he appeared in front of them with his sword drawn, exuding overwhelming dominance. Jin Frey swung his sword powerfully at their heads. With decisive action and no hesitation, the sharks were immediately electrocuted strongly, convulsing violently in pain. The combat analysis system indicated that due to the level gap, the damage wasn't very high, but Dendon's attack was effective in causing paralysis. Kukuru will lure them in, and I will attack when they are weakened by Dendon. The system keeps showing growth. Gained experience points. Denden's level increased from 1 to 12. It continues to record. At that point, Denden will also gain experience from assisting in battle and level up. A new notification appears. Gaining experience points, Denon's level increased from 12 to 18. He thought to himself contentedly, "All right, a good start." Then Jinfrey turned to Kukuru and said, "Keep searching more," the girl responded succinctly. "Understood. I recall the small thing, and by the way, I still have the weapon borrowed from Mira." "It's okay." Jinfrey continued to give the order, his voice stern as he shouted one word, "Electric." The system continued to notify that Denden's experience points and level had increased. He confidently thought, "Good, if this keeps up, I can reach the highest level." At the same time, the girl returned happily and loudly said, "Hey, I brought something very strong." Jinfrey immediately became alert. "Huh?" A giant octopus appeared in front of the two of them, emanating an overwhelming pressure. The system immediately issued a warning about the imminent danger. The level 175 demon crack with a calm voice but clearly praising. "Good job, Kukuru." An indescribable joy suddenly filled Kukuru's heart. Jinfrey praised me for this. Jinfrey quickly explained the situation. "Listen, the giant white beast is a mid-level boss in this area," he said confidently. "And after defeating it, the Demon King will be forced to appear." The girl is startled, her voice full of worry. "Hey, Demon King, do we really have to fight something as terrifying as this?" Kagan the demon's tentacle suddenly lunges aggressively toward us. It slammed down where the two of them were standing, causing the ground to shake violently. Jinfrey quickly leapt into the air, narrowly avoiding the sudden deadly strike. "You happily said I didn't expect this, but this way saves time." Kukuru, the system continues to display the time limit, 21 minutes and 11 seconds remaining to dive. Jinfrey immediately ordered, "Now we will deal with all the tentacles of that giant octopus." Right now, Kukuru understood immediately. "Tentacles understood. So I will be the bait." Then the girl rushed forward boldly as bait in the middle of the battle. "Hey here, White Tusk clan. Come and try to catch me." The angry kraken demon roars loudly when continuously provoked by Kukuru, quickly analyzing its structure in his mind, realizing that each of the octopus's tentacles functions like a separate body, meaning if he hunts them down, Jinfrey's logical deduction suggests he could gain experience points for defeating all 8 creatures. He quietly assessed its strength. Truly worthy of being an S-rank dungeon boss, each tentacle is at a high level. And of course, the experience points are proportional to that. Jinfrey lowered his voice to command an attack, sternly shouting the word, "Electric." Denden attacks the demon. Kaiken with a powerful surge of electricity spreading everywhere. He raises his sword, ready to strike with overwhelming intensity, decisively chopping down on its tentacle area with a fiery slash. The system continuously updates the battle results. Gaining experience points, Denden's level has increased. Level 21 to level 27. Gaining experience points, Denden's level has increased. Level 27 to level 32. The notifications continue to display a rapid sequence of level ups. Level 32 to level 35. Level 35 to level 37. Level 37 to level 39. Level 39 to level 41. Level 41 to 42. Level 42 to 43. Jinfrey keeps up the attack without stopping, shouting out moves loudly, full of excitement and admiration. Amazing. He's taken out all those tentacles. You observe the result and nod in satisfaction. All right, it looks pretty impressive now. The system confirms the final level, 45. Jinfrey speaks in a steady voice. "Kukuru!" The girl immediately responded, "All right." Kukuru continues to tease the demon Kaken with constant provocative actions, while standing behind and watching the entire battle with a calm expression. Jinfrey observes and then says confidently that Denden has now surpassed level 40 and unlocked all the other skills. Next, use this equipment to reach the final battle. You turn to the summoned beast and give a decisive command. Denden channels electricity, and the system immediately displays the information. The 2 electric transmission skills are unlocked at level 40. Temporarily added the lightning attribute to the weapon. Jinfrey felt a new surge of power. All right, the battle spirit now has the lightning attribute as well. You leap up to deliver a decisive and powerful attack on the demon kraken. Jinfrey doesn't hesitate, quickly rushing into battle against the demon king. He clenches his fist and unleashes a powerful skill called Thunder Fist. The demon kraken has been completely defeated by Jinfrey, its body sinking into the sea. Kukuru stared in amazement. "You did it, Jinfrey? Did Denden level up already?" He nodded slightly. "Thanks to that, it has leveled up." Jinfrey quickly confirms. "All right, now all the conditions for fighting the Demon King are met." Suddenly you notice something strange as the water around begins to shake. and 3 massive whirlpools appear, spinning fiercely in front of you. Jinfrei narrows his eyes, recognizing the familiar sign of a powerful enemy appearing. It's coming. 3 sharp whirlpools suddenly form in front of you, rushing with immense pressure and icy coldness. Jinfrei concentrates his strength into his fist and unleashes his familiar skill. Thunder Fist. A deep voice echoes across the deep sea. No one can break the shell and survive to return. The little girl stared in shock at the scene before her body instinctively stiffening in fear. Jinfrei and Denden also looked toward the source of that commanding voice. The system displays information about the 4th Demon King Neptunus, level 200, with mysterious sea god traits and automatic HP regeneration effects. Kukuru clearly feels the disparity in strength. That is the 4th Demon King, an overwhelming presence indeed. Jinfrei clenched his fist with a cold and determined look. This time I will finish it quickly again. After a moment, Jinfrei slowly looked up at the towering Neptunus in front of him. He clenched his fists. So far, all the Demon Kings have acted in ways I couldn't predict. Although I don't know the reason, there's definitely something happening in this world that I am unaware of. Jinfrei suddenly takes a deep breath. I have no choice but to defeat it before something unexpected appears. Change class. At that moment, a line of text slowly appeared on the screen before him, indicating the use of the memory caller's skill. Change class to mage. Kokuru's eyes lit up as soon as he saw it. Wow, he's changing his class too, Jinfrei. Let's go. Hearing the girl cheer, he could only smile awkwardly. This isn't cheating. It's called strategy. Immediately after, a magic circle suddenly appeared in Jinfrei's hand. The glowing runes faintly shimmer as Jinfrei rushes forward, raising his glowing arm and unleashing a magic circle directly at Neptunus. He shouted loudly, his voice resounding with authority, commanding the summon. Lightning flashed. Neptunus maintained his cold, emotionless expression, his calm eyes watching the surrounding magic circle. Neptunus reached out with his giant hand to block Jinfrei's attack at the moment of impact. Then, sensing the danger, Jinfei quickly retreated to find an opening for a counterattack, while Neptunus slightly curled his lips and raised a finger where a lightning bolt flickered like a tiny spark. Immediately afterward, he swung his massive hand toward Jinfrei, a tremendous pressure rushing in, but the boy reacted just in time, rolling away from the attack in a split second and teleporting away. Jinfrei bent his body and charged forward like a tearing wind, his figure fading into a faint afterimage. He poured all his lightning power into his fist, his hand blazing with bright electric sparks as he struck Neptunus. Seizing that rare opportunity, Jinfrei did not hesitate and immediately launched a series of attacks. Thunder roared as lightning enveloped his figure like a blazing bullet. Continuous lightning strikes his face, sparks exploding loudly and obscuring the view for a moment. Neptunus's thunderous fist is engulfed by the lightning, flashes flickering repeatedly, swallowing his massive form. Jinfrei keeps unleashing a series of rapid punches, his fists glowing with lightning. Kukuru behind him feels incredibly excited. Wow! As expected from Jinfrei. Neptunus suddenly chuckled coldly, a contemptuous smile curling on his lips. Do you really think you can defeat me? Jinfrei instantly teleported, his figure flashing and appearing right in front of him in the blink of an eye. You smile and reply, I know your defense stat is pretty high, but I still have one more trick up my sleeve. Immediately afterward, Jinfrei summoned a blazing green aura to encircle his legs, unleashing a fierce wind. A sudden surge of brilliant green magic swept forward, rushing straight at Neptunus with overwhelming power. The raging torrent of water rushes in, swallowing the entire space. Bubbles burst and vanish into chaos. Kukuru sinks deep into the cold water, eyes wide with surprise. What? The girl quickly swims back to Jinfrei's position. Amazing, you've defeated the Demon King. The boy shook his head. Not yet. As soon as he finished speaking, Jinfrei fell into deep thought. To defeat it completely, I still need to unleash a final move. If I don't do it now, it will quickly regenerate, and my time is almost up. A shark-shaped mask, 3 minutes and 18 seconds of oxygen remaining. After quickly assessing the situation, he immediately used a skill to change his class. Summoner, Denden, immediately appeared upon hearing the summon. Let's go, Denden. The level 50. Summon Denden of the E-summon rank has a 100% chance to stun the opponent if hit. Without hesitation, Jinfrei immediately orders it. Denden suddenly pulls out a portal, a fierce tornado swirling in front of Jinfrei, with howling winds beginning to roar. He struggles to raise his hand to shield his face, his eyes wide with shock as the violent gusts hit before he can react. This is Kukuru, hurriedly covering her face with her hand, a look of panic clearly visible as the fierce tornado engulfs both of them, truly a terrifying power. What is that? Neptunus gradually appears amidst the giant whirlpool, his majestic figure emerging from the roar of water and wind. He sneers contemptuously at the two in front of him. You're causing chaos in my waters. Humans. Neptunus laughed loudly and then said admiringly, You're not like the other adventurers who wouldn't even face me without a whole team. I'm quite impressed that you can hold your own against me alone. Suddenly he lowered his voice, but as soon as he finished speaking, a giant chain demon suddenly charged out with fierce momentum. Jinfrey panicked and turned his face around, eyes wide open as he realized the danger approaching from behind. Damn it! The kraken he defeated earlier suddenly appeared behind Neptunus. The giant figure rises from the rolling waves. Jinfrey grits his teeth, his tense eyes fixed on the scene unfolding before him after just defeating his child. You are in a state of extreme tension, your whole body stiffening. Here we go again. Before waking up you didn't see in the game, they have merged together. Neptunus, seeing Jinfrey stiffen, teasingly said, Well done, human, you are the first to witness my true form. Immediately after, its tentacle lunged to touch a jellyfish floating in the dark water, emitting a faint glow. The jellyfish, caught off guard, instantly froze and clenched its teeth in pain from the touch of the crimson tentacle. Jinfrey gapes in shock, utterly horrified by the terrifying scene unfolding before his eyes, realizing the horrifying truth behind it. The creature touched by the tentacle is melting away. Is this poison? Suddenly, a deep, hoarse voice unexpectedly interrupts Jinfrey's chaotic thoughts. There's no time to be surprised. Neptune's tentacle immediately lunged forward, knocking you away with incredible force that completely threw your balance off. Jinfrey was thrown away, her body crashing into a hard stone. Damn it. Seeing that scene, Kukuru was extremely worried, her heart tightening as she saw Jinfrey in pain. Jinfrey! Neptunus just saw the girl and burst out laughing mockingly, truly a sight to behold. Jinfrey lies motionless beneath the heavy rocks, completely unconscious. Kukuru hurriedly leapt and dove deep toward where he was lying, despite the raging current. No way, Jinfrey. Suddenly, Jinfrey's breathing gradually steadied, and he took a deep breath as if he had just escaped the boundary between life and death. Kukuru was overjoyed to see Jinfrey gradually wake up, her happiness breaking through the worry that had just tightened in her little heart. Neptunus saw you struggling to stand up and sneered. Oh, you're still alive. Impressive. Kukuru quickly pushed aside the large stone to help Jinfrey, while he hurriedly wiped his dirt-covered face.
This is trouble. If I touch the tentacle, I'll die and the oxygen in my mask is running out.
It looks like I can't hide it anymore. There's no other choice. Jinfrey has to use a skill to change his class.
The warrior used the memory caller's skill to change class to warrior. Immediately after, the system's sound rang out clearly, and the battle spirit gear satisfied the special condition.
Jinfrey immediately unlocked a new skill, consuming 80% of remaining HP. The special warrior skill that boosts fighting spirit has been unlocked. The system sound continued steadily, activating the warrior's special skill, boosting morale, consuming 80% of remaining HP, doubling attack and defense power. Kukuru stood behind, eyes full of amazement, silently marveling. Could that aura be some kind of special buff he triggered? Sweat beaded on his forehead as he silently thought that unlocking this skill required equipping the favor spirit in the warrior class. That last attack really hurt. This exceeded his expectations. Neptunus chuckled smugly and scoffed mockingly. Did you change your outfit again? What's different this time? His tentacles lunged at me in an instant. Enough. I won't let you disrespect me like this anymore. Turn into sand and be gone. The tentacles charged straight at him, but Jinfrey dodged just in time, sweat pouring down his face as he struggled to evade the strikes, his mind racing as he realized his opponent's attack power had increased and his speed was much faster. Shark Mask, 1 minute 58 seconds remaining. The mask's time is also running out. While dodging, he silently thought that if this continues, he will be at a disadvantage. I have to deal with it quickly before time runs out, but I can't find a weakness. At that moment, I suddenly realized something important. Jinfrey! As she turned her head, Jinfrey saw the girl walking steadily toward her. His gaze made him freeze in place. Jinfrey shouted a warning to Kukuru. Idiot, don't come here, it's very dangerous. The little girl advances with a determined look, as if she had made up her mind long ago, and he bursts into loud laughter, his tone full of mockery. I will end you in just one blow. The little girl gradually approaches him, leaving Jeffrey stunned. He opens his eyes wide, surprise clearly on his face, and even Neptune looks just as amazed. Kukuru grabbed him, pulling him along as she dashed away like the wind. He glared angrily at the girl, dragging him. Kukuru stuck out his tongue playfully. Don't underestimate the speed of the sea wolf tribe, you're just slightly decompressing. Your attack looks like you're trying to pull me out to block instead. His face twitched as a thought briefly crossed his mind. That kid, the sea wolf tribe, is the fastest creature in the water. If we're talking about swimming speed, this could get complicated. The two of them combine their strength and their aura rises sharply. He whispers softly beside the girl. Kid, you saved me. Kukuru, can you keep dodging his attacks? The girl immediately nodded in agreement without hesitation. Of course, for now you can only dodge. Frey just needs to focus on the Demon King. Frey quickly replied. All right, leave it to me. He glanced at you and warned seriously. We don't have much time, so let's finish it in one go. When he signals, quickly close the distance, attack, then retreat immediately. The girl softly smiles and nods, her eyes shining with agreement. All right, he shouted angrily, his roar causing the surrounding air to tremble. These wrestling moves, the tentacles rush in like a storm. You and Kukuru quickly dodge away. Neptunus quietly wonders, scanning around to search. Where did they go? He rushed to search wildly through the chaotic space. Frey and the girl quickly rushed down, speaking with determined strength. Let's head back now. A sudden loud explosion erupted right where he was, followed by a relentless barrage that left Neptunus no time to defend himself. Neptunus shouted in fury, his voice echoing throughout the surrounding space. You bastards. Frey clenched his fist, silently contemplating the upcoming battle. There's not much time left. This is the final chance. I must end it in one blow. A burst of light, you decisively make your choice, no longer hesitating. At this moment, you clench your fist, grit your teeth, and charge straight at him. Your fist crashes into Neptunus's face, leaving him stunned and speechless. His scream echoes through the silent, dark space. Neptunus growled angrily, his fury blazing fiercely, filling the space around him. Don't be so arrogant! Suddenly, he looked bewildered at his empty hand, his eyes filled with confusion. Kokuru chuckled mischievously and tilted her head, her eyes sparkling with teasing. Are you looking for this? The girl holding the card in her hand, quietly smirking with a calculating look. I have a small habit of casually burying things. Sorry about that. His face suddenly looked confused. Then he suddenly shouted in panic and rage. Since when has my weapon been yours? Frey said angrily, standing with his hands on his hips and scolding the girl in frustration. Did you keep that little habit? Then he suddenly smiled gently, softly comforting her, but this time that habit is commendable. Well done. Kukuru pulls out his fist. He keeps throwing rapid, relentless punches, unleashing a fierce barrage of Loi Quien. Frey throws a powerful punch, sparks of fierce electricity immediately crackling around her. A sudden voice echoes, making the girl freeze in surprise. Kukuru, you just kept punching non-stop and loudly giving orders. Take his weapon and swim out of the water now. He can keep regenerating his energy. If this continues, he'll run out of oxygen. Kukuru quickly replied, Yes, onto the land, right? He shouted loudly and instructed her. That's right. The Demon King can't heal himself on land, so I'll punch him out of the water. So Frey, don't forget to keep telling her. Take the weapon and kill him. Got it? Kukuru asked in confusion. Huh? You want me to kill it? He fought back against Neptunus and shouted loudly, This is not the time to hesitate. My time is running out and I can't defeat it alone. The girl gazes into the distance, lost in thought about the warning. Then Kukuru lifts her eyes with a determined look as if she has made her final decision. The girl quickly rushes forward, replying confidently without hesitation. I understand. I will do my best. The shimmering light on the water gradually becomes clearer with each wave. Kukuru suddenly shoots up into the sky at an incredible speed. When she reaches the top, she shouts down to Frey, All right, Frey. Immediately afterward, he shouted loudly and raised his fist in a gesture of encouragement. Thunder Fist. Frey's fist immediately raised, determined and unshakable. A straight punch hits him hard, causing Neptunus to scream in pain as he unleashes a mighty thunder punch. A sudden surge of water crashes down, sweeping him into the air in a moment of chaos. He quickly made a seal, summoning a thunder lion roaring through the sky, charging out with lightning tearing through space to change his class. Summoned Beast. Demon Lightning. Neptunus roared in anger. What's going on? I can't move my body! Frey silently thought to himself, Dendon's paralysis effect lasts for 1 second. This is his last chance. Then he shouted to signal, Now Kukuru, hurry up. The girl clenched her fist tightly, shouting with all her strength and determination. Kukuru, equipped, held his sword firmly and raised it straight in front of him, his cold eyes shining with unwavering resolve. Then the girl shouted with determination, her voice echoing like tearing through space. Kukuru tightly gripped her sword and charged straight at him with fierce speed. Kukuru's spear plunges straight into Neptunus's face, causing him to scream in pain. Kukuru releases the axe, which remains embedded in Neptunus as they both sink into the sea. His scream echoed across the entire sea. Jin Frey, inside the shark head hat, along with Kukuru, watched Neptunus's death. Jin Frey takes off his shark headgear and says to Denden beside him, "So the fourth Demon King has been defeated." At the same time, the system announces that the level 200 Demon King Neptunus has been defeated and experience points and rewards have been received. Kukuru looked at the system panel, counting in surprise. 1, 10, 100. So you've already earned 200,000 G? To confirm with Kukuru, the system verifies that Kukuru received a reward of 2.5 million G from level 119 to 124. Kukuru, who was receiving special treatment for the first time, couldn't believe even the experience points. So Jinfrey explained that the reward for defeating Neptunus was 5 million, so each person gets 2.5 million, including the experience points. Kukuru was a bit worried. Huh? But I didn't do anything. I can't accept it. Wouldn't that be unfair to Jinfrey? Jinfrey chuckled mockingly and took the opportunity to tease her a bit. So, you're not afraid of stealing, but you're shy about accepting money? Kukuru disagrees and retorts, "No, stealing is my skill, but defeating the Demon King is not." Kukuru just stated her reasoning, and the girl challenged Jinfrey back, right? It left him a bit helpless, understanding, but also not. Jinfrey didn't want to argue anymore, so he ended the conversation. Since he said it was fine, just take it.
Then, as promised, let's say goodbye here, see you.
But Kukuru disagreed, and she said, "Not yet." Kukuru spoke in a tone that made Jinfrey freeze, a super high pitch.
Jinfrey snapped and turned sharply.
Kukuru immediately followed. "I still want to learn more from you, so I'll follow you." Jinfrey glanced at the girl, feeling both helpless and angry at Kukuru. Jinfrey said nothing and kept walking forward. Kukuru angrily asked, "Hey, are you ignoring me?" Then Kukuru hurriedly followed Jinfrey, running after him while saying, "Wait." Jinfrey left the vast sea, and the scene shifted to the fifth continent, the fifth garden. Kukuru walks along excitedly, exploring her surroundings. She is very delighted. This is the fifth continent. Jinfrey looked at the girl in front of him, feeling a bit unsure of what to do.
Sorry to interrupt your excitement, but I'm about to join the SSG. It's a brutal survival game. Are you sure you want to come along?
But Kukuru was not afraid, the girl cheerfully responded. Of course. Kukuru ignored Jinfrey's helpless face and cheerfully continued forward. Let's go to SSG. Although Jinfrey is a bit worried, he doesn't know what else to do but trust Kukuru. If she insists like that, it should be fine. Jinfrey is convincing herself. You think Kukuru's class might be useful here? Jinfrey is quietly planning his next move. To challenge the fifth Demon Lord, I need to defeat the SSG and obtain the hidden equipment. The two have arrived. Kukuru looked at so many people and was amazed. Wow, this is the SSG hall, the starting area.
So then what is SSG, brother?
Jinfrey, feeling helpless, thought I knew she would ask that. He was a bit confused, wondering how she could become an explorer. Kukuru innocently replied, I don't know. I've never cared about those things. Jinfrey held his head, feeling a bit worried. Maybe I shouldn't have made this kid my new teammate.
All right, listen up. The SSG we're participating in suddenly shouted out in anger from the crowd over there, drawing everyone's attention, so stop tailing us and get lost.
Everyone looked at Dennis and Levin, curious about what was happening. Huh? Are you arguing? Dennis angrily scolded Levin.
I thought high-level elves would be useful, but it turns out you're just a con.
Dennis keeps insulting Levin. Even after changing his profession, he still chose to be a craftsman. Jinfrey thinks to himself that Dennis the craftsman is becoming more and more unreasonable. He looked down on Levin, the weakest profession that only knows how to brew potions. Truly disappointing, Go away, she said with shining eyes. You're right, but the character information system lists Levin Luminous Lydia as an engineer, an advanced profession. Dennis pushed Levin and said, Shut up quickly, you're no longer useful here. Mark leaned on the shoulder of a guy in a blue shirt and chuckled. He said, We have already found new teammates. Levin trembled with shame and said, So I don't have any team members anymore. Dennis didn't want to hear any more and snapped, Shut up. He pushed Levin away and said, If you want to find teammates, go look for them yourself. You idiot! Suddenly a voice rang out. Are you looking for a team, or join us instead of those losers? Jinfrey and Kukuru appear together, both looking at Levin with enthusiasm. The appearance of Jinfrey and Kukuru interrupted their conversation, making Dennis and Mar frown and curious. Dennis was furious and shouted at Jinfrey, Hey, who are you? Jinfrey ignores Dennis and tells Levin that SG is a team survival game with 3 players. Right now, we are also missing one person, Jinfrey urged her. Time is running out. You mean that? Levin asked Jinfrey in surprise. Do you really want someone like me to join? Jinfrey asked confidently. He enthusiastically invites Levin. Yes, we would be very happy if you join, right, Kukuru? The little girl is also happy. Of course, if Jinfrey has made up his mind, I'm completely fine with it. At this moment, a notification is sent to all contestants participating in the SSG. The game is about to begin. Jinfrey quickly wanted to form a team with Levin. Let's form a team of 3 and get ready. Because the game is about to start, Levin looks very excited. She said, so we're forming a team, right? And Levin happily told Jinfrey, great, thank you so much. Of course, this person doesn't understand anything, but the girl is still very enthusiastic. Let's do our best together at SSG. Are you putting such a useless person on the team? Are you a fool or what? Dennis also sneered. Remember to try your best and don't get eliminated too early. Hearing his 2 former teammates mock him, Levin's mood starts to decline. Suddenly, the announcement for the competition sounded. It's time, SSG will start immediately. The announcement just ended, and a blazing red heart appeared on the left chest of the participants, including Levin and Kukuru. The little girl looked at the heart on her chest with amazement. Jinfrey was the same, but he wasn't surprised, just frowning as he stared at it and thought. On the SSG side, after the announcement began, they didn't forget to send their wishes. Now, good luck to the contestants. A circle suddenly appeared beneath the players' feet, filled with strange symbols and glowing brightly. Kukuru saw this strange sight for the first time, and she was very amazed. Huh? What's going on? What the hell? Countless strange light auras are appearing. They started from one point and moved to other places. A powerful light burst down in the forest next to a large tree. Jinfrey's group of 3 has appeared here. They are standing together on that glowing circle. Wow, wait a minute. Where are we? It's just the 2 of us, huh? Kukuru suddenly remembered something and quickly changed the subject. Jinfrey also patiently explained to Kukuru, SSG is. He replied to the girl, I'll only explain it once. Listen carefully. The rules of this game are super simple. After 48 hours, the team that collects the most hearts will win. He seriously explained, if your heart is taken, you will be eliminated. But you can use the hearts you've collected to revive your teammates. I understand now, so we just need to collect as many hearts as possible, right? This is going to be interesting. I am Jinfrey, and you haven't forgotten to introduce Kukuru. That noisy kid over there is Kukuru. Very pleased to meet you. Levin was a bit shy and said, my name is Levin. I am an elf clan explorer. Jinfrey immediately takes the competition seriously. You ask Levin if we can start the first round now. Levin is a bit puzzled, so you continue, saying, can you craft something for me? Levin understood the situation. She replied, yes, I always carry a lot of herbs with me. Jinfrey immediately said, so use your crafting skill to make some explosive grass and throw it over there. Levin understood Jinfrey's request and immediately started crafting. Is it the explosive grass? I understand. Levin quickly used blending. After combining various herbs, she created an A-grade explosive grass that detonates when disturbed. After finishing, she asked, I just need to throw it over there, right? Levin then threw the explosive plant far away. Come here. Levin dodged the explosion. Jinfrey also watched as she worked. The explosive grass immediately proved its effectiveness. Dennis's group was blown up into the air, and he shouted in surprise. What was that? Jinfrey grinned mischievously as he looked at Dennis falling to the ground from the explosion, while Levin beside him was a bit curious. Dennis's group was blown down right where Jinfrey was standing, and he looked at the legs in front of him with confusion. What? What just exploded? Jinfrey chuckled happily, crossing his arms as he looked at Dennis and said, We meet again. Now hand over your heart. The 3 members of Dennis's group, confused, kneel before Jinfrey and Levin, who just stand there clueless, and he angrily asks, What the hell are you doing? That bastard Jinfrey sneers at him. How does it feel to be hit by Levin's explosion? Dennis realized Levin was the owner of the explosive grass that blew up his group, and he immediately turned to scold her. It's you. Dennis pointed at Levin and scolded her. Don't mess with me, that girl. If you had skills like this, you should have said so earlier. The more he spoke, the more unwilling he seemed. Dennis felt like they had been deceived by Levin and that they could have kept you on the team. But while he was scolding Levin, Kukuru quickly used her skill and stole the 3 teams' hearts before he could react. Kukuru proudly holds up the 3 hearts and confidently says, Got them. We have to do it this way, right? Kukuru acts so quickly that even Jinfrey and Levin are caught off guard. Jinfrey didn't expect the girl to be so clever.
Dennis hurriedly looked at his chest and shouted, "Since when is this my heart?"
M shouted too. My own is gone, and the other teammate is also panicking. Me too? Gianfrey didn't expect it to be so easy. You secretly praised him. That really is advantageous. That was impressive. Kukuru happily shows off her easy victory trophy. Without their hearts, Dennis's team started to vanish. Before being punished, he shouted, "You bastard, give it back quickly." Before he could finish speaking, his entire team turned into a bright yellow glow like when they first appeared. Hun, they've all flown away. Jinfrey explained to the girl that once the hearts are taken, they are immediately eliminated and forced to return to the starting area, and Kukuru happily turned to praise Levin.
"So that's how it is. You're amazing, Sister Levin." Levin quickly waved her hand, feeling a bit shy as she said, "No, that's not it." Kukuru quickly took their 3 hearts. Now that's impressive. Kukuru was praised and felt more energized. "Are you serious? Then I will try even harder." Kukuru saw a group of 3 others and immediately rushed forward. "I found my next target." Jinfrey hurriedly shouted to stop her. "Hey, wait, Kukuru," but Kukuru seems to have lost control. The girl looked at the 3 people in front of her, as if they were a tempting prey. Kukuru charged out from the bushes, her mind constantly craving to take a heart. But suddenly, there was a loud noise. What's going on? Will Kukuru achieve her goal? Kukuru was about to charge forward when suddenly she realized something was off. She turned around to check and exclaimed in surprise, "Huh? What?" "My own heart." Pascal, Corin, and Leo stand watching Kukuru with mocking smiles. They seem to be mocking Kukuru's stupidity. Jinfrey watched his teammates destroy themselves, feeling a bit helpless and thinking, rushing in recklessly, so this is what they deserved. This silly girl. Kukuru just now realizes she's fallen into a trap. The curious girl turned back to Leo's group, and Leo Pask mocked Kukuru's innocence. "You don't know about anti-theft laws, do you? You're definitely a rookie." Corin hugs the pile of hearts Kukuru just stole, feeling triumphant. "This kid has 3 more hearts. We're really lucky." Kukuru looked at her achievement and shouted, "Her own heart." Corin said calmly, "That's a super groundbreaking move. This is a one-time item, but being prepared is truly worth it." Kukuru is about to be sent back to the starting point, but she stubbornly says, "I can't believe it." Levin saw the girl he just met having to leave the game, and she was crying in distress. "Kukuru." Jinfrey pats his head and says, "You don't know what to do either." Jinfrey feels a bit helpless for losing a teammate so early. Jinfrey really isn't as clueless as Kukuru. He understands that stealing skills are indeed very advantageous in this game. But because of that, preparing protective measures is a fundamental part of SSG. So the only way to win is to prepare knowledge and strategies to defeat the opponent. That's the way to beat SSG. Those 3 are pushing their luck. Corin arrogantly said, "That's your teammate, isn't it?" "They don't seem to be anything special. Let's finish them off quickly here." But before they could even reach Jinfrey and Levin, a flash of lightning struck, and Jinfrey took all the hearts that Corin's group had. It's that familiar expression again. The 3 members of Corin's group look panicked. "What?" "Our hearts." In front of Levin's admiration, Jinfrey confidently said, "Even without stealing skills, my speed is enough to handle a few people. Now resurrect Kukuru and lecture her." The 3 Corin group members had to return to the starting point immediately. Leo, unwilling, said, "No way." "That guy." Before Leo could finish his sentence to disappear, the game turned his remaining words into a large badge in the sky. "He stole all our hearts in the blink of an eye." Jinfrey was a bit annoyed, so don't emphasize it like that. You really don't understand why the game designed the badge to look like this. Kukuru was successfully revived by Jinfrey and is standing with her head bowed, waiting to hear his lecture. Kukuru understood her mistake and humbly apologized to Jinfrey. "I'll be more careful next time." Jinfrey saw Kukuru's remorse and said, "By the time you realize it's already dark, so let's focus on getting ready to sleep. Levin, I need you to craft a few things that I will list." Hearing Jinfrey mention her, Levin felt valued. She eagerly accepted the mission. Understood. It's already night. Jinfrey's group of 3 is lying around the campfire, sleeping peacefully. Meanwhile, on the other side of the forest behind Jinfrey, loud voices could be heard. "Go! Oh-ah!" What the hell is this? Jinfrey opened his eyes quietly, thinking to himself that even at night it's lively, so tomorrow morning should be quite interesting. A pile of items and hearts lying among the leaves, a cheerful voice rings out. Oh wow, a bountiful harvest. So Jinfrey is the owner of this trap. He looks satisfied as he gazes at the pile of hearts he just caught. Jinfrey says, "This Levin heart trap is really useful after being spread everywhere. The system introduces it as a thieving grass, a plant that can steal the heads of passing explorers.
Jinfrey suddenly stopped and loudly called out to Kukuru, still sleepy, and Levin, who was still dazed. "Get up quickly." Kukuru yawned and asked, "Is it morning already?" Levin was also surprised. I was sleeping so soundly that I didn't notice anything. Jinfrey looked a bit helpless. "You two really are so carefree." Jinfrey then pointed behind him and warned Kukuru and Levin that it seems some guests had arrived early this morning to send us gifts. "Don't let them take your hearts." Kukuru and Levin are very surprised. They are worried that without Jinfrey, they might have been eliminated while sleeping. Hugo told his teammates that he has already spotted them. Inessa quickly added, "I was planning to attack them while they sleep." Jinfrey confidently said, "Don't forget to remind your teammates not to lower their guard. They are the ones who survived the first day." Jinfrey assesses the opponents and tells Kukuru and Levin that they are not as weak as yesterday's group. The three in front of them are survivors of the first night, including Hugo, Inessa, and Excel. Hugo looked at Jinfrey's group, realizing he understood their positioning skill. That engineer's outfit was just a decoy to lower our guard. If that's the case, Hugo then took out the 3 cards he fanned out and loudly declared split into 3 groups. Immediately, Jinfrey's group was affected by the 3 cards' effects. Levin didn't understand what was happening, and Kukuru was also confused. "Huh? What's going on?" Only Jinfrey remains calm, analyzing the move in his mind, splitting our group apart. Immediately, Jinfrey's team was separated into 3 different directions. What is about to happen? The first ray of light touches the other side of the forest. Who is the one being separated? It's Levin. She is standing in front of Inessa. They are about to fight each other one-on-one. Who is the second person to be separated? Kukuru is the second to appear after her group was split up, and her opponent is Excel. The other one is Jinfrey, whose rival is also the person who divided their group as it is now. "Hugo!" Hugo smirked and said, "Now that you are divided, use the items to split the enemies and then let my summoned creatures deal with them." He acted as if he didn't see Jinfrey's furious expression. Hugo said, "That's our plan." "What's wrong? Are you worried about your teammates?" "Don't worry, I will quickly take you back to the starting point to meet them." Jinfrey turned his ear and criticized Hugo, saying, "You're really not good at talking," which confused Hugo completely. "What?" Jinfrey's eyes sharpened as he said to Hugo, "They are not easy to deal with. The ones who will return to the starting point are you guys." On this side, Kukuru has drawn her weapon, full of enthusiasm, eager to defeat her opponent. Levin, on the other side, is not willing to give up either. She was determined and said, "I can't lose." Now, in the quiet forest, battles for the hearts of the teams have erupted. Kukuru moves swiftly with incredible speed and the advantage of her small stature. Excel and his 3 monsters stand watching with furious expressions. Excel is extremely angry. "It seems this kid is faster than I thought." Kukuru quickly climbed up a branch and sat down. She then teased Excel. "It's not me who's slow down here, it's you." As she finished speaking, a knife shot quickly toward the girl sitting there. Luckily, Kukuru swiftly jumped away to dodge it. Kukuru just dodged the attack while silently assessing her opponent. Her enemies are a human and 3 summoned monsters. If we can defeat that guy, the summoned beast will disappear and the game will end. Seeing Excel and the 3 fierce monsters standing on the ground, it's clear Kukuru's analysis was correct. Seeing that prolonging the fight would be disadvantageous, Kukuru quickly rushed toward Excel's position. She silently decided, "All right, I'll defeat them quickly and take that heart." The clash of weapons echoed as both sides continuously attacked each other, filling a corner of the forest with the sound of swords and blades. Kukuru thrust her sword directly at Excel, but he had already pulled out his hidden weapon, a stretcher, to block her attack. Excel frowns, acknowledging Kukuru's strength but still very confident. That was quick, but this attack has no power. Kukuru's eyes changed, and the girl taunted him. "Then why are you using a shield? Don't be so afraid." Kukuru successfully provoked Excel, who then ordered the proud little girl to summon beasts to tear her apart. The 3 monsters, receiving orders from Excel, roared in unison and charged quickly towards her. The battle unfolds. Bloodshed seems inevitable. But between Kukuru and the 3 monsters, can she defeat them? Surprisingly, Kukuru managed to take down all 3 with just 1 slash. After defeating the 3 monsters, the girl quickly jumped onto a high branch to mock them. "With such agility, you'll never catch me." Excel couldn't bear to see the failure of the 3 monsters any longer, so he shouted, "What are you doing? These useless summoning beasts, quickly catch that girl." "Huh? Where did it go?" Suddenly, Kukuru's voice rang out from behind Excel. "I told you, you're too slow. The girl is using stealth theft skills." Excel immediately turned around after hearing the voice behind him. And suddenly a loud sound rang out as Kukuru kicked him squarely in the face, causing him to bleed. She then delivered a powerful kick that sent him flying backward at such speed that he had no time to react. Hey, who are you calling weak in attack? One kick from me is enough to take you down. Kukuru wants to reunite with the team quickly. The kid hurriedly said, then I win, now give me the heart. But when she turned back, Kukuru was attacked by the 3 monsters she had just beaten, blocking her path. The little girl said in surprise, isn't it supposed that the summoned beasts disappear when the summoner is defeated? Wait, isn't this guy not a summoner? I thought he was a cowardly summoner who only dared to use a shield to protect himself. The 3 monsters then aggressively charged at Kukuru. The girl ran away shouting, this is not what Kukuru expected. She then said, I miscalculated everything. I got the heart now. The 36 strategies to escape are the best. Kukuru uses her speed and quickly runs away. When it's time to escape from this side, Levin is sitting and creating a new type of grass. She is looking for something. The system immediately provided information that the search grass for crafting a level A effect detects magic within a 100-meter radius using ultrasonic waves for 10 minutes. After a while of searching, Levin opened her eyes, calmly thinking she saw no movement at all. She recalled the fight with Anissa, where they used smoke to dodge her previous attacks. But since then, she had lost their trail. While Levin was looking for her opponent, she had already fallen into someone else's sights from behind. The woman looked at Levin through binoculars, while Anissa held a bow and arrow in her other hand. Levin was sitting on this side when suddenly many voices rang in her ears. This surprised Levin a bit, but she could see everything, no matter what she did. The hunter is the owner of the forest. Taking down someone like her is as easy as child's play. Levin suddenly snapped out of her trance, as if she had just discovered a new land, and it seemed Levin had found her opponent. Levin quickly creates an explosive herb and throws it into the bushes behind her. Levin shouted, "You're here!" Meanwhile, Anissa's thoughts were still unfinished. Then Levin directly throws the bomb grass she just created. This is the deadly plant's trap. But Inessa's voice still echoed. This is the consequence of attacking without looking. If she misses, it's useless anyway. Levin's attack failed, and she seems to have lost her confidence, no longer appearing as self-assured as before. Levin suddenly sensed danger approaching. She thought someone was coming from behind her. Seeing the 3 ugly monsters appear behind her, Levin was surprised. Summon beast. The 3 monsters didn't hesitate and aggressively attacked Levin. She quickly crafted an item to escape from them. There is smoke. A magic fog surrounds them, causing the 3 monsters to lose sight. Levin quickly hides behind a tree trunk when suddenly 2 arrows fly in from somewhere, hitting the tree where Levin just stood. Luckily, she dodged it. Levin quickly sat down and silently analyzed. In this narrow forest, they can predict the distance and direction. Anissa's voice echoed again. Truly a cunning prey. How long can you escape my arrows and summon beasts? Levin ignores the taunt. She is still quietly analyzing the terrain that favors them, but I can't slow down the 2 teammates who have joined my team. Levin remembered her 2 teammates and became more alert. Levin quickly creates new grass. This is the hypnotic grass, a highly effective creation system. Attract the summoned beasts with the scent of herbs. Levin raised the mesmerizing grass towards the 3 monsters. They are still stunned. Levin doesn't hesitate. She throws the charm grass away, leaving no chance for the 3 monsters to escape. Levin shouted, "Watch out!" The 3 monsters all looked up at the enchanting grass swirling above their heads. These stupid monsters are looking at the enchanted grass, but inside their minds, it's like they see their favorite delicacies. Inessa is hiding in the bushes, watching this scene with a bit of helplessness as she sees the monsters caught in the trap. Levienne saw her plan succeed and happily said, "Now that the summoned beasts are distracted elsewhere, I can fight him one-on-one." Inessa, still hiding, replied, "You're clever, but I don't need summoned beasts to easily defeat someone like you. But isn't it true that you haven't hit your target even once from the beginning?" Inessa, angered by Levin, shouted silenced, "I only shot to warn." Levin didn't expose Inessa further and started creating a new type of grass. Levin is determined, I understand, but I can't afford to lose either. Levin just created a type of grass, and the system provides information that this is a super bright grass designed to produce a dazzling light. The super bright grass was thrown into the sky, illuminating the entire area, and Inessa was stunned by the blinding light. What is this? Because the light is so strong, it makes the view clearer, but the opponent's eyes will have problems. Inessa knelt down and said, "My eyes are too dazzled to see the way." Inessa slipped and fell to the ground. Inessa, rubbing her sore head, looked up and asked, "What did you do there?" While she was off guard, Levin successfully took the heart from Inessa's body. Levin apologized softly, saying, "Sorry for taking your heart while you couldn't open your eyes. Thank you very much." She still hasn't forgotten to say,
Oh, you'll be able to open your eyes again very soon. Anissa still doesn't understand what's happening.
Wait, what do you mean?
Levin didn't explain further, and she immediately wanted to leave. All right then, I'll take my leave first. Anissa kept her eyes closed as she fumbled around to find Levin. She irritably said, "Hey, wait a minute." Anissa couldn't accept it and shouted, "Are you listening to me or not?" But when Levin turned around, Anissa was gone. She wondered where she had gone. So, Levin had just won the previous battle, leaving only the final match between the two teams, and at this moment, someone is talking. "Where do you think you're going?" Hugo said with a cold smile. He said, "Don't act all high and mighty here." Then Hugo immediately summoned his beast. He confidently said, "My summoned creatures are numerous and highly leveled. You have no chance of winning," but Jinfrey was not scared, only angrier. "Stop messing around. You're bloated, but thanks to you, I've got enough time." All of a sudden, the giant blue monster rushed past Hugo, catching him off guard. Hugo was confused because the three monsters he had just summoned had automatically moved towards Jinfrey and joined his side, leaving Hugo bewildered. How could you do this? Hugo was so angry that he couldn't think straight anymore. What's going on? You guys are my summoned creatures. What skill did you use? Damn it! Jinfrey strokes the large bird perched on his shoulder and says, "It seems they quite like me." Then Jinfrey looked towards Hugo, who was confused about what was happening. "You think so too, right?" The system then provided an explanation. Having met the 20-hour continuous condition, the third skill of the Angel Ring has increased. The third skill has evolved from the illusionary virtual garden girl to the dark illusionary virtual garden. Jinfrey wasted no more time and immediately ordered the monsters. "All right, attack him now." The three huge monsters charged straight at Hugo without hesitation, their aggression fierce. Hugo quickly took out a purple book. He was in a hurry. Hugo waved his hand from the book, summoning a giant monster, and immediately shouted to brace himself. The three monsters continued to attack the giant, both sides fierce, but the monsters seemed no match for the giant. All three were badly wounded, while the giant remained unharmed, standing tall there. Hugo laughed loudly with satisfaction, mocking, "This is the consequence of defying your master. Next is your turn." Before Hugo could finish speaking, he was faced with a scene he never could have predicted. The three monsters that were just defeated came back to life and stood in front of Hugo. "What? Did you scare him?" They resurrected. "No way." Jinfrey smiles contentedly. While Hugo was confused, he shouted, "What happened? What kind of spell did you use?" Then suddenly Jinfrey's body began to split into multiple copies. He replied to Hugo, "You have more allies than I do, so I guess I have to be a bit fairer, right?" Jinfrey splits into many copies, surrounding Hugo and trapping him, leaving Hugo unable to tell what's real and what's fake. Hugo wondered to himself, what kind of skill is this? Is it clone splitting? Hugo looked around at all the Frey clones, helplessly shouting. This isn't fair at all, but Hugo didn't give up. He took out a book and said, "You are underestimating me." Summoning another giant blue creature, Hugo calls forth the giant octopus, whose massive axe begins to swing down toward Jinfrey's clones. How far does the spear swing? The clones keep falling, but they still haven't found the real Jinfrey standing somewhere. The clone bodies of Jinfrey are gradually defeated by the sharp blade of the giant turtle. Seeing the clones fall, Hugo laughs mockingly. What? Turns out it's just a paper tiger. Suddenly, the defeated clones automatically stand up as if no loss had occurred, and Jinfrey's clone rises again to continue surrounding Hugo. By this point, fear had flooded from his eyes. Jinfrey's clones, one after another, said, "That's enough. Now I need to find my teammates. Let's end it here." Hugo's face turned pale when he heard that. He truly had no way to deal with Jinfrey. The bodies of the three monsters initially summoned by Hugo lie motionless there, while the giant god of death stands before Hugo as if waiting to escort him out of the game. Hugo's scream echoed across the sky, making the forest noisy. After many shocks, Hugo couldn't hold on anymore and could only wait for his heart to be taken. Jinfrey looked satisfied with the opponent he had just defeated. "You were exactly as I expected from the Dark Illusion Garden. Let me explain a bit about this skill. It's an upgraded version of the skill from the Angel Circle in the Illusion Game Garden, allowing multiple illusions to be cast on multiple targets at the same time. The summoned beast race and other creatures require 20 consecutive hours of combat to unlock this skill. So, only in SSG can you fight like this for so long." Jinfrey gently crouched down. "You were about to take Hugo's heart, but what was in his shirt pocket intrigued you more. Turns out, they were the hearts Hugo had stolen." Jinfrey cheerfully said, "That's good. This guy has quite a few hearts." Jinfrey then remembered his two teammates. "Now I don't know how those two are doing. It's time to focus." The three of them finally met. Kukuru boasted about his achievements and said, "Praise me, praise me."
Jinfrey was also generous, even if a bit reluctant. That was impressive. As for Levin, he asked with humor. Sell with concern. Are both of you still safe? And then the journey for the three of them became a bit easier. Thanks to the trap, Kukuru quickly gathered a team, and all the teams that faced Jinfrey's group were furious about their defeat. At this moment, an announcement rings out that time is up and SSG will end immediately. All participants will return to the starting point. Everyone has gathered at the starting point, happily discussing the competition. Jinfrey's three-member team was mixed in with the crowd, eagerly awaiting the results. It didn't take long. The announcement has sounded. Let's reveal the results together. The organizers then announced the winning positions starting from third place with 46 teams of the Gao team. The three members of the Don Gao team happily jumped up, seeming satisfied with the result. Everyone was talking after hearing the results, saying it's no surprise that Dan Gao took third place. The organizers continued to announce. Next is second place with 55 Jessica Team Hearts. The three members of Jessica's team are very happy. All three of them looked confident and proud. Everyone was surprised and started talking. 55, but isn't that the highest score yet? The previous record was 50, so this time they broke SSG's record. As expected from Jessica, the notorious assassin. That's right, but who is the winner then? Not wanting to keep the crowd waiting, the organizers immediately announced. And now the top spot of glory belongs to 108 of Jeffrey's team hearts. A shocking number. It was enough to shock and panic all the players, making them exclaim, 108 amazing. The players are constantly talking. I've heard the name Jinfrey in the news before. It's him. This is the first time I've met a real person. The three members of Jinfrey's team are now the center of everyone's attention. The organizers announced the prizes. The Jinfrey team, ranked first, will receive a 100 million GSSG reward and a keyless treasure. The rarity is forced. After the event, the three of them start sharing the rewards with each other. Levin looked a bit shy and hesitated before asking, "Is it okay if I take the 100 million G all by myself?" Kukuru quickly responded, "I'd rather go get more than just receive, so it's fine." Jinfrey immediately nodded at her and said to Levin, "We don't mind at all." Jinfrey then continued, "As I said before, we only need this unkeyed treasure." Levin understood clearly. "I don't mind. As a healer, the most important thing I need is money to buy rare medicinal herbs." Jinfrey quickly wanted to wrap things up. "So, it's a deal. Oh, and finally, I want to ask you to prepare one more thing. I've gathered all the ingredients while I was at SSG." Levin quickly waved his hand and said, "That's fine then." Jinfrey and Kukuru didn't linger long, hurriedly waving goodbye to Levin. The scene shifts to nightfall. After it ends, Kukuru and Jinfrey return home. That night, at Jinfrey's inn, Kukuru was sound asleep. She had a terrible sleeping posture. Jinfrey is still outside, opening the small control panel. Jinfrey takes the opportunity. "All right, that noisy kid is asleep. Let's quickly finish this." Jinfrey's entire body has changed. The system displays the memory skill ring 1. The Chronicle of War shifts the profession from craftsman to summoner. After changing his class, Jinfrey immediately summons Dendon. What Jinfrey wants is the keyless treasure that can only be obtained after collecting more than 100 hearts in SSG. Jinfrey throws the treasure chest up. At first, this luckless Duong seemed useless, but he was clever enough to summon Dendon. Jinfrey needs its help. Denon Bridge. Then Jinfrey immediately said, "Now let's use the items crafted by Levin. This is a crafted A-grade flamethrower that can shoot fire for attack. And this is a crafted A-grade ice sprayer that can shoot ice for attack." Jinfrey succeeded because he knew that attacking this gear with fire, ice, and lightning attributes would make it open and reveal its key. The box is opened and the system displays. "Congratulations. The key part of the treasure has been unlocked and you have received the destroyer's left arm." Jinfrey raises the newly acquired equipment from the treasure chest in his hand. He is very satisfied. Another hidden equipment has been completed. Jinfrey returns as usual, looking at the ring on his hand and thinking that he has now acquired another hidden item. Jinfrey leans on his hand and looks into the night. He tells himself that usually he would head straight to the S-rank dungeon, but the thing is, ignoring what happened last night, Kukuru was full of energy this morning and asked Jinfrey to quickly move on to the next location. The curious girl continued, "Do you plan to join something else or just head straight to the dungeon?" Jinfrey hesitated a bit before answering. "Oh, you probably still don't know how to handle this. What should I do now?" Jinfrey looked at the girl sitting across from him and thought to himself that honestly, he wasn't comfortable with sending Kukuru to the S-rank dungeon. She couldn't even fight demons. Jinfrey then made a decision. "You tell the girl Kukuru I will train you now. Kukuru is surprised and nervously begins her training. Jinfrey didn't explain and ordered, "Hurry up and gather materials all over the mountain." Kukuru quickly looked over and said, "This is too much." Jinfrey immediately explained, "This is what we need for the next dungeon." Of course, no stealing skills allowed. "Hey, then I will take a lot of time. Jinfrey won't allow negotiations. If you don't want to come, then don't go with me anymore. That student of yours can also be done with." Bao Trong. Kukuru clenched her teeth, feeling down but silently encouraging herself for the next dungeon. Kukuru hurriedly ran toward the mountain and said, "I will go find them. Wait for me." Jinfrey saw that his plan had succeeded and thought to himself, "Luckily, this kid is too simple. Now I can enjoy the feeling of going solo again." This is the 5th Continent's S-rank dungeon at the teleportation gate. Before stepping through, Jinfrey silently thought, "Goodbye, Kukuru." Then he also disappeared along with his apology to Kukuru. "He did this because of you, so please don't hate him." Jinfrey is falling freely through space without any obstacles, and as he descends, he can't help but express his surprise at this sensation. The free fall with no obstacles is really exciting. This wind pressure is just perfect. This is a level 5 dungeon. The Sky Island is a floating island in the sky. According to JINF, this dungeon opens a portal right in the sky, and you'll have to land on the island yourself. He's still thinking. So suddenly, Jinfrey saw someone else shouting nearby. This person was crying while falling. He shouted, "What the hell is this?" "Earth, Earth." Jinfrey closes his eyes. You think explorers wouldn't survive if they didn't know this, even if they knew and prepared in advance. The one flying next to Jinfrey is SSS. He muttered softly, "You idiot. Basic preparations like this are a must in a dungeon, and a brightly colored umbrella opens before everyone's eyes." Indeed, he was well prepared. SSS then looked at Jinfrey and mocked, "Look at my perfect preparation." But he saw a large flock of black birds flying towards him. Those aren't birds, but strange-shaped monsters rushing toward us. Sai didn't have time to react before the monster grabbed him. Seba shouted, "Huh? Wait a minute, not now, right?" Jinfrey remains calm and thinks. Even with a shield, without skills, it's all over. I'm glad I didn't bring Kukuru here. She still doesn't know I've been abandoned. Meanwhile, after a tiring search, Kukuru happily said, "I finally found it." But as Jinfrey was descending, he heard a strange sound nearby. As he looked over, he saw the incredibly ugly monsters approaching in a horde. Jinfrey then raised his hand toward the incoming monsters. The hidden weapon just opened, and it's reacting in his hand, seeming to be working. The three-eyed blue monster suddenly glowed brightly and stopped, not continuing to fly. Jinfrey continues to raise his hand in other directions, and a faint yellow light emanates around him, growing brighter. Jinfrey created a sphere that forces the monsters trying to approach him to run away. The system displays the left-hand ring of the Godslayer skill, a counter-gravity push that repels targets away from you. Jinfrey looks at the bracelet and says, "This skill really has nothing to criticize. Nothing beats hidden equipment. All right, it's time to go." Jinfrey opened his palm. The destroyer's left arm was active, generating lightning bolts that struck more and more intensely toward the floating island. This is the speed of the wind moving away from the blue sky and cool breeze, shifting to the destroyed island and establishing a position inside the temple. Jinfrey quickly entered inside, confident even alone. He thought he had arrived. Jinfrey looked around, then turned to the mirror in front of him and thought, "I found it." But around him, countless mysterious creatures are staring silently. Jinfrey knew immediately that once the strange beings entered, these creatures would come to eliminate them. As soon as he finished thinking, Jinfrey was attacked by monsters rushing out of the darkness. The destroyer's left arm instantly launched a counter-gravity attack, and the defeated monsters were crushed in an instant, proof of the hidden weapon's power. You look around but see nothing attacking anymore. You wonder, is that all? Remove the magic ring. Next is the mirror itself. A large mirror in the darkness still reflecting everything in front of it. Jinfrey approaches the mirror, his reflection inside it. But then that image changes into a strange black shadow, with a voice coming from inside the mirror. "I am a creature. In the end, what will I reflect?" Jinfrey listens and only smiles faintly, unaware of what he is thinking. He raised his left hand and thought that this event would occur after defeating the previous creatures and using the Godslayer's left ring to reflect in the mirror. At this moment, Jinfrey's image was reflected in the mirror, overlapping with that dark shadow. Jinfrey clenched his left hand, staring intently at the destroyer's left arm, gripping tighter as if he had understood the rule. The mirror brightened, and a voice echoed from within it. The mirror said, "The left-hand ring of the destroyer has reflected within me." It seems that the left-hand ring of the god of destruction has now chosen its owner, and then a golden glow appears before Jinfrey. This is a different item.
The system has notified you that you have received the right-hand ring of the god of creation, rank.
Jine Frey receives this item, and the mirror suddenly speaks. Goodbye, brave one. Jine Frey happily thought that the hidden set of the Godslayer's left ring and the Creator God's right ring was complete. He then continued with his plan, next using the few remaining Bai he had saved. Let's go, Jin Frey quietly calculates. To defeat the heavenly dragon ruling the S-rank dungeon of the 5th continent, Demon King Bahamuden is waiting. Bahamuden stands on the island, spreading his large wings, truly waiting for someone. Bahamuden looked ahead and said, "It's been a long time since a powerful human appeared." At this moment, Jine Frey calmly landed right in front of Bahamuden. You just appeared, and the system displayed all your information in the game. After a moment of teleportation magic, Jin Frey finally set foot in the blue sky. From within, he gazed outward to see Bahamuden lying there in terrifying silence, as the two faced each other across the sky, filled with thick clouds, observing each other for quite a while. Jin Frey cut straight to the point, smirking as always. You're still too arrogant. As soon as the Demon King Bahamuden finished speaking, he suddenly stood up to show his strength. Bahamuden looked a bit confused, whispering a few words to you. Have we met before? I usually don't forget the scent of the strong. Only Jin Frey remains silent, gazing thoughtfully at him. Although the details are unclear, based on the previous Demon Kings, its behavior is probably different too. With a decisive motion, he raised his sharp hand to form a sphere of energy. In just a few seconds, a huge black flame energy ball hovered in front of Bahamuden, roaring. That source of spiritual energy, like an arrow, rushes straight toward you to attack. However, with keen eyes, Jine Frey only needs a quick glance to understand the problem. You immediately used teleportation to escape the danger. Moving swiftly, then Jine Frey vanished and floated in front of Bahamuden. Glaring at his opponent with wide eyes, without hesitation, he raised his arm forward. A golden ring appeared, unleashing a mysterious force, anti-gravity, that pressed directly against his face, stunning Bahamuden for a few seconds. Are you telling me I was pushed back? Is this a gravity-related technique? Then Jin Frey clenched his fist tightly, throwing a blazing red punch straight at Bahamuden's face, knocking him backward helplessly with a fire fist. The flames and fists surrounding Bahamuden kept raging, throwing him into confusion, but also excitement. I can't keep my distance anymore. This is an interesting skill. Another punch was thrown, but Bahamuden easily dodged it. Seeing the situation was unstable, Jin Frey closed his legs. A stream of blue energy appeared, the furious dragon wind, and in an instant, a dragon summoned by him faced off against him. Seizing the opportunity while Bahamuden was distracted, Jine Frey launched a spiritual energy kick forward, immediately embracing the source of power he had just bestowed. After resolving the issue, Jin Frey lands gracefully and waits for the outcome, gazing up at the sky, hidden behind white clouds. How is it? From inside, Bahamuden emerges unscathed, tearing through the white clouds. He spoke in a cold voice, looking at Jin Frey. Truly interesting. Humans helped me find peace. Bahamhamuden's words left you stunned in silence for quite a while. Jin Frey carefully analyzed as he watched him start to break down the stats, noticing that the long-range combat advantage was up to 50% and that his special effect was the real problem. Now it's Bahamhamuden's turn to counterattack. He flaps his wings and soars into the sky. Then Bahamhamuden channels his inner energy, his hands filled with red spiritual power, and says, "Don't die just yet." A massive surge of power he unleashed from above, with black dragon fire raging down, all crashing toward the boy, forcing Jine Frey to desperately defend himself in confusion. To escape danger, he immediately used his own defensive skill. Super anti-gravity, escaping danger. Nearby, a voice rang out, making Jine Frey break out in a sweat. You think that's enough to deal with me? Standing before you now is a red cord pulsing with enormous energy. Black Dragon Slash, this is bad. That is actually Bahamhamuden's tail. He used it to attack and knock Jin Frey back. Suddenly, Bahamhamuden froze as if something unexpected was happening. You managed to protect yourself with super anti-gravity and escape danger. Looking at Jin Frey, he sneers, "You minimized the damage you took with anti-gravity skills just before the attack, but this is only the beginning." Bahamhamuden raises his sharp claws forward, a red aura appears, and a golden-yellow sky. All his power shoots like an arrow, aiming straight at Jin Frey. A massive explosion then erupted, with a deafening roar shaking the entire sky, and you, with minor injuries, were thrown hard onto the cold stone ground. Damn it! As he looked up, he was already ready with an energy sphere, while Jin Frey's face was now motionless, just staring blankly. With nothing left to lose, he activated both arms where the gold and silver rings are located. All right. Jin Frey clenched his fists together, eyes fixed on Bahamuden. "This is what I've been waiting for all along." Smiling brightly, he muttered something under his breath as he prepared to summon. Dark sphere, immediately a mysterious black orb appeared with immense power. As expected, the orb absorbed all the techniques he had just unleashed. What? He stares intently at the sphere that drained all of Bahamuden's energy. Has that thing swallowed all of my techniques? On this side, both hands control the sphere as Jin Frey smiles smugly. All of your attacks will be absorbed into it. Jin Frey, with a smug smile, controls the sphere. Has he absorbed my attack? Over here, Bahamuden can only silently ponder in his mind. Does such a skill really exist? His appearance makes you happy, teasing you with words. He seems very panicked, trying to keep himself calm. Bahamuden calmly replied, "I won't fall for this cheap provocation." As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared completely before Jin Frey's eyes. Suddenly, Bahamuden appeared, his claws close to your sphere, then launched an attack with continuous energy blasts colliding with Jin Frey's body. Seeing you take such a beating, Bahamuden realized there was a problem. What's wrong? You can't absorb it? The more you attack, the more he realizes. It seems you can't block all the attacks either, and I guess you can't absorb physical strikes. This makes you extremely worried. He is calmly analyzing the skills of the bracelet. To end it all, Bahamuden channels his energy and delivers a fatal blow. Our dragon race has always been proud of our strong bodies. Die, humanity. As the final punch was about to hit Jin Frey's face, he suddenly widened his eyes. Jin Frey used teleportation to escape the attack. I can't see you anywhere. Is Bahamuden stunned and looking around, wondering if you've teleported? At this moment, Jin Frey appeared right behind him, accompanied by a source of power behind me. A sphere filled with dark spiritual energy that he was forming. The condition to unlock the second skill of the two bracelets is to use the first skill with both of them. Inside the sphere, there is a small black hole that absorbs attacks and releases them later. The sphere suddenly turns white with a blinding flash of light. Then, a blazing light filled the entire space, the furious spirit. So the two sources of power clashed, with no one backing down. However, Bahamuden suddenly unleashed a burst of spiritual energy in all directions, a technique that caused him immense pain, and he screamed loudly, "Is that the celestial echo I used?" After a moment, Bahamud fell silent and bowed his head to the ground in confusion. When he looked up again, the red spiritual energy on him had also disappeared. Bahamud covered in smoke and speaking with disdain, "But this is just a fake." Without hesitation, with a sphere in his hand, Jin Frey rushes at him. "Really?" He clenched his fist and decisively launched another attack. "What? You didn't hesitate on this side," rushing forward with a triumphant smile. "Although it's just a copy of you, can you withstand an attack 3 times stronger than yours?" With that, Bahamuden absorbed Jin Frey's strike, the spiritual energy surrounding his face. Then he lost momentum and fell freely to the ground. Bahamuden's head kept pounding against the rock, looking extremely pained. After a while, Bahamuden lay motionless, completely defeated by Jin Frey's power. A notification appeared showing the reward amount and the results that made him look delighted. Then he returned to the Adventurers Guild building. It was still daytime, and he apologized for gathering everyone despite being busy sitting at the meeting table, while 4 others couldn't come because they were still on a mission. There are 3 other veteran explorers under that table. Suddenly, a voice spoke up, catching his attention. "There's no need to be so formal." Vice President. Weir said seriously, "As long as you give the order, I will always come immediately." His appearance makes others uncomfortable, but you still look as serious as ever, right? Maria gently rubs her neck in frustration. "I'm free now, let's finish this quickly, Vice President." On this side, as an explorer, Mira could only silently observe. To save time, Nice closed his eyes and spoke. "I see. So let's get straight to the point." He looked at her and the boy. "Actually, I've received a few strange reports lately." Ben kept denying it. No, his hands were intertwined, and it wasn't a guild or a creature. The answer surprised Mira so much that she could only remain silent for a long time, while beside her, both the boy and Maria looked just as bewildered. Nis gently lowered his head, his tone turning cold. "Black Spirit Ash's tears was the first report we received. Over here, Jin Frey has returned to the bustling capital city. The 5th prince has also been defeated. You keep pressing the system panel repeatedly. I've received the reward and I'm feeling great now, so I might as well go to the 6th continent." Jin Frey hesitated and stroked his chin. "Oh no, where did Kukuru go? She's probably still training right now." But in another dimension, Kukuru was crying her eyes out. At the same time, Kukuru was feeling disgusted. But since the next dungeon pushed the girl's issue aside, he looked at the crowd in front of him. Why are there so many people?
With curiosity, Frey returns to the place.
System panel, what's going on?
A local explains.
Oh, you're also an explorer? For some reason, the teleportation gate to the 6th continent also doesn't work. That answer made him widen his eyes and stand still for a long time.
Elsewhere, a voice echoes. The teleportation gate is useless.
This is something that has never appeared in the game before. Nice is discussing the issue with the explorers, and the black spirits look like fog or something.
His gaze was very serious, and their crying had been reported 2 weeks ago.
Turning back, Frey watched the crowd disperse, unable to believe they were being held here.
You scratch your head in confusion, wondering when it will be fixed.
Suddenly, Frey sees something that makes his eyes bulge in surprise. Far away, among the crowd, a shadow kept moving. They clearly weren't human. He returns to the meeting table holding a cup of coffee, takes a sip to stay alert. Putting the cup down on the plate, he takes a deep breath, but they are not monsters or creatures. They suddenly appeared and started attacking civilians. On this side, Frey kept staring at the shadow non-stop. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind, making him sweat constantly with worry.
The crowds keep passing by both of us without stopping.
We don't know what they are or their purpose, but it's clear they are a threat to humanity.
I have a bad feeling about this.
Vodan paid no attention to his surroundings and calmly continued walking forward.
Over here, W and Maria listen carefully to N's analysis. Before heavy casualties occur, the 4 of us must handle this.
As if having a third eye, it suddenly looked back at Frey. Vodan's gaze was frantic, with goosebumps all over his body.
I don't know what the enemy is, but we have to defeat them.
Go back to Nice, clasp your hands together, and he rests his chin on them, saying, they are nameless creatures.
In the empty space where no one passes by, the nameless black smoke confronts Frey,
smiling eerily with terrifying sharp teeth.
You just stood there, like a statue, seizing the opportunity of the nameless creature's advantage to launch yourself into a giant form facing Frey.
Its appearance terrified the villagers.
What is that? What kind of creature is that?
And why did it appear in the middle of the city? It raised its head high and roared fiercely in front of you.
What is this thing?
And why did it appear in the middle of the city? I've never seen this creature before. It's not in the game. What's going on? Fearing for their safety, the villagers hurriedly fled, leaving a helpless boy collapsing to the ground. Who's there? Save me. Vodan reaches out with his sharp claws towards the boy from before. Luckily, a shield was swung out at the same time. This is bad. The super thruster. No one else, the one who just saved the kid with the shield, is Frey. The shield's thrust blocked its path, infuriating Vodan. After a moment, the boy ran away, and Frey had also removed the shield. Vodan is now grinding his teeth in anger. Surely this is a 1 in a million creature. No, it can't be. Creatures wouldn't appear right in the middle of the city. Its hands move forward as if about to summon something. Sure enough, a blue spirit energy sphere is formed by Vodan using his internal power. He straightforwardly throws the energy sphere toward Frey, who is still stunned. The boy can only stand there helplessly and summon the formation for a long time. In the end, overwhelmed by the immense power, Frey lost his footing, his legs suddenly giving way backward. But he tried to stay calm and looked towards Vodan. What on earth is happening, Jinfi remembers when he unleashed his power. That is the skill of the bridge-breaking warrior. Why does that have the skills of a rogue? Suddenly, Vodan changes direction, causing himself to become extremely confused. It turns out he is heading back to the civilians, planning to attack the weak crowd. With sharp senses, Frey rushed forward like the wind. Damn it, wait! He used all his strength to chase after Vodan. Damn it, I won't make it in time. Tak Kwang Luan is nearby and a skeleton is waiting just a short distance from him. Vodan looked confused, biting his lip as he stared ahead. The skeleton on this side said nothing, only silently looked back at his face. With his aggressive nature, Vodan rushed forward, slashing fiercely at the skeleton. Another outcome unfolded as he was struck by fiery blows from the skeleton, suffering immense pain, his mouth wide open with fresh blood pouring out uncontrollably. In the end, it collapsed completely to the ground. In front of Frey's eyes, he was a bit stunned and quickly looked back at where the skeleton was. From afar, at the same time, a footstep approached. So this creature is not human. No one else. The one controlling the skeleton all this time was Nis. His presence surprised Jinfrey, who was left gaping. Nis still gestures for the people, telling them that this area is dangerous and to follow his zombie soldiers to safety. Immediately, a horde of zombies surrounded the defenders, everyone clutching their chests and breathing a sigh of relief. It's Nis. We are saved. Nis has arrived among the 8 guardians. Hearing how they call Nis, he also knew his background. The Great Guardians. Jinfrey carefully examines Nis's face. So this person is Mira's teammate. After settling everything, he looked at you and thanked you for preventing injuries among the local residents. Thank you. Jinfrey hesitated. No. You asked Nis with a puzzled tone. And more importantly, what is that thing? Suddenly, the system message announced that he said, Jinfrey, excuse me for a moment, this is W. On the screen, Watt and the unnamed child appear before us. We have now secured the target at point N1. At another location, Maria has also taken control of the situation. The target at W4 has been observed watching. Even Mira is now completely safe. Mira, we have located the target at point 52. Nis took a deep breath and said, Okay. It seems everyone has temporarily subdued the unknown. Standing nearby, Jinfrey also learned the origin of the monster. Vodan is the name of that mysterious creature. He looked towards Vodan on the ground. Wait a minute, so they don't just have one. Seeing that the situation is under control, he suggested, then you guys handle the rest yourselves. So, where were we in our conversation? Jinfrey Vanrid, hearing Nis call his name, was startled. You know my name? He smiled gently and explained, Ha, you're more famous than you think. Do you have any interest in joining the 8 great guards? When asked this, Nis pursed his lips and looked directly at Jinfrey, waiting for his response. On the other side, he remained silent, meeting his gaze. After a moment, Jinfrey sheepishly scratched his head and said, I just want to enjoy the life of a freer explorer. Seeing you refuse, Nis sighed and said, Too bad. Suddenly, memories flooded back to him. During my encounter with Mira, I noticed a fellow explorer. Hearing this, Nis looked up at Jinfrey. I've heard Mira talk about him before. I understand. He definitely has a presence that's very different from the other explorers. He still doesn't know anything here, innocently scratching his head and adjusting his clothes. Without saying much, a polite arm extends straight toward Jinfrey. Along with that, his smile allowed me to introduce myself again. I am Nis, Vice President of the Adventurers Guild. As Jinfrey raised his hand to respond, he thought the Vice President must be the strongest among the 8 guards. They then shook hands, and suddenly the nameless creature came back to life. He looked up in displeasure. Oh my, their strength is exactly as reported. Although the strength of the zombie soldiers I created is among the top, he quickly reassures Jinfrey, who is still stunned beside him as Jinfrey just spoke, while Nis snaps his fingers. These are entirely new creatures. We call them nameless, and no one can guess what they are or where they came from. An undead force immediately appeared behind him. However, we know one thing, the giant zombies, close to Vodane, and that has yet to be confirmed. Face turned icy and emotionless. These creatures could become giant skeletons appearing behind him, wielding swords and threatening humanity's survival. As he finished speaking, a series of slashes struck Vodan's body. In the blink of an eye, as the smoke gradually dispersed, its body had turned into a pile of wreckage. In the end, Vodan was left with only fragments. Witnessing Jinfrey, he stood stunned and in shock, unable to believe what was happening before his eyes. Over here, Nis looks at the zombies, so if you encounter Vodan, I hope you will eliminate it. Then he turned his head and smiled at Jinfrey. Of course, there's no need to hold back. You look stunned, but listen to Nis's words. Sure that you can do it. From that moment on, Jinfrey lightly sweats as he realizes this is the power of the Vice President of the Adventurers Guild. As I suspected, it's a Vice President with a horde of zombies and a different way of thinking that I've encountered before. Over by W, a nameless creature is gradually waking up and slowly getting to its feet. It opened its mouth wide and roared wildly in front of everyone. Seeing Vodan about to attack, he frowned and held a golden shield. It struck with 2 powerful blows aimed directly at W's weapon. But thanks to the shield, he escaped the danger posed by Vodan's strength. Weir was sweating profusely, constantly observing its every move. He began analyzing the state of Voidless. That attack was pretty heavy too. Judging by its level, it's definitely above 300 now. But unwilling to give up easily, WT roared loudly and counterattacked. Immediately, all the attacks it had launched so far were reflected back by the shield. Watching Vodan gently wipe his face, he was extremely proud. With that level, no one can defeat me. Not stopping there, W raises the shield to launch a new attack. Chan's shield, a blazing golden light, rushes straight into Vodan's still weak body. The shield's impact damage is proportional to its defense. Within seconds, its entire body turned black, covered in scratches, and ultimately Vodan was forced to fall to the ground, accepting defeat. Meanwhile, WT was the opposite, raising his head high to report to Nis. The target has been eliminated. I need to contact the vice chairman immediately. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a pair of legs is running quickly toward the bloodstain on the road. No one else? Just another nameless one tailing the explorer. W4 Point, softly smoking a cigarette. Maria complained bluntly. Oh dear, such a vile and filthy creature. She stops, her feet slightly apart, posing a threat to this world. No cigarette in her mouth. Maria boldly points and declares that those who oppose her must pay with their lives. Then she soars into the sky. From its perspective, Maria, holding a makeshift cross as a weapon, raised it behind her with a cunning look on her face. Die, you nameless one. A loud strike echoes through the space, blood splattering like rain. After finishing, Maria turns her head and strides away from the bloody scene. Suddenly she froze and spoke with contempt for the nameless one for daring to make her waste time. Go to hell and feed on there. Return to Nice and Jinfrey. I understand the current situation. In short, unless the mystery surrounding the unknown is resolved, not only the sixth continent, but all pathways across the continent will be restricted. Seeing Jinfrey's thoughtful expression, Nice confirmed and added that this only made him more puzzled, constantly touching his chin, as these nameless monsters do not appear in the game. Wait, now that I think about it, I also heard a similar rumor back then. The image of the monster lingering in Jinfrey's mind, even though he hadn't encountered it directly in the game. But if this rumor is related to them, I might be able to get hidden equipment I've never obtained before. All right, you did well. Over here, he opened the screen, making you jump. Are you finished defeating them? Jinfrey suddenly looked up and assessed. That was quick. Mira's voice appears on the screen. Mirede, you're a bit nervous as you inform Nis. I'm sorry, the target has escaped. As he finished speaking, his face darkened. Maria, the strongest of the three, let the enemy escape? Nis still tries to stay calm. All right. Through the screen, Mira listens carefully to his voice. Are you injured? Report the details. She just escaped with the element while reporting the situation. It's okay, they have escaped. But I am with the spirits chasing after them. They are heading toward point S5. Listen carefully. N nodded. I understand. I will go there immediately. Everyone quickly gathered at point S5. Upon receiving the order, everyone agreed. Understood. Outside Jinfrey, after a while of everything happening, you also went to see him. I'm going too. Jinfrey gets straight to the point. We need to investigate this unknown entity, both its power and its details. And more importantly, the inability to move between continents is a major issue. Every detail you analyzed left him stunned for a few seconds. That's right. Get your spirits back up. N encourages Jinfrey. We still don't know anything about the enemy. If you want to join the combat team, this will help us. However, at this point, his expression turned serious. The decision must be made by me in command. We will be responsible for your safety. With Nice's assurance, Jinfrey agreed. Understood. Thank you. Let's not waste any more time. He urged you, so let's go. Jinfrey, point S5. Mira's group and the elements are chasing after Voidless. It keeps running, making her frustrated and shouting at it to stop until she loses her voice. Seeing Void vanish further and further ahead, Mira freaked out. Run away? This is truly humiliating. This time I won't let you escape. Letting a fly like you escape is what I am most ashamed of. You haven't gone far before it stopped upon encountering Maria, who was already waiting. She raises her holy cross weapon high. Her skills have been weakened. Mira, don't waste any more time. Before you could attack, Maria was blocked by W from somewhere. Unforeseen situations can happen at any moment. Maria, he's opening his hand to summon the barrier. Since all 8 of our guards are a team, we must support each other. As it stands, the unnamed attacker is surrounded by the 3 explorers and has little chance of escape. Nice and Jinfrey caught up from afar. Everyone arrived just in time. Seeing him and you here, Mira was quite surprised. Vice President Maria and she cluelessly pointed at Jinfrey and asked, "Why are you here?" Jinfrey made you really confused. Yeah, this was just a coincidence. Looking at Mira constantly investigating Jinfrey, he irritably reminds her. Let's talk later and focus on taking down the target first. Here, give me back my mask. The face is lightly sweating. She turns to Nice. Wait, Vice President, there's something we haven't reported. Mira shouted directly into his face as he stood next to Vodan. That Vodan had just been talking when shocking news made Nice look at it in surprise. Talking to Vodan? Even though it's a brainless creature? Standing silently, Jinfrey was suddenly overwhelmed by shocking news and looked around to warn everyone. Everyone, retreat now! At this moment, the nameless creature smiles, its face full of cunning. Behind the trees, a horde of nameless soldiers rushes in. It seems this time we have more delicious food. Eat them all up. The scene leaves the 5 of them stunned, standing together to protect each other. The monsters with gnashing teeth charge toward Jinfrey and Mira. Maria raises her staff high behind her.
Mira Ifritis creates a large flame with her hand. The fire spirit immediately responds, and the flames blow it away.
The monsters gradually burned away in the flames as the three of them stood calmly, watching. See, I told you, we can deal with them in no time. Love it. She was a bit stunned. I can't forgive myself for letting creatures like them escape, because it can speak.
So the leader of the creatures can speak human language?
Looking at this situation, it's not caused by a single person. This is more serious than we thought. He furrows his brow slightly. They are intelligent. UNW silently look down at the ground. She and the other girl stand beside you without saying a word. He opened his eyes wide as if he had just sensed something and turned to look into the distance. I sense a very strong source of magic deep in the forest, and it's another unnamed one. The three of us behind stand silently to the point of fear until suddenly he asks, startling Jine Frey, "How did you know?" He scratched his head and mumbled, unable to explain himself. He stood behind him smiling, as if he had received some special training in sensing mana back in his hometown. "You mentioned him, but we can't just leave them like this." "Jine Frey, can you lead us to where they are?" He hesitated a bit. "All right." Jine Frey led the group into the deep forest where a magic circle appeared. "This is the place." You point towards the glowing magic circle. I can feel a large amount of anonymous mana right above it. En's hair covers her eyes. This is a portal to another dimension, one of the skills belonging to the mage class. Mira's expression becomes serious. This confirms that the unknown can steal the skills of explorers. You stand still, pondering in the darkness, with no doubt left. This is the rumor I heard in my previous life. If so, those creatures are leveling up just like explorers. This is going to be a big problem. He smiled reassuringly. With 4 out of 8 guards and an additional promising rookie, we should be fine. He can't believe it. Jine Frey. He must be the name that appeared in the news, right? She repeats in amazement a promising new recruit. So, it was you after all. Nice nonchalantly says, "Let's go inside." Jine Frey feels helpless. Why do I have the sensation that he's just toying with me in the palm of his hand? The 5 of them stand together inside the maze, which leads to a dark room with many doors. What the hell is this? There's nothing inside except for the doors. Mira speaks up. "I'll lead the way. Everyone stay close behind me." She extends her hand. "This rookie, just follow closely behind that shield bearer. We'll cover the rear. You can smile lightly and leave her to me." A hand holding the doorknob slowly opens the door. Weir steps in to observe first. Jine Frey casually follows behind him. Nothing at all. Suddenly, something moved under his feet. The 2 of them looked back in shock, and the door was blocked by a metal barrier. The people outside the door are also stunned. She is utterly shocked. The door suddenly slammed shut, and a cage fell from the sky. He shows clear signs of worry. "Are you two okay? Try your best to break the iron bar." Jine Frey shakes the iron bar in his hand. "It's a trap. We've been locked in." You answer reassuringly, "We're fine." A shadow gradually formed behind the 2 of them, but before they could finish speaking, a cry suddenly made them turn around in confusion. Another monster appears. Where did Vodan and the others come from? Rushes forward to block. Is something wrong? Target detected. Preparing to attack. He glances and says, "Leave it to me." Jine Frey quickly creates a shield barrier to block the attack. Dozens of beams of light pierced through its body, hitting the hole-filled monster. You smirk confidently. Its mana level is around 150, enough to kill it instantly, as expected of a guardian. Knee clenched both fists tightly. "I hear some noise. Are you both okay?" An echo responds from inside. An anonymous figure appears. "But we've already taken care of it. The monster has transformed into a super boss." "Oh no, is a little explorer lost?" A purple mist emanates from her. The 2 of them stared in shock, silently judging her face. This is on a completely different level from anything we've fought before. He once again creates a shield barrier. Wait a moment. Saibat remains perfectly still, unmoving. She raises her hand. Puh, puh, puh. In a flash, she unleashes a burst of power that shatters the shield, leaving him slightly stunned. Suddenly, he falls backward, revealing a crack on the wall where he lands. She laughs eerily. The poor explorer. "I am Saibat," Jine Frey calculated. The move just now was a skill of the swordsman, so it really can use an explorer's skill. I was still a bit doubtful because I've never seen it firsthand in the game, but now I'm sure. Empty space. "Can't you say anything, husband and wife? You must be very scared." He struggles to stand up and blocks you. "Damn it, I let my guard down. Step back." Jine Frey. His gaze drops downward. "Don't worry, I will treat you both properly." "Wait, why are you laughing?" He smiled mysteriously, contrasting with Wirt's expression. "If the rumors in the game are true, then 4 nameless monsters here have names. and this is one of them. The boy casually walks forward with his hands in his pockets, so the rumor says, Jine Frey is approaching. You smirk, and if you defeat all 4 of them, you can receive it. The shadow of the Grim Reaper holding a staff appears, with the hidden legendary equipment I never obtained in my previous life. We stand not far apart, watching Jine Frey face Seabot. Before taking the hidden item, I need to clarify a few things first. Oh my God, willingly offering yourself up. Yeah, that's pretty adorable. She holds a sword in her hand. All right, then I'll cut you into pieces to make it easier to eat. She lunges forward with her sword, swinging it straight at the shield in front of you, and Jine Frey hurriedly raises his guard. You turn around and see him using his strength to protect you. That is the Shield Knight's skill. He hesitated and didn't dare to look directly. Our battle isn't over yet. Seabot is furious. Stay out of my nose, you're about to die. You shout loudly. You have this skill. We will protect you. Don't worry, as long as I, a member of the Guardians, am here, Jinfrey will be safe. Are you really that helpless? She switched from sword to bow, and all you can do is talk nonsense. She happily pulls back her rocket bow. I always eat the good stuff first, so get out of the way. The rocket arrow she fires pierces through the shield and heads toward you. The missile. You gape as the arrow hits someone. He still holds the smoking shield, blocking the territory. I told you I wouldn't let you lay a finger on him. She is furious. If you really want to die that badly, I'll start with you. The 2 remained calm in the face of Seat's fury as she switched to wielding the power-infused whip to defend herself. He raised his shield, which completely blocked all of her whip strikes. Don't be so surprised. With that, the missile was launched. He uses both hands to block the missile. There is a hint of worry on W's face. She knows how to fight. You are amazed by the second missile. The second arrow made it hard for him to hold the shield. Wait, the missile should have taken a few seconds to reload. One of her knees buckles as she splits into 2, exclaiming in surprise. Oh my God. She grins mischievously. You're good at taking hits too. The other 3 mock you. I'm very surprised that you're better than I thought. You were stunned to see 2 identical people. What? Is he staring at her, splitting into 2? You stay silent on one side, using your clone summoning skill, both of them with bows. Now it's time to die. 2 arrows fly at W's location at the same time. Even her clone can use missiles. He looked at the arrow approaching him, so the barrage of missiles earlier was also caused by her clone. An explosion erupted, damn it, blocking both sides at once, and their faces showed no emotion, only a cold snort. Jine Frey holds up a small orb in front of him. Weir's eyes widen in surprise. He kneels with both legs and lifts his head. You saved me. Thank you for not looking down. I told you already. I don't need you to sacrifice yourself. Hurry up and retract your skill. You opened your eyes wide when you heard him say that. I can't do it. You run out of words and turn away. Your brother tries to stand up. I understand that you are fully capable. Otherwise, the vice chairman wouldn't have allowed you to go with us. Jine Frey silently listens as he speaks. We stand tall, facing the 2 Seabot. But because of that, you became part of our team. That means I have a responsibility to protect you with my life. Because I am the team's shield, her entire body radiates with a surge of energy. Their actions are identical. Even though the cooldown is still active, that thing shows no sign of weakness. Even while being protected by the shield, constantly defending will only hold us back. You clenched your fists. What should I do now? The 2 of them sigh and scratch their heads. I'm bored. And now I am very close. She covers her sneaky smile with her hand. Let's quickly finish this warm-up. Both Jine Frey and he are wide-eyed and open-mouthed. Dad, step back. Are you facing off against Dad with the 2 of you? No way. Now there are 3 of you? We're a bit confused. It can't be like this. The summoning skill for clones should only be limited to 1 clone, he thought to himself. Wait, so if the missiles are coming, that means even the clone can summon its own clone. At this rate, she'll keep cloning endlessly. You're surprised? You still have a long way to go. Suddenly, 5 missiles shot toward the 2 people. They simultaneously drew their bows. The 2 are stunned as a beam of light rushes forward, 5 clones appear, and a huge explosion erupts. Outside, 8 Huaqiu struggles to break down the door. Mira is worried. This is bad, we can't break it. The door remains unharmed, not even the zombie warrior's attack could damage it. What is that door made of? Please stay safe. The 2 inside, Jine Frey is shouting for Weir, who is lying motionless on the ground. Hey, wake up. There's still blood flowing from your head. A faint call made you stop in your tracks. Jine Frey. The voices of the 2 people echoed throughout the room. I'm glad you're okay. Stop talking. You're pushing that body too hard. He smiles brightly. I am the shield of the 8 guards. This is my pride. Huh? Standing not far away, covering her mouth as she laughs. He stands up grimly, you bastard. Tears roll down Jine Frey's face. I used up all my pocket teleportations. Not even my bracelet could stop it. The missile really is ridiculous. Suddenly, blood gushed from your body. Wire looked at you in disbelief. Had that attack just gone beyond the limits of sacrifice? Your whole body is covered in blood. Sorry, my shield couldn't protect you. Now I have to leave you alone in a situation like this. The three of them stand to the side, giggling. The blood on Jine Frey's face is still flowing down. His HB level is critically low. I need you to help me with something. Siet looked at the two of them without understanding anything. He smiled kindly. All right, I am willing to trust you. The tear now turned into a drop of blood rolling down your cheek. Thank you. So impatient. Have you finished that sappy farewell scene yet? It's really annoying. The missile once again flies toward your back. The cooldown for the time T has finished. Now there's only one left. Die. A streak of light flashed by, and suddenly she was cut down, her voice trembling. Huh? What just happened? Jine Frey is holding a sword, and his face has turned cold. You better get ready. Jine Frey's body radiates killing intent, his eyes cold and sharp. When did he move? 2? Cybats angrily rush forward with swords. How dare you look down on me, huh? This lowly trash, die. You jump up, startling both of them. The demoness stared wide-eyed at the sword against her neck. The boy decisively swung, cutting off her head instantly. The remaining 3 Cybats are both stunned and terrified. Jine Frey angrily warns, I told you to be prepared. There won't be a next time. Jine Frey tightly grips the sword pointed downward, liquefying it. In a blink, the archangels have shot down the remaining ones. A 4-leaf clover card appears, with the card right in front of him. Jine Frey holds the card and looks at W lying in a pool of blood. You walk over there, he is lying with his eyes closed. You lower your head and cry blood. I have a request. You kneel beside the person. There is a weapon I want to fix. After making the request, W opened his eyes and smiled happily. Transferring spiritual energy, right? Jine Frey still bows his head in guilt. It's a skill an explorer can only use once in a lifetime, so there's still hope. He gently smiled and reassured him. I understand, so I will gladly give you my spiritual energy. He offers the 3 weapons fused into his sword as the adventurer's life flame flickers out. Their weapons, which have shared their joys and sorrows, will return to heaven. But if someone wants to take over their will, the spiritual energy will be transferred through a process called soul exchange. The sword radiates a surge of power as it says, I will definitely accept your will. WT closed his eyes and smiled silently, focusing intently on him despite the noises outside. N enters and shouts, The door is open, now we can go inside. Jine Frey. He and Maria were both stunned. 4 bodies lay motionless on the cold floor. She quickly passes by him. This is W. She runs over in panic. Wirt, what just happened? Damn it, his face is still covered in dirt. Maria uses her healing power to treat him. Hang in there, I will heal you right away. He turned his back, not wanting to see the current scene. Jine Frey, he approached with concern, now also seriously injured. Can you tell me what happened? Jine Frey bowed his head. He protected me. Scratches and bloodstains are still on his armor. His eyes are confused. Nis looked at the corpses lying in the pool of blood, then turned to see her still trying her best to save Wirt. Wake up. What? What are you doing? Huh? Why sacrifice yourself? What the heck is that idiot doing? He still hasn't opened it. I've heard Jine Frey say everything. He bowed his head to look at the notice. You are the pride of the 8 Stars Guard. Rest in peace. Her face shows no expression. Maria furrows her brows in slight annoyance, but he shows no clear sign of suffering. The 4 of them moved to let death carry WT behind, and we will definitely avenge you. They approached a larger door. Another door. The 4 of them stood in front of the door, and Nis said, This time I will go in first. The door opens, and the 4 of them step into the room. She stands with her hands on her hips, looking around. This time, they didn't bother to close the door again. He also stood to the side, observing. That's right. However, hundreds of demons are grinning at them. It seems we still can't refuse their welcome. Everyone quickly assumed their fighting stances and retreated. I will handle them. Maria sweatily shouted, trying to reassure herself. What are you saying? I'm still pissed off right now. Mira agreed, I do too. Vice President Nis nodded in agreement. That's right, everyone shares the same feeling. Nis summons the Immortal Army and then orders the attack. Maria charged forward with her weapon, followed by Mira. I will handle these strangers. N from afar said, I can't face Wirt right now. We need to eliminate them completely. After saying that, he quietly looked away.
Nice asked. Jinfrey, are you okay? Seeing that, Jinfrey quickly replied, No, I'm just wondering how trustworthy your team really is. You mean wet, right? Jinfrey was silent for a moment, lowering his head, then said, Because I, a distinguished member of the 8 divine spirits, am no longer here. Hearing this, Nis said nothing more and quietly bowed his head to Jinfrey. Then Nis added, Yefi, did wet do anything to make you angry? He fell into deep thought for a moment before replying, No. He smiled. Nis closed his eyes and slightly raised the corner of his mouth, saying in a reassuring tone, Yes, he is a kind-hearted person. He accepted you as a member of his team and protected you. Continuing his will is the best remembrance you can give him. Then Jinfrey and Nis turned toward the chaos. Looks like this place is dealt with. Let's keep going. In the end, Nis and Jinfrey decide to set aside their worries and move forward. Mira asked, What should we do now that the path splits into 2? Dividing into 2 groups is quite dangerous. Nis begins to consider that a group of 4 is safer, but if there's a trap ahead, all 4 of them could fall into it. Considering the strength of the enemy ahead, this is a difficult decision. After careful thought, Nis suggested splitting into 2 groups, each with 2 people. Although it disperses our strength, we must avoid the entire army being wiped out by a trap or strategy. Maria confidently said, You have to go with me. Tanbin, I can't relax when I'm with the strict vice chairman or Mira. Jinfrey silently laments, What is the reason for this? Look, there's a fat monster up ahead that can be killed, Jinfrey exclaimed in surprise. What is that? Is the prey running towards us? It's that second-tier guy named Bubeka, level 299. Mira approaches with Nis. Yes, just as the report said, these humans have the scent of premium blood. A voice echoes, This will definitely help me acquire amazing skills. Are you ready? Mira, the guy at level 3, named Abe, can be called Abbas, level 333. Mira coldly replied, and Jinfrey, Mira, Maria, and Nis, with determined expressions, all began to fight together. Maria and Jinfrey watch Booba lying calmly and eating. He happily gnaws on a bone. While you were still calculating, the one beside you charged forward. Its level and magic power are higher than the previous monster, maybe even stronger than the 5th Demon King. First, I need to see what move it has. You are startled, eyes wide open, and she smirks as she runs away. She runs closer to him. Impossible. She smiles arrogantly, and no words can come from your filthy body that would be forgiven. Maria summons a weapon and proudly grips a giant hammer. The man, dazed and confused, watches as she forcefully strikes Buka. Here, hold this and stand not far away with your mouth agape. Your eyes form an O and your mouth an A. Truly a vulgar prayer. Wait a moment. Maria grinned triumphantly as she saw him fall flat on his face. Your reaction is too slow, Fatso. Let me help you lose some weight. She slung the hammer over her shoulder, pondering. A crazy boldness that seems very casual, but her moves are all very precise. As expected from the 8 celestial guardians, her strength isn't enough. Suddenly, she seemed to have an idea and stared intently at the hammer. Damn it, I grabbed the wrong weapon. One hit with the axe would be over. I have to take back what I just said. She's really very reckless. The 2 of them looked at him in confusion, shifting their bodies. Goosey Hai, a very powerful human, has arrived here. He flicked out his long tongue. That prey is mine. Maria switched to the giant axe. Did this thick skin of the fat guy save him? Or did he manage to cast a spell into the bag before the hammer hit him? He excitedly throws away the severed hand, and despite his appearance, it seems to be quite powerful. No wonder WT struggles to deal with these guys. She furrowed her brows tightly. Then a streak of light suddenly flashed by. Oh, merciful Lord, I humbly express my gratitude to your divine will. I vow to offer you the feast of this monster's flesh and blood. All crimes are punishable by law. She is pointing a spear directly at your head. Sorry. Jinfrey is so scared he's gritting his teeth. If you keep standing there, you'll be cut in half. Move quickly, new guy. You see her wielding an axe rushing to fight him. What the hell? You summon your sword. Now's not the time to complain. I need to join the fight. Ngogong. She was stunned to see him running over with the sword in hand. Maria is by your side, reminding you to keep an eye on the timing. Recruit, lend me your back. She jumps back on her heels. A clear cry of pain rang out as she used your back to propel herself up high. Maria's 2 hands swung the axe down toward Becca. He dodged just in time, and she struck the ground hard. You're lying face down behind. You managed to dodge. This fat guy is pretty agile. You cover your mouth with your hand in admiration. He's really gone crazy. W truly is impressive for having once protected that girl. Jinfrey sat up, constantly watching her wield the spear to taunt him, her face cold and serious. You're still kneeling on one knee looking at me.
I understand now. Remembering Nisa's words and carrying his will is the best way you can repay him. This is her own way of avenging W. A single sentence that brings you back to your senses. She tilted her head, breathing hard. You're an outer guard. Play your part, kid. Jane Frey looked up at her. You stand up, gripping your sword tightly. The true power of that monster remains an enigma. If we attack blindly without a plan, both of us will be in danger. So both Maria and you should hold your weapons and prepare to fight. Instead of rushing in recklessly, I will focus on supporting that girl. She raised her spear high once again. She laughed heartily and said, Repent for your gluttony and fall straight into hell. Amen. He closed his eyes and gritted his teeth. Keelan Loi Hong. Elsewhere, Mira called Chiu Hao. Next to her, the dog unleashed streams of electricity that spread throughout the room. Abat rested his chin on his hand, sitting still on the chair. He was electrocuted, and his whole body trembled. He stood up to show off his muscles. This tingling sensation is really exhilarating. He lowers his gaze to look down. Abat massages his temples. It seems my body has become lighter. Nis stands beside, calling Mira. She glances with understanding. She summons a dragon, a mermaid, and a Killeen with a thunderbolt. The electricity is still on his body. Behind him, the waves are about to crash down, causing his body to jerk uncontrollably. This attack is more powerful than the previous one. Something's wrong. His two hands are being held by two death gods as he pushes up his glasses. Your body is strong, but what will happen if you can't move and keep taking damage like this? You humans always say you must respect your elders, right? His eyes are cold, that's right. But if the one out there is a monster harming people, that's a different matter. The wounded swordbearer stepped forward to make the wound bleed again. The wounded swordbearer faced the man directly and stabbed straight into Abat's chest. A hole appeared in his chest. Now Nis stepped forward. Even if I kill you, my comrade still can't come back, but at least your death can atone for your sins. He is lying dead on the floor. He and she look at him motionless. We're done here. I don't know how Maria and that guy are doing, but you're right. We don't know what will happen next, so let's gather quickly. The two turn to leave, but suddenly a noise makes them turn back. The body on the floor has disappeared. He's gone. Where did he go? A shadow appeared above them, blood splattering. Mira was stunned as a severed arm fell to the ground. The guy lowered himself. Vice President, excellent, very impressive. She anxiously looks at his severed arm. Abat brandished his claws, and both of them possessed very impressive skills. She explained that this move was a thief's stealing technique, and his resurrection ability must be the undying life of a warrior. He is a bit cautious, probably stole those skills and can use them himself, which is his true strength. The guy laughs happily. Stay alert, Mira. The man runs his hand over the long tongue. Now it's my turn. Both of them are now sweating. No matter what, we have to defeat him. A loud explosion echoes. Maria plunges her axe straight into Bubeka's face. She opens her eyes wide. Jin Frey beside her also stares in shock, as the edge of the axe suddenly emits a small burst of energy. He smiled, revealing his teeth, and said, This move is dangerous, but I can block it. His body radiated power, causing her to step back. Maria watches him stand up as if nothing happened. He sticks out a long tongue, craving, which is the mage's enhancement skill. He guessed he couldn't dodge that move, so he used his muscles to boost his defense. She, furious, charged at him with her axe. You only know how to defend, huh? She swung her axe at him. Come here then, you fat bastard. Bubeka blocks her attacks with his hands as Maria shouts in anger. She is truly disrespectful. She gathers her strength and knocks him down. You have no right to call me the way I call you. The boy observing noticed something. Inhumane, she supports the spear in battle, one hand touching the blade. I will end you with the next strike. Hold him steady for me. All right. Suddenly, he drew his sword and stood in front of her. I can feel her anger towards the one who killed Wirt. I must kill him. Jin Frey looked ahead with suspicion, but something felt very strange. He collapsed, his legs stretched up to the sky, the immense magic I felt when I first met him. Now he's just defending, but he must still be hiding a hidden ace. Is he trying to do something? A glow shines above his head. Bu struggles to stand up and says, I won't hold back anymore. You will not leave here alive. I will tear you apart and devour you completely. You and she just stay silent and listen to his nonsense. He summons a giant water cannon sphere. He laughed triumphantly as the sphere flew toward the two of them, exploding and destroying those two targets. The water suddenly vanished completely before his eyes. Your small sphere has absorbed everything. Jane Frey uses the sphere to draw in the surrounding air. What? You smirked. I see. So this is your hidden trump card, isn't it? But now it's useless. You hold up the sphere for him to see.
Bubaksa's voice excitedly asks, "What was that skill just now? You sneered and charged forward. Do you want to?" You cut off one of his arms with a sword. He looked at his severed arm in pain and shouted, trembling as he clutched it. "You prey animals are making me angry." In the blink of an eye, his arm was reattached. "But I can heal her myself." Maria stands behind her. It's over. The rookie. Both her body and axe are emitting light. "Well done, you filthy child of the mortal world." She runs quickly with the axe at her command. He creates a shield to protect himself. "This muscle won't stop her anymore. I need to run quickly." Jinfrey stands behind him, raising his hand to control him. "Huh? My body can't move. Your fingers move skillfully, so you must move correctly, right? By using both of these positions at the same time, I can freely manipulate the enemy's movements." Although it only affects one target at a time, Maria jumps high, ready to swing her axe down, as the light splits Booba's body in two, and he dies. His skin immediately turned pale, and his arms still trembled. "My lord, I offer you the ugly sheep in front of me." So she slammed the giant axe down. "Enjoy your next life, fatso!" The four-leaf clover card appeared again. She stared blankly at the card. "What is this?" Maria throws it away. You rush from behind to pick it up. "Isn't it supposed to be a treasure?" "Then I won't take it." You breathe a sigh of relief. "So I've gone halfway now." She stands not far from you, frowning. "When I used my ultimate move, something prevented that fat guy from moving. Looks like his strength isn't just a rumor. Let's move to another room." "Well, I guess we've taken care of the enemy." "That's right." She and Jinfrey entered the room. "Maria is at a dead end." You're speechless. I thought she knew the way. Seeing her walk so confidently, I didn't question it. Their voices echoed down the hallway. "Let's go back to the fork where we split up." "Got it? Which way should we go?" She angrily points her finger in his face. "Damn, rookie. Isn't this when you should be leading the way? This is so unfair." Suddenly, a sound made both of them jump in fright. They gradually disappeared. What is this? In another empty room, the two are transported there. You and she are stunned, not understanding anything. Did we just get transported? What the hell is going on? Where are we? Mira and Nice are lying on the floor. Vice Chairman, he is lying face down on the floor, and next to him she is also lying still. He hurriedly ran to her and patted her on the shoulder. "Hey, Mira, are you okay? Wake up." "Jinfrey," a laughing voice suddenly sounded, "making you cautious. You should thank me." Suddenly a bot appeared right in front of you, arms crossed. He reached out to stop Jinfrey because he had teleported your weak teammates here. Jinfrey was confused, so he let Mira down first and then decided what to do next. Jinfrey silently realized that it was him who teleported us here, and that he knew we were in a different room. Everything in this dungeon is under their control. Maria rushes out at this moment, looking at Nice lying injured on the ground. "Vice President," he calls out weakly. Maria quickly assessed the situation and encouraged him. "Hang in there, Vice President. I will recover for you soon. He will be fine. His arm will recover." Before he could finish speaking, a black arrow shot straight through her, leaving Maria no time to react. Jinfrey, Nice, and Mira couldn't help but be surprised as they looked at her. At the same time, suddenly a surge of inner strength shot straight at her, causing fresh blood to flow from her stomach. Seeing her fall, Mira was startled and shouted loudly. Maria looked at her like that, and neither of them knew how to react. From inside, a cold, deep voice sounded, almost too hasty in rushing to heal your friend. "Miss, this is the skill of a light mage." Abbott unleashed a powerful laser beam. Now, seeing Jeffrey standing there stunned, a worried voice echoes from this side. "Maria, are you okay?" She looked up at Nice, her voice trembling. "It's my fault, Vice President. I let my guard down." Seeing Maria, he also became tense. "Don't worry about me anymore. Focus on her first, but take care of yourself." Immediately after, Maria obeyed and began to channel her inner strength. Looking at her trembling hand, she felt a wave of fear. "What's going on? I can't use my skills." As Maria panicked, Abbott chuckled with delight. "Look at what we have here." According to his voice, Maria slowly looked up at the weapon in his hand, her eyes wide in surprise. "What is that?" Jinfrey was also secretly surprised. "That thing is Maria's axe skill. Has her skill been stolen? How is that possible? Isn't Maria still alive now? Could the condition for stealing be something else?" A bot spun the axe in his hand, laughing happily. "That's right, look, I'm right here." Maria, unwilling, shouted, "Give it back, that's my axe." But it seems that Maria has been injured too badly. Even her agitation causes her to vomit blood. Everyone shouts in concern. Maria Jinfrey was momentarily stunned. "Oh no, forget about the theft for now. I need to quickly help her." He raised the spear again. "Come on, don't be arrogant here. Let me teach you a lesson. If you can defeat me,
All the skills I've stolen will return to their rightful owner. Abat now feels triumphant.
What do you think? Do I seem like I'm lying? As he heard that, he became even more cautious. The bastard started secretly calculating against Abat Jinfrey.
I can't act freely until I understand how the stealing skill works. Once again, I have no choice but to trust him. Shaking off his thoughts, Jinfrey immediately charged forward with a cold gaze, but just a few seconds later, he felt something strange in his body. Put your hand out dismissively and stay calm, young man. At this moment, Jinfrey's entire body is covered with internal energy, making him secretly surprised. This is the Hand of God technique, an advanced warrior skill that elevates the aura of a king. It is also the king's aura skill, capable of immobilizing opponents for a limited time. At this moment, Nice also stood up, looking straight at him. "Weir is enough already. I won't let Maria fall into your hands." As he channeled his inner strength, he said, "Don't underestimate our power." With that, he unleashed the Black Slash skill.
As soon as he saw that source of energy heading towards him, Abat immediately raised his weapon to block it. He wouldn't give up either.
Immediately after, another clone was summoned. He looked at Nice with contempt. "Take it easy, young one. Wait a moment,"
Abat added. "As I said earlier, you should respect your elders."
Mira couldn't hide her contempt. "No, someone as disgusting as you should be punished."
As soon as she finished speaking, Mira immediately activated her internal energy to the three angers and then charged straight at Abat.
Tucking his white beard in front of Abat, he grinned slyly. "That looks pretty dangerous." Before he finished speaking, he continued to gather his internal energy.
"But I think 5 is enough, right? And this is also the Iron Wall skill."
This is a type of defensive skill that blocks the opponent's attack. Seeing this scene, Mira was momentarily stunned inside. He has raised his shield many times for himself. Looking at him, she quietly calculated that her own skills weren't too strong, but to activate so many times in a row, a satisfied and amused smile spread across her face. "I didn't expect you to still have so much strength despite the situation. Young people really are impressive. Don't worry, at least your actions are still immature. Now I will immediately command my 3 spirits. Ifrit, Andin, Kirin, lend me your strength." At the master's command, the 3 immediately channeled their power to support Mira. And immediately after, the elemental blessing skill was summoned to enhance the attack with additional elemental power. Nice glared at him and added, "Respecting an old man like you will bring society down." Immediately after those words, a loud explosion erupted, with smoke billowing everywhere. Nice and Mira stood there waiting for the outcome. "Are you worried? Does it work?" Nice replied, "I don't know." "Don't lower your guard." But just as they finished speaking, a long blue streak of light suddenly shot across the sky. That light seems to have a powerful attack force. It heads straight for the 2 of them, making them flinch slightly. Nis quietly looked on in surprise, just as Mira also suddenly froze. The deputy leader of Black Slash's skill, now on Abat's face, full of smugness, but that face still remained cunning. "Let me return it to you." Jinfrey stood there stunned, still unable to believe that his power had been copied in this way. He looked at the old man in front of him with doubt in his heart. How is this possible? How did he manage to steal it? At this moment, Jinfrey's mind wavered, and he still couldn't move. But before the thought could settle, panic flashed in your eyes. Jinfrey shouted loudly, immediately warning his teammates. Behind them, the 2 quickly moved aside. As the words finished, a loud voice echoed through the air. Ifrit, the wall behind them suddenly cracked open a large fissure, and Nice and Mira were both thrown back. "Seeing they are still alive," he sneered. "Did you summon elemental spirits to block and counter the attack just now?" Fortunately, thanks to this move, both of them narrowly escaped danger. Seeing the smoke rising from his attacked eyes, his smile became even more terrifying. "Not bad. You've wounded me a little," Maria cried out helplessly as she lay on the ground. "Don't you dare use my skills, you dirty old man. Now let me swallow your skill." Quickly trying to stand up straight, she shouted loudly. Mira ran away. But in the end, it seems her speed still can't match Abase. That axe was about to strike her just moments away. N was sweating nervously. Maria, lying on the ground, was also filled with fear. Mira, on the girl's side, suddenly froze, and it seemed that the surprise attack also momentarily threw Mira into confusion. Her mind only managed to think that her body was being pulled away at this moment. Not only her. Nice also stared in horror at Mira, where Abbott was attacking. But luckily, no one was around, which surprised him. It turned out that Jinfrey was the one who acted. You don't know what method was used, but the seal was completely broken. Looking at Abat, Jinfrey's face was not very friendly, and this was also the super gravity skill. He pretends to be very calm, but it seems like you can move now. But what kind of skill is that, I wonder? Nice looked up in confusion and asked, "Was that you just now?" "Thank you, Jinfrey. Stay here and let me handle this.
After hearing this, he seemed a bit hesitant, but Frey added the condition for him to acquire the skill is that he must see the skill and draw blood from the skill's owner. Abat's expression here looked quite unfriendly towards the other person.
Nis just heard that and froze in shock, then a flood of memories suddenly rushed into his mind. He analyzes based on his memories. That's right, he can observe the entire dungeon. In that case, he only needs to take the blood of those he wants to steal from. So Mira, who was lightly injured outside, didn't realize her skill had been taken. Then Frey added, "If we keep fighting, he will only get stronger and we will only weaken, right?" As soon as the question was asked, Nis fell into deep thought. Frey continued analyzing the opponent, but if my instincts are correct, we are actually in a better position. N is hesitating. It seems like we're stuck in a rut. Then he secretly glanced at Frey, silently assessing him. But with his mysterious strength and calmness, in the end, Nis probably had to make a decision.
All right, as one of the 8 guards, that might be a bit of an understatement, but I'll let you handle it.
Frey, don't look back, the confident voice echoes.
Don't worry, Abat then said. If you're protecting those people, it seems I need to deal with you.
You naive fool. Now, his memories quickly flash back to your attack. Every move was incredibly precise. Now, he silently thought to himself that this guy's skill, because he looked complicated, I used the royal aura. But seeing Frey's calm expression, he thought to himself that it was more troublesome than he had expected. Abbott still kept his stance and thought to himself, should I finish this quickly? Frey suddenly stepped forward and said, "First, I need to confirm. If I defeat you, the skill will return to its owner, right?" Abbott felt pleased. As long as the target was still alive, the skill remained in a borrowed state. In theory, that's how it works. At this point, he couldn't help but smile cunningly. I've never been defeated before, so I can't be sure either. Frey, hearing the other person so smug, was speechless for a moment and silently thought that there was still something hidden on him. Seeing Maria's current condition, I can't waste any more time. I need to end this quickly. Thinking of this, Abat started to charge forward. The more he saw you nervous, the more pleased he became.
What's wrong?
She's sick. Are you scared now? Don't worry, I will eat all of you. Hearing this, Frey quickly read the situation and was secretly amazed. So you even consume other things besides blood? Then, unable to hold back, I reply, don't underestimate me. After saying that, Frey immediately channels his inner strength to counterattack. I didn't expect him to be this tough. He was momentarily forced to sweat by that power, but he didn't let Frey attack him and quickly flew away to dodge. This is also Frey's first skill, anti-gravity that pushes the target away. Abat secretly snorts coldly. So that's anti-gravity? It's definitely troublesome. Still, he quickly pulled himself together. But because of the trouble, he looked even more tempting, and just as his brief joy was about to fade, a strange force suddenly surrounded Abat. Frey stood there calmly, and this prevented him from moving. You tell yourself the same thing as before, and then, clearing your mind, Frey clenched his fist tighter. Your bracelet is also glowing now. Abat suddenly gets pulled back, shifting from surprise to confusion. Finally, Frey also begins to draw his weapon and shouts loudly, "Ngo Kong!" Without hesitation, Frey swiftly strikes at Abat, who can only stare blankly at him. The pain made Abat scream out loud, while Frey's eyes sharpened. He no longer felt triumphant. Those cruel eyes now darkened again. But soon the purple light from Abat's body shone once more, along with a sly smile. Breaking free from the encirclement, he sneered, "Your beautiful attack affected my body more than those earlier." Seeing him like that, Frey quietly thought to himself that it really wasn't easy. His defense was stronger than he thought, and he began to reconsider his strategy. The risk is extremely high, but I can't sacrifice Maria's life. It's do or die. There's no other choice but to seize the opportunity. Immediately after, he drew his weapon and said again, Abat doesn't know what Frey is thinking, his gaze scrutinizing. Is he going to put away his weapon? Suddenly he asked, "Do you plan to apologize to those you stole skills from?" Abat looked stunned at that statement. "Sorry? What nonsense are you talking about?" Then he confidently said, "I enjoy the desperate expressions of those who are killed by their own skills after losing their strength. The weak deserve to suffer like this." Looking at the 3 injured people, he said, "I will laugh, but who will apologize?" "Idiot!" Frey's face darkened, and he said, "I understand now, so I won't hold back anymore." With that, he began to speak loudly. "Change class into Grand Swordsman." And this is the memory necklace, allowing the user to freely switch to any class they have previously defeated. And Frey has shifted from being Kim's imposter to a great swordsman. Nis was slightly surprised to see it. Abat still looked down on this, seeing the outfit you're wearing. What is that?
Some kind of performance? Jin Frey shouted. You will be the one dancing on stage. I will not listen to any pleas and will bury you without hesitation as soon as you finish speaking. He instantly vanished behind Jin Frey. He chuckled. That kind of threat doesn't work. You will be the one to dance and then die. Rookie, I will take your blood. Fresh blood splattered. Abat laughed joyfully. Die and become my food, little one. But Jin Frey also immediately leapt away to keep his distance. Although his face was a little bloodied, he still thought it was fine. On the contrary, Jin Frey's inner joy grows even more. I found it. After that, Abat was surprised. I can't use skills. The guy just stood there, frozen, while Jin Frey looked on in astonishment. But he's also satisfied. Just as I thought, this guy can only steal class skills. He can't steal skills from items. A smile appeared on his face, and Jin Frey quickly summoned his weapons. Gokong finished speaking, and in Jin Frey's hands, 2 swords of the same type were already firmly grasped. Everyone was surprised by your display, especially Nis. 2 swords of the same type? Abak tried to reassure himself that increasing the number of weapons would be useless against me, but immediately after those words, his whole body began to react strangely. Seeing it suddenly turn red, Abak's heart skipped a beat. What's going on? My body is poisoned? Is it poison? Jin Frey begins to secretly calculate. 1 hit is all it takes to end it. If I can stop him from using his skill, Abat, gasping for breath, obviously won't be willing. It can't be like this. Jin Frey's face remained expressionless. He's dead, repent now. With that, Jin Frey's sword immediately swung fiercely at his body. Fresh blood kept pouring out. Abbas's eyes darkened, and finally he collapsed. The system then announced that the enemy had been defeated and awarded the 3rd black 4-leaf clover. Holding the card in hand, Jin Frey examined it, then looked around at everyone. Jin Frey was worried, Maria, but it seems they have been restored to their roles and are being treated. Jin Frey asked again, how is your skill? Maria is happy. Oh, just as he said, it's back. Looking at the smiling young man in front of her, she said thank you. Jin Frey, you look a bit confused remembering Maria's past actions. Rookie, you're my teammate. Do your job, kid. Then Maria fumbled around. All right, my part is done. Hand me your hand, Vice President. I will heal Jin Frey's HP too. And smiles brightly. No, I will wait for women to go first. Mira, you go ahead. You're getting annoyed again. Your condition is worse than mine, Vice President. Seeing everyone happy, Jin Frey also felt much more relieved. Finally, after this match, a satisfied smile appeared on Jin Frey's face. But at this moment, his gaze suddenly shifted to the person beside him. Nis spoke up. I still have many questions for you, but for now, let's put that aside. Thank you, Jin Frey. I want to express my gratitude. No, this is the minimum I can do. Wait a moment. Your expression also becomes more serious. It's not over yet. Jin Frey tells everyone that this feeling is even stronger than before. Just as they finish speaking, a kid slowly walks out from inside. Maria was surprised. A little niece kid responded to her, but it was not something else. Don't lower your guard. Quickly avoiding his bewildered gaze, he appeared before Jin Frey, surprising Maria and Mira with his swift agility. Both of them fell silent, unable to speak. The boy named E looked at Jin Frey with a bright smile and said, You're the strongest one here. Let's play together. Not only everyone else, but even Jin Frey was momentarily stunned. Ni had never let his guard down, and he silently thought he hadn't even had time to react. Jin Frey quickly asked again, Play? He calmly replied, Yes. I like to play with strong people. If I play with weak ones, like before, they will spoil quickly. I'm so bored. Hearing this, my face now looks even more confused. Then she suddenly felt insulted and couldn't help but speak up. Who are you calling the weak? Mira was startled. Maria, she's still not afraid. Watch your words, brat. Now it seems she's not pleased, he snarled, revealing sharp fangs. It's so noisy. As soon as I finish speaking, a dark aura immediately engulfs everyone here. I speak coldly. I'm talking to this guy now. Looking back with a cold and eerie gaze, he adds, Don't disturb. Seeing the 3 people surrounded, Jin Frey silently guessed that this was the barrier of fear, the mage's skill. This effect traps the target within a barrier, applying fear and gradually reducing their HP. The targets inside cannot use skills or equipment skills. Jin Frey realizes it, secretly sweating because it's a fear barrier. This is bad. The system has started displaying a large hourglass timer as Jin Frey watches and silently thinks, I need to save them before their HP drops to 0. You can see the contempt in his eyes. Just that, and you've already fallen into the trap. The weak and pathetic ones are truly boring. With that, he smiled brightly and looked at the opponent. Stop worrying about them and play with me, okay? Jin Frey here. Jin Frey has already started to attack.
He leapt into the air with a graceful dodge, shouting at Jin Frey, "I didn't come to satisfy your stupid demands. Let them go now." Yi's face instantly turned cold and said, "You're really fast, it seems. You are the strongest among them. Stay here and play with me forever. I've always wanted to have a friend to play with me. Siat is a boring old lady, Boo is fat and too lazy, and Uncle A3 is too fake. Hold on a moment, I'll say. They're all much weaker than me, so I'm very bored. Come on, agree. Live here and play with me." Jin Frey was angry, swinging his sword non-stop and shouting loudly, while Yi sat on a chair staring intently at Jin Frey. He seemed proud, as if Jin Frey was just a toy. Now, he finally reveals his true face. "Do you think you can refuse? Humanity, I will play with you until your limbs are torn apart." While saying that, he licked his lips suggestively. "Well, if you're in that state, I could eat you." But now Jin Frey lets out a breath. "Looking at you, kid, I'll spank you and chase you around the playground, so you better get ready." "E, get up. You're quite the character." "Well, now it's my turn." As soon as he finished speaking, he summoned lightning. This effect creates a powerful lightning strike to attack. Jin Frey smirks, his face also turning uglier. Immediately, the lightning strikes fiercely toward the boy. Jin Frey swiftly dodges, feeling pleased. "Come on, dodge it. If you get hit, you'll die." Over here, Jin Frey dodges left and right. Sweat suddenly started pouring down his forehead. Watching him, Jin Frey silently sighed. "This kid is really troublesome. I can't handle him. Damn it, my head hurts. Not to mention that I still haven't been healed by Maria, so my HP is now only 1. I look at the lightning and think that one misstep and I'll be on my way to heaven." Seeing Jin Frey's actions, I was momentarily startled. On this side, Jin Frey quickly took out the left ring of the God of Annihilation. This is the black hole skill. Hearing this, he happily stands up. "That's right, it was you who used it to destroy Seabut and Bubeka, wasn't it? Show me more." Jin Frey now also secretly understands that it's just playing with him. Maria shouted in anger, "Damn it, I should have healed Jinfi first. I need to get out of this." Nice was also a bit startled, afraid that the barrier from inside couldn't be broken. I must defeat the mage or be ordered to destroy it by the mage himself. Jin Frey on the other side is still focused, racing against the lightning struck by E. But that wasn't all. E leapt forward, running parallel to Jin Frey. He drew 2 swords and used a swordsman's skill. "Hey, what about this one? Can you absorb it?" Jin Frey clenched his teeth, glancing at E with a worried look in his heart. Of course, he also took the hit, but felt a bit amazed inside. This guy is too fast. He attacks while maintaining the barrier, not to mention his heavy attack power. And yet he still laughs loudly, saying, "So weapons are no good." Then what about the... This is fire bombs. The continuous fireball summoning effect activates. Watching the sparks fly toward him, he silently contemplates. 4 fireballs? If that's the case, I still have my doubts. I'm not satisfied yet. Keep going. Double it. Summoning mirror. The summoning mirror has the effect of copying the target's skills. He grins smugly, but then a surprised voice rings out. "What?" A bright beam of light radiates out. E watches attentively, examining the situation, and suddenly a look of interest appears on E's face. He carefully smiled even more brightly. An amused smile echoed as E unleashed a wave of power to defend himself. This is the counter effect of a single attack, and can only be used once. Jin Frey also refuses to give up. You summon the right hand ring of the Creator God, along with the white hole skill. Coldly, you say, I thought you would absorb my explosion, but instead you created lightning that you absorbed just now. All right, Jin Frey, I'm really looking forward to this now. Next, I will blow your body to pieces. He charges straight at Jin Frey, grit his teeth to hold on, and secretly thinks that the skill in his ring doesn't have enough power to deliver the final blow. My HP is still at 1, and what I can do is limited. There really is no other way. It doesn't have the attack power I need. Yatin's leg skill is still cooling down. Now I can only move freely. Our levels are too far apart. Maybe we can't finish this. Is there really no other way? While still thinking, I immediately sneered and charged forward. He confidently shouted, "Hey, are you getting slower? Come on, entertain me some more." This is the black and white fist. The effect can create a combo of continuous punches containing both light and darkness attributes, and now both are facing each other amidst the brilliant golden light that radiates around them. Jin Frey was momentarily startled. His face froze as he inwardly exclaimed, then immediately he was pushed away, unable to hold back a cry as he sat slumped on the ground while E sneered and approached. "Is this your limit already?" Then he smugly added, "I told you I am very strong." "Come on, let me have some fun," Jin Frey said through gritted teeth. "Damn it, we're screwed, we're dead." Both of them fell silent. The atmosphere around them grew heavier. Then E smiled brightly and said, "What's wrong? Did you give up?" You're really ruining the mood. So disappointing. Jin Frey smiled strangely. You really are only this strong. I feel like I'm just playing with a fool. Huh? Are you saying I'm too weak? I won't let you get away. You'll be defeated by me right now. At this point, Yifeng widened his eyes and asked, Why do you say I'm weak when I'm so strong? Jin Frey chuckled smugly. Do you not understand? That's right. A true strong person can use at least 6 elements, you know? He looked intently at E and added, But you can only use lightning, fire, and wind, right? What else? Light and dark? That's only 5. Hearing this, E smiled and said, Well, I thought you had given up. Then he gathered his inner strength again. Here, I will make you take back what you just said. This is a water spell, an effect that unleashes a powerful attack with the water element. Jin Frey smirked cunningly, but he didn't say anything right away. And then the water bridge quickly struck fiercely toward Jin Frey. He stared blankly, eyes fixed on him in amazement. Jin Frey smiled brightly, then teasingly looked at him again, neat and tidy. Then Jin Frey continued. You fell for such a cheap provocation. Thanks, kid. He hesitated in thought as he absorbed the water spell. Then he couldn't help but speak up. Why was the attack earlier weaker than you, as if you couldn't absorb it completely? Jin Frey replied, Oh, the black and white fists earlier, just a distraction. You really look down on me, don't you? Jin Frey's face is smiling brightly, with 2 differently colored circles still appearing in his hands as the mysterious light surrounds him, leaving everyone stunned. Mira couldn't hold back and immediately asked, What is that? Not wanting everyone to wonder, Jin Frey then said to the opponent, You're really strong, but luckily you're just a naive kid. If you use the people inside that barrier as hostages, I might have already lost. I shout out in defiance, Don't look down on me. I don't need to resort to cheap tricks to win. As he spoke, he looked at the 3 others with disdain. They are only fit to be spectators. After finishing, he stubbornly grabbed his sword again. The story is not over yet. Jin Frey smiled sincerely and continued, No, it's over. At least for you. Then his gaze turned cold. For me, this is victory. E frowned, unable to believe that he was about to lose to someone he saw as just a game. He quickly charged forward, trying to stay calm. Shut up, you're really annoying. I will cut off your limbs and let those people watch me enjoy it. But now Jin Frey remains completely calm and channels his inner strength once more, the great world. Seeing this scene, E briefly felt a sense of admiration, never expecting that his opponent this time would be so powerful. Then suddenly, E felt as if he was falling into a mysterious black galaxy. Looking around in all directions, E was stunned and confused, wildly swinging his weapon everywhere. He was now starting to panic. What? Darkness? Before E could understand the situation, Jin Frey once again took control and appeared behind him, and the condition to unlock the Grand World is to absorb at least 6 elements from attacks within a certain period. And the cooldown time for this skill is 720 hours, equivalent to 30 days. That alone shows how powerful it is. Seeing Jin Frey's face fade away, he shouted loudly, What is this? I can't use my skills. Jin Frey kindly explains, The Great World is a super skill that can swallow any target. I told you that, didn't I? This is my victory. Let go of your pride. E seems like a child confused, trying to understand the current situation. From below, eerie streams of aura shoot straight up, targeting E. A desperate voice echoes, Darkness swallowing evil. Looking at your back, E felt helpless. No, come play with me. Please, Jin Frey. The entire world disappears along with a desperate scream. It's so dark, there's no one here. I don't want to be alone. Number. Jin Frey did not turn around, his face darkening with an unreadable expression. Jin Frey said to himself, Stay in that space and keep playing, little one. And after defeating E, he received an extra 4-leaf clover with a black leaf. Hanyuki. E has been defeated. That hourglass timer is also following him as he disappears. The remaining 3 members who were detained earlier are finally released. Maria gazes intently at him. The barrier has disappeared. Jin Frey, did you defeat that kid? Jin Frey calmly replied, Yes, he's probably drifting somewhere in space now. In theory, we will never see him again. She sighed in relief and said, I understand now, but before I thank you, let me borrow your face for a moment. Jin Frey. Before he could finish speaking, Maria quickly grabbed his shoulder. This time I will treat your injury properly. N smiled brightly and said, I truly appreciate your efforts to save us. Jin Frey glanced away awkwardly and said, No, everyone helped me a lot along the way. Maria still didn't give up. Then Vice President Mira also spoke up, seeming like there's nothing to worry about here anymore. Jin Frey quietly looked around, thinking to himself that it was obvious. The surrounding atmosphere no longer seemed suspicious, and even now his angel ring couldn't detect any signals. It seems that once the bosses are defeated, the nameless monsters under their command also disappear. At the same time, Mira suddenly exclaimed, "Vice President, the door leading us into this room has disappeared." Nice, upon hearing this, looked momentarily puzzled and slowly approached the door. Yes, it was indeed closed, as Mira said. Nice continued, "She's right." Maria was panicked. "What? Does that mean we're stuck here?" Jinfrey secretly frowns. This must be the kid's trick. The sneaky smile and Yi's voice immediately come to mind. "Stay here and play with me forever." Duong began to think and calculate. If this dungeon was created by a mage's skill, we should have already escaped by now. Wait a minute. No way. Immediately afterward, he quickly raised his hand to access the system. Maria was extremely surprised. "What's wrong? Did you find something?" Jinfrey thought for a moment and said, "I can lead us out of here." She exclaimed in surprise. "Really?" Jinfrey added, "I can't promise in advance, but if my intuition is correct." As soon as she finished speaking, Jinfrey immediately pulled out a bunch of playing cards. "This is all the 4-leaf clovers you received from 1 to 4. Jinfrey calculated on her own that if she combined the 4 items she got from defeating the boss and this item, she thought and did so. Jinfrey shouted loudly, changed her class to alchemist, transformed, and immediately Jinfrey obtained the Death Scythe. Everyone looked at this magical artifact in awe, especially Mira, whose eyes sparkled with admiration. Jinfrey, holding it in his hand, also felt proud. The 8th mystery fragment, the Grim Reaper's Scythe. I've only heard rumors about it once. I never thought it could really exist. At that moment, a loud laugh echoed, and the refreshing atmosphere finally arrived. Wouldn't it be delicious? This voice made all 4 of them freeze in place, and then everyone fell silent in confusion. Mira was surprised. "What is that? Does this weapon have a promotional line?" Maria again sticks out her snout. "Damn it, turn down its volume a bit." "Jinfrey, do you think I'm some kind of toy?" The Grim Reaper's Scythe shouted. "Are you the one who summoned me?" In the end, Frey, the new owner, said it himself, confirming the rumors are true, a hidden weapon that can talk. The Grim Reaper's Scythe then turned around and kept rambling. "Hey, that guy with glasses? What's with your rolled-up sleeves? Is this a new fashion trend?" Hey, tell me, are there any couples here?" Jinfrey muttered to himself. "Yeah, I've heard this weapon's power is no joke, but it's way too noisy." The Grim Reaper smiled brightly at Jinfrey and said, "I will help you from now on, partner. Let's work together happily." Jinfrey quickly swung his sword into the air, instantly creating a path, and everyone stepped through. Thanks to Jinfrey, everything was easy. "Just leave it to me. I will tear apart anything you can think of. But I can't tear apart the feelings between couples, you see. Still, I am a gentleman." Maria angrily snapped, "Stop talking nonsense." Too troublesome, so I decided to put it away, thinking to myself that at least its stats and skills are still excellent. The 4 of them fumbled around for a while without noticing, while someone above was watching them intently. Finally, Jinfrey realized that you were glancing in the direction of the opponent, but from that distance, there was no sign of anyone there. Now Jinfrey is starting to doubt. Am I just imagining things? Nis also suddenly spoke up. Jinfrey looked at him and said, "This time you helped us a lot." "Thank you. We are planning to return to the guild now. You know, there are a lot of things that need to be reported." When Jinfrey heard this, he looked surprised and waited for him to say more. "As someone who has contributed, I wonder if you could come back to the guild with us for a moment," Jinfrey asked again. "Me?" En confirmed. "Of course, you are also someone our guild is especially interested in." Jinfrey silently cursed himself, dying inside. En then added, "I have a few things I want to ask you. But right now," Jinfrey thought to himself, "if the vice chairman wants to ask anything, it must be about the hidden equipment. If I go with them, they will definitely hold me back just to ask questions. Worse, they might take my hidden equipment. All right, let's go." At this moment, another voice suddenly spoke up. "Our chairman also has something to say." "Wait, chairman, do you mean the guildmaster wants to talk to me?" En explained. "The guild is taking the issue of these anonymous monsters very seriously. Of course, we can't force you, but if you volunteer, we would be more than happy." Jinfrey quietly thought to himself. "The chairman?" As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly revealed a cunning smile. The night scene shifts to the 8th continent. The voice echoed into the central hub, reporting, "Sir, all 4 of us, including me, have been wiped out in a human raid." Upon hearing this, the 4 sitting above fell silent for a moment. The other reported that a human had used divine power. "This is the first time I've heard that name again after more than a few years. It seems that after all our efforts, they can still come back." But we still have to fulfill the Deep Lord's wish. That's right, those who dare stand in our way must die. Over here, Jin Frey doesn't realize the danger approaching them. As they step inside, Nice loudly announces, "Chairman, we've arrived." In front of them stands an old man with a very gentle face, and Jingsman smiles brightly. Everyone has defeated the unknown, haven't they? Good job. Nice, Mira, Maria, and Wet. Nice steps forward. President, he responded shortly after. Yes, what happened to W was truly unfortunate. We have lost a strong friend, both personally and as an organization. Then Jinmin looked at you again. Jane Frey, I would like to express my gratitude to you as the representative of the association. From the bottom of my heart, I truly thank you. Jin Frey silently assesses the opponent. This is Jin Mano, the chairman of the association. His aura is truly different from everyone else's. I'm not joking. He then said, "Let me introduce myself to you. Jin Frey Vanred, I am Jin Mano, the chairman of the association. And of course, the reason I called you here is because I am very interested in you." Hearing this, Jin Frey's face suddenly darkened, and he added, "The matter still hasn't been fully resolved yet." As soon as the soldiers waved their hands, a system panel appeared. Both Jin Frey and Nice were stunned. Those monsters are huge, each one looking fierce, and even Maria over there is startled. Why are the monsters inside the city? Jane Frey thought it was really unreasonable. He silently thought that no matter which continent it was, the cities were always equipped with defensive walls capable of stopping any kind of monster. Jane Frey wondered to himself if the monsters inside the city were also a result of the influence from the Nameless monster. Jinmin explained that, as everyone has seen, after defeating the Nameless, there were reports of a large number of monsters appearing in the city of the Sixth Continent. As soon as it was confirmed, we immediately dispatched other elite guards along with the special forces to the Sixth City, and so far we have successfully evacuated civilians and explorers. En replied, "Understood. So should we head to the Sixth Continent to join forces there?" He was satisfied with this answer. You understand quickly. So then, can you do it? Quickly adding, "Our condition has stabilized thanks to Maria's treatment." "I think I'm ready to go now," Jingman said. "I understand. I'm very sorry for sending everyone out so soon after completing the mission, but the current situation is very critical. We are also struggling to find trustworthy people. I know this is a difficult request, but I hope everyone will head to the battlefield immediately. Speak up quickly." "I agree. Let me light a cigarette for myself before Maria speaks up." Looking at the bigger picture, many monsters have appeared, but the nameless ones are nowhere to be seen. Jingman replied to her, "According to the report, that's exactly how it is so far." Maria is satisfied with this answer. "That's good. If the nameless monsters at our level encountered in the dungeon appear, everything will turn into a disaster." At that moment, a voice interrupted, saying, "I'm afraid it's still too early to lower our guard." "Maria," Jingman adds, "since we haven't received any reports yet, there's no guarantee they won't appear. Or maybe this isn't a trap they set." Jin Free now also falls silent, remembering that they are intelligent beings. Quickly report more. "President, what is the current situation of the 6 Guardians on the 6th continent?" Jingman asked. According to the report from the accompanying team, Luluka just defeated the level C dungeon boss, and immediately afterward all the monsters in the city disappeared along with the dungeon. Mira was surprised. Did the monsters vanish after the level C dungeon was completed? Maria was also panicked. So if we defeat all the bosses in the dungeon on the 6th continent, will all the monsters in the city also disappear? Jingman smiled brightly. That is our current conclusion. Hopefully it will be as simple as we discussed. From the beginning, why only monsters in the dungeon can break through the defenses? As long as we haven't figured that out, we might be stuck in a loop. Every time the dungeon boss respawns, monsters appear again. Hearing this, Maria felt like she could no longer swallow these words. Nice also added that the connection between this incident and the appearance of the Nameless is still unclear. But seeing his hesitation, the 2 girls immediately looked over. He added, "We have no choice now but to eliminate the wave of monsters in the cities." Jamon also added, "That is our current objective." Luluka has already moved to clear the nearby A-rank dungeon. Leon is heading to a B-rank dungeon. Geigen is on his way to a B-rank dungeon. Meanwhile, Rio is dealing with an E-rank dungeon. At this moment, he quickly responded and turned to them. "Understood. Leave the F-rank and S-rank dungeons to us." "Hurry up then," but Jine Frey thought to himself that he hadn't mentioned anything about the hidden equipment. Could it be that the vice president didn't say anything? Maybe I'm still safe for now. Just as I was about to leave, I was called back, which startled me. "Ah, Jin Frey, I still have something to discuss with you." Hearing him say that, everyone instinctively turned around to look at Jinsma and then at him. He had helped us eliminate the Voidless before. Because of that, I am very grateful. Jinfrei's face didn't look very good, and he forced a smile. It's nothing. Wait a moment, and then you said more. But that's one thing, and the two girls are silently suffering. It must be about that. Here we go again. Without saying another word, Jingmin immediately falls silent, his lips pressed tightly together. A second later, he channeled his inner strength powerfully. Jinfrei didn't understand what was happening, and his eyes suddenly darkened. Jinmin coldly says, "I am sorry, but I can't just rely on words to believe in someone's strength, unless I see it with my own eyes." Inside, he thought to himself, "Look at this. He is definitely the strongest person I have ever met so far. He's even stronger than E. If I use my hidden gear, my chances of winning would only be about 50%. Thinking this, a smile suddenly appeared on Jinfrei's face, sweat breaking out on his forehead. Moments later, Jingmin was the one startled, unable to hide his surprise. Nai quickly stepped in front of him in fear. "President, now is not the time." His murderous intent immediately receded, and a smile appeared on his face. He patted Jinfrei on the shoulder and said, "My mistake, old habits. Jinfrei, please lend us your strength again. The association needs your help more than ever." At this point, Jingmin's eyes grew deep. This kid has talent, plus the strength to destroy monsters that Nis and his team can't handle. He thought to himself that letting this seed go was truly foolish. Now he coldly said straightforwardly, "I am not obliged to fulfill the guild's requests, but I owe the vice president a favor, so I will cooperate." Ni warned him with fear. "Jinfrei, please watch your words. Of course, I guarantee I will kill more monsters than any guard, and as for my hunting, my eyes sharpen with each word. Let me show you my skills. I'll handle the toughest one. S-level dungeon." Hearing this, a satisfied smile immediately appeared on his face. Jinmin seemed to be very pleased with this statement. They looked at each other, each with their own thoughts. Then he said, "Okay, I agree to your request." Jinfrei quickly flies up. "All right, let's not waste any more time. You have your own plans too. I don't know where those nameless monsters will appear next, so I need to quickly get the next set of equipment photos. All right, let's switch to the S-rank dungeon." Jinfrei and Mira's team keep defeating monsters as they scream loudly. Mira summons firepower and shouts loudly, firing into the distance. Finally, after that strike, the monsters were instantly turned into a joke. Mira wiped her sweat. Their numbers are truly terrifying. No matter how many of them we take down, it's like they're endless. We really need to defeat the boss. Immediately after, her gaze suddenly shifted to the side. Jinfrei acted decisively, cutting their heads off. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out, startling Jinfrei. He tries his best. Mira loudly asked, "Is it because of the condition between you and the chairman?" Jinfrei answered honestly, "Well, just part of it. But I set the conditions mainly to protect myself." "You're not afraid to expose things. You're planning something again, aren't you?" "Don't talk like I'm a criminal," you said with a smile. "I'm just helping the association. This is a win-win situation, right?" Hearing this, she also found it inconvenient to say anything more. Mira, here, on this side, he's still quietly thinking that he must get that item if he wants to find the next hidden gear. But the problem is, its drop rate is ridiculously low. This part requires patience. We have to keep hunting these creatures, but with the chaos and the guardian stars, the drop rate should increase. Jinsmun smiled brightly and asked, "What's the situation, Mira? Is there any problem?" Mira replied, "No. Aside from the number of enemies, there's nothing special about it." And secretly, she was thinking, Jinfrei is way too confident. Jinsmun wondered if she was sure that only the two of them could handle it, since the other guards were leading teams out on missions. Jinfrei quickly interjected, "You don't need to worry. If I can't handle this small task, how can I prove my true strength?" He then grinned slyly. "I understand, so I will entrust it to the two of you." "Thank you." Jinfrei, standing before the chairman, behaved strangely and quietly admired the corpse in front of her. But I have to admit, he's really talented too. Also, I want to update you on the status of the other dungeons. Leon, Gigant, and Ryu's teams are making very smooth progress. They just defeated the bosses there. Vin and Maria are performing as well as always, and they are quickly finishing up the dungeon. Mira smiled brightly and replied, "I understand." "Hold on a moment." Her cheerful expression suddenly froze as she remembered something and asked, "What about Luluka?" Jinmin exclaimed. "Oh, still nothing has changed. We still can't get in touch with him like always." Hearing this, Mira's face suddenly fell, and her mind began to think. That's right, there's one more person. A freak at the same level as Jinfrei and the chairman. The last time Jin Smai and I contacted him was before he entered the A-rank dungeon. I haven't seen any request for help, so he's probably going solo in there. Well, if it's him, there's nothing to worry about. Mira just had to reassure herself like that. You're right, if it's him, then there's no need to worry. Speaking of this person, Luluka Anvis is the strongest among the 8 guardian stars. He has plenty of ability. Before ending the conversation, Jingmin advised. Then if anything changes, make sure to contact me. Mira quickly replied. Understood. Jinfrey is passing by now. Are you finished? Just hearing your voice, Mira looked a bit surprised and then glanced over. Jinfrey turned around with a bright smile. Then let's keep going to the boss's location. Jingmon is calling them again. Leon, Jigen, Ryu, how are things with you? Leon cheerfully replied. No problem, these guys have nothing to worry about. Ryu, who is usually quiet, simply kept silent and looked at the monsters he had already slain. Giganton is also very confident. There's really nothing to worry about. We're almost at the boss's location. Jingmin is pleased. I understand. It's great to hear everything is going smoothly. It's me, the old man. How are the others doing? Suddenly, someone responded, catching him off guard. Jinsman is satisfied. Finally, you called. Luluka, I should be the one asking what you're doing. Luluka smiled brightly, looking radiant and undeniable. He told him, I just arrived at the A-level dungeon, and now I will continue from here. Jinsman was surprised. You just entered? Isn't that a bit slow compared to you? Luluka is unsure of her feelings. Yeah, that's right. Then he said again, I ran into a bit of trouble on the way, but it's all sorted now, so I'll try to finish quickly. Jingmin was satisfied. Understood. If anything happens, remember to contact me immediately. Lulu cheerfully replied, Yes, sir. After a moment, he added one last thing. After hearing him tell the story, Leon laughed loudly. Is that new recruit that arrogant? But I like that kind of bravery. Ryu remained silent. You haven't said a word from start to finish, Jigon said coldly. You're not arrogant, you're just sulky. How dare you disrespect the chairman and then say things like you're trying to take advantage of us? That was extremely rude. That guy clearly doesn't know his place. No, he might be a little arrogant, but he's not a bad person. Anyway, this is my report. Now let's get back to the old topic. I rely on all of you. Good luck. Lucas smirked to himself. So the rookie Jin Frey is the one who caught the old man's interest. Now I'm also a bit curious about him. The scene around Jinfrey is chaotic, with monsters lying scattered on the ground. The goblin spoke. I can't believe someone has overcome countless challenges of this dungeon and reached me. It is so confident because it is a level 400 Iron Demon Goblin, characterized by its fortress-like armor, which significantly enhances its defensive capabilities. Only damage exceeding the set threshold will be effective. Jinfrey, determined to resist the cold, refuses to surrender, with Mira by his side. It's terrible, isn't it? He told her. Mira, I'm sorry, but I will defeat it. Mira let out a long, helpless sigh and replied, Fine, do whatever you like. Luluka suddenly appeared here. Luckily, I arrived just in time. Mira was stunned, and Jin Frey showed no expression. As soon as she saw him, Luluka quickly stepped forward and asked, So you must be Jin Frey, right? All right. Let's see what you're capable of. Looking at Luca, Jin Frey wondered silently who this guy was. As Jin Frey assessed internally, this level of strength was on a completely different level. Who is he? He must be about the same level as the chairman. No, she might even be stronger. But Mira seems excited. Why are you here? Luluka Jin Frey. That name sounds a bit familiar. Luluka, you remember Jinmin's words. Luluka has now moved to clear the nearby A-rank dungeon. Now Jin Frey suddenly remembers. Wait, isn't he the 8-star guardian? Luluka smiled brightly. Why do you ask? I heard that a newcomer dared to challenge our guild, so I was curious and came to see how it would turn out. Mira was surprised. Let's see. As she said that, a smile appeared on Luluka's face. Jin Frey remained silent, watching the opponent carefully. Mira quickly said, The chairman just said you're in the A-level dungeon. Luluka replied. Yes, that's right. I finished there, so I'm here to help you all. Hearing this, Mira was momentarily stunned. Jin Frey also wondered in surprise, did he defeat all those and come here? The young man smiled and said, Nice to meet you, Luka-ka, holding Jin Frey's hand. Jin Frey's mind remains very alert. He just finished contacting the chairman, and even though they are on the same side, honestly, he's truly a strange guy. At the same time, a large stone flew straight toward them from afar. The three of them were startled and looked back, and the space also became heavier. A furious demon appears and says, You dare to talk nonsense while I am still here. You have underestimated me. Luluka-ka laughs heartily. Is it my fault, demon? As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly flew up to the nearby large rock. Luluka cheerfully said loudly, So I'll just sit here and watch. The rest is up to you, Jin Frey. Just watching, huh? Are you really just here to do that? Luluka said casually. That's right. Even she is speechless. Frey has also taken up a weapon. You too, stay outside Mira? Mira pointed in Luca's direction. Do you mind? That guy, Frey is angry. Fine, of course I have to do that. The demon looked at him in surprise. What? You want to handle me alone? You really underestimate me. Hold on a moment, he said. Even if one more joins, you won't be able to change anything. Fine. I accept your challenge. Mira looked at the Demon King with irritation. Does it want you to get beaten up? Frey sighed. I told you to step aside, and now your battle with the Demon King begins. Luluka secretly feels excited. Now there is only one way to defeat the S-rank demon. I wonder what this rookie will do. As Luluka's thoughts ended, Frey immediately charged forward. The Demon King also refused to give up. He shouts loudly and then channels his inner strength. That huge hand suddenly grabs Frey, squeezing so tightly that his opponent suffocates. But contrary to his thoughts, Frey immediately leapt forward, gripping his sword tightly, shouting loudly with determined eyes. With such force, Frey strikes down fiercely towards the Demon King. He now secretly fears, despite having slain many monsters on his way here, does this one still have so much strength? Then he kept attacking relentlessly towards his front, staring intently at him. Jeffrey is so stiff. Could it be because of the incident with the nameless monster? You also guessed that its level might be around 350, but now it's already at 400. You pause for a moment to think, but even at the same level, he's still much weaker than I. Attacked relentlessly, the Demon King still stood firm without a scratch, so Frey had to come down and find another way. Mira stands to the side, quietly observing as always. Its resilience is no ordinary. She considers in her mind that a 6th-tier S-class Demon King might lose to the quartet in strength, but its abilities are on a completely different level. With that armor and boots, hitting it is completely impossible. Luluka then silently observes Mira, and neither of them says a word. Then he looked back toward Frey. Luluka was utterly surprised. Really? I was really looking forward to coming here. I thought the rookie's abilities would catch the old man's attention, but instead he's just wasting his energy on useless attacks. Even the opponent has no scars. After saying that, he fell silent, clearly disappointed. Luluka pouted and muttered, so bored. But he quickly calmed himself down. All right, even with Mira's help, I've never heard of a rookie advancing this far. Clearly, he's better than ordinary explorers, but that's all. Luca's eyes were full of dissatisfaction. There was nothing exciting about this. Why is the old man paying attention to him? Frey seized the opportunity. This is it. He continued, rushing toward the goblin demon, who reached out with his hand to grab him. Luluka, watching from behind, exclaimed in surprise, Huh? Frey has successfully attacked its weak spot. The demon fairy was stunned and exclaimed, Huh? Luluka saw that it had fallen out. Surprised by Frey's triumph, Luluka was utterly stunned. Oh, I didn't expect that move to actually work. I thought it would take longer to hit the core. Then Luca exclaimed, Whoa, wait a minute. Luca whispered to Mira, Did you teach the rookie how to hunt demons? Mira hesitated and stammered, No. Hearing that, Lulu rested his chin in thought. If he's a rookie, then this must be his first time hunting a demon lord since the training. How does he know this method? The 6th demon lord has a core inside its body, and this core can change rank depending on the power used to destroy it. Frey quietly thought to himself, using Baktuk would be enough. But this time he would put all his effort into showcasing his skills. As soon as he finished, Greem inside exclaimed, Aha! Looks like it's my turn this time. Oh, is this girl the main character? What are you talking about? Are you dating in a cave or something? Frey is helpless, still noisy as usual, while Mira is furious and denying it. Hey, not at all. Luluka is still resting her chin and observing. Oh, if he keeps fighting, the final core will fall out. So maybe it's just a coincidence. A weapon with unique features, truly rare. Is this the moment of truth? Can we now earn an S rank reward? Previously, only Luluka, the old man, Jingman, and a few others could receive an S rank reward. Over here, Greem looks excitedly at the defeated demon fairy. Oh wow, your luck this time, brother. The second skill has been unlocked. The system confirms activation conditions are met with a level difference of over 200 compared to the target. Oh. The second skill of the Grim Reaper has just been unlocked. The second skill, Beyond Death. Unleash a single devastating blow based on the combined stats of all targets, limited to 4 uses. The conditions to activate the second skill are exactly what Frey heard. He will take advantage of the fact that the Demon Lord's level has increased in this situation. Luluka could no longer calmly rest his chin on his hand. He sweat and forced a nervous smile.
Meanwhile, Frey shouted with all his might, launching a fierce attack. The goblin demon also stared in shock at Frey.
He shattered this iron core into pieces. A deadly blow strikes down. The demon king roared in pain, helplessly watching his body being destroyed. Luluka saw this scene and briefly looked pleased. Mira's face was grim. She watched Jinfrey silently for a long time, while he looked very proud. A satisfied smile slowly appeared on Frey's face. Thus, the Demon King finally fell to your attack. Frey stood there, waiting for the result of this hunt, and the card appeared in his hand.
The attack on the core has been classified as S-level. You have received an S-level language restriction reward.
It's not over yet. The system reports again that the core stone is sealed. The S rank describes a strange gem engraved with the seal of the core, just as the Grim Reaper's scythe suddenly screams.
It laughed proudly. You saw that move, right, brother? This is my power, but it's only the beginning of my overwhelming strength.
Next, let me teach you a few poems that can make Crash's heart tremble just by whispering into his ear. Frey looked grim and then said, "Go away." Oh. Luluka is surprised and looks intently at Frey. Luluka is amused. What is that crazy weapon? Now he looks at Frey with different eyes, saving his ultimate move for the very end. Frey didn't expect that attack to be rated as an S-level power. Impressive. He even broke his own record. The youngest person to ever do that. Thinking of it, Luluka grinned slyly and said to herself, "That's really annoying." He secretly smirked as he looked at the card in Frey's hand, having received the S-rank reward just as planned, and he began to strategize with this. The next step would be to cut back to Jinmin's house. He said, "With everyone's help, we have successfully controlled the chaos caused by the monsters in the city." A gentle smile appeared. "Thank you all." No one spoke. Everyone now silently listened without looking.
Leon suddenly burst into loud laughter, breaking the silence. With enough passion, even I alone can clear this mess.
Jinsma looked at him, and Tanis, the young man, quickly responded, "Yes, sir." Then he introduced to everyone that this was the entire reward from the previous conquest. Leon was pleased, as it was the combined strength of the Guard Corps, which made sense. Maria also looked happy. That's right. So it's true, Frey also played a part in it. Suddenly being called, he was startled. Then Frey also straightened up. "That's right," Jigen asked from beside him. "Are you that clueless?" He doesn't seem to like Frey.
Let me tell you, I have no intention of being friendly with someone who doesn't realize that their reckless actions are disrespectful. Jinsma quickly intervenes.
"Stop. Gigon Jinfrey is one of the key players in this campaign." He boldly added, "I didn't come here for your recognition. I only came to keep my promise to the chairman." After finishing, Frey ignored Jigen and continued with his task. As he finished speaking, he took out something and placed it on the table. Nice looked on in surprise, while over here, Leon and everyone else were in shock. Everyone was stunned. That was the 6th Demon God Suppression Reward, an S-rank item. Jigen opened his mouth in shock. "Don't tell me you've recorded an S-rank attack like the chairman and Luluka. I can't believe it." Luluka spoke up on this side. "That's right. Gigantic surprise." "Luluka, you're saying again? I saw it with my own eyes. Both Mira and I can vouch for him," Leon said happily. "We've truly seen your passion. Are you a new recruit?"
Then he happily patted Jeffrey on the shoulder. "Well done."
Seeing Jigon angry, Jingsman also smiled happily and added that not only had you defeated many monsters,
but you also brought back an excellent S-rank control reward. All right, as per the agreement, I will let you choose any item you want first from here. Frey said, "Then I accept your offer."
He silently thinks that with this much reward, he should stop for now, his eyes settling on one thing. Here it is. It's a card. Its shape looks like a tail. Frey picks up the item, a monkey tail-shaped charm made from wire. The material is obtained from the wire monkey. The quality is too low to sell. No one believes in your choice. Everyone was stunned with their mouths open. Leon asked eagerly, "What are you going to do with that useless material?" Maria asked in surprise.
What about Frey? Isn't that still a treasure?"
Jinmin also asked again. "Are you sure you want to choose it?" Frey answers yes. Your gaze is determined. I need this. Luca quietly thinks to herself. Just look at his face, clearly showing he's plotting something. Jinsman also didn't stop him. If you've made up your mind, I won't hold you back anymore. But let me ask you this. Do you want to join the 8 Celestial Guardians? Everyone fell silent. Leon couldn't hide his anticipation. But at this moment, Jinfrey spoke up. "Sorry, I decline outright because I don't think I'm suitable for group activities." Luluka seems unbothered. He stands beside him, playing the flute. Jinmin still smiles brightly. Maybe he's the first person to ever refuse such an offer. The scene shifts elsewhere. Frey reflects on the Nobody incident and the recent monster uprising. There are still many unresolved questions, but they said they would contact me if needed. As he thought, he went alone. Well then, time to get the next hidden item. The scene shifts elsewhere. The 7th continent, an S-rank dungeon. A loud voice echoes from inside. To resurrect Lord Abyss, we need even more zombie souls. We even granted power to the ones on the 6th continent, yet they were completely wiped out. It's truly disappointing. Every time Orochi hears it, his whole body trembles. He bowed and said, I don't know what more to say. Sir, we must dedicate all our strength to the resurrection ritual. Rima said again, You must also do your best to gather the offerings. Orochi replied painfully, Yes, sir. We will definitely gather enough souls, and I will personally kill that human to bring back his holy spirit. Hearing this, his eyes darkened as Grimoa stepped towards him. Of course, that is the only purpose for which your inferior races exist. Then he raised his hand. Orochi was surprised but did not resist, and immediately afterward, he cried out in pain. He warned, Saturday, don't follow in Friday's footsteps. You absolutely must not fail. Understand? Now that he has evolved, he responds coldly, Yes, master. Then Frey slowly reached out and pressed his hand on the glowing screen in front of him. He carefully observed, first from the items obtained from the S-rank dungeon earlier, Red Bull tiger milk, E, Drahap rabbit fur and scales, D, a 3-headed pig figurine, E. Then, Frey reached out and drew a card. Next is the reward from the guild. A chime suddenly sounds from the system, and the monkey tail with a rope tightens. Confirmed the ingredients and then transformed them. You have successfully transformed the 12 selected ingredients. You have received the 13th cat's eye scope. Frey reached out, gently pressing the scope with her fingertips. Now with this, your vision will expand in the blink of an eye. I see it now. Frey couldn't hide his joy. A hidden path that can only be seen using this scope. By following this path, I will reach that door. With the expanded view, the door you're searching for gradually comes into sight. And then suddenly the door swung wide open, right in front of him. Frey pushed both hands against the door, and the light from inside shone brightly. You step into the vast, empty space, and above Frey, the circular aura suddenly emits a brilliant light. But if you go further, the system sound continues to echo. You have discovered a magical power within an item 10 kilometers away. Frey closed his eyes, raised his hand, and the halo would react, focusing on the only item in the room. A beam of light suddenly appeared at his fingertip. Frey opened his eyes wide, with hidden equipment. You have discovered a new hidden item. You have received the Athena top and bottom outfit. A costume appears from the beam of light and rests in Frey's hand. He gently smiles with joy, excitement shining clearly in his sharp eyes. Athena outfit with top and pants. Defense plus 300. Durability 8,000 over 8,000. Skill 1. Erase all forms and presence, usable 5 times per day. Skill 2. Unlocks after meeting certain conditions. Skill 3 unlocks after meeting certain conditions. Frey, after achieving his goal, quietly rejoices. Now that he has received Athena, he's heading to the 7th continent where the bright sun shines down, covering the entire area. Frey stands high above, quietly observing the scene below with calm and deep eyes. He turns to the screen beside him, finally arriving here. Time feels both long and short at the same time. The screen lights up with a missed call notification. The call is from Kukuru. It's Kukuru. Frey blames himself for being too absorbed and forgetting about her. He asks aloud, Kukuru, what's wrong? The other side hurriedly replied. Frey, I have gathered all the ingredients you requested. Frey praises with a smile, You've worked hard. Suddenly, Kukuru's eyes widened with an expression of utter surprise. The little girl was confused. What is this? Frey shouted again from the other side. Kukuru was completely confused. What do you mean? I just came back to the inn. What do you mean by saying it again? Then the girl angrily shouted at him, Look at this amount. It's almost twice what you asked for last time. Frey chuckled awkwardly. So? Damn, I need you to help gather everything so we can raid the next dungeon. Then I guess we can't do it now. Too bad. For the next dungeon. Hearing about the next dungeon, Kukuru immediately gaped, her eyes shining brightly. She snorted and then hung her head. Oh well, fine then. Frey stuck out his tongue and said, Good luck. After a while, he put his hands in his pockets and slowly walked under the sun. The next battle with the Demon King isn't suitable for him. Forgive me, Kukuru. Suddenly, your steps halt in the blazing desert as Frey raises his hand to shield his eyes from the sunlight.
The seventh continent is a bit different from the others. You must conquer all the dungeons from level A here first, before you can access the S-level dungeon. Kukuru wouldn't last long physically. After a moment, Jin Frey stood before a massive, imposing door on the seventh continent's dungeon level E. He immediately issued a command. His decisive voice echoed through the silent space. Athena's attire as the door gradually opens with a creaking sound. Jin Frey slowly steps inside. You slightly curl your lips, a confident smile appearing. All right, now let's aim for a new personal record. The first monster that appeared was quickly taken down by Jin Frey. Dungeon rank. The second green monster was also quickly defeated. Rank dungeon. Soon after, the green and red monsters were also taken down by Jin Frey without hesitation. Even the giant snake was swiftly defeated by him in a flash Darien. Then the blue wolf howled in pain, staggering and collapsing. With the battle over, Jin Frey stands silently among the defeated monsters as the surrounding space gradually calms down. You can't hide your excitement. Oh my god, everything is going so smoothly. Athena's invisibility skill is the best. They didn't even notice. Then Jin Frey continued, maintaining his composure and clearing the dungeon level on either side. Suddenly, a voice from behind interrupted. Attention everyone, from now on, this place will be our base. You immediately turned around, your gaze darkening, slowly looking at the group standing below. Jin Frey looked at the red-haired guy passionately speaking and wondered, is that person trying to remember if one of the 7-star guardians with his name is Leon or something? Is he on a mission? Leon over there is carefully directing everyone to move to the designated area and start investigating. I don't know how, but use everyone's enthusiasm and find a clue. His subordinates just heard and all responded in unison, clearly members of Leon's elite group. Jin Frey silently cloaked himself in invisibility, approaching the group without a sound. Then he suddenly remembered, that's right, with the invisibility effect of the Athena outfit, they can't see him. He turned and saw Leon inhaling something. This scent, pure passion and fresh green. He suddenly shouted with joy, his voice echoing through the silence. We meet again. Jin Frey, what are you talking about? Leon suddenly points directly at Jin Frey even though he's invisible, leaving him stunned. Jin Frey froze for a moment, his face suddenly tense. Are you joking, men? You can't believe it. I'm still in stealth mode, right? Leon chuckled coldly. What's wrong? No need to be shy. Come out quickly. Jin Frey tries to stay calm and swallows hard. It seems he's not using any skills, so he must have found me by instinct? Taking a deep breath, he issued a command, his voice firm and clear. Oh! Then Jin Frey completely emerged from invisibility, gradually revealing himself before Leon. He clenched his teeth in worry, unsure of what to do. Damn it, do I have to explain this invisibility thing now? Leon's eyes suddenly lit up as he saw Jin Frey, a look of judgment clearly on his face. Then he cheered happily. I see. What is that? Is this a skill? What is this? What kind of gear is that? Oh my god, I'm so jealous. Hey, if you're here, you're probably planning to fight the 7th Demon King too, right? Jin Frey said awkwardly. Yes, hearing that made him even more interested. I see. You really work hard. Good luck. I believe you can do it. Jin Frey sighs in relief in some divine way. I probably don't need to explain anything, right? So, what about you? You asked Lon if he's on a mission. He nodded. Bao Kao actually said that the explorers who came here have gone missing, so we are searching for survivors and any clues that might explain this. Jin Frey suddenly paused, a look of surprise flickering on his face as he heard Leon speak. He continued, perhaps caused by the Voidless, but nothing is certain yet. For now, it's better to stay cautious. Suddenly, Leon clenched his fist with determination. If he discovers something, he will use his passion to defeat it. Super passionate. It's time to leave, so he waved goodbye to Jin Frey. I'm heading to investigate with the others now. See you later? You just smile and reply. Jin Frey watched Leon's back as he walked away, laughing loudly. What can I say? He's really top-notch in many ways. Then he continued speaking, his voice steady but with an unpredictable intent. I guess I should keep going too. A giant monster suddenly stands right in front of you, emanating a terrifying aura. The level B dungeon boss, Acid Wolf. Jin Frey gently smiles to himself, a look of confidence flickering in his eyes. There it is, now take it down and move on to level A. The boy suddenly froze as the monster behind him was suddenly thrown and slammed into the wall. He quickly turned around, looked down, and saw it lying motionless on the stone floor. Jin Frey suddenly realized that the green monster was the level A dungeon boss Horval. He wondered why an A-level boss was appearing here when a familiar voice suddenly echoed again. I didn't expect you to run away from the enemy. You're really lacking passion. Seeing Jin Frey again, Leon was overjoyed. We meet again. Jin Frey, what kind of person are you? He did say we would meet again, but isn't this a bit too soon?
Leon stood silently for a moment, then slowly asked, "So, what's the situation right now?" I asked confusedly, clearly showing my embarrassment. He gently waved his hand and said in a reassuring tone, as if to deny it, "What the hell is going on?" "Sorry for interrupting," he softly spoke, then pointed towards Harrisfell. "I was investigating the disappearance of explorers when that thing suddenly jumped out right in front of me. It attacked unexpectedly and blocked my way, so I hit it a bit, and in the end it got scared and ran away." Jin Frey shyly lowers his gaze, secretly pondering the tangled emotions he doesn't know how to express. A little Harrisfell standing behind Leon trembles slightly. Would a little bit really scare that monster that much? Maybe it's just a low-level boss or something. The acid wolf stands right behind him, growling softly as a warning, its fierce presence making Harrisfell panic and instinctively curl up in silence. He softly spoke, his voice quiet, as if the boss from other dungeons had also joined in. "I've never seen anything like this." Leon scolded and shouted loudly, "You pathetic loser, you're alone so you can't do anything? I'll beat some courage into you." Suddenly, he realized something was wrong and shouted urgently in his direction in that tense moment. He hurriedly rushes toward the two monsters, looking frantic as they growl fiercely and charge straight at Lion. Then he puts all his strength into his legs and leaps into the air. With swift and decisive movements, Leon quickly circled behind the two monsters, taking advantage of their momentary lapse to move with agility. He raised his sword high, the tip pointed straight at it. Leon smiled softly and then spoke loudly, his tone calm and steady. Immediately after, the sword lunged forward, piercing through the bodies of the acid werewolf and Herval. In that moment, he shouted out the most devastating attack. The two monsters, their heads pierced and blood pouring out, howled in agony as the acid wolf and Herval fell to the ground one after the other, just as Leon landed steadily. He looked at him with disbelief, secretly contemplating the power he had just witnessed. He handled both bosses with a single strike. Watching Leon stand there so calmly after the battle, Jin Frey couldn't help but secretly marvel at how strong he was. Suddenly, he realized something unusual. Wait a moment. Jin Frey carefully reanalyzed his thoughts. Although he didn't know why an A-rank boss was here, if this person defeated both an A-rank and a B-rank boss, the condition to kill all bosses might not be fulfilled, and now he couldn't challenge an S-rank boss. Leon calmly responded with a gentle voice that left him speechless and unsure how to react, with no excitement at all. "This message is from the chairman." Jinmin gently smiles on the screen before speaking, his eyes calm and full of implication. "Good job, Leon. Did you find any clues?" He looked coldly at the two guys before speaking, his tone full of confidence. "We still don't know why the explorers disappeared, but I just dealt with an A-rank boss that shouldn't have appeared here." He looked puzzled, frowned slightly, and asked again, still not fully understanding the situation. "Level A. Why is an A-rank boss in a B-rank dungeon?" Leon remained calm and composed, answering confidently without hesitation. "Who knows?" Then he slowly opened his eyes, his gaze flickering slightly before asking, "Is the person behind you Jin Frey?" Jinmin softly inquired, his voice steady but filled with suspicion and curiosity. "Are you traveling with Leon?" Jin Frey replied dismissively. "Hello, I can't really say we're together, more like I just happened to get involved with him. Is something wrong? You look very down." "It's nothing." Jin Frey turned away dejectedly, silently thinking about the difficult things to say. Heavy emotions. "Looks like I have to wait for the B and A level bosses to revive before starting over." Suddenly he raised his voice, making his previously calm face turn serious. "Well, this is a good time. Sorry for the unexpected mission. But Leon, Jin Frey." He maintained his calm demeanor and slowly spoke, his voice steady and exuding clear self-control. "Let the army handle the investigation here. You two just stay as you are and head to the S-rank area," Jin Frey asked. "Yes." "Is something happening?" he said quietly. Although not certain, Jangmin's words suddenly surprised both him and the other, as a phenomenon likely caused by the anonymous appeared. His voice rang out steadily and calmly. "I have contacted the other gods, but they are all currently on duty. The two are closest." Leon cheerfully agrees. "Understood." Leon chuckled and then spoke, relaxed tone, as if trying to ease the tense atmosphere. "Anyway, I'm curious about those nameless guys here." "All right, Jin Frey." He turned back, extended his hand as a greeting, and spoke, a friendly smile clearly on his face. "What team?" You stare blankly at the screen, lost in thought. His mind drifted among chaotic thoughts as Leon sent the team-up request. "Do you agree? Yes or no?" Jin Frey ran after him, thinking to himself if he formed a team with Leon now, all these battles would be combined and both of them would get to challenge S-rank monsters. Leon cheerfully said, "It's a deal. Let's go, Frey. They stop and stand in front of an ancient temple on the 7th continent, a level S dungeon. He takes a deep breath, slowly sensing the surrounding air. This smells pretty interesting, Frey said thoughtfully, with a distant look in his eyes. The number of monsters here is truly terrifying, probably on par with the 6th continent. Leon looked at Frey, a faint smile playing on his lips, teasing yet full of meaning. He smiled and stepped forward, speaking slowly.
In that case, the chances that this incident is related to the Anonymous are much higher. Let's see how many of them we have to fight.
The temple still glows with faint light shining through the night, creating a sacred yet mysterious atmosphere as you and Leon fight side by side, destroying hordes of monsters together. Frey's eyes grew thoughtful as he silently pondered. Just as I thought, not only are there more of them, but their levels have also increased since that time. He swung his sword in the swift circle, quickly clearing out the monsters surrounding him. Leon remained calm, smiled slightly, and spoke with a gentle yet confident tone after the battle. They are stronger than usual, but this is still nothing. So boring.
All right then, let's fight each other.
Frey. He looked confused, asking back with a surprised and puzzled expression on his face at what had just been said. What do you want to compete in? The name of the competition will be Leon. He lightly points forward and speaks firmly. The battle to find out who is stronger. Behind him, monsters appear one after another. Who is stronger? Organized by Leon, sponsored by the Adventurers Guild and the 8 Guardians. He stood from afar, thinking to himself, that name sounds so loud, and is there really a sponsor? Leon spoke in a steady voice. Calmly, the contestants are me and you. Frey thought confusedly, this is a form of coercion. The one who defeats more monsters will win. He slightly grins, revealing a sinister smile, then slowly speaks. Now we're ready. He grips his sword tightly with a determined gaze and charges forward without hesitation. Let's begin. He calmly destroys each monster, still lost in thought. He's already started on his own. His voice echoes, one is down. From all directions, the monsters rush in, overwhelming the surroundings with deafening force. With a determined gaze, Leon charges forward with a fierce aura. One monster has just been defeated, and Leon quietly continues counting calmly. 1. Then 2 more monsters are defeated, and Leon remains unchanged. Keep counting as before. 3. You quietly turned to look at him, your gaze flickering before quickly settling into calmness. Frey thought to himself, his eyes lowering slightly. When fighting A and B level bosses, I already thought about it. This person is constantly in your mind. Your reasoning keeps going, analyzing every action that just happened. His strength, even among the 8 Guardians, is quite high. At first glance, it's hard to recognize, but his movements and judgments are so precise that every action is efficient and purposeful. Amidst the tangled thoughts, Frey suddenly thought of Lukuka, and that person named Luluka has very strong magic, but his strength is also on par with this person, and the words from years ago. Thanks. At that very moment, you suddenly felt that something was wrong, quietly approaching from behind. Frey immediately turned around swiftly, his sharp gaze sweeping straight behind him, and with a decisive slash from Frey, the monster instantly collapsed without a chance to fight back. Leon quietly turned his head to look behind him, his eyes deep as if observing something. After a moment of observation, he softly sighed to himself, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. This is the S-rank red hell of the 7th continent, where even ordinary explorers can lose their lives to the small monsters here. Looking at Frey, he secretly admired his strength and incredible composure. His skills are truly impressive, allowing him to defeat stronger monsters with ease as he always does. Suddenly, a deafening scream erupted through the forest, tearing apart the silence. A monster roared in agony before collapsing to the ground, convulsing in extreme pain. In that brief moment, you stood still without moving, letting him silently marvel. Lon softly spoke, in a steady voice, totaling about 775. What about you, Frey? You calmly replied, I've defeated 775 so far. Leon confidently pointed at himself and said, with a decisive tone, if you can hit as well as I do, then you're pretty good. But in the end, I will be the one to win. He explained with confusion that winning or losing doesn't matter, and secretly thought that losing would be a bit disappointing. Leon asked, by the way, Frey, why did you become an old explorer? You quietly pondered, still unable to understand the meaning behind his words. In Frey's mind, he wondered why suddenly asked that, and then quietly explained, it's because my family is poor. Hearing what you said, Leon was stunned for a moment before tears started streaming down his face. Jine Frey was taken aback by his action and didn't know how to react at that moment. Leon trembled and said, I understand now, with my father gone, my sick mother and younger sister. I had to work hard as the eldest son. Jane Frey was speechless, not knowing what to say. I haven't said anything yet. No one has said anything, so how does he know? Could it be some kind of skill? Immediately after, Leon suddenly burst into tears, sobs escaping uncontrollably. He immediately ran over and hugged him tightly. Jinfrey, you've been through a lot. You're truly amazing. Someone so young, huh? Jinfrey was panicked. Why is he crying like that? Jinfrey tried to push him away. Let me out quickly, Leon whispers. Actually, I also grew up in the mountains. Jinfrey stood frozen in place, completely unprepared for him to suddenly say that. Leon sniffled and continued. There are actually 20 siblings, and I grew up in poverty. Jinfrey suddenly realized he seemed to have touched a sore spot. He didn't stop, clenching his fists. After leaving the village, I went through 10 difficult years. Finally! Stop for a moment, Leon shouted proudly. I have reached a position where I can earn enough money to support my family on my own, so I understand how you feel better than anyone else. Then he just pointed at Jine Frey, clearly trying his best. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. He's a good person, but there's a bit of... Lon kept rambling on. Come on, jump into my arms, you don't need to. Suddenly, both of them turned around when they heard a noise behind them. Almost simultaneously, a new boss appeared. It was a mid-level boss from the S-rank dungeon on the 7th continent of the Crimson Bull. Both of them stood frozen in place, their eyes fixed on it. They stared at each other silently in the empty space. Leon couldn't hide his excitement. The mid-level boss is here. Time to pause our emotional sharing, brother. Jine Frey rolled his eyes. Just ignore him, he called out. Let's continue the battle. Zikniu suddenly spoke in a deep, hoarse voice. You can't go any further. That human. As soon as they heard it speak, both of them were immediately stunned. Surprise is evident on his face as Leon whispers to Jine Frey. Did it just say that? Is this also influenced by the unknown? He replied with a serious face, I'm not sure, but usually mid-level bosses don't talk. Ignoring Jine Frey's words, Leon quickly drew his weapon. It's already late, so there's no point in worrying. He smiled contentedly. The current score is 775 over 775. Just need to hunt the mid-level boss and the Demon King to win. Then, Leon didn't hesitate for a second and immediately charged straight at Shichingu. It suddenly gritted its teeth and said, I have received orders from the Demon King Orisi to kill you all. This is the end for you. As soon as he finished speaking, Shichingu launched his move, unleashing a fierce surge of energy, the stone arrow skill, the mage's technique. Leon froze as he realized the truth before his eyes. In that moment, all thoughts seemed to freeze solid. This is a mage's skill. He quickly spins his weapon to block its attack. The explorer's skill? Looks like the entire dungeon has been affected by the nameless one. Jin Frey suddenly shouted from afar, Leon, he's not nameless, but possesses their unique power. He turned around when he heard you shout, so it must be the power of the unknown. Shichingu snorted coldly. Don't struggle anymore. You won't reach Orochi's place. Immediately after, it gave Leon no chance to recover and launched a fierce attack at him. He suddenly shouted out with anticipation. Finally, I've caught the tail of the nameless group. So, you are a bunch of bastards who can freely use thief skills from explorers, right? It's unforgivable. Jane Frey, standing behind Leon, suddenly sensed something was wrong. This is Leon's entire body shining brightly, energy spreading out, the will of the god, the skill of the spearmaster that can increase stats. He decisively declares to Shichingu, if you think you can steal from me, try it. I will defeat you and reach the number. Hearing him speak, it clenched its teeth, jaw tight with anger, eyes flashing with a cold glint as if trying to contain the impending rage. Then Leon took a deep breath, quickly gathered all remaining strength in his body, and unleashed everything into a powerful attack aimed directly at Shichingu. Leon unleashes all his strength and launches a direct attack at the monster. It screams in pain and collapses to the ground in a miserable state. The monster struggled to its feet, its voice full of arrogance. Looks like you're not just a bug, are you? He was amazed to see it automatically heal the wound in front of him. Leon asked, do you also have healing skills? Could it be that you stole it from other explorers? The monster chuckled hoarsely, in a calm tone. This is just a small reward I picked up along the way. As Jine Frey's mind gradually reveals the truth and confirms the mysterious disappearances of the explorers, he immediately issues a warning. Be careful, Leon. Their condition to steal your skill is to make eye contact and absorb your blood. Hearing Jine Frey, Leon fell silent and thought for a tense few seconds. He frowned and repeated the information with a look of disgust. Blood absorption? Leon smirks provocatively. Come on then, if you think you can take it from me, give it a try. Then he charged straight at the monster with incredible speed. Frey instinctively exclaimed as he saw Leon rush forward too quickly, shouting loudly, "Leon!" He swung his sword repeatedly at it, each strike carrying immense power. The monster trembled, unable to believe what was happening. With this much power, even for a human, I can't fight back, Leon shouted as he attacked, taunting. What's wrong? What's going on? Come on, if you're good, use my skills. You're good at that, aren't you? Frey stood stunned. I watched every overwhelming move he made. Frey couldn't hide his amazement. It's incredible that even a mid-level boss can't lay a finger on him, he muttered in frustration. It's crazy that he's pushed his divine will to such extremes. Oh, Mira, and the others, why is no one willing to listen to others? He said proudly. Look closely, Frey. My godly will is stronger. My divine will is normal because I used it. Brave enough to train it for me, Leon continued. That's why it became stronger. You just can't understand it all. No, I've never heard of such logic or setup before. The more Frey thinks about it, the more dangerous it seems. And if it gets stolen, the risk level would probably be terrifying. He looked at Yu and thought that if he was that worried about skill theft, the battle with the Demon King would be quite difficult. Leon turned to Frey, noticing his anxious and tense expression, and softly smiled, with eyes full of reassurance and trust. Leon directly transmitted his thought. Use my divine pickaxe. Frey, all right, let me share it with you. Frey thought to himself, sharing. Yes, that can be used when forming a team and meeting certain conditions. Right? He nodded confidently and said, That's right. We've met the conditions, defeated 300 monsters together, after all. Leon chuckled softly and said, I usually wouldn't share, but now that you're family, I'll agree, he reassured. You don't need to worry. Now you can use it right away. Frey, if you want, you can call me Big Brother. He immediately refused. That's not going to happen. Just focus on the match. The system explains in detail that the skill and divine will used by the Swordmaster are high-level abilities that can increase all stats, but they also have a downside. Leon enthusiastically urged, Come on, little brother, let's go. The system continues to inform you that Leon's skill and the divine will have been shared with you. It also adds that mastering it requires time and rigorous training to use effectively in combat. He laughed loudly, encouraging warmly. It's okay, everyone starts as a rookie. No need to be embarrassed, just give it a try. Frey immediately retorted, his voice carrying a hint of seriousness and pride. It's not that I'm embarrassed or anything. In his mind, he quickly analyzed it because even though this skill was shared, it didn't mean he could use it easily. Frey silently admitted, That's usually how it is. Taking a deep breath, he decided to try using the power source Leon had just shared with him. Seeing this, she nodded in satisfaction, her voice full of acknowledgement. That's more like it, Frey. Leon shrugged casually, revealing the truth. But that's only a part of my power. He continued to push, a half-joking, half-serious tone. Come on, make a bigger hole. Just release it. Frey thought that his method of teaching was a bit cheesy, but if I could learn it, it would be very beneficial. All right, let's do it. He closed his eyes tightly, adjusted his breathing, and concentrated his inner strength to continue harnessing his new power. Frey quickly realized that, as he suspected, this wasn't something you could master just by understanding the theory. It required proper foundational training. Leon kept shaking his head, immediately dismissing the way he was trying to do it. No, that's not it. He was demonstrating while speaking. But like this. Add a little more courage. Like this. Frey sighed. Easier said than done. If I want to learn it, I need to spend a bit more time. Leon nodded but still urged him seriously. Of course, so you need to grit your teeth and learn it faster. Give it a try now. He frowns. Yeah, he's really crazy. Courage also has its limits. Frey, try changing your approach, adjusting as you go. Maybe it's better like this. Like this. He tilts his head to evaluate. Frey, you're more clumsy than I thought. Lion immediately corrects himself and directly shows the way. Not like that. Like this. He closes his eyes to feel. His voice becomes more confident. This feels right. He nods and replies, I understand. Frey angrily asked again, Is it like this? Leon immediately felt satisfied. That's right. Like adding a bit of courage to this fiery fighting spirit. Once you've succeeded, add a touch of pure courage to it. You grit your teeth and tell yourself that you've come this far. Once again, Frey couldn't help but feel confused, wondering what this theory of bravery really meant. Still, he recognized a clear change and quietly thought to himself, I'm starting to get a sense of it. The moment that feeling becomes clear, Jin Frey opens his eyes wide, and the fiery source of power immediately spreads, filling his entire body. Leon smiles contentedly, confirming that Jin Frey is on the right path.
That's right, Jin Frey. You feel it so intensely.
I can feel my stats heating up. He nodded in acknowledgement.
As expected, you've reached 50% of my power. Jin Frey shrugged, saying half jokingly and half seriously,
Just say half is enough. The system's voice rang out, and both of them had forgotten the most important thing. You secretly think you're only halfway there. Is it just Leon's godly will? But I have already felt a surge of power through my body. The system continues its analysis. Sharing skills is indeed very useful, but whether that power can be used properly depends on the ability of the person receiving it, and only when the shared skill can be used proficiently does its true value shine through. Leon clapped his hands and immediately moved on to the next training phase. All right. Next is Lesson 2. He simply pointed at the enemy, his voice becoming much more serious, using the will of the god in real combat against it. Jin Frey was startled and said, It reacted instinctively to stop him, feeling that the situation was getting a bit too urgent.
Wait a moment. The system sound rang out and the attack was launched.
Jin Frey was stunned, recalling that, when did the battle end? Does that guy even know how to kneel like that? How can an intermediate boss be so humiliating? Leon laughed loudly and taunted.
Hey, mid-level boss, next you'll fight Jin Frey, so don't hold back. The furious monster gritted its teeth and said, Damn it, you human bastard, it's Jin Frey's turn.
All right, give it a try now. Adjust your stance, harness your new power, and get ready to face the enemy. He watched intently, silently hoping Jin Frey could unleash his full potential. Show me the will of the gods. Jin Frey, you tell yourself that if you can master it, you won't waste your skills in vain anymore. Since it's shared, maybe you only have one chance. It grits its teeth, clearly aware that it must try harder. If this continues, I won't be able to face Lord Orochi. At least I have to take its head. The monster roared, its murderous intent erupting fiercely. I will kill you. Jin Frey looked up at the enemy before him, his eyes no longer showing any hesitation. He swung his sword and delivered a decisive strike at the monster. The sword flashed, slicing off one of the monster's horns. Jin Frey quickly realized, damn it, with his current strength and speed, he couldn't keep up. He looked out towards Leon and clearly felt his body becoming weightless. Jin Frey suddenly understood. This is Leon's world. Could this be the divine power of courage? It growled and struggled in desperation. Damn it, this time I will definitely make you and him both stunned as an unbelievable scene unfolds. A tremendous power descends, crushing the mid-level monster completely. Orochi's contemptuous voice echoes across the battlefield. What are you playing at? Idiot, he coldly declared. I guess I have to handle this myself. The system voice echoed repeatedly. The 7th Demon King, Orochi, level 500. When the Orochi 8-headed snake trait activates in battle, its level increases by 50, causing Jin Frey and Leon to stare worriedly at Orochi standing in front. The middle-level monster trembled, desperately trying to lift its head to beg Orochi. He looked down coldly, his voice echoing with contempt and deadly intent. There is no place for the weak under my command. The middle-level monster's body convulsed violently, blood spilling as it collapsed in pain. That one is considered my 776th child. He shifts his gaze, quickly identifying a new target. Looks like we have to switch to that one. Jin Frey narrowed his eyes as a sense of unease rose in his mind. An S-ranked demon king. Orochi. I've never heard of a demon king killing mid-level bosses or that strange aura. This isn't the Orochi I know. Zia lowered his voice to give his assessment after observing. It seems he is also affected by the anonymous one. Orochi slowly turns his head, his cold gaze directly fixed on Jin Frey and Leon standing there. In his mind, he immediately focused on the special presence before him. Is that guy the one carrying the divine weapon that he mentioned? Orochi's gaze fixated on you, where the unusual energy was constantly fluctuating, his lips curling into a cruel smile as a sinister excitement appeared. Orochi spoke, his killing intent filling the space as he directly announced his intention. I won't let you ruin my plan anymore. Humanity? He glanced at Jin Frey, observing that he was fully prepared for battle. Leon took a deep breath, his voice becoming serious. All right, it's time for your third lesson, Jin Frey. You will seize him for a moment, huh? He continued seriously, as if it were obvious. Just defeat him with your divine will. Jin Frey immediately objected. Otherwise, no matter how strong it is, this thing is still impossible. Leon slowly shared his personal fighting philosophy. If you think you can't, you won't be able to. But if you believe you can, you will definitely succeed. He sighed to himself. This is bad. I really can't argue with him. He continued to ask casually, do you think that's okay? Leon shrugged confidently, presenting a bizarre but self-assured argument. If I defeat him, the odds will be 776,775, and I will win. Jinfrey clenched his teeth, veins bulging, as he heard Leon say that absurd thing. A giant snake formed from dark energy charged straight at him. Both of them immediately dodged apart, and the snake bit into the tree behind. Orochi raises his hand, his deep voice echoing as he activates his terrifying skill. Jinfrey turns his head back, his heart pounding when he sees the giant tree shattered and broken. Leon immediately shouted loudly, his stern voice bringing you back to reality. Don't lose focus, Jinfrey. The enemy won't wait for you to awaken your divine will. He silently objects in his mind, unable to help feeling annoyed by that reminder. Just look who's talking. Jinfrey sighed inwardly, feeling a growing sense of discomfort. Whatever, it's like I'm being psychologically manipulated. Still, he quickly calmed himself down, seeing this challenge as perfect training. He crossed his arms and observed, setting the rules with a confident voice, he could use weapons, but not skills. Advance, Jinfrey. He sneered, his eyes full of contempt as he faced you. You want to face me alone? Know your place. Idiot. Jinfrey takes a deep breath, his eyes becoming focused as he looks directly at Orochi in front of him. In his mind, he quickly assessed, I can't tell what divine weapon it's using, but I have no reason to fear a mere brat. Orochi swung his hand, murderous intent exploding as he launched a deadly attack. It's a pity to die in the mountains for falsehoods. The giant snake opened its mouth wide, its body twisting violently as it charged straight at Jinfrey. He raised his sword high, his gaze unusually calm as he faced the direct attack. Jinfrey poured all his strength into his arm, swung the sword straight ahead, the strike passing through the serpent's body, but the recoil threw him off balance. Jinfrey's body tilted sharply, completely off balance and falling to one side. The pain hit him hard, forcing him to grit his teeth as he slowly opened his eyes. Jinfrey's inner vigilance rises. All my stats are already high. If I don't control myself, I will lose control. He sneered contemptuously, his voice full of mockery. Pathetic. That move just now was a complete joke. Orochi continues to insult, completely dismissing your abilities. Even if I steal your skill, it would probably be useless. Jinfrey gritted his teeth, trying to dodge the relentless attacks of the fake god, as frustration echoed in his mind upon realizing his current weakness. Damn it. Trying to use divine sense distracts me too much. Jinfrey clenched his eyes shut and took a deep breath to calm himself amid the chaos of the battlefield. He changed his mind and decided not to force himself anymore, but to adapt to his new power. No, I won't hold back anymore, titched Yi with his new stats. Jinfrey's hand clenched the hilt of his sword as the feeling of power spread throughout his body. He pushed off with his legs and charged straight at him at high speed. In Jinfrey's mind, there was only one thought left, brief and decisive. Try it, he whispers a command. In the distance, Leon stands still with his arms crossed, watching every move in the fight. He squinted slightly, a cold assessment forming in his mind. Too slow, a blinding flash suddenly erupted, distorting the surrounding space. Orochi reached out and directly blocked Jinfrey's rushing sword. The boy was worried, frozen in that moment, unable to believe what he was seeing, squinting as if he had realized something important. I understand now. Orochi turned his head and glanced at Lion, his voice full of certainty and ruthlessness. The strong one is the guy over there, not you. He immediately burst into laughter, a smile of clear satisfaction on his face. Leon slowly spoke, his voice gentle yet meaningful. His spirit has appeared. Jinfrey, that's good. The rest will continue learning next time. You and he both turn around at the same time, staring blankly at her. Leon raises his hand to make the final decision with a relaxed expression. Now I allow you to use that skill again, Orochi said coldly, still looking down on him. 1 or 2 skills won't change anything, your strength remains. But just as he was about to speak again, Jinfrey completely disappeared from sight. Orochi immediately became alert, a sense of unease rising in his mind. He disappeared, he quickly deduces and considers counterattack options. Is he using invisibility skills? Either because of divine power, or if so, I will use a wide area skill to destroy everything around. Suddenly, a sharp slash pierces through Orochi's body, blood splattering everywhere, his chest torn open, blood pouring out and staining the entire front. Orochi stared in shock, completely confused about what just happened. What just happened? His voice echoed from behind, making sure you don't have any of those ridiculous powers like that kid. By the time he realized, it was too late. Jinfrey was standing right behind Orochi, not giving him a chance to react, and he swung his sword once more. He roared angrily, feeling deeply insulted. "Are you so cowardly that you dare not face me? Aren't you the one who said that 1 or 2 skills don't matter?" In the depths of Orochi's memory, the image of someone suddenly appeared, fear mixed with despair rising in his thoughts.
"I cannot afford to fail again!"
Orochi roars in fury, his scream shaking the surrounding space. That unexpected reaction surprises him. Jinfrei's eyes widen at the change. Leon also slowly looked up at him, a serious expression as he sensed the danger. Orochi's power erupted fiercely, spreading massively and completely overwhelming the surrounding area. Jinfrei widened his eyes and his heart pounded as he realized the truth before him. Familiar memories suddenly flooded back, leaving him stunned and choked up inside Emily and his mother. Immediately after, the space distorted as a series of identical Leon figures appeared one after another. He calmly spoke, his voice steady. "Lionel, Jisamaru, Tora Jagaran, and Chiton. They are my family." Orochi sneered. "Humans are usually so weak against things called hostages, aren't they? My snakes can track everything through scent, including gender and magic level, and one of them is heading toward their location." After absorbing the bomb explosion skill, Jinfrei froze, a chill running down his spine as he heard those words. "What?" A surge of pitch-black energy roars as he unleashes all his strength right in front of the two of them. The sound of wild laughter echoes as Leon and the boy both show signs of tension. He looked down at them, his voice full of contempt and mockery of weakness. "Where did your courage go just now?" Orochi roared fiercely, repeatedly throwing savage energy blasts at the two of them. The boy reacted instantly, swinging his arm to block and forcefully deflect the incoming force. The burning pain spread across Lan's arm, his skin scarlet as if fiercely burned. Leon gritted his teeth and shouted angrily, "Don't cause trouble!" He watches him nervously, his eyes showing extreme worry and vigilance. Jinfrei quickly processes the information. The biggest problem with that bomb is that it automatically activates when the user is defeated. "If I don't deal with that snake first, I can't touch him." Orochi sneered cruelly, issuing a threat. "Serves you right, but who gave you permission to fight back? If you still dare to block my next move, I will kill each hostage one by one." Hearing that, he stared straight at him, rage boiling over uncontrollably. He muttered a curse under his breath, feeling helpless and furious inside. "God damn it!" "Now, how long can you all hold on?" Immediately after, he swung his hand repeatedly, unleashing a series of furious energy blasts. Jinfrei watched in panic as the spheres sped toward him at an incredible speed. Leon also turned his head to look, his eyes darkening as he realized he couldn't avoid it. The projectiles shot straight at him, tore through his defenses, leaving his body covered in blood. Blood slowly drips from his body onto the cold ground below. Leon's whole body trembles, blood flowing in patches, but he remains standing without wavering. He frantically calls his name when he sees Lion standing in the pouring blood. "Leon!" He sneered contemptuously, uttering malicious words to crush all hope. "Take care of yourself first before worrying about others." Jinfrei stared in horror at Orochi, a fear that suffocated his chest. The endless barrage of projectiles kept coming. Blood splattered as neither of them could dodge, and both collapsed to the ground, exhausted and unable to stand. Jinfrei grits his teeth, struggling to sit up despite the pain, then bursts into a mad laugh, eyes full of contempt. "It's truly ridiculous. I really don't understand why humans become so weak for others." He gasps in pain but still tries to turn and care for Jinfrei. "Are you okay?" Jinfrei replied weakly. A wave of despair swirls in Jinfrei's mind, but things are only getting worse. "We have to do something." Leon gritted his teeth and said his cruel thought, his tone a mix of despair and helplessness.
"If we act carelessly and cause the bomb to explode, everything will be over. We might as well just die."
His mind was in chaos, desperation rising as all paths were blocked. What should we do? What can we do? We can't kill him, and there's no way to stop the bomb. Jinfrei felt overwhelmed with helplessness and anger. "We're backed into a corner now. Damn it!" Just when the atmosphere was filled with despair, a familiar voice rang out teasingly. "Looks like you're in trouble, huh, brother?" He jerked around in surprise, eyes wide with shock at what had just appeared. Jinfrei frowned, unable to believe his eyes. "How are you able to go outside? And you're so tiny." The staff trembled slightly as a smug voice echoed, "I am a genius. My level is completely different from ordinary equipment." It keeps speaking, with a hint of a reminder in its tone. "More importantly, what is your brother doing?" "Did you forget my skill?" Leon, lying nearby, looked confused as he watched you and the staff. Jinfrei narrows his eyes in thought, quickly recalling the information.
Your skill, if I remember correctly, you just unlocked it yesterday. And it immediately replied, yes, that's right, and suddenly all the pieces in his mind connected, making Frey stunned to realize. The staff chuckled smugly, confirming the suspicion that just flashed in his mind. It seems he remembered now. Yes, your idea is correct. Frey's brother looked at him and thought, this guy came all this way just to save me. Now it's time to double the attack. He took a deep breath and looked seriously at his teammate in front of him. Lon! Frey's voice rang out firmly, full of trust and unwavering determination. Let the bomb go off so I can handle it. Let's take down that guy. After a few seconds of silence, understanding Frey's intention, Leon burst into a bright laugh. He placed his hand on his hip, his voice tinged with teasing and admiration. Now you look quite proud too, Frey. Leon frowns and lowers his voice, showing seriousness. Please, tell me, what should I do now? He thought quickly and gave a sharp-eyed command, delivering a deadly blow, but not letting him die. Both of them turned their heads at the same time, their eyes locked onto the dangerous figure standing ahead. Honestly, I could kill him 1,000 times over, but it seems there's no other way now. Let me handle it, Orichi sneered contemptuously, his eyes full of mockery as he looked at the two humans in front of him. You still have the energy to talk, huh? If you die too easily, I'll lose all interest. Without hesitation, Leon pushed off with all his strength and suddenly charged straight at him. His voice rang out cold, fierce aura erupting intensely. Don't worry, the nameless ones will only die, except for you. Orichi opened his eyes wide, clearly surprised that Lion would act so decisively. Hey, don't you care about the hostages? If you attack me, will the bomb? Before he could finish his sentence, Orichi was hit directly by his attack before he could react. Lon roars the name of the move, all his strength unleashed in a brief moment. Prison strike! He screams in pain as his massive body is crushed by that force. Meanwhile, from above, Orichi's gaze suddenly catches a familiar figure. The staff echoed with an excited voice. He's down now, brother. A thought flashed through Frey's mind. Death's first skill, hunting souls. He silently thought that he never imagined he would use it to hunt down that skill. The cold system voice echoed. The first skill, soul hunting, tearing through anything without a body, and he immediately acted. He pours all his will and strength straight at him. Frey's gaze locks firmly onto his opponent, leaving no chance to escape. He didn't stop, continuing to stir the energy and pushing his strength to the limit. Frey spun around and forcefully swung his staff down into the air. The staff trembled violently, blue sparks shooting out and illuminating the entire space. In that moment, he clearly felt the success. Excellent, I really mastered the skill now. It's okay, Leon, use all your strength to deliver the final blow. He's standing firm below, tense, and ready to strike the last move. Good job, Frey. A surge of murderous intent erupted as he roared his judgment upon him. For daring to take my precious family hostage, die in regret. Orochi. He opened his mouth wide and screamed, pain and despair clearly visible on his face. Leon delivers his final blow, channeling all his strength into a single moment. The Kishi beast shatters, and he lunges forward, the blade piercing through Orichi's defenses, causing him to spew a large amount of blood as his body can no longer withstand the attack. Orichi's massive body collapsed, falling right in front of Leon. Blood poured from his mouth, staining the ground beneath him. He stands straight, coldly delivering an emotionless and unyielding conclusion. From above, Frey withdraws his power, his calm gaze fixed on the battlefield below. Sorry, Frey, I defeated the Demon King, so I already have 76 points. Hearing that, you hesitated for a moment, your eyes instinctively shifting to look at the person beside you. Frey's mind flashed with an unbelievable thought. Is he still thinking about that competition at this point? Leon crossed his arms, his voice carrying a serious tone. In theory, this is a cooperation between us, but when it comes to the battle of who is stronger, the one who lands the decisive blow will get the points. That's the real challenge. There's even a rule like that? So where will those points go? He shrugged, a small smile on his lips. Well, that means I won this round. Frey reluctantly replied. You're too good, Leon chuckled, his voice lowering with genuine acknowledgement. But don't be sad, Frey. You're pretty good for managing to match me. Suddenly, a strange cold air rushes through, making both of them shiver in alertness. Without saying a word, you and he immediately adjust your bodies into fighting stances. The space above suddenly twisted, and a faint figure gradually appeared in the sky. Stopping with a cold gaze as it looked down, emanating a pressure that froze the air. Grimoa's voice rang out disdainfully, even after granting power. A lowly creature remains lowly.
He chuckled softly, his next words filled with unhidden insult. You're truly worse than trash. Leon tilted his head, scrutinizing the newcomer with a puzzled expression. Who is that guy? Jin shook his head lightly and replied, I don't know either. After a moment of thought, he lowered his voice and made a judgment, but he was sure he wasn't a good person. Jin Frey's heart filled with unease. This aura, this feeling was unreal, and now there was another new unknown? This one follows the other. Rimowa slowly speaks, her voice stretching out as if opening a tragedy. Now, at that very moment, both of their alertness was pushed to the highest level. He gently lowered himself to the ground, but the aftershock caused the earth to tremble slightly. I am Griot, the annihilator of demon books. Although I don't like interrupting while others are celebrating their victory, I hope you will obediently accept your death. You and he say nothing, only silently watching the opponent with sharp eyes. He smirked, as if he had anticipated their reactions. Do you two disagree then? Lon chuckled softly, his voice carrying the familiar tone of sarcasm. Introducing yourself first is quite polite, but that last part doesn't make any sense. You're also nameless, huh? Rimowa tilted her head slightly, her low voice tinged with ancient sarcasm. Nameless? Is that the name humans like to give me? He chuckled softly, his gaze sweeping over the two of them as if assessing. An irrelevant question, but if you combine them, it's almost correct. He clenched his fists, his sharp eyes fixed directly on the speaker. What is your purpose? Rimowa responded immediately, her voice calm as if discussing something obvious like reviving the Deep Lord. Leon frowned, clearly showing discomfort and suspicion. Who is that bastard Deep Abyss Lord? I've never heard of him before. He gently waved his hand and said, Don't worry. Grima's eyes shone with fanaticism when mentioning that name. Soon, everyone in this world will know and worship that name. Jin Frey narrowed his eyes, feeling the terrifying power emanating from Grima. He silently observes, a growing sense of unease that he can't shake. A terrifying hypothesis forms in Jinfrey's mind. Based on the current situation, that Abyss Lord must be the master of the Nameless Ones, right? That thought weighs heavily on Jinfrey's heart, and he is determined not to let failure happen. In that case, we absolutely cannot let him be resurrected. Rima suddenly turned her head, her eyes cold as if she had just realized something unusual. He smiles calmly, his voice not hurried at all. There's no need to rush. Grimoa's gaze lingers on the floating circle above his head, clearly intrigued. His eyes then shift down to the transformation ring hanging in front of Jeffrey's neck. Finally, Roa looked intently at the sword he was holding. He nodded slightly and spoke as if confirming something important. I already knew that divine weapon had reappeared. Raimo continued, his eyes flashing with rare surprise. But honestly, I'm a bit surprised that you alone managed to take all of them. Is he talking about his divine weapon? In that instant, Leon suddenly sped past him in an instant. His figure charged straight at the guy, fighting spirit blazing fiercely. Lon chuckled softly, his voice echoing through the tense atmosphere. Simply put, he clenched his fist. The next words are provocative and straightforward. You just want to fight each other, right? A burst of white light exploded as Leon charged with all his might. Right in front of him, a familiar figure suddenly appeared, blocking his path. Jin Frey widened his eyes, overwhelmed with shock and extreme caution. Why is the Demon King Orochi here? Is it still alive? The victory of the competition, you quickly interrupted. Now that doesn't matter anymore, does it? Both of them turned their heads simultaneously and saw the guy standing behind, controlling Orochi like a puppet. Jin Frey clenched his teeth, a terrifying suspicion about the nature of that power and his skills flashing through his mind. Gim spoke calmly, with a cold gaze. If we could settle this with words, it would have been much simpler. But you're right, this is the end of our discussion. He raised his hand high, chanting strange spells that echoed through the space. Immediately after, a dark portal opened behind Grimoa, and terrifying creatures poured out. You stare wide-eyed at the scene before you, a sense of danger rising intensely, a horde of monsters. What is this? What kind of skill did he use? His voice rang out full of arrogance and contempt. This is a power completely different from your skills, a noble strength that only we, the Lord's weapons, can wield. Don't compare it to the lowly creatures that only steal and use human skills. Keep going. Rima continues to recite the spell, dark energy swirling around him. The horde of monsters roared fiercely as they charged at him and you at terrifying speed. Jin Frey was startled, instinctively letting out a short cry as the situation spiraled out of control. What? He immediately raised his hand, channeling his strength to activate his familiar skill to repel the enemies with a super push. After the first wave of attack, the monsters kept pouring in like a tide. Jin Frey gritted his teeth, cold sweat streaming down as he realized the enemies were overwhelmingly outnumbered. Damn it, there are too many of them. He quickly glanced up at the sky and desperately realized that even the sky was blocked off. No escape routes left. In that brief moment, Jinfrey had no choice but to accept the only remaining option. It seems he has to take them all down. Leon called out his name, his voice lowering with raging anger. Jinfrey! He glared at the monsters that just appeared, a fierce killing intent rising within him. Where did it appear from? Do whatever you want. Don't think you can succeed. That damn nameless bastard. Rimo's face darkened as he silently listened to every word he uttered. What did you just say? Rimo swung his hand, a dense stream of dark energy shooting straight at Leon with incredible speed. He suddenly froze, as if something had locked his body in that moment. The dark energy stream distorts in midair, elongating into sharp, deadly spikes that cut through the wind, hurtling straight at Leon without hesitation. He hurriedly turned around, eyes wide with fear as danger approached. Jinfrey shouted his name, voice trembling with worry. Lon, the man said coldly, his voice full of contempt. I told you not to compare me to those lowly creatures. Amidst the attack, he smirked and laughed, his eyes blazing with fighting spirit. Looks like you're pretty good too. Rima widened her eyes, clearly surprised that Lon could still react like that. He also froze in place, unable to believe what was happening before his eyes. He lowered his stance, his voice ringing out confidently. Now it's my turn, Leon shouted loudly and thrust his spear straight down from above at Grima. He swiftly dodges the attack and then uses his spear to thrust up and down at Greem. He dodges while commenting, your spear technique is really bad. You truly cannot control it at all. He grinned and shouted, do you say I can't control this spear? You idiot! Leon attacked his opponent while insulting him. Are your eyes broken? This spear has its own intention, and this is undeniable proof. Elsewhere, Jinfrey had overheard the entire conversation between the two of them. You're fighting monsters while secretly feeling helpless. What kind of logic is that? Leon is frantically speaking to the spear now. Keep up with my pace. The spear? As he said that, he increased the speed of his thrust, but Grima still remained unharmed. He raised both hands to block the attack. Your speed and strength have increased, but it won't change anything. Leon leaps into the air, thrusting his spear straight into Grima, who opens his eyes wide and stands frozen, speechless in front of the scene. On this side, Jinfrey also seems to sense something and turns his head, facing a thick cloud of energy blocking his view ahead. What was that sound just now? Damn it, I didn't see what was happening over there. Grima is now channeling a dark aura to block Leon's attack and looks down on him with contempt. Your attack can't reach me, Grimoa slowly added. It seems you're still not brave enough. Leon suddenly laughed loudly. You're right, but I haven't finished attacking yet. The guy stared intently at the weapon in front of him. Grimoa secretly wondered, is he planning to use his strength to pierce through it? He shouted loudly, putting more force into stabbing the dark thing in front of him. Immediately after, Leon successfully pierced through the black aura, leaving the man stunned and unable to believe his eyes that he could break through it. Leon grins and shouts at Greya, I'm not done yet. As he speaks, he swiftly spins the spear in his hand, breaking through with a twisting attack. The spear, after a moment of exertion, spun like a whirlwind to attack him. Rima looked at the move before her and scoffed, it's truly a crude technique. The tip of the spear lightly cut his cheek, blood dripping down, and Rima angrily growled, don't be arrogant. Ambush! As soon as he finished speaking, a huge black foot appeared behind Leon. He immediately let go of the spear, using his bare hands to hold up the giant foot. Leon shouted loudly, gritting his teeth, using all his strength to hold it up, but before long, the giant foot crushed him down to the ground. Jinfrey looked over and called out worriedly, Lon! Leon trembled as he crawled up, cursing. Damn it, you treat others like bugs. Grima echoed once, sinister, as a dark, hand-shaped aura pressed him down again. Leon is completely pinned to the ground by the black aura. He angrily says, I can't move. It's useless now, Leon's whole body trembling to break free. Rimo looked down and explained, I have already controlled your shadow. The body and the shadow are one, so you cannot move. He suddenly spoke, I understand now. So this is a battle with myself then? He grinned and said, if that's the case, then Leon immediately used his inner strength, and his power fiercely fought against the dark shadow, which then gradually dissolved under Leon's force. Rimoa widened her eyes in amazement. What? If his shadow has been bound, how could he move? Then Leon used his strength to break free from the shadow's restraint. He shouted joyfully, his loud cry making the opponent stare in shock as Leon clenched his fists and smiled brightly. The Shadow Lord has been broken, Grimo's face darkened in fear. No way. What is this human's name? He pointed his sword at Grima. It's a pity for you. Vodan can no longer control my shadow now. He closes his eyes and smiles softly. Interesting. Rima silently thought, I guess I have to give it my all. It's been teasing him for a long time now. Then he suddenly started chanting. Leon looked confused and clueless, staring at him. Ro raised both hands, continuously chanting in an incomprehensible language. He still stood there, sword pointed at him, staring blankly. Leon wondered silently. What the hell is that? I don't know what it is, but my instincts are screaming that it's very dangerous. As he thought, he clenched his spear tightly, ready to deal with him before he could unleash his spell.
Leon shouted loudly as he thrust his spear directly at Grima. It's over now! Unnamed spear strike!
But he remains focused on the spell, easily dodging all attacks. Grima continues to recite the spell, a slight sneer of contempt curling his lips. He grits his teeth in frustration, glaring at Grimo intently, while Leon quietly observes his commands and aura. I have to deal with him before it's too late. He doesn't bother to care about him. Grimoa continues to part her lips and recite the spell. Immediately after, he uttered a verdict from the demon realm. As he finished, everything around seemed to freeze. Leon clenched his teeth and looked seriously at his opponent. He couldn't believe that his body was reconnecting with Grima's shadow beneath his feet. He slowly explained, this move comes at a price. Not only will you be immobilized, but so will I. But in exchange, you cannot dodge this attack and will be harmed. Die, you inferior human. As Rimoa finished speaking, the shadow under his feet pierced through Lon's body, and he immediately spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. He chuckled with satisfaction as he watched his defeated opponent fall to the ground. Ra happily turned around and said, now for the last one, but suddenly Leon's voice rang out and his Rai spear froze in midair. Now his spear has pierced through Grima's body. The man gapes in disbelief as he looks at Leon. What? The spear is stretching out? He shouted in joy. It seems your technique has no effect on the shadow of the spear. Leon's face shows madness. Have you ever heard the saying, never let your guard down, because I am not dead yet, you bastard, grinding his teeth and touching his wound, the damned human body. Then the shadow under his feet leaves his body and steps back towards the old man, his eyes wide open, his whole body frozen. He silently curses himself for being able to move, but the wound is worse than he thought. Damn it. Grimoa's body gradually dissolves, but then he notices something unusual about Leon. Grimoa sneers contemptuously. You're already at your limit but still pretending to be tough? This time, die. The shadow controlled by him shot straight at him, but then Giantfree managed to help Loi Lion escape Grimoa's attack. He looked in confusion towards the two who just escaped. What? Grimo, stunned, turned to look at the corpse behind him, secretly wondering in horror. Since when did he defeat all the monsters? He gently laid Leon's injured body down on the ground. His corner of the mouth was bloodied. Leon looked up at Giantfree and called out to him. He looked at you worriedly and asked Han, You're all battered up, huh? Are you okay? You couldn't hold it in and shouted. Your condition right now is not the time to worry about others, Jinfrey shouted. You must not die before me. Stay strong, Leon. Hold on. I'll deal with that bastard quickly. Do you want to defeat me? This is nonsense. The guy clutching his stomach says, Perfect. I will kill you in one move. He immediately rushed forward, clenched his fist fiercely at Grima. The man was stunned, unable to react in time to Giantfrey's punch, and Grima's face was then sent flying away. He was punched so hard he spat blood and fell back a long distance. Rimoa was sweating, glaring fiercely at the opponent in front of him. Now you're barely holding on to consciousness yourself. It's clear that you are exhausted after the longer battle and you can't even use your skills now, right? I lower my head and say, yes, because of you I had to use all my skills, so I will take this opportunity to recover. Rima wiped the bloodstain from his chin, dazed after hearing Giantfrey's words, then smiled happily as he looked at the opponent. When Giantfrey mentioned Athena's equipment, his clothes suddenly changed, and all of Giantfrey's wounds gradually healed. He couldn't help but be amazed at that display. What? His wounds have already healed, you suddenly mockingly said. I think I should thank you, right? Giantfrey said in a deep tone. The only reason I was able to unlock it is because you forced me earlier, so thank you. Right now, my HP and MP are both full on the system display. The system reports the use of 10 different skills within a minute and unlocks the new Divine Blessing skill. It fully restores HP, randomly refreshes cooldowns or the number of uses for 5 skills. The cooldown time is 48 hours, resetting the cooldowns for Melting and Dragon Roar, increasing the number of theft uses for Supergravity and changing the gaze. Jinfree silently thought to himself as he activated his divine weapon. Now, Roa could only silently stare at the person in front of him with a blank expression. He secretly felt satisfied. All right, now I can fight. Jinfrey raises his hand to channel his inner strength. Leon is in danger. I don't want to waste any more time with you. He leaps into the air, flips backward behind him. Jinfrey glared at Grimoa fiercely, raising his sword to attack, and in the next moment, the back of the man sprayed with blood. Rim shouted in pain, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood as droplets fell to the ground. Jinfrey swung his sword fiercely into Grima's back, splattering fresh blood everywhere. He thought to himself, thanks to Leon forcing him into a corner, I will win easily. Ending with Jinfrey gripping his sword tightly, then shouting loudly until he melts away. But at this moment, he was surrounded by a shadow. He couldn't help but gape in amazement. Before Grima's power, a layer of purple aura radiated around his body. Grimoa turned his head, his sharp eyes fixed intently on Jinfrey. Inferior humanity. Rima tilts her head back and screams loudly. Do you dare to look down on me? His whole body erupted with an incredible surge of power. In front of Jinfrey, Grimoa's entire body was enveloped by a shadow, forming a cocoon. Now, he and the shadow had become one, with Grimoa's body as dark as a shadow. As soon as he finished speaking, Grimoa turned his head back, a terrifying smile spreading across his face. The boy stared in horror and shock at the figure before him, frozen in place. He suddenly spoke. I really hate this move. I've never wanted to use it. Jinfrey wondered silently. This is Rob baring his teeth and smiling widely, especially when used on humans like you. I am the one. He grinned cruelly. I have perfectly copied you. Now you are me, and I am you. Jinfrey wondered silently. Does he not only copy the appearance, but also Ngogong? What kind of move is this? Rimao burst into loud laughter. Surprised, right? Clearly you were trembling. He looked at the guy grimly, thinking that it wasn't like when I copied E into the trio. If he could use my hidden equipment. Jinfrey's eyes suddenly turned cold as that thought crossed his mind, and then everything shattered. Rima raised her sword with a bright smile and asked, Isn't being killed by your own hand a terrible experience? Jinfrey's determined gaze fixed on Grima, while he simply smiled warmly back at her. Jinfrey silently thought that there was no more time to hesitate. He still didn't fully understand the origin of this dark power, but he would try to master it. As soon as he finished his thought, he immediately gathered his inner strength and shouted loudly, Mirror Shield. Rima also repeated Jinfrey's shield reflection action, both sources of power identical, colliding forcefully. This made him stare in shock. Jinfrey silently gasped in horror as it destroyed his skill, and he saw the expression on his face before he burst into laughter. Jinfrey raised his sword and thought, so what if it's like this? Melting. The other side also mimicked your outfit. Meltdown. Jinfrey swings his sword down forcefully. Poison Heaven Gate. The other side also performed the same action. Poison Heaven Gate. Both swords clash with equal power, making it impossible to determine the winner. But then, they both simultaneously step back half a step. The boy sweat secretly in surprise. He even copied the melting technique Jinfrey silently speculated about his opponent. But wait, Tan's power lies in its ability to freely change shape. So why can the copy remain perfect in form and even cancel out its own skills? Rimoa suddenly spoke up. The shadow and the body are one and the same, so your techniques will also become mine. So you're saying you can't freely use my skills, right? He smiled brightly and said, You don't need to know more. My shadow simply copies the target. Unless you stop using a skill, it will keep going. Jinfrey silently glanced at Griot, thinking to himself that he just revealed a weakness, and coldly said, It seems you are still hiding something. He replied casually, You figured it out quickly. I really can't use your skills freely. Jinfrey suddenly froze as he sensed the monsters behind him, turning around to see the tall monsters in front. Jinfrey sweat nervously, secretly worried about the monsters he had defeated earlier. Rimoa calmly said, Because I am a shadow, I can nullify all your attacks. Now you understand, right? So that's how it is, huh? He continued. If we eliminate each other, only attacks not originating from you can hurt me. Rima couldn't help but feel proud. This is the real trap. The arrogant monster standing among others confidently declares that the outcome has already been decided. Damn it, this is really bad. I've used all my skills and can't heal myself anymore. I'm currently at a huge disadvantage. You grit your teeth and focus your mind. Think, what should I do now? If this continues, I won't have a chance to turn the tide anymore. Rima suddenly laughed loudly. This is the end for you humans. Immediately afterward, he shouted loudly to order the monsters to crush him. The monsters immediately charged forward, their sharp teeth attacking Jinfrey. In a moment of crisis, a sudden thought echoed in his mind. Use your divine will, Jinfrey. And then, in the next instant, a blinding light suddenly appeared around Jinfrey's entire body. At this moment, he suddenly glanced in the direction where Jinfrey was looking at Leon lying unconscious on the ground, and he silently called out his name. Leon. At this moment, Leon is also surrounded by a beam of light. Jinfrey looks at him and suddenly realizes, that's right, there's still a way. A faint smile suddenly appeared on Leon's face. Rimowa pointed at him and said, it's too late now. You can't change anything anymore. A giant sphere appears in the middle of the shielded monsters, and at this moment, he repeats the same protective shield as the one on the boy. But his sphere summoned is several times smaller than Jinfrey's. I wonder silently, what is this? Does he really manage to push me back? He looked at you in silent horror. No way I copied his skill completely, so why can he push me back? A radiant aura seems to surround Jinfrey as he stands proudly facing Greya. Leon closed his eyes and smiled, thinking that even if you could copy his skills, without practice and experience, you would never be able to wield divine intent with full power. The monsters around him began to vanish, blood and gore spreading everywhere. He stared blankly around in confusion. What? At this moment, your voice echoes from above, saying, putting your heart and will into a skill is not something you can do. Jinfrey raises his sword and shouts loudly, preparing to strike down fiercely. He quickly used his sword to block the fierce attack, but the sword couldn't withstand the tremendous force and shattered into many pieces. But in the very next second, he delivered a fatal blow to Rimowa. The shadow on his body gradually disintegrated, and Rimowa fell, blood splattering from the wound. The man cried out in pain and spat out a large amount of blood. Jinfrey silently thought, it's over. You look ahead, silently calling out the name Leon in your mind. Leon whispers to himself, take him down. Jinfrey, you roar, brave and divine, fire dragons cry. The system announces, unleashing an attack 3 times more powerful. Jinfrey shouted loudly, unleashing all his power for this final blow. Rima was instantly disintegrated by the overwhelming force. You stand tall, calmly watching the defeated enemy vanish before your eyes. Leon quietly praises with a smile. Well done, Jinfrey. Rim lies on the ground, silently gazing at the clear blue sky above. The scene shifts to an opulent castle of the Adventurers Guild, the center of advanced medicine, where Mira stands alone in the grand hall before a towering door. She suddenly looked up in surprise, seeing the 2 people floating in the air, and Mira called out, Jinfrey! Maria! The 2 of them immediately ran as fast as they could after landing. Maria shouted, where is Leon's infirmary? Jinfrey quickly responded, this way, hurry up! Mira quickly called out, wait, you 2? The 2 hurriedly ran for their lives. The corridor was empty. He silently recalled that it has been 3 days since I quickly brought Leon here after defeating Grima, but his condition has gone beyond what the healers can handle. So the chairman immediately called Maria back, and I quickly used teleportation magic to get to her. Jinfrey was running and silently praying. Leon, I still want to thank you, so please don't die. Please make it in time. There is a name tag for Leon on the boat, but the room inside is empty. Both of them stand there in shock, frozen in place. He asked in a dazed voice, gone already? Jinfrey sweat and said, Duong has been cleared out. Maria said in disbelief. No way, could it be that we are… Suddenly, he remembered Leon's face and silently called out Leon's name. Behind Jinfrey, he suddenly spoke. Isn't this Jinfrey visiting me? Both of them slowly turned their heads in amazement. The boy shouted out loud. Longinus Leon cheerfully asked how you've been. Maria, are you here too? It's been a long time. Are you still well? She asked Jinfrey angrily. Hey, the person standing at the door of the temple. Are you mocking me? How is that possible? The boy replied, helplessly, sweating. I don't even know what's going on. Mira leans against the wall, exhausted, and says, he's already like this right after waking up. Jinfrey gently calls out, Mira, keep going. This might be the fastest recovery case since treatment started. Mira recalled when Leon woke up, saying with a big smile, sleep is so good, and joking, treatment really is a hassle. Just one good sleep and you're fine. He quietly looked at Leon, realizing that his wild energy exceeds human limits. Jinfrey suddenly spoke up. Well, luckily you're still okay. Maria frantically eats Leon's bag of snacks. I will eat all of this and give it to you. Without your agility, I wouldn't have been able to defeat him. Thank you. He smiled broadly. I should be the one thanking you. Now let's start another battle and see who is stronger. Jinfrey opened his eyes wide, looked at the person in front of him, then softly smiled and replied. Jinfrey stands on the ground, looking up at the vast sky, quietly wondering if after the Grimo incident, the chairman and all the Star Guardians are on high alert. I don't know if I can find them. Jinfrey walks alone down the street, quietly thinking, there must be someone out there stronger than Grieman. I need to quickly get the last hidden equipment. The scene shifts to the evening, with the dark sky illuminated by vibrant fireworks. Below, a crowd gathers at the festival near the Serpent Deity Temple on the Seventh Continent's lake. Surrounded by stalls selling food and drinks, the lively atmosphere is bustling. Frey, hands in his pockets, walking alone through the cheerful crowd. You smile and look around. There are really a lot of people here, but since this race is always so popular, it's no surprise. Suddenly, a voice announces that the famous 100 Nightmares tournament will return this year on the Seventh Continent. The townspeople and explorers, please join us. True to its name, this race is a competition between ancient monsters and the winner. And the rare and valuable demon paper scroll is the prize. The crowd cheered loudly at the generous reward hanging before them. Frey stands among the crowd, smiling excitedly. He silently thinks that everything just now was quite chaotic. But oh well, time for a change of pace. I will definitely get the rare cursed paper scroll needed for the next hidden gear. The announcer's voice echoes. All participants gather at the starting line in the temple yard. The rules are simple and clear. Race against the elf NPCs on a 500-meter track. The first to reach the finish line wins, and since the prize is very rare, many explorers and spectators join. It's a simple race, but there's a big catch. All equipment must be left behind, and magic is not allowed. Participants are not allowed to use any equipment or items. Now, the announcer's voice asks everyone if they are ready. The elves will begin to advance. A villager cheerfully says, "Last time, it was all champion elves, but this time, it will be me." Someone else immediately replied, "I am too." The announcer's voice rings out, signaling the start, and as soon as the words are spoken, both the demons and humans rush forward at full speed. Frey looked at the frantic crowd ahead and said, "They're really fast, they already pulled ahead." Suddenly, a cry rang out and he smiled as he looked toward the source of the sound. Lin cried bitterly and said through her tears, "My fan is broken." Frey secretly felt happy. "Here it is." He approached the boy and asked, "What's wrong? Are you in trouble?" Lin looked at the fan and said, "My fan is broken. It was blowing air just a moment ago." Frey secretly felt proud. "I will win this race." He smiled gently and understood. Frey secretly thought that, after all, elves can use skills and items. Then he reached out his hand for him to make a better fan for her. The system suddenly announced that the fan had been reforged and upgraded in size. Fraser handed Colin the brand new fan. "Is this okay?" The little boy happily jumps around. "Great, thank you." Then Colin swung his fan to repay him, "And I will help you reach first place." The boy immediately swung his fan down hard. "Let's go!" Frey was immediately propelled forward by a strong gust of wind. Everyone ran desperately forward, with Frey leading the way. As soon as he reached the finish line, a voice announced his victory. Frey. Frey raises 2 fingers and smiles with satisfaction. Having obtained the reward, now I just need to use the Dark Spirit Scroll to break the seal. After winning, Frey didn't hesitate for a moment and quickly approached the prize table in front of the shrine. The award presenter, with a bright smile, cheerfully said, "Congratulations, this is your prize." Dark action roll. Seeing the reward in front of him, he happily accepts it, his voice full of satisfaction and thanks. Holding the scroll in his hand, Frey immediately turned and walked away, a fleeting thought crossing his mind. His eyes suddenly sparkled with mischief as he glanced at the monsters still gathered around the shrine, not yet dispersed after the prank. In Frey's mind, a quick plan forms. Better do something before the monsters disappear. Hearing his suggestion, the one-eyed demon freezes for a moment before exclaiming in surprise, "What? You want my signature as a keepsake from our race together?" Another demon said shyly. "I don't quite understand the signature, but if it's just signing my name, that's fine. I'll also sign for you." In no time, the demons surrounded Frey completely. The chatter kept going nonstop. "What do you mean? The signature, huh?" Recognizing the person in the middle of the encirclement, a round-eyed demon exclaimed, "Oh, it's the winner." Another one enthusiastically chimed in, "Let me sign it." Seeing that the goal has been achieved, a smug smile unconsciously spread across your lips. The first step to obtaining the next hidden equipment is to have a demon sign this scroll of the Dark Journey first. And then, at that moment, a deep voice sounded from behind, startling Frey and making him turn around. "Wait a moment, humans are missing." A man with a large head slowly approached, each step causing the surrounding monsters to instinctively step back and make way. The man's face is inscrutable and cunning, his eyes narrowing with a sly glint. He speaks with an ambiguous tone, so you must have something to trade if you want my signature. At that moment, Frey immediately realized the identity of the person in front of him. He has arrived, the supreme leader of the demons, Nurari Hyun. He raised one finger confidently and without hesitation, Frey took out 1,000,000 coins as the exchange item. "What about this one?" Seeing the numbers appear before his eyes, Narari Hong's eyes immediately lit up. The old man immediately snatched the pen, smiling with narrowed eyes. You know what's good, right? Kid, with this amount I can generously sign for you. The finger quickly swept across the system screen. This is the valuable signature of Lord Nurari Hion, the leader of all demons. Not stopping there, Jinfrey displayed the notification that 10 million coins had been transferred and calmly asked, "Is that really all you need?" Looking at the account window in front of him, Nurari Hion gaped, his thoughts changing in an instant. What's with this kid? Richer than he looks. He's someone worth establishing a good relationship with. The old man's tone suddenly changed. This human boy. Nurari casually takes out an item. I have a good impression of you now. Take this. At that moment, the system displayed a notification that you had received an item from Nurari Hion. Received the S-rank rare demon bell. His eyes follow the fading figure of the old man, a satisfied smile curling on his lips. All right. Step 2 is complete. Next, Jinfrey quickly broke free from the encirclement and continued with his premeditated plan. In an instant, he spotted Ka in a quiet corner of the temple, silently thinking that only the final step, the third step, remained. At this moment, he was chomping on a cucumber with a satisfied expression so intense he almost forgot everything around him. Eating cucumbers after a race is truly the best. Hey, Mr. Kappa, your disc looks too dry after the race to thank you for the signature earlier, so I'm giving you this. That is the Holy Ocean Gem, Grade S rarity, from the 4th Demon God arc in Chapter 43. He was caught off guard and stared in surprise. What is that? Jinfrey briefly explains that it's a gem that can create rain, used to moisten things. In just a moment, the gem works. Cold tears fall straight onto Kappa's head, and he gets so excited he throws away the half-eaten cucumber, cheering loudly, "It's the best ever." Then Ka happily handed another cucumber to him, grinning, "You are such a good person." Take the cucumber. Jinfrey couldn't hide his joy, his eyes slightly shining as he looked at the cucumber in his hand, a feeling of relief mixed with pride rising in his heart. So I have enough now. In Jinfrey's hand are 3 items carefully crafted since morning to obtain. The signed Dark Spirit Wheel, Nurari Hion's Ghost Bell, and the 3 cucumbers. Your spiritual power shines brightly, enveloping all 3 items as you proceed with the synthesis. In an instant, the system announces a message. The Dark Spirit Scroll, the Demon Bell, and the cucumber have been combined. It continues to display information. You have received a new item, a rare cursed talisman. Then Jinfrey waved his hand. The cursed talisman spun in the air, its surface trembling softly as if responding to the owner's spiritual power, and he clenched his fist tightly, channeling all the spiritual energy in his body into his right arm, causing the surrounding air to vibrate, the temperature to soar, and soon a deep red flame burst forth, wrapping around Jinfrey's hand with a loud, crackling explosion. Under the blazing fire, he roared a low fire fist and shot it straight at the floating talisman in midair, following the guidance in Jinfrey's mind to burn it with the fire fist. Soon, the talisman trembled violently, then emitted a dazzling light, exploding in brightness that lit up the night sky, and in an instant, amidst the burning embers, a skeletal hand slowly appeared, causing his heart to tighten slightly as the hidden equipment was revealed. At the same time, the familiar sound of the system rang out again. The cursed talisman had been destroyed, and the sealed item appeared, which Jinfrey quickly recognized as the final hidden equipment, the cursed Guardian Hand. On the system screen, the item information appears clearly. The cursed Guardian Hand has an attack bonus of 300, defense bonus of 300, agility bonus of 300, and durability of 7,200 over 7,200. Its first skill, a cursed summoning spell, reduces the opponent's stats. Skill 2 unlocks when special conditions are met. Skill 3 unlocks when special conditions are met. Seeing the cursed Guardian Hand dancing before him, he couldn't help but feel excited. He now possessed the cursed Guardian Hand, but that smile quickly faded away. Jinfrey lowered his head, his eyes briefly darkening. However, memories from the previous life flood into his mind, bringing with them the familiar feeling of helplessness. Even in his past life, he never managed to unlock skills 2 and 3. I've tried everything, but still couldn't figure it out in the end. Jinfrey crouched down, resting his chin in his hand, lost in thought. As a veteran gamer, I have to unlock it this time, but I still have no clues. You glance at it with a slightly annoyed voice, seeming like you're happy. Jinfrey rubbed his temple. What should I do now when I'm still at a loss? A hurried voice suddenly interrupts the thoughts, and Death Spirit instantly appears above Jinfrey, shouting angrily, "You've done something terrible again." "Hey buddy, you frown and pull him down. The worst part is you always appear out of nowhere. Don't be so sudden." The Grim Reaper calmly replied, "Of course I want to surprise you. As soon as it finished speaking, a sudden idea flashed through Jin Frei's mind. After all, my arm just appeared. Are you ready? He glanced at the woman beside him and continued. Ai Chi? She frowned tightly, her face showing anger. Honestly, that damn grimoire only causes trouble. This woman is the destructive magic staff, Ai Chi. Hearing the man call her name, the witch beside her flinched slightly.
That's your responsibility over there.
He coldly continued. Do not ruin the job. Diep Feng. He Sen's magic staff sneered with a terrifying smile, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. Should I kill you first? Do you think you're talking to someone? Naima, the battle axe of destruction, stands still. A towering shadow in the hall, his cold eyes half closed, deadly sharpness hidden behind a calm restraint. After a moment of silence, he finally speaks. Just a few more dead souls are needed for Lord Avis's complete resurrection. You and I will kill a bunch of people and gather them, and you must definitely kill the human with that divine equipment. Nay coldly concluded, eliminating him is all that's needed, and Jean Frey's image clearly appears in his mind. A small human, dangerous. This world will belong entirely to Lord Abbas. The next morning, brilliant rays of sunlight seeped through the damp, cold cracks, illuminating the entrance to the Level C, Rank 7 dungeon. Inside, the stench of blood and chaotic magic mixed together, creating an oppressively heavy atmosphere. At this moment, Jinfi is fighting fiercely against the monsters, swiftly taking down two with a single strike, blood splattering everywhere and staining the cold stone floor, while the god cheers excitedly, voice full of adrenaline. Take them down! Brother Jean Frey continued to close in, delivering swift, precise strikes that quickly defeated the monsters. The screams of agony echoed throughout the dungeon. Seeing the pile of corpses sprawled at his feet, it couldn't help but praise and admiration. Amazing. Truly incredible. Death, God chuckled. You really are strong. I'm quite surprised that you know the conditions to unlock the Guardian Hand skill. Looks like you're not just good at talking nonsense, always boasting loudly, it's always me. I told you, there's no equipment better than mine. Despite the monster getting closer and closer, Jin Frey remained unfazed and continued the conversation calmly. That's right, he has helped me a lot, but the only downside is that he's too noisy. It grins widely, so everything is about to change. Death. God's eyes are fixed firmly on the monster in front of him. All right, guys. As soon as it finished speaking, you lunged forward. The figure shot up like an arrow from a bow. This is the last one. Make it really spectacular. Jean Frey's lips curl slightly, as the only goal becomes clear in his mind. This time, this will unlock the second skill of the cursed Guardian Hand. Not long after, the battle ended, and the two quickly left the dungeon. In a quiet corner of an almost deserted street, Jean Frey sat back in the chair, clearly looking bored, with a frown and a voice full of disappointment. Are you joking with me? Death God said with a crooked smile, trying to soothe. Don't be so sad. Jean Frey's brother glanced over, his eyes cold and full of irritation. That's what you said. The memory of our conversation in the dark forest last night suddenly floods back. At that time, you asked what the condition was to unlock the second skill? She clearly answered without hesitation, defeating 100 monsters in alphabetical order, a feeling of disappointment rising in my heart, growing heavier each time, and Jean Frey reproached, You were so confident that I did exactly that but still didn't unlock it. Toothan froze, his face briefly stiffening as he awkwardly tried to justify himself. Well, I guess I remembered wrong. The god of death blushed, his body blurred and then vanished in an instant, only his distant voice remaining in the air, saying, It's my fault, it's my fault. I sigh in despair. Damn it, I was hoping in vain. All that effort was really for nothing. Jean Frey's heart is heavy with thought. Once again, she's back to square one. Still no clue about the unlocking conditions, so she probably has to return to the town. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from afar, breaking the silence as they grew closer, and at that moment, a call of shattered bell rang out. Hey, sir, over here. Someone is over there. Huh? In front of Jin Frey are two children. The little girl behind him trembled as she pointed at him, while the boy rushed forward in panic, his eyes full of terror, panting heavily and staggering. But San kept running as if a second delay would be too late. In an instant, the boy was standing in front of Jean Frey, swallowing hard as a lump rose in his throat. He looked away, his eyes dropping to the child before him. What's going on? Asked the child. Uncle, you're a hero, right? The boy continued. You're strong, right? So please help us. Jean Frey gently leans down to San's level. Well, I am indeed an adventurer. But did something happen? The boy bit his lip, his eyes teary with fear. You see, my father and mother suddenly disappeared. Does disappearing mean they got lost? San quickly shook his head. No, they were taken by a monster with red eyes. It suddenly appeared in your house. Hearing this, Frey paused briefly, his gaze deepening as images of the monsters he had fought before immediately appeared in his mind. The distorted, ugly figure with glaring red eyes like hot coals stands out, and Frey, stroking his chin in deep thought, considers that if those are the ones capable of disabling the town's protective barrier, then they definitely have the ability. Please, help us. Uncle? Seeing Jinfrey remain silent for a long time, the hope in her eyes gradually faded, leaving a face filled with sadness and helplessness. The chip beside her couldn't take it anymore. Wow, I'm crying so hard. Dad, Mom? After a moment of silence to think, he finally agreed. All right, I will find your parents. Hearing Frey's next suggestion, the children's faces lit up, leading the uncle to the house. The boy was so excited he couldn't catch his breath, turning around and pointing down the road ahead. Thank you, sir. This way. Soon, they stood in front of a house, shrouded in desolation and gloom. The atmosphere is so heavy and eerie that it feels like even the light is reluctant to touch this place. The scene makes him stop in his tracks. Is this the place? San quickly asked. Uncle, there's a black monster in the room behind. Frey pointed down the hallway outside, voice lowered. I understand. Wait here, I'll go check. The heavy wooden door creaked open. Lei let out a dry gasp. Before stepping in, he quickly glanced back at the two children behind him, his eyes briefly scrutinizing them before turning away. Frey slowly stepped inside, each move cautious and quiet, his eyes scanning the dark corners of the house, thinking to himself that this place was full of cobwebs and dust, with no sign of anyone living here. Frey scratched his head, his thoughts tangled in his mind, temporarily setting aside the matter of the two brothers. I'm more worried about that red-eyed thing. Even though I decided to step inside, I quickly pushed open the door to the back room, eyes sharp. If this is a trap, how will they trigger it? As the door opens, the scene before Frey leaves him stunned, his mouth agape in amazement, as the house ends here. Frey stared blankly, gazing intently at the dark void ahead as if someone had gouged out a chunk of space. The wooden floor suddenly stopped at the edge of an intricate floral pattern carved into the ground, and the drawing beneath was a magic circle. He quickly realized it was a summoning spell, and a sense of danger washed over him. Frey hesitated for a moment before quickly unleashing his ultimate move, the furious wind step, with thunder crashing violently down like a waterfall. In no time, lightning flash covered the entire magic circle. She tightly wrapped the house in a lightning cage on the other side of the palace, her eyes fixed on the flashing blue magic circle reflected in her pupils, a satisfied smile slowly spreading on her lips, as if a mouse had fallen into a trap. Before long, the image of the house suddenly appeared in the center of the magic array, inside the grand hall. After casting the spell for a while, he tiredly leaned against the wall and coughed softly. As he looked up, Frey was met with the scene before his eyes, staring blankly and muttering, "Where is this?" Suddenly, a strange laugh echoed, tearing through the silence of the space, and its gaze swept toward the source of the sound. Hee. No matter how many times I see it, the divine equipment still makes people uncomfortable. The two of them sneer, yet the one using the divine equipment is easily deceived. How pathetic. Her eyes suddenly lit up, a smug smile curling on her lips as that thought crossed her mind. The divine gear, or recalling Grima's words, I knew the divine gear had reappeared, but on the other side, you fell silent, lost in thought, your gaze subtly lowering. Are these guys her subordinates? Just then, the voices of the two kids from earlier suddenly sounded behind. Chip sneered. That's right. Go over to Lei Liu to mock him. Big brother was too careless. Frey coldly said, It seems neither of us needs to pretend anymore. Those words made them gasp in shock, the cheerful smile freezing on their faces. I sneered, I know you're not human, but using such dirty tricks to deceive me, you're truly sick. She raised her eyebrows slightly, a hint of surprise. Oh, that's why divine gear is always troublesome. Sen immediately put on a false pious look, speaking in a calm yet cold tone. I'm telling you for your own good, hand over the divine equipment and die. Frey said coldly. I don't know what kind of divine gear you're talking about. Then no. Kong suddenly appeared in your hand, the curved blade gleaming with a cold, chilling light. But you're mistaken. The ones who will die are you. She slammed her staff into the ground. Wait a moment! Hen's dark magic quickly surged out, swirling fiercely to envelop the two children. Unlike Griot, I don't intend to deal with you directly. Her next words left Frey utterly stunned. I went through the trouble of reversing your summoning to this 8th land. Sen turned to leave, his calm voice echoing back. Why don't you spend some time playing with those kids instead? Jin Frey suddenly shouted in his mind, panicked about this eighth land. Hey, wait a minute. You're planning to go first. Her triumphant laughter echoes again, stretching and weaving through the space like a thin blade. Where are you going? Isn't it obvious? I will slaughter all of humanity. The resurrection of Lord Abus is imminent, and the world is about to be turned upside down. After speaking, Heen hurriedly ran off, leaving Jane Frey standing behind and calling out, Hey, wait, you shouted in frustration. I still have a lot of questions I want to ask you. He suddenly turned around in shock, and the two children had already transformed into adults, tall and armed with weapons, their murderous intent unmistakable. San coldly said, Silence, humans! Hisen is busy. Don't interfere. She chuckled loudly, her laughter echoing with delight. Then the rest is up to you. As he finished speaking, his figure gradually blurred as if swallowed by darkness and disappeared without a trace. His furious scream echoed throughout the hall, then stopped. Damn it. They're gone. Suddenly sensing the murderous intent, Jin Frey glances sharply in that direction. You better step back quickly and dodge the whip coming at you. Then Jin Frey spun in midair and landed with his weight shifted forward. The demon's foot scrapes fiercely against the stone floor, leaving a blazing trail behind. Chip clenches the whip tightly in his hand, pulling it taut until it emits a harsh screech. This is Hen's order. We will kill you here, the boy sneered. It seems that defeating Quacho and those guys has made you arrogant, but they are just small fry. Don't get too full of yourself over it. Humans, you narrow your eyes trying to extract information. What exactly are you plotting? San lost patience and shouted in anger, Are humans deaf? Hisen already said it and turned the world upside down. Are you all stupid or what? I'm asking what it actually means. As soon as I finished speaking, the boy's axe blade sliced through the air towards me. The icy steel blade pressed close to his face, reflecting a moment of shock in his eyes. Jin Frey reacted instantly, his spiritual power surging beneath his feet, lightning crackling out in white and blue streaks, forcefully jerking his body upright. At that moment, a cold breeze suddenly approached from behind Jin Frey. Chip had been standing there all along, his eyes darkening with anger. Your smug attitude really irritates me. The whip cracks loudly, striking the stone ground with sparks flying, leaving blackened, smoking scorch marks. He grits his teeth, spins in midair, and lands in the narrow remaining space, barely disturbing the dust on the ground. But those two didn't give Jin Frey a moment to breathe, rushing back and forth in front of him like two shadows, their figures fading into blurry silhouettes, tearing the air with sharp whistling sounds and weaving a deadly web of hostility. Immediately after, they both stomped hard on the ground, pushed off to leap up, and in an instant appeared behind you. Chip roared, his voice breaking with excitement. Die, die, die. San's face twisted with excitement, eyes wide with shock. Die, die, die. In that split second of danger just inches away, Jin Frey leapt into the air, escaping the trap in the blink of an eye. Down below, those two scream wildly, Die! Soon they realized you had escaped the attack. Both immediately lifted their heads, their eyes locked onto Jin Frey hovering above. At this moment, a thought arose in his mind. This one is different from the others. Their reflexes are terrifying, but the way they use their weapons. The girl snapped angrily, her voice echoing loudly across the vast space. Is something wrong with you? The boy gritted his teeth, a hoarse scream escaping his throat. You only know how to run away? Jin Frey said coldly as he swung his sword, lightning tearing through the wind like rain of bullets, aiming at the two below, blood splattering into red streaks amid the flashing light. I am trained on data up to October 2023 and will translate the provided line accordingly. And hey, don't pretend to be noble when the only thing you have is brute strength and reliance on weapons. You have no right to criticize me or the others. You look annoyed. Just get lost, you nameless fools keep showing up and spouting nonsense. The guy's eyes flickered briefly. Why did he suddenly appear like this? San interrupted. If Heen has taken notice, then this person must be no ordinary opponent. The boy suddenly felt a radiant glow emanating from Jin Frey, an invisible pressure making Tim San's heart tighten slightly. He muttered to himself, I feel like my undefeated life has been on hold lately. Jin Frey thought, maybe it's because I've been too involved with humans, not my style. The boy was stunned. What are you talking about? You humans can't do anything without forming a group, right? He shook his head lightly, calmly denying. No, you misunderstood. Jin Frey's face darkened significantly. That's fine, but it's not my style. My best stage is still fighting alone. You guys helped me remember my original purpose. At this moment, endless thoughts flood Jin Frey's mind. The 8th continent remains undiscovered, the unknown existence of the Nameless Legion only fueling veteran players' excitement. The corner of his mouth curled into a cold smile, ready to do as he pleased alone.
That is the power of veteran gameplay. At that moment, a faint glow appeared before Jine Frey's eyes. Jine Frey's skill has been unlocked. The skill's name, the return of the veteran. He raised his cornstaff, a confident smile almost blinding, and with a decisive swing, a dark purple icy beam shot out instantly, cutting through the flesh of the two enemies in front of him. They collapsed onto the cold stone ground, their breath ragged, faces still frozen in shock. Sang was terrified, thinking to himself that he didn't understand what he was saying, but this human was very strong. The boy clenched his teeth, his voice trembling with anger. "Damn it!" Chip trembled as he supported himself on the ground, trying to sit up with eyes full of rage. "I really hate him." After a moment of hesitation, Ha decided, "I will use that to kill him quickly." Sang nodded. "Yes." Both of them turned their eyes toward Jin Frey, feeling anxious and breathless. "Come here." Unlike that impatience, he stood still, lost in thought. "Actually, I'm also curious about the 8th continent, but right now I have to return to the Bank of Heen." Jin Frey recalls Heen's words before leaving. Turning the world upside down, his eyes darkened. "I don't know what it means, but I have a very bad feeling." He once again raises the sword, his mind tangled like a ball of yarn. "How can I get back here?" Maybe it's thanks to Green's skill. As the killing intent still raged fiercely, a sudden change occurred, and Jeffrey's sword slipped from his hand, clattering loudly to the ground. The suddenly appearing vine made me lose my footing and fall flat on the ground. "That's awesome," I've remembered now, his brother proudly boasted. I finally remembered how to activate the second skill of the cursed guardian hand. You yell angrily, "Damn centipede." At that moment, Ngo Kong Janefree was suddenly eliminated, even though each person only had one weapon slot. You didn't make it in time and growled, "How many times have I told you not to appear without warning?" Death. God calmly continued, "This time I am serious. Listen carefully." "All right." The unlocking condition is the next words of the Grim Reaper causing Jane Frey to become a god. Level up 100 times on the 8th continent. You squint at it skeptically. "With your background, I don't believe it. Is there any proof?" The Grim Reaper calmly replied, "The fact that I remember right now is the proof." "Baby?" Only then did it realize the abnormality of the surrounding space, and its eyes immediately lit up as if it had found a treasure. Hey, this is the perfect moment. We're right on the 8th continent." Jin Frey, the brother, stood stunned, eyes wide open, mouth agape in shock, unable to speak. "Wait, how do you know this is the 8th continent?" "Death." God calmly replied, "I've been here before." And suddenly he paused, looking puzzled. "Huh? But what am I here for?" Hearing those words, he immediately concluded that it truly had memories. Maybe if I help it remember, I will find out what the nameless are after. The scene shifts to the 1st continent, where thin white clouds drift lazily across the sky. Gentle golden sunlight bathes the scene below, in a peaceful, idyllic glow. At the same time, 2 swords suddenly appeared where Aki and Naima were standing. Heen coldly asked, "Have you caught him yet?" Heen, she slightly smirked, her arrogance evident. "I will never fail." "Are you okay?" Heesin replied confidently. "It's fine." As her voice finished, the 3 of them combined their magic, and the beams of light quickly intertwined to form a massive magic circle. "So, let's begin." The dark purple magic burst into the sky, and everyone below looked up in horror. Not long after, the massive beam of light descended like a fury, swallowing the entire 1st continent, the ground collapsing with a deafening roar that shook the heavens and earth, leaving behind a dark, bottomless abyss, as if it were endless. A frantic voice echoed from within the Adventurers Association. Sir, there's an emergency." The president's office door suddenly swings open with a loud bang, the hinges creaking softly as if overwhelmed by the urgency. Jingma calmly asked, "What's the panic about? What happened?" Gasping for breath, he shouted in fear just now. "We just received a report that the 1st continent has disappeared." He was stunned, unable to believe what he had just heard. "What?" Everyone, after hearing Jingman speak, all asked in surprise, "Has the 1st continent disappeared?" A few seconds later, he sadly confirmed. "Yeah," since this was the first time seeing Jingman so sad, Maria laughed loudly and said, "You're not like yourself at all, Mr. Chairman. Is this the first time you've tried to joke?" Leon also agreed, so now it's my turn to tell a joke. However, Gigant angrily shouted, "Shut up!" "Lon, do you think the chairman would call an emergency meeting over something like this?" "No way." She stopped joking and said seriously, "The continent disappearing is too absurd to be a joke." Mira, hearing that, nervously asked, "What exactly happened, Chairman?" He replied softly, "Watching it live is faster."
As soon as they saw the images provided by Jingmang, everyone was stunned beyond understanding. A second later, Maria shouted, "What the hell is this?" "This is..." The entire continent is shrouded in darkness, so tense that they are sweating and speechless. To prevent misunderstandings, Jingmang quickly explained, "This is the current state of the first continent. We have lost contact with local guild members, and even the radar is unresponsive. Based on what we can confirm, it's as if it has disappeared from the world." Leon then voiced his thoughts upon hearing this. "I just can't understand how only someone like Luca, quick-witted, could pull off something this big, right? Unnamed guys, right?" While everyone looked tense, he quickly confirmed that it was very likely. Curious about Jingman's decision in this matter. "Matter," he said, so they finally took action. But Maria hesitated a bit and asked, "What are they thinking?" En frowned and answered her question. "Their goal is to hunt humans." Gig felt this couldn't be allowed and shouted loudly, "Are they planning to hunt on a continent level?" He replied, discouraged, "That's really tough, but this goes beyond the limit. Our mission is to protect civilians from unexpected threats. That means we have to stop them." Jinsmong also agreed with Leluca's idea. "Yes, when we have more information, we will share it with everyone. Until then, everyone, stay alert." At that moment, Ryu suddenly said in a panicked voice, "Mr. Chairman, do those unknown guys know how to fly?" He quickly asked him back. "Leon mentioned something like this before. Is something wrong?" Ryu looked up at the sky and said, "I think I found them. The unknown guys are there, and there are 3 of them." "Are they really here? 3 of them?" "Ryu, don't take your eyes off them. I'll call everyone there right away." He also reports the current situation to him. They are starting to do something in the sky. It's no good. He won't make it in time. I have to stop them. Wait, Ryu. If these unknown guys have power comparable to the one Leon fought recently, this is too dangerous. Ryu didn't respond and simply left. Nachi and Hen's group were surprised when they saw Ryu arrive afterward. He spoke to him, seeming to say that you found us faster than expected. He didn't rush to attack, but stood in front of them for a moment. Ryu is already holding an umbrella, ready to fight at any moment. After a moment, he says seriously, "I won't let you do whatever you want." All 3 looked at each other with contemptuous eyes. Then Na smiled and said, "It's okay, after all, I will wipe everything out anyway." "Hey, wait a minute, this is the most important part. How do you know about the 8th continent? Why did you come here?" "Remember well, it's so scared it's sweating and grinding its teeth. No matter how many times you ask, I can't remember." This answer made you unhappy, you thought to yourself. This guy was about to be ambushed from behind by 2 people, while Jane Frey was lost in thought, but he quickly realized and turned around in surprise. At the second, you look at them with a cold gaze. The ones coming are Chip and San. When she couldn't see him, the girl happily said, "That's right, it's over." The boy agreed, turning his back on the enemy just to talk. Incredibly foolish. As soon as Jin Frey finished speaking, he loudly declared that the title match left Chip and San completely stunned. Both were amazed and incredulous that he was unharmed. Immediately after, Jin Frey quickly activated his skill and received system approval. The skill 3, the title match in 3 rounds, each round lasting 3 minutes. All stats of the user will double each round. If a victory is not achieved after 3 rounds, the equipment will disappear. Jin Frey looked at his hand and thought to himself. Even in his previous life, he had never set foot on the mysterious 8th continent. Jin Frey will conquer it no matter the cost, but first he activates the Cursed Guardian Hand, a seduction curse skill that lowers the opponent's stats. After seeing the power emanating from him, Chip and San were both stunned with their eyes wide open and mouths agape, and Jin Frey quickly ran towards them, activating another skill that was approved by the system. Jin Frey's second skill has been unlocked. With a single strike, he made both of them bleed and loudly warned, "Don't mess with me." Both of them kept bleeding and spitting blood, finally lying motionless on the ground, quickly dealt with. So Hein Frey excitedly said, "Ah, that was great. If you have any grudges, just blame that useless loudmouth over there." Then the system notified you have leveled up from 277 to 283. Jin Frey looked at the hand beside him and muttered to himself, "Now I don't know if it's real or not. I'll just keep hunting monsters. I still need 100 more levels. I just gained 6 levels from the last kill. Only 94 levels to go. But unlocking the second skill for these guys with the cursed hand requires slaughtering enemies." As soon as he finished speaking, the ground suddenly trembled, startling Jin Frey in confusion. Feeling puzzled, Jin Frey kept watching. A few seconds later, suddenly glowing bubbles appeared out of nowhere. He reached out and touched it, asking, "What is this?" as more and more bubbles appeared and the light grew brighter. Its light spread all the way to the sky. Jin Frey, confused about what was happening, asked, "What was that just now?" As soon as he finished speaking, San shouted at him, "Damn it, Lord Hen has achieved a great feat, and you will be the next to become a sacrifice." When the boy collapsed, the system announced that you had leveled up from 283 to 289. Immediately after, another army of monsters suddenly arrived, causing Jin Frey to sigh bitterly and say, "So that guy, he still has to come up with some new trick? Well, at least now I don't have to go outside to find them. I'll turn all of you into experience points." Jin Frey shows determination to fight for the Soul Clan. At this moment, a desperate cry echoes from Jin Frey's place. Before launching the attack, he also shouted in anger. Then, Jin Frey delivered the decisive blow to the monster's stomach, and then the system quickly confirmed the level up from 291 to 300. Rory, seeing Liam defeated, roared in anger. Taking advantage of its inattention, he attacked from behind. B, standing nearby, shouted in panic. Additionally, he invited Silas to attack together. Jin Frey remained the same with just one fire punch. He successfully defeated both of them. Next, the system confirms the level up from 300 to 307. Jin Frey breathes a sigh of relief and quietly thinks. After defeating many enemies, he discovered two new things. First, unlike those who only stole skills, these ones all used weapons. And secondly, 3 other enemies rush in again. Jin Frey calmly strikes and quickly takes down all 3. After a while, he received a letter saying that enemies dropped weapons, and you have received them. The reward is here, Jin Frey thought. When I defeat them, I might get items. When there was a reward, he fought even harder and continued to receive level-up notifications from the system, from 307 to 312. And when surrounded by monsters, he suddenly had a thought. If Jin Frey uses the disassembly skill of the fake Kim, he can extract various materials from weapons. With the right combinations, he can create coatings that reduce wear and tear, increase durability, and even items that help reduce cooldown times. As he was lost in thought, a memory suddenly lit up his eyes with excitement, and Jin Frey happily whispered to himself, "Oh, this is really it. This is what a proper dungeon looks like. Let's speed up." Next, Rand shouts again and attacks Jin Frey from behind. Before he can touch him, you quickly cause the opponent to bleed and then scream. A second later, Rian falls to the ground and coughs up blood. Naimi's powerful strike causes Ryu to fall heavily, bleeding and thrown far away, while he is terrified, and the opponent contemptuously judges him as weak. Meanwhile, the trio of Achi, Hen, and Na remain safe and sound, standing there as they watch Ryu fall freely. A few minutes later, he cast his spell while saying, "Too weak, are humans only this feeble?" Ha-sen quickly added, "Forget it, let's keep going." As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 quickly teleported away, and Ryu was so amazed he couldn't understand it. Currently, the sky where he is covered by Na's magic. Cutting to Jinmin walking hurriedly, knowing about Ryu and sensing the situation is urgent, he quickly calls for a meeting. Ryu has fallen, and the second continent has been lost. Their next target is probably the third continent. Everyone immediately heads to the third continent. I will handle the evacuation of civilians. All respond in unison. Additionally, Jigan said anxiously, as Ryu predicted, from now on, 3 enemies can be seen on the third continent. The moment they gain some kind of power, the entire continent turns into a pitch-black void. It disappears, or is transported to another dimension. Nis quickly added, "I'm also very worried about Ryu. We must stop them at all costs. The trio from the third continent arrived here very early." He said so first, then let's start. After saying that, Mi noticed someone ambushing and focused on observing. As soon as he identified the direction, he defended himself while feeling an incomprehensible surprise. Achi couldn't stand it and complained. "It seems the insects have started gathering. Just as I said, everyone has arrived." "Oh, you really keep finding us over and over again. You must have an extremely excellent scouting team." Hearing that, Leon used his superhuman eyesight to observe the enemy. At the same time, Nis whispered to everyone, "We need to verify how accurate that enormous intelligence is." He quickly replied, "They wiped out an entire continent with the power of all 3. If we don't separate them, they probably won't be able to use that power." He seriously considers Jigen's proposal, but a second later he feels puzzled as he looks at the scene before him. No. That's because Luluka is using her own skill. He saw through him and smiled knowingly. Meanwhile, Naima recognized Luluka's strength and thought to himself, "That guy is strong." And Naimi also confirmed this, saying, "I thought they were all just small fry, but it turns out there's an exception. I will deal with him." Luluka turned to everyone and said, "I will take care of the bastard in the middle. The rest is up to you. Do whatever you want." When both of them had identified their own targets, their gazes became unwavering. Mira, standing nearby and witnessing this scene, silently thought to herself,
let Luluka willingly accept a fight like this. Meanwhile, Maria also realized a truth and thought to herself, does that mean he's that strong? A truly formidable opponent. A few seconds later, Leon laughed loudly, pointing ahead and saying, try to see if you can't wipe out an entire continent unless all three of you are together. This remark made Maria, Jigen, Mira, and Nice all share the same feeling of disappointment. He just revealed our entire plan, and Nice has a different thought. Oh, confirming that is also part of the mission, but right now, the leader needs time to evacuate the civilians. If the continent is empty, their attack will be meaningless. We have to hold them off until then, no matter what. Na sneered at them after hearing what Leon just said. So, that's your plan? Yes, humans, we can't overturn a continent without one of the three. Their words make her doubt whether they are confessing voluntarily or hiding something. Either they are extremely confident or hiding something. Naim is straightforward, so he doesn't like beating around the bush and just casts his magic. I don't like complicated mind games. If splitting is what you want, then we will grant you that. So, Heen, she responded enthusiastically. Understood. Heen immediately makes his choice. Then I will choose my target. Seeing her hesitate, he said again, do whatever you want with the little pests. But that guy is mine. Luluka wasn't afraid. Instead, she smiled and replied, fame really is exhausting. People keep choosing you, whether you want it or not. Transition to Jian Frey's place, where he just defeated Cyrus and the system immediately reports a level up. Levels 374 to 377 have been confirmed to level up 100 times on the 8th continent. The second skill of the Cursed Guardian Hand holding the soul has been unlocked. Hearing that, Jin Frey excitedly said, let's go. Right now, at the first basement of the Adventurers Guild, Jinsman returned to give instructions to his people. I rely on you for the rest. Felix quickly responded, yes, sir! Immediately afterward, he quickly closed the door and then Jingman casually drew a magic circle. He stood there watching it and thought to himself that this emergency teleportation circle was created by the 8 guardian spirits beforehand. In the worst-case scenario, I never thought there would be a day we would have to use it. If activated, it could evacuate everyone on the continent at once. But this has to be done secretly without the enemy knowing the destination. That won't be easy. With that, Jingman enters the center of the magic circle, touches it, and silently entrusts the rest to the 8th spirit guardians. The scene shifts to a desolate desert where Maria, with her mission on her back, arrives as planned. After observing the situation, she shouted, isn't this the S-rank battle zone on the 3rd continent? What just happened? Just a moment ago we were still in the air, Jigen explained while looking at Stella. I'm not sure of the details, but it seems to be due to that witch's power. It looks like we have all been scattered to different locations. Hearing that, she angrily cast a spell, and the scene shifted to the 4th continent, where Leo laughed loudly and teased others. Hold on tight, Vice President. Alina looked at him without replying but cast a spell, and the scene shifted to the 5th continent. Mira stared at her opponent with concern. I don't understand why I was transported with Luluka. Her power is on a completely different level, but the other guy is just as dangerous. Their opponent is Biss, who doesn't care about her feelings and is looking at him. Beavis responds to Luluka's gaze with a teasing smile. The scene shifts back to Maria's location, where Sela laughs loudly and then threatens them. I will quickly deal with you bugs and then welcome the resurrection of Lord Abes together. This makes her and Jigon look tense. This situation is also happening with Leon and Nice. The places of Luluka and Mira are just as tense. The scene shifts to Jinfrey's place, and he shouts with joy, here it is. Immediately after, the system confirmed that the Cursed Guardian Hand's second skill seized the enemy's soul, turning the defeated foe into a slave soldier. The number of soldiers increases with level up to 100. Jian Frey looks at the status window without hiding the excitement on his face. Huh? Turning the defeated enemy's soul into a soldier. The system now displays a different message. The second skill of the Cursed Guardian Hand, which seizes the soul, takes the defeated enemy's soul and turns them into soldiers. The number of soldiers, not exceeding 100, increases with level. Seeing this, you feel confused. What does this mean? At this moment, Grimm spoke up. I told you so. Brother, this time I remember the condition correctly. Jane Frey also agrees with him. Yeah, you're right. What's more important is how you use this skill. It allows you to create your own army by turning defeated enemies' souls into subordinates, with a look of surprise. You ask, so I can turn defeated enemies into allies and make them fight for me. Grimm quickly confirms, of course, brother. The possessed souls will show absolute loyalty to their master and obey every command. Jinfrey, surprised, responded, That's interesting. And then I remembered Nice and thought to myself, it's near the vice president's wizard.
The only weakness is the limit on the number of souls I can control. But that number will increase as I level up. The 8th continent gives a lot of experience, so leveling up is extremely fast. Not to mention I can gather a huge amount of weapons, disassemble them to get countless materials, and then use them to craft all kinds of powerful gear. Damn, this is truly a top-tier skill. Jinfrey tried to check the system again, and then a thought suddenly crossed his mind. But more importantly, the strange earthquake and the earlier soul-like sensation felt off. It seems even Death himself doesn't remember clearly. Then suddenly, a voice sounded that made him startle. I didn't expect to meet you again. The one here is Hero Rose, a demon. As soon as Jinfrey saw him, he couldn't help but feel terrified inside. In the next second, he shouted, "What are you?" Jinfrey immediately swung his sword at him. He quickly stepped back and shouted, "What the hell is this?" He was mid-sentence when he angrily scolded. Damn it, did he dodge? Amber Rose, caught off guard by the attack, starts to get annoyed. What's wrong with this guy? From Jinfrey's perspective, the experienced one, he just said, "I only see experience now." But he gritted his teeth in displeasure and responded arrogantly and irritably as always. Jinfrey shouted loudly at Hiberos, "Shut up! What are you supposed to be?" "I am the demon god of the first continent." Amber Rose stared blankly and asked again, "The demon god of the first continent?" Jinfrey shuddered as he remembered the past. Just recalling the past, he hesitated and said, I forgot that dirt digger's name." Amber Rose didn't like being called that, so he retorted, "Don't call me that. This is my true form as the demon god of the 8th continent. Humans are much stronger than before. Get ready," he replied with a bitter smile. So you have such a past, too." "It's those very things that make this game interesting." Hearing that, he looked at the opponent with a puzzled expression. So Jinfrey confidently said, "I will turn you into my first soldier of Unit 1. Amber Rose found this statement confusing. Switching to Maria's scene, she loudly calls out to him, "Hey Jigen, isn't that old woman even older than you?" Jigen honestly replied, "I clearly look younger than her." Is Maria not only sharp-tongued but also blind? Stella chuckled and said, "You're rude and blind. You're both ugly and unlucky." Switched to Leon, who was just warming up, and said, "Anyway, we successfully separated them as planned. Let's settle this with strength." Nis saw Leon's body glow and muttered to himself, an extremely formidable opponent, so Ni decided to summon reinforcements and shout, "Summon!" The army of skeletons quickly appeared. Alina, unshaken, whispered, "Do you understand what strategy means?" The idiot's scene change shows Luluka's hand passing through Na's body. He strikes very quickly and accurately, so he didn't have time to prepare. When injured, Naimame shouted and coughed up blood. As blood splattered onto Luca, he maintained a cold, emotionless expression. At this moment, Luluka also withdrew his hand from Na. With blood-stained hands, he collapsed onto Mira, leaving her completely stunned. Mira was so shocked she couldn't speak. As Luluka lands a few more hits, Mira wonders to himself, he's already defeated him. A few seconds later, Na also collapsed to the ground. However, Luluka stood there for a moment to check the situation, and when he realized he was only pretending, he smiled and said, "Is this your fighting style?" As expected, Naimime appeared behind Luluka, catching Mira completely off guard. He looked at him without saying a word, but was thinking faster than he expected. After recalling how he struck, Naimi silently thought to himself. And moreover, he immediately realized it was an illusion. A few minutes later, Luluka asked loudly, "Why do you look so scary with that long face?" "Could it be that you're lonelier than you let on?" Mira looked at both of them and thought to herself. Everything ended in the blink of an eye. I didn't even see either of them move. They are on a completely different level, with no openings for me to exploit. The scene shifts to Maria's place. Hezen quickly casts a spell and says, "Meteor shower?" As soon as she casts the spell, she and Jigen show signs of worry. Hen calls it a meteor shower, but in reality it's a giant meteor. Seeing this, he is truly tense. After a moment of panic, Maria shouted, "A giant meteorite!" Jigen agreed in agreement. Taking advantage of their distraction, Matt secretly appears behind both of them. Then she shouted loudly, "Be crushed together! Creatures like you can't block my attack!" Hearing that, she urgently advised him, "Fall back. Gigant." Next, Gigant told me to take cover. Maria can't fight without a weapon, so she screams. Viri's giant hammer is summoned. In an instant, it appears before Maria. She quickly climbs onto the axe, and in the next second, Maria suddenly screams out loud. Then, the axe gently struck the asteroid, causing a deafening explosion. Seeing the scene before her, H-Sen paused for a few seconds, and with an angry expression, she claimed that she had destroyed the asteroid with a single blow. She really is a violent girl. Maria didn't bother to respond to her opponent's words. Additionally, Hen was very surprised to see him set up a magic array while she wasn't paying attention. Gigant shouted, "My attack is not over yet." The reflective wall. Tu-Sen couldn't help but be surprised after seeing the magic net he created. At the second, she laughed and said, "I didn't expect you to be able to perfectly counter my attack, but there's no way my own technique could affect me." However, as soon as she finished speaking, Hen felt confused because he couldn't cast magic. Very quickly, Maria also explained the reason. "You arrogant old hag, struggling desperately against the ravages of time. Just be nailed to this target in the middle." A few minutes later, Hezin was again bound by her chains, leaving him so stunned he could hardly believe it. Furthermore, Maria pointed her thumb to the ground and taunted, "Kill yourself with your own technique." The old witch refused to admit defeat, scolding and struggling desperately. Immediately after, a loud explosion rang out. Heisen successfully escaped from Maria's trap and sneered, "You're quite clever." She is determined to take revenge as she screams and summons the destruction. But when he saw her axe spinning constantly, Heen was startled and shouted, "What?" She scolds while holding a staff to block the attack. Still, just a kid. With a smug look, Mira confidently replied, "Stupid old fools who live too long deserve to be punished by the gods." Gigant also praised her. "Maria, you did well." Now it's his turn to unleash the glory beam, and a surge of energy rushes toward Heesen. She was a bit worried when she saw this energy, but then Heen smiled and said, "My attack isn't over yet, darling." As he finished speaking, a horned wolf suddenly appeared behind Jigen. When it growled, he also turned his head to face the opponent. The wolf quickly launched an attack, causing Jigen to cry out in confusion, and Maria, seeing this, called his name in panic, Jigen. After a while, she saw Jigen lying in a pit, covered in fresh blood. Switching scenes to Jane Frey Hamber, Rose screaming in madness. Then he shouts, "Watch and see my true power." He ignores Hber Rose and is focused on checking the system. At this point, Jane Frey whispers to himself, "I need to disassemble, and combine this again." You are selecting your weapons and gear. Finally, Jane Frey chooses a Japanese sword and says, "Change class and equip." He looked at a hammer and another sword with confusion, muttering to himself. Then as Jane Frey chose a weapon and his clothes changed accordingly, Hber Rose found it hard to believe and thought to himself, "Huh? Is he changing clothes?" Because of curiosity, he asked Jane Frey, "What are you looking at?" "Monster stuff." He didn't answer, but muttered to himself inside. Disassemble and combine and transfer layers, disassemble it and get ready. And finally, combine this. After continuously adjusting the system, Jinfrey creates a fruit and the system provides information about it. Receiving the non-human fruit S, he happily placed it against his chest. Jane Frey looked at it and then drew a conclusion. Usually gathering enough materials is very difficult, but by disassembling my weapon, I collected them 3 times faster. Now, let's eat. Thanks for the meal. It was really delicious. Hamber Rose, jealous of your good meal, I will make you regret humiliating me this much. Jin Frey calmly enjoys his meal as the system confirms he has eaten the non-human fruit S. The fruit's effect temporarily increases the number of weapon slots by 1. His attitude angers Hber Rose, prompting him to launch an attack. Unable to do anything to Jine Frey, he angrily scolded, but he easily blocked the 3-headed wolf's punch. Moreover, Jin Frey deliberately said, "All right, puppy, next I will teach you how to sit." Hearing Hber Rose growl in anger and tremble with rage, he thought to himself, "No way. I can't believe I was overwhelmed even in my perfect form. This can't be happening. Is it really that easy?" The system then announced that many legs and souls had been equipped, special conditions had been met, and hidden skills would be unleashed. What? Along with that, there is another piece of information. Extreme poison causes an extreme poison state, reducing strength to 0. HP decreases by 20 every second. Extreme burning causes an extreme burn state, reducing defense to 0. HP decreases by 20 every second. As soon as Hamber Rose was hit by your attack, he couldn't believe it, and shouted, "What kind of poison is this? I can't move my body, it's too much. What's going on?" Before he could finish his sentence, Jinfrey cut him off. "All right, then suddenly you fly up to attack Hamber Rose." Jin Frey pulls his sword back for a decisive strike. He was attacked while stunned and in disbelief. Shout loudly and order him to sit down. In Jella language, Hamber Rose also vomited blood from the pain. In the end, Hamber Rose was exhausted and unable to resist, lying motionless on the floor. Then Jane Frey looked at the sword in his hand with satisfaction and scratched himself. It's been a while since I used this, but it's still perfect. Gathering elements. If fire is effective, does that mean the 8th demon god has no elemental attribute? The demon god of the first continent has the fire attribute. You also look back at the defeated enemy for a moment. Next, Geoffrey puts away his sword and scratches his head. All right, this is the real show. You check the system again with a thought. The cursed guardian hand. The system immediately responded. Use the second skill of the cursed guardian hand, holding the soul. The first demon god target, right or wrong? And with his own decision, Jane Frey happily declared, "Of course, it's correct." The system quickly handled Amber Rose. I can't believe it. Next, the system provides information about the first demon god, level 606 HP, 6,150 over 6,150 P 570 over 570 strength, 666 defense, 662 intelligence 5 speed, 631 luck 77 number of soldiers, 1 over 100 current status, making Jane Frey extremely satisfied with a perfect form. So only intelligence and luck are terribly pathetic. Just as I thought, he's very strong. Someone else has arrived and is laughing loudly. I've missed you so much. Thursday, darling. You turn to look at the opponent with a surprised expression. The one who arrives is the demon god of the second continent, Oma. He is extremely excited. This time I will definitely swallow you whole. You looked at the opponent and said, "What a coincidence." Oma responded, surprised. "I was just thinking about meeting you." Jin Frey sneered with a sinister smile and shouted, "Give me your soul." Oma hesitated and said confusedly, "Sorry." As the scene shifts to the sky of the third continent, Ha sees Alina again and says, "Oh, you're here too." "Is it done?" she confidently replied. "Yeah, of course those insects are so weak that they're not interesting at all." So far, Leon, Nice, Maria, and Gigant have all been defeated, and she also agrees with Alina's opinion. "I think so too." A few seconds later, she asked Hassan if that Nagai still hadn't arrived. The other side quickly confirmed, even among humans there is someone of a completely different level. She calmly asked, "Do we still have time to go help them?" She disagreed. "Don't do unnecessary things or Na will get annoyed, and that would be troublesome." Alina also didn't refuse and replied, "You might be right. In the end, no matter how strong he is still just a human and cannot defeat Naima." The scene shifts to the fifth continent where Naim is still fighting Luca. He couldn't counterattack at all, only dodging, and he became more and more excited as he fought. Meanwhile, Luluka stopped fighting and didn't clash with Naimi's sword. Moreover, every move he made was countered by him. At this point, Luluka uses her final ultimate move, but Naimi managed to dodge to the side. Taking advantage of this, he struck him with a sword, causing Luluka to be injured and fly away. Meanwhile, Na's power causes the trees in the forest to shake, and the spirit quickly intervenes to protect Mira from its harm. Meanwhile, she thought to herself that her power was just enough to defend against the sparks flying out. Moreover, this was the first time she saw Luluka being overwhelmed like this. Luca is now so angry that he grits his teeth for not being able to defeat Na. Yet he fights with an excited spirit. The sounds of their fight echoed throughout the forest. After a while, they both stopped and Luca said, "How many years has it been since I was pushed this far?" "How magnificent," Na sneered loudly. "I thought you were the most stable among them. Is that all you've got?" He quickly cast a spell and replied, "I'll return that question to you, double enhancement." Name responds with magic, the dark dance. Luluka delivers the final blow, her fist challenging like a thunder beast. He faces her calmly. Nema finally arrives to find both of you, and when they see him, they look surprised. Then someone spoke up. "Oh, isn't that Na?" She quickly added, "You're really lucky to have arrived just in time. That human is holding out better than you expected. Right, Na?" He bowed his head sadly without saying a word. A few seconds later, Na said regretfully, "It's just because he overestimated himself." "Everything is about to end now?" she asked in surprise. "Hung, what do you mean by that?" He-Sen stepped forward to explain on his behalf. "That is one of Na's clones. A Chi finds it hard to believe." "Really?" "Even Naimi finds it hard to believe. In the end, he's just a human. He's not a threat to us. More importantly, let's quickly overturn the third continent." Both of them looked at him with amusement and said in unison, "Understood." The scene shifts to Luluka's location, where she is still fighting Naimi's clone and is now showing signs of exhaustion as she kneels on the ground. He looked at his opponent while he remained silent. After a moment, Naima showed concern for Luluka and asked, "Is this the limit of your power?" "It seems I overestimated you," he stubbornly replied.
The fight isn't over yet, Luluka said firmly, but inside she was worried. Does this guy have infinite stamina and magic power? He's the first after that old man to be able to block my attack so well.
Just then, a sudden earthquake appeared, surprising him. When everything returned to normal, Luluka wondered to himself, what was that just now? An earthquake? No, that can't be. As soon as he realized it, he immediately stood up, leaving Na's clone puzzled. He quickly understood the truth and replied, "You figured it out fast, huh?" "That's right, we just overturned the third continent." So he angrily shouted, "Do you mean to say that what you said about not being able to destroy it alone is a lie?" He immediately retorted, "No, I was involved with them, so it was all three of us." The more Luca listened, the more confused he felt. And then he silently analyzed in his mind, "Please, don't let this be a fragment of a split soul." Just as he thought that, Na loudly confirmed, "Yes, the battle with your teammate is over." Immediately, Luluka thought of Gigant Leon and Maria, and then he pointed a finger at the ground and said, "After we overturn the fourth continent, our next target will be this place." He guessed part of their fate from the opponent's words and silently thought, "This is bad. Even a fragment can destroy a continent. Even if I try to defeat the true form, I have no chance if he teams up with those two. At least I want to get Mira to a safe place." But thinking quickly, Luluka cast a spell at Mira's feet. Seeing this, she was surprised. Seeing Mira gradually disappear, he felt both amazed and confused. Then it was Luca's turn to use magic to leave. The situation is happening so fast that Nain is stunned. He looks at them and thinks to himself, "Are they disappearing?" "No, it's summoning magic," Naimimi said with interest. Resistance is useless no matter what you do. The outcome won't change." The scene shifts to the Secret Guild Association, a restricted underground area where, due to a system malfunction, both of them are brought here. At this moment, Luluka, stunned, says, "This place is added, and there's someone calling them Luluka." "Mira, are you guys okay?" Jinmin is the one who came, so he asked in surprise, "Huh, old man?" He calmly approached their location. Mira asked Jinmin, "Mr. Chairman, where are we right now?" He honestly replied, "This is a restricted underground area of the Adventurers Guild." At this point, Luluka also understood everything. "So this is the gathering point for forced relocation." She also added, "The fact that you were summoned back means the enemy hasn't finished speaking." Jinmin interrupted again. "Yes, thank you both for buying us some time. The evacuation of civilians from the fourth continent to the sixth has now been completed." Luluka, confused, asked him, "Are we the only ones here among the 8 celestial guardians? Where are the others?" Jingmin replied sadly, "I'm sorry, we didn't have enough time. We could only teleport you two." Hearing that, Mira looked sad and couldn't hide his regret on his face. Jinmin praised them again. 8 Star Guardians, you did very well, but the enemy's strength far exceeds our expectations." With no other choice, he reluctantly replied, "I understand now. So we are the last line of defense. Fighting for revenge is not my style, but we will definitely stop them." He agreed with Luca's idea. "That's right. The next confrontation will also be the last time we switch scenes at Jane Frey's place." He successfully defeated an enemy and gained additional loot. He happily said, "I have the Demon King of the second continent now." The system then provided information. Level 651 Demon, King of the second continent, Blood 6,480 over 6,480, Mana 623 over 623, Strength 610, Defense 637, Intelligence 315, Agility 688, Luck 198. Total Warriors 2 out of 100. Frey casually checks the system and says, "Everything is going smoothly. Following this formation, I will gather more and more warriors." This time, an unexpected guest arrives, and the opponent's leader smiles and says, "I didn't expect you to keep using souls to play with. That reckless human seems like my ocean isn't enough to satisfy you. Now you're coming to plunder the 8th place." The visitor is Jack along with Neptunus. "Oh, a whole bunch of you decided to show up at once? This time I will take your soul." You confidently retort, "Isn't it the other way around? I am the one taking your souls." And at that moment, Jinfrey suddenly had a thought. "I will use the third skill from my Athena ceremonial outfit that I just unlocked. The protection of the Great Goddess comes with the information from the third skill system. The protection of the Great Goddess increases the stats when used. The skill's effects will improve with level. The unlocking condition is to defeat 50 creatures of level 300 or higher while hidden. Defense stat increases from 501 to 777. Intelligence stat increases from 428 to 77. Agility stat increases from 524 to 777. Giant Fry excitedly said, "It seems I will get to see its power firsthand. How are you feeling now?" Luluka turned around and saw Jingmin approaching. He replied, I am fully recovered now. There is no problem at all. Mira from behind also calls the chairman. We are ready. Experienced explorers can handle offensive magic. I understand now, even if each person's mana is small, together they can face a large force. Hearing that, I feel very reassured. Kukuru is thinking, so we just need to keep pouring mana into that magic circle, as Mira said, right? While busy creating the protective barrier, a voice suddenly interrupted Kukuru's work. Hey Kukuru, it's been a while. Kukuru realizes she's happy and exclaims, Oh, it's Levin. Long time no see. Instead of asking about Kukuru, she asked about someone else. Isn't Jinfrey going with his friends? Listen, that Jinfrey guy made me gather materials and then disappeared on his own. Thanks to him, I had to go everywhere and try everything to find those things. At that moment, Kukuru was completely stunned. Oh, ingredients for a stew. Is that a dish from Jinfrey's homeland? What does that have to do with conquering dungeons? Jinfrey replied. You can't fight that hungry stomach, Kukuru replied. Well, if that's the case, just use your looting skills. Jinfrey replied again. You idiot, are you telling me to feed the boss stolen food? Kukuru exclaimed in anger. What do you mean by that? Then I lost contact with him. Levin was confused. I see now. So that's how it all happened. Anyway, it seems like something terrible is happening. As Lulu stands guard outside, strange objects fly down from the sky to confront them. They're here. The trio of humans capable of destroying the planet has arrived. First Na, then I, and Hen. I thought you were setting some clever little trap on the continent, but is this your final desperate resistance? Humans, Name continued. Only this 7th continent remains intact with 10,000, and the resurrection of Lord Abbas is coming very soon. No matter what, all of you will be wiped out. Jingmin quietly stood outside listening to them without saying anything further. He could feel it. Oh, their power is truly terrifying. Everyone has tried their best to face them. With that in mind, Jinmin flew up to attack Ai and Hen in a fit of rage. Both were stunned as their heads were torn from their bodies before they could even greet her. She was so shocked she could only think to herself, What is this? My head? What on earth just happened? I didn't see the attack. Jingmin spoke calmly only after his feet were safely on the ground. The frenzied hunt technique. Those two are knocked out cold on the ground. As he entered this palace, Jingmin turned away with a sigh. Old Hei is not in a good mood at all. My movements feel sluggish and unsteady. Luluka said nothing more, only silently observing. The old man's ruthless profession is truly formidable. Capable of killing an opponent who even 8 celestial guards couldn't defeat even when they all united instantly. When Ai and Heen fell to the ground, everyone curiously went to see. Jingman continued speaking. So now it's just you left, what will you do? You can't do that so-called chaos without your allies, right? Na thought he would panic, but no. He calmly looked at Jinan and then smiled eerily. No, just my presence is enough. Naim absorbs the souls of Hessen and I, then swallows them. No one said he needed our bodies. As long as the spirits remain here, everything is possible. Jinma is stunned, and everyone is extremely surprised. Seeing the signs of trouble, Mira quickly signaled, and everyone paid attention. At that moment, they all rushed to attack Na, causing a chaotic explosion above that made everyone below hold their breath and watch. Mira also couldn't help but check if Na had been defeated. But no, he brushed off those attacks like the wind, causing everyone to panic and shout, He's a monster! Na from above spoke, I'm not interested in bugs, but being attacked by them is really annoying. Something's wrong, everyone fall back. At this moment, Jinsman and Luluka arrive to assist. Luluka distracts Name, saying, Your opponent is right here. He unleashes a move, triple enhancement, thunder, god lightning strike. At this moment, Jingman also steps forward, using a furious attack. Na's face remains unchanged as he simply raises both hands to block. Jingman is surprised and silently evaluates. Oh, he can easily block that attack. Mei, I think that's enough now. I'm tired of fighting with you humans. Luca asked, Why don't you quietly go home? Na grinned widely, showing his teeth. Nonsense. Luca Jinman feels something is wrong. Immediately after, Naime makes a move to return to dust. Destroy, transition to another island, and start counting. They follow the orders and start counting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Jin Frey smugly. Very well, your soul corporation is quite large now. The only thing left to make everything perfect is to add the Demon King of the 7th continent to your army. Just mentioning it, and there's an earthquake. Is this a familiar motive now? Jinsman and Luluka suddenly flew here from Naimi's location. Jane Frey exclaimed in surprise. Chairman and Luluka? Why are you two here? Another voice appeared along with those two. You humans are truly the losers who, despite their bitterness, refused to give up until the very end. Names slowly approached, having chased after the two of them here. Jinfrei still couldn't understand what this guy was up to. Jingmin weakly asked, Jinfrei, what are you doing here? He turned back and asked. Chairman Jingmin recounted, well, a lot has happened, but more importantly, are you okay? Is something wrong? I apologize. Because of their weak power, all the continents have been wiped out. Jinfrei couldn't believe it. You mean the continents have been erased? What do you mean? Jinmin says. That one over there is an ally of the guy you and Leon faced. It seems he wants to wipe out humanity for some reason. Jinfrei looked stunned. The continents have been wiped out? Destroy humanity, Jinmin continued. Even with the berserker skill, I almost couldn't protect myself. It seems only we and you are still safe, Jinfrei realizes. So that's what she was talking about. At the same time, Na spoke. So you're still alive? The one who wields the holy armor? Jinfrei is furious. You bastard! What did you do to my homeland? Na taunts Jinfrei. There's nowhere left for you to go back to. I have wiped out the continents and all of humanity. It's the fastest way to gather souls. You, so furious your face darkened, replied, My family, do you mean you also wiped out everyone else? Only for your own sake, he replied while casting a spell. Of course, they are the nutrients for Lord Abus's resurrection. The entire world belongs to Lord Abus. All of humanity is a sacrifice for him. At this moment, you step forward to protect Jingman Luluka. Jinfrei, remembering his loved ones, thought to himself. Mother Amelia. A few minutes later, she wanted to fight again, so she shouted loudly, Now only the three of you are left. He hadn't finished speaking when Jinfrei immediately charged forward, and with a single sword strike, he successfully pushed the opponent back. This caused Na to shout out in disbelief. Ha! You're angry and demanding your people back from him. Return them to him and make everything go back to how it was. Nema honestly replied, That is not a request I can accept. He shouted angrily, This is not a request, this is an order. As soon as Jinfrei finished speaking, he struck him with a sword, now continuously attacking Na, and when he couldn't wound his opponent, Jinfrei gritted his teeth in anger. At the same time, he had to use all his strength to fend off the opponent's blade. After everything, just when Jinfrei's sword wounded himself, Na shouted in anger, What? Seeing the blood spray out, he panickingly shouted. Then Naomi looked at Jinfrei and whispered to himself, Truly a divine armor user, I didn't expect you to be this strong, an existence that could potentially become a threat to Lord Abus. I will destroy you right here. This world belongs to Lord Abus, and I'm serious. This is my last warning. Challenge everything back. Na replied in a low voice, If you think you can take it all back, then go ahead and try. Jinfrei saw this as a challenge and looked at him with a cold, steely gaze, no longer willing to negotiate. So he changed his skill and said, Reclaim. I understand now, so I just need to defeat you. Very quickly, the system provides information about this skill. The third skill, the protection of the Great Goddess, greatly increases all the user's stats. The effect of the Great Goddess's protection also increases with level. Jinfrei is at level 750, with Strength 782 over 999, Defense 755 over 999, Intelligence 642 over 999, and Speed 774 over 999. Jinfrei is completely satisfied with this skill. It's the perfect standard move. Meanwhile, Na was stunned and thought to himself, What is this? This overwhelming pressure, my body can't move, I can't use my split skill. Jinfrei didn't forget to warn him never to touch us again. After saying that, he quickly launched an attack. Naimi dodged the attack while shouting in confusion. When struck by Jinfrei's sword, his body instantly turned to stone, and he silently screamed inside, unwilling to accept it. I can't believe I lost to someone so ordinary. Not only Na finds it hard to believe, but even Luluka and Jinmin can't believe what they've just seen. A strong Na, like a tiger just now, has now become the weakest mouse in front of Jinfrei. Moreover, he hesitated to tell him to be strong, claiming that he had truly defeated him. He stood there watching him for a moment longer. With a vacant stare, Jinfrei looked at Na and whispered to himself, I have defeated him, but he might be the key figure for the resurrection of this Abes. Defeating him will surely trigger some event. Moreover, his words about reclaiming, if read between the lines, mean that the people he erased are somewhere else. I will get everything back no matter what it takes. As I was thinking, Jingmin called you again. Before he could even speak, his body started to glow, making all three tense up. Na's soul is gone, Jingmin said hesitantly. What? His soul? Meanwhile, Jinfei notices the abnormality and feels worried, thinking to himself that it's starting. Just as he suspected, Abis is indeed using Na's body to revive himself and smiles at the enemy. Furthermore, he shouted loudly, "Let's begin now," which was completely unexpected. So all three of them were overwhelmed with confusion and fear. Unable to hold it in, Lululuka asked, "What is this?" Summon magic translation. His question was immediately answered by Jin Sem. "No, we haven't left this place yet. Hure, just when I thought I had finally been reborn. This entertainment show has gone on long enough, welcomed by the armored god from the start." Jinsman didn't want to cause more worry, so he only dared to think to himself, "It's just what he's saying. This terrifyingly sharp source of magic." Even if he didn't say it, Lululuka could somewhat understand the issue and silently thought, therefore he is on a completely different level from that guy. Jinfrey also silently guessed in his mind that he was in existence from another dimension, surpassing everyone he had ever met. Thinking this, he quickly made his deduction. "Are you Abyss?" He honestly replied, "Yes, I am Abyss God of the Abyss, master of this world." This unexpected encounter left Jinfrey so shocked he didn't know what to say. Additionally, he recalled the past, saying, "I was defeated in the 1,000-Year War, and that this world fell into the hands of you miserable humans. This time, I will dominate it as my own. First, I have to wipe out that cursed divine armor and its owner." After hearing this, he confirmed, "You're the real final boss." Meanwhile, Jinfrey suddenly had a thought. If this is just a game, then this is the final and ultimate battle. So he raised his sword seriously and replied, "I will defeat you this time and achieve 100% completion. I swear on the pride of a stubborn gamer," as Jinfrey charges toward Abes, "my family, my friends, and all of humanity, bring them back here." Jinfrey uses all his strength to deliver a sword strike to him. Abis parries and responds, "Huh, can't you tell the difference between dream and reality? Get out of the way," with just a flick of his hand. AB easily pushes you back. Jinfrey shouts in anger, then whispers to himself, "Damn it, my defense is being overwhelmed. I have no choice but to go all out with my hidden gear." He decided to use fire to burn Abis, but the flames couldn't harm him, and Jinfrey was left stunned by his mockery. Offended, he quickly changed tactics repeatedly and received confirmation from the system, using super gravity, super thrust, high-speed wind teleportation, and invisible counterattack X. Abis remains unfazed and calmly says, "Keep it up like that. It's so nostalgic and exciting." Then Grimm shouted, "I'm here!" Jinfrey quickly grabs it and launches a strike to survive death, hitting so hard that it creates a loud noise. When Jinfrey saw him using magic to control the axe, he was surprised. A few seconds later, Abis told him, "The divine armor you possess is what once thwarted my ambitions. The existence I hated the most of all is the absolute dark great sword, the ancient spear, and the deadly arrow of the Holy Spirit battle fortress of Fission." Jinfrey has no idea that the ancient spear and the deadly arrow from the Holy Spirit battle fortress are rushing toward him from behind. Immediately after, Abis orders them to behead him. Hearing this, he turned around and was so amazed he could hardly believe that the ancient spear and the deadly arrow of the Holy Spirit battle fortress Fanlai were about to hit him. Jinfrey summoned supernatural power. Abis calmly hovers above, observing. He looks at the weapon on the ground and silently thinks about the ability to freely summon and control weapons. Is this Ab's ability? But that is a skill only top explorers possess. There are still other things. Abis coldly unleashes the Demon Fang Spear, the Thunder Dragon Staff, a swift strike aimed at Jinfrey. He quickly dodged it, then Jinfrey quietly turned back to observe. Each weapon has high damage and accompanying skills. He has never seen anything like this before. As expected from the final boss, suddenly Abis speaks up. "A year ago, the hope of humanity and my enemies numbered 8, all claiming to be heroes." Jinfrey asked him in confusion, "What do you mean by that?" Abis continued, "Even if you gather all the powerful divine weapons, you alone cannot defeat me. That's what I mean." Abis's arm darkens and shrinks as he summons a power that surrounds him. "Oh, so your secret to being strong is just the quantity? That's ridiculous. Then how about this?" Abis looked at the pile of power Jinfrey summoned, a hint of amused praise in his eyes. "If they are more than just decorations," the sword summoned by Abis aimed straight at Jinfrey. He also responded with an attack, and their powers surged together. Outside, Luluka and Jingman watched silently. Abis, observing from above, was a bit surprised and let out a small sound. He praised you, quite impressed. Jinfrey also didn't hold back in praising him. "You too." Luluka and Jingman hold their breath outside, watching the fight. He silently assessed it's unbelievable that even if Jingmin attacked at his best, he still had no chance. Jin Frey suddenly spoke. "Hey, Abis, stop this pointless probing game right now." Abis responds. A proud and arrogant person. Fine, I will cooperate with you, consider it a prelude. A blinding light shone down, forcing Jinfrey to shield his eyes. Luluka was no exception. The dark, sinister magic power erupts from Abis. "It has been 1,000 years since I took this form. Abis, Lord of the Abyss, in his perfect form." Luluka and Jinmin sensed something was wrong and felt a bit afraid. Luluka hesitates, thinking about the perfect form. "Did you not take this battle seriously before?" Jingsman is afraid. Jin Frey, as the leader, was unable to save anyone and had to run away. So it's truly shameful to say this. At this moment, you are the only one who can save the world. Please, save everyone. "Now it's your turn. I am sure this is not your limit," Abis confidently says to him. Jin Frey responds confidently. "Of course, it's not as impressive as your spectacular transformation, and it's a bit rough." Abis isn't quite sure, silently watching Jin Frey demonstrate. He shouted loudly, gathering his spirit, "I am personally here now. The perfect Grim Reaper." Abi was surprised to recognize that name. He has heard of him. The Grim Reaper and the third skill of the Guardian Curse have met the requirement to unlock 300 soul soldiers. A fruit appears, Frey grabs it and takes a bite. Now he's going to eat what Jeffrey has been saving all this time. All right. Due to the effect of the fruit not belonging to this world, Baktuk and Honthi have been set as a pair of equipment. The hidden skill, Soul Burning Poison Fire Technique Sword, has been activated. Baktuk, Honthai, and the Grim Reaper. The fruit directly affects the 3 pieces of equipment. The Grim Reaper shouts, Hey, don't make me wait, Abis. This time, we will definitely end everything," Jin Frey asked in surprise. "Have you regained your memory this time?" It responds, "Yeah, this perfect incarnation of the core is truly flawless." "All right, let's move forward, buddy." Jin Frey reminds you not to take command. After hearing that, Abis also responded to death. I will end everything. That's my line. I will never let you stand in the way of my ambitions again," Jin Frey shouted. "Let's go." Abis raises his arm above himself and then charges straight at Jinfrey. He quickly dodges Abis's attack, and Grim appears behind Abis. As he turned to look at Grim, Jin Frey launched an attack, but Abis quickly escaped both of them. He soared into the sky and then sent a warm farewell to Jinfrey before disappearing. A strike falls between the two of them, forcing Jin Frey to step back. Grim says, "That bastard has always been that strong." Jin Frey quietly looked at him and asked, "What is your purpose?" "Abis, why are you targeting this world?" If Jin Frey wants to know, Abis is willing to answer. "This is my story. I am the Lord of the Abyss, devouring everything and ruling over all. Therefore, there is no world I cannot conquer. It's simply how I prove my existence with no other reason." Jin Frey casually replies, sword on his shoulder. "So, a simple and incredibly selfish final boss, but I guess that's fine. No need for negotiations." "Good." Abis also smirked and smiled. Jin Frey added, "So, Rim, just to remind me, how did you defeat Abis before?" He recounted how 1,000 years ago, my previous master and the other heroes defeated Abis, the ones he called the 8 heroes. Abis argued, "You are wrong. The heroes you mentioned couldn't defeat me. They could only seal me, which is why I still exist." So that's why it responded. "Yeah, he's right. Brother, in that fierce battle, all we could do was seal him away. Abis has to admit that they are indeed very strong, so I invited them into the spiritual world to eliminate each one individually. In the end, when each of them was nearly out of magic, they ended up sealing each other. They were sealed away by a few survivors, but this time only you remain. Ultimate decisive strike." Jin Frey, engrossed in listening to the story, was suddenly attacked by Abis. Rim hurriedly flew over to check on his brother. Abis, full of power, transforms into a vortex. "You've done well, but it's over now." Rim hurriedly asked about Jin Frey's condition. "Are you okay?" "Brother," Otis suddenly spoke up, "I will erase that cursed divine equipment once and for all before I defeat you, so it never appears in this world again." Jin Frey was a bit confused. "Huh? What is he saying about the hidden equipment?" Abis's voice continues on. "This spiritual world was created by me with the sole purpose of sealing divine equipment. It consumes a huge amount of mana, so I can only use it once. After absorbing the equipment, I will destroy it with my ultimate technique. Without the divine equipment, your power is no longer terrifying. It disappears." Cursed divine equipment. As soon as he finished speaking, a surge of power from somewhere crashed into Jin Frey. The sword in his hand vanished along with the circle above his head and the power beneath his feet, leaving Jin Frey stunned. "What? His hidden equipment is turning to dust. Suddenly, Grim calls out to his brother and flies over, grabbing Jin Frey's arm before disappearing. You called out to Grim. It silently communicates with you through your mind. Yes, a similar thing happened 100 years ago. I fell for this trick and was torn apart into pieces, losing my memories in the process. Jin Frey leans forward, trying to reach Grim, but everything happens too fast, and he turns into dust as Jin Frey screams, "Ram!" He just stood there in shock as his brothers disappeared. Abis here laughs triumphantly. "Ha ha ha ha, it's over now, human." Jin Frey tried to reassess the situation, but all his hidden equipment had been taken away. Meanwhile, Abis kept rambling on. Each piece of divine equipment has now become the foundation of my spiritual world. It will never appear again. Surrender your soul to me, and become part of me. Then Abis launched his sword towards Jin Frey. He was hit, but tried to hold back the pain. Jin Frey inside is very confused. He's trying to calm himself down to find a way. Damn it, think. Back when I was going through tough times, I kept facing situations like this. Come on, brain, there has to be a move Jin Frey can make. Abbas can't wait for you any longer. He continues to attack Jin Frey. This world is under my control. Disappear now. Humans, you are so tense that you're sweating. Damn it, this is bad. Suddenly, Luluka appears to block Jin Frey's attack. Lightning strikes 3 times in a row. Jin Frey is stunned, as if awakened from a dream. He quickly calls out Luluka's name. Abis was a bit surprised to see Luka appear and encouraged Jin Frey not to give up. Jin Frey, we're not giving up either. Huh? Luka reminds him. Can't you hear? I can hear their voices. Abis quickly replied, I didn't hear anything. How can the weak survive? However, something is giving Abis a bad feeling. What? Just now my body was encouraged by a different voice to be stubborn. Fight with your willpower. Jin Frey, don't give up. Jin Frey looked back and forth in shock, quickly realizing that voice was Leon's. Where was it coming from? Leon responds right here. Jin Frey, we are all inside this thing, but we are still alive, holding on with pure willpower. Maria also spoke up. How can someone's water get into a place like this? There's no way we'll let you escape easily. En also raises his voice to reassure Jin Frey. Are you both still okay? Jin Frey and Lulu. After hearing that, Jin Frey felt a bit more at ease. He quickly regained his fighting spirit. Abis, you have spoken, Jin Frey thought to himself. Inside Abis, so that's where everyone disappeared to. Levin said, Jin Frey, I heard everything. I will lend you my power to bring everyone back to the real world. Kukuru continued, do it! Master, and you still haven't atoned for abandoning me. Somewhere out there. Jin Frey secretly rejoices to himself. Kukuru, even Levin is the same. Abis here is panicking. What is going on? My absorbed souls should be completely under my control. He recalled an important detail from the fight earlier. The scythe? The divine weapon was right before it was sealed. It cut away a piece of my spiritual world. Damn it, divine weapon. Give me back that cursed thing. As he finished speaking, Abis's body throbbed with pain and he shouted out, my body can't do this. Are they resisting me even in spirit form? So, your equipment is all relics from ancient times. Jin Frey immediately recognized that voice. Mira continued, people say choosing the owner of ancient equipment is very risky. Just my otaku intuition. But if we break the mental world he has absorbed, the equipment might return to you. Jin Frey, it's a gamble, but we have to try. With millions of souls here, we will overload Abis, break his mental world, and bring Jin Frey's equipment back. Jin Frey couldn't believe it. He just uttered 2 words, everyone. Meanwhile, Abis, clutching his body in pain, shouted, Do you think I will allow that, you fools? Suddenly, his body reacted violently. What? Leon inside encourages him, breaking Abis's mental world. Fight with willpower. Maria agrees along with Mira, Nis, Gigant, and Ryu in unison. Let's do it, sis. The others agreed as well. Of course we will let Jin Frey borrow his power. He destroyed our rill with just a feather. That bastard's name is Submasso. Remember it well. Give back the bottle of wine I won at the auction. I've heard rumors about Jin Frey Thanyan, the thief. Please send us back to our world. I will fight too. Including me too. Abis clutched his head in pain and screamed. Oh my God. Stop, humans. No matter what you do, it will be useless. All of you will be under my control. I won't allow this. Seal it. Jingman suddenly appears and attacks him with a furious fist. Overwhelmed by pain both inside and out, Jinsman seized the opportunity to strike at him. Jin Frey and Luluka were both stunned by this unexpected attack. Jin Frey opened his mouth wide in shock as Jingman quickly reminded him to act now. A barrier shatters loudly. Jingman quickly steps back. Luluka looks around and realizes we are back. Abbas's barrier has been broken. Frey is still stunned and unable to speak. A seal appears right in front of Frey's eyes. He reached out his hand to take that light. It shone brightly. Frey has regained his power. Everything that belongs to Frey is back with him. I looked around my body and exclaimed, "My equipment is back!" The system appeared, confirming that all hidden gear had been unlocked and re-equipped simultaneously. The condition has been fulfilled by deploying and fully re-equipping. Zinfrey raises both hands. This is a special condition notification system has been satisfied. Hidden Job has unlocked the transformation from alchemist to hidden gear master. Jeffrey was stunned, unable to believe what this power was. A summary table appeared showing an undefined level plus 999, unmeasurable, mysterious job master armor with undefined HP plus 9,999, unmeasurable, undefined MP plus 9,999, unmeasurable, undefined strength plus 999, unmeasurable, undefined defense plus 999, unmeasurable, undefined intelligence plus 999, unmeasurable, undefined agility plus 999, unmeasurable, and undefined luck plus 999, unmeasurable, plus 999 that cannot be measured.